As the dawn broke, a pristine day commenced. Within a tree hollow nestled deep in the dense forest, a figure of striking countenance sat in a meditative posture. His eyebrows were long and elegant, like willow leaves. His physique resembled a jade tree. His shoulders were broad and his back was straight. Long hair cascaded down his shoulders, with a strand of silver subtly interwoven into his hairline. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing a sharp, eagle-like gaze. After a brief moment of preparation, the youth, who bore a remarkable resemblance to Erlang Shun as portrayed by Jiaojuan, concealed his inner brilliance and emerged from the dense forest, stepping onto the nearby official road. Seven Mysteries Sect is just ahead. I wonder what the timeline is now. I hope the old Devil Han hasn't obtained the Emerald Vial yet. Well, he wouldn't dare to hope for that. He would be content if he could intervene in the plot before the old Devil Han killed Golden Light Shangren. The youth was named Wang Li, and he hailed from another world, having been born here 16 years ago. Initially, reborn into a wealthy merchant family, he often listened to storytellers vividly recounting the glorious deeds of certain martial arts heroes. He simply assumed that he had transmigrated into a martial arts world. Therefore, he maintained a positive attitude, unhurried and unperturbed, adopting a leisurely and carefree demeanor, living a comfortable and uneventful life for 10 years. However, with the appearance of a certain immortal Master Wu, with the other party's incomparably exquisite Firebird technique displayed before him, with his biological father in this life gritting his teeth and enduring the pain of spending 1,000 taels of gold with the 10-year-old, him being detected by the immortal-like Immortal Master Wu to possess the spiritual root of a cultivator, with his father offering a century-old spiritual herb, with the other party overjoyed, with him successfully becoming a disciple and a fire tribute elementary cultivation method falling into his hands finally, when he cultivated his first wisp of magic power. Wang Li suddenly realized, to hell with martial arts, I love the world of cultivation, like a moth to a flame. This was a high martial arts fantasy world of cultivation, a world with immortals capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. As for mortals, even if they held the rank of princes and generals, even if they ascended to the throne, they were nothing more than ants. And no matter how glorious their lives, they could not escape becoming a handful of lusts after a century. At that moment, he was excited and elated beyond control. His carefree attitude completely transformed. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted to achieve immortality. He wanted to climb to the peak of the immortal path. He didn't want grass 3 feet tall on his grave a century later. And as his cultivation deepened in the following 2 years, reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining, and as words like you Kingdom Cultivation World, Tainan's small gathering, and ascension to immortals assembly were uttered from his cheap teacher's mouth, he became even more certain that this world was a world of cultivation, and it was the world of a record of a mortal's journey to immortality that he had watched 3 times in his previous life and listened to the audiobook no less than 5 times. However, at this moment, Wang Li was a little dumbfounded. No other reason. In this world, after the ancient demonic tribulation, the quality and concentration of heaven and earth's spiritual energy had greatly decreased, leading to a gradual scarcity of opportunities. This was not friendly to a pair of master and disciple who were rogue cultivators. Looking at it from a lower perspective, in the Tiannan continent, whether it was spiritual stone mines or spiritual herb and medicine producing areas, almost all resource points were controlled by major cultivation sects or cultivation families, making it extremely difficult to obtain even a foundation establishment pill. However, the foundation establishment was a difficult hurdle for those with heterogeneous spiritual roots and dual spiritual roots. 2 pills were relatively safe for those with 3 spiritual roots, for pills were more reliable, with a success rate of less than 1 in 10 for consuming 1 pill, and success with 2 pills was considered good luck. As for core formation, the success rate was a few percent, or even 1%. This could be seen from the fact that among the hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators in the Yellow Maple Valley, there were only 8 core formation elders. It should be known that the Yu Kingdom, where the Yellow Maple Valley was located, was a relatively wealthy middle-ranking country in Tiannan. In smaller countries, the competitive pressure was even greater. Moreover, in the land of Tiannan, high-level demon beasts were almost extinct, and spiritual herbs and medicines of considerable age were rare. Even the resource points in the hands of the major sects were non-renewable. The most famous example was the blood-forbidden zone controlled by the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. Looking at it from a higher perspective, a Yu Kingdom spanning 100,000 miles only had a few nascent soul cultivators equivalent to a territory of several Earths. Only these few people could be supported. What was Wangli? There were only a few Tontian spiritual treasures and only a few pills that could help people break through to the transformation god stage. The truly top-level methods of Immortal Realm were even more difficult to find. Even Han Li, who was blessed with great luck, had to work hard and risk his life to succeed despite having the vial. If Han Li didn't have the protagonist's halo, he would have died countless times. It was conceivable how difficult it was to cross the threshold of transformation god. What was Wang Li? It was precisely because of this that he was anxious. The Emerald Vial was one thing. If he could obtain this treasure, his future path would be at least 3 difficulty levels easier. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be 50 meters ahead of ordinary cultivators on a 100-meter track. The Ascension Token was another thing. This thing would allow him to skip many cumbersome steps and directly join the Yellow Maple Valley, one of the 7 sections. Even if his aptitude was 1 in 10,000, it would not be a problem. And he could also obtain a Foundation Establishment Pill of great value. Even if there was a possibility of it being embezzled by someone in the end, there was still a great deal of room for manipulation if he made the right choices. Therefore, he couldn't help but be anxious. The former, if he obtained it, it would be his good fortune. If he lost it, it would be his fate. But if he lost the latter as well, it would almost be equivalent to severing his path to immortality. What the protagonist didn't know was that at the moment he unexpectedly transmigrated, the river of time in this world and many other great worlds in chaos had changed. All past traces have been erased, leaving only the unknown future. In addition, in the celestial court of the Immortal Realm, Gu Huijin, the most proficient in the Dao of Time, saw a broken corner of the future. Through a time rift at the instant the protagonist transmigrated, seeing the existence of 2 Hanlis and his own fall. His expression was naturally extremely ugly. Turning to analyze the origins and plans of the Lord of Reincarnation Hall, he immediately gathered several Dao ancestors and dozens of great Luo combat forces from the Celestial Court, and began to encircle and suppress this scabies disease of the Reincarnation Hall, almost putting everything down to chase and kill the Lord of Reincarnation Hall. Reincarnation Runaway was too busy to take care of himself, so he couldn't care about the other lower realms. He had only reached the high level of the 3rd level of Qi refining in the past 2 years, and his spiritual root quality was obviously not the heavenly spiritual root valued by the sects. In addition, he had an affinity for fire-type techniques, and he also cultivated the fire-type cultivation method provided by his chief teacher, so he was obviously not a heterogeneous spiritual root. Compared to Han Li's talent of reaching the 3rd level of Qi refining in the early 3 years, Wang Li's talent was obviously much better, initially judged to be a dual spiritual root or a triple spiritual root. Putting aside the certain bonus given by the few resources provided by his family, the possibility of a triple spiritual root was greater. And if a triple spiritual root was just a rogue cultivator without the support of sect, it would be difficult to establish a foundation in this life. And there was a greater probability of dying in the hands of invading demonic cultivators. Therefore, he had to be anxious. Fortunately, he still had some time now. According to the current relatively calm situation, it could be inferred that the 7 sects had not yet been destroyed by the demonic path and had not yet become stray dogs, and the Yu Kingdom cultivation world was still under the control of the 7 sects. In other words, the widespread war had not yet broken out, and the timeline was at least at the stage where Han Li had achieved foundation establishment. And later, he spared no expense, using the merchant team under his father to repeatedly inquire about the Xian royal mansion in the capital of the Yu Kingdom. As the saying goes, heaven rewards those who work hard. He still learned that the current Xian king was only in his early 20s, had no children under his knees, and there was an old butler in the mansion. The key point was that the former Xian king had just passed away 2 years ago. He was overjoyed to receive the news. Okay, don't misunderstand. It's not because he had any grudges with the Xian royal mansion. It was simply to determine the timeline. Before his father's merchant team had inquired about the 7 Mysteries sect or the Wild Wolf Gang, he could not accurately determine the current timeline. so he could only take a detour to determine it. It was precisely the situation of the Xian royal mansion in the capital of the Yu Kingdom. If he remembered correctly, in the original plot, Han Li, who was in the foundation establishment stage, was instructed by his master, Li Huayuan, to go to the capital of the Yu Kingdom to protect a secular family, which seemed to be called the Qin family. During this period, he had a series of entanglements with the Xian royal mansion due to a series of coincidences that time the seven factions were engaged in. A fierce confrontation with the demonic sect, a situation undeniably tense, and even the various reclusive hermits and wandering cultivators had received the news. The young prince of the Xian Wang mansion, who had cultivated demonic arts, appeared to be around 20 years of age. The old prince was still alive, and under his command was a former river thug, a skilled steward. Therefore, it is conservatively estimated that this particular juncture occurred over 20 years prior to the time when the old demon Han accepted his master's command and embarked on the plotline in the royal capital. What was Han Li doing over 20 years ago? Had the mortal plot officially commenced? Wang Li could not ascertain. The duration Han, the old demon, spent cultivating in Huangfeng Valley before successfully establishing his foundation was indeterminate, as the original text did not specify. Even so, it was still a piece of splendid news, was it not? In the following 2 years, more good news arrived. The Qishuan sect and the Wild Wolf Gang had reportedly gathered information from merchant caravans, claiming they were all forces within the Jianghu of Jingzhou. Among them, the Qishuan sect, located on Saisha Mountain, had once dominated Jingzhou for decades, even infiltrating several neighboring states, earning a formidable reputation in the mortal realm of the Yu Kingdom. However, since the death of the sect's founding master, Qi Jue, the sect had plummeted in status, being pushed out of the capital of Jingzhou by other sects joining forces against them. Over 90 years ago, the sect was forced to relocate to the outskirts of Jingzhou, establishing its roots in Saisha Mountain. Once a major sect controlling over 100 prosperous towns with tens of thousands of disciples, it had now dwindled to a third-rate local force with merely over 1,000 disciples. As for the Wild Wolf Gang, it originated from a band of horse bandits within Jingzhou. 2 years prior, they were besieged by the government, some accepted amnesty, while others fled and formed the Wild Wolf Gang, which was currently in a state of friction with the Qishuan sect. Thus, it is not difficult to deduce that the current timeline likely falls around the onset of the mortal plot. Specific circumstances require more useful intelligence. At this juncture, Wang Li indeed contemplated embarking immediately to intercept the old demon Han, even considering bringing along his inexpensive teacher, Old Wu, to investigate together. However, upon reflection, he realized that he, a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, along with Old Wu, would hardly stand a chance against the formidable Dr. Mo Jiren, who could eliminate the disciples of immortal families and overpower the sixth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, the old demon Han. A misstep could lead to disaster, leaving him with no place to lament. What caliber was Old Wu? If even he could not defeat him, a newly advanced fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator would fare no better. That old fraud had truly deceived his family grievously. The ethereal demeanor of an immortal was undeniably not a facade, and his prowess in pyromancy was equally impressive yet. Who could have anticipated that he was merely a fraud? Well, it wasn't entirely a deception. In truth, they mutually benefited from one another. This venerable teacher guided him onto the path of cultivation, while his family provided the old immortal with valuable medicinal herbs and alchemical resources. Furthermore, what the fourth-layer Qi refinement in Immortal Realm that still constituted a remarkable expert. One need only recall how the third-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Jin Guang, was once equally boastful. Therefore, one must not underestimate oneself. Thus, he resolved to cultivate to the sixth layer of Qi refinement, while also acquiring some martial arts manuals and spells to accompany him before venturing to the Qishuan sect. However, procuring spells proved challenging, for mortals and cultivators indeed inhabited two disparate realms. Old Wu, as a wandering cultivator, was an exception. Over 3 years ago, this elder, who had been stuck at the third layer of Qi refinement, took in Wang Li as a named disciple solely to utilize a precious spiritual herb that the Wang family merchant caravan had painstakingly acquired, in hopes of breaking through his bottleneck. Given that he possessed a spiritual root, he chose to accept Wang Li as his disciple. Over the past 3 years, Wang Li had essentially drained the old man's resources, and the elder himself had limited capabilities. Aside from the Liangyang technique and the self-created flame manipulation technique, he had only provided 6 basic spells: Fireball technique, Concealment technique, Insight technique, Heavenly Eye technique, Object manipulation technique, Lightness technique, Wind control technique, and Hypnosis technique. In contrast, Wang Li had focused on collecting and practicing martial arts since childhood. Initially, he sought guidance from instructors. He mastered a technique called Butterfly Through Flowers, which honed his skills to a level akin to that of a pianist, with his throwing techniques recognized as top tier in the Jianghu. He also learned Shortening the Earth, enabling him to unleash the immense strength of his youthful physique, achieving speeds that were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye over short distances. Furthermore, a family-inherited body refinement technique enhanced his physical strength and resilience beyond that of his peers. His father personally guided him, ensuring that medicinal baths were administered regularly to eliminate any latent ailments. Additionally, he trained in the 18 martial arts, and whether due to his exceptional aptitude or innate talent for martial arts, he had indeed learned a great deal over the past 3 years. While he could not claim mastery, he had certainly attained a level of proficiency commensurate with top-tier practitioners in the Jianghu, especially in lightness technique enhanced by his agility, surpassing even martial arts masters. Subsequently, over the next 2 years, until he reached the age of 16, he finally broke through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Son, whether in life or in cultivation, one must possess clarity, openness, resilience, and stability. Do not abandon your path halfway, just as our family has adhered to the principles of commerce for generations. By the way, you must never take advantage of being a cultivator to recklessly harm mortals. Otherwise, pursue your cultivation, but do not bring calamity upon the Wang family. I know. Rest assured. I'm off now. Take care, both of you. With that, Wang Li set off towards the merchant caravan, filled with excitement to embark on this journey. Chief Gu, I will need your assistance in looking after Xiao Li on the road. Just before their departure, his father discreetly pulled aside Gu Cheng, one of the 4 heads of the caravan, to offer some last-minute instructions. Rest assured, sir, the young master has grown up under our watch. He will not suffer any losses out there, the burly man vowed, thumping his chest in assurance. Despite his rugged exterior, he had a surprisingly keen mind. Make sure he sees some blood, his father replied after a moment of contemplation, ultimately steeling himself to say, So soon? The sooner, the better. As a father, I can only do so much for him. Alas. And thus, Wang Li, utilizing his spiritual sense, heard everything clearly. Even at the 4th layer of qi refinement, one could possess a rudimentary spiritual sense. Albeit weak upon reaching the 6th layer, his senses became extraordinarily acute, allowing him to hear the slightest rustle of grass or movement within 30 meters. Father is truly something. The youth chuckled, shaking his head. He then bid farewell to his parents, first taking the merchant caravan's favorable wind and traveling for several months to Jingzhou, before heading straight to the Qichuan sect. As for old Wu, he could only await the day Wang Li achieved success to repay the debt of guidance and teaching. The matters concerning the small bottle and the ascension token must not be disclosed to another soul. Some secrets must remain hidden. If he could enter Huangfeng Valley sooner, he would be able to lay down a more solid foundation, and that was of utmost importance. The kingdom of Yu is characterized by its low-lying central region, predominantly consisting of basins and plains. Surrounding this central area are numerous mountains and hills, which serve as the strongholds for several major factions of Yu. To the north, vast stretches of highland and desert prevail, with a single state comparable to several states in size. The southern and western regions are replete with rivers and towering mountains. The eastern terrain is relatively flatter, yet still features numerous hills. The Qichuan sect is situated in Jingzhou, south of the northernmost region known as Jianzhou. This area is not entirely wilderness. To the north or west lies an expanse of desolate land, rarely traversed by people. The Wang family, after nearly 2 centuries of experience, has established several trade routes to Jingzhou, the fastest of which involves traveling by canal and then by land. This route allows merchants to cover thousands of miles in just a few days. significantly reducing the physical exertion required for a journey that would otherwise span nearly 10,000 miles. Furthermore, the waterway is considered the safest commercial route. Kaixiao Mountain, the second largest mountain in Jingzhou, occupies a vast area, with its peaks scattered over several miles. It boasts numerous formidable summits, forming a naturally defensible stronghold. Originally named Luofeng Mountain, it is said to have been transformed from the landing place of a five-colored phoenix. The mountain was later renamed Kaixiao Mountain due to its breathtaking beauty at sunset, when it is enveloped in colorful clouds, resembling a celestial realm. Unfortunately, ever since the Qishuan sect took residence there, outsiders have found it difficult to appreciate such splendor. Wang Li, however, harbors no interest in the mountain's other aspects. He has come solely to seek a small emerald green vial buried among the rocks and trees. What was the name of the valley where the old sorcerer Han and Dr. Mo shared their affection for several years? Such trivial details, even for someone as seasoned as him, are not worth memorizing. He will have to inquire with others. With the advantage of stealth, he plans to execute his task discreetly, ensuring that no traces are left behind, thereby minimizing risk. Should he act quickly enough, everything will proceed smoothly. As he traverses a narrow mountain path, he spots three outer disciples patrolling the vicinity, their attention caught by his frown from the cliff above. Without a moment's hesitation, he dons a mask, employs a light-footed technique, and descends the mountain wall like a feather, silent and weightless. Before the three can react, he swiftly knocks two of them unconscious and grips the neck of the remaining disciple, speaking with a teasing tone. I ask, you answer, no unnecessary words. If you comply, I may consider sparing your life, just as I did for your two companions. Though his words are light, his grip remains unyielding. Should the disciple dare to make any hostile movements, he will tighten his hold and break the man's neck. Predecessor, I shall speak without reservation, the disciple stammers. Oh, a cultured individual, Wang Li muses. Tell me, where does Dr. Mo of the Qishuan sect reside? As he inquires, he unconsciously tightens his grip. Dr. Mo? Which Dr. Mo? We have no knowledge of any Dr. Mo here at the Qishuan sect. The disciple's bewilderment appears genuine. No, do you dare deceive me? Dr. Mo is a vital guide for Han the Old Sorcerer, a foundational figure in his path to the Immortal Realm. How could such an important character simply vanish? Ah, predecessor, please loosen your grip. A swift chop renders the disciple unconscious, and Wang Li turns to the second one, rousing him for questioning. Predecessor, we have no Dr. Mo. Only Dr. Chun and Dr. Shui, who typically attend to our minor injuries. It is clear the first disciple did not lie, indicating that the individual surnamed Mo has likely not yet arrived at the Qishuan sect. This implies that there are still at least 3 years until the narrative truly begins, before Han the Old Sorcerer joins the sect. 3 years, what an exhilarating prospect. This means he has ample time to locate the Emerald Vial. As for why it would be best not to seize it once Han acquires it, that pertains to the intricacies of causality in the Immortal Realm. The tale has explicitly stated that Han the Old Sorcerer is a product of the reincarnation Lord Han Paopao, a being created through an unexpected time travel incident. Their lives are nearly identical across both realms. This peculiar situation extends beyond Han. Even the heavenly bottle is a byproduct of Han Paopao's temporal excursions, as is Nangong Wan. Many years ago, Han Paopao began his journey in the human realm, grew in the spirit realm, and, through relentless cultivation, ascended to immortality, even mastering the laws of time to a peak that threatened the time Dao Ancestor of that era. Sadly, in his final battle, he fell short and ultimately perished. In his last moments, he expended all his power over time, channeling vast amounts of energy into the heavenly bottle in hopes of finding a refuge, inadvertently granting the bottle a semblance of sentience and the ability to reverse time. It then transported him back to a distant past, before Han the Old Sorcerer's birth, rendering him a mere mortal stripped of his time powers. However, he managed to evade the Dao Ancestor's pursuit and eventually rebuilt his path to immortality, mastering the laws of reincarnation and establishing the Reincarnation Hall. It is said that Han Paopao is currently engaged in a battle of wits against the 7 Dao Ancestors of the Heavenly Court. Ordinarily, the emergence of Han Paopao would preclude the existence of Han the Old Sorcerer. Yet, the situation is remarkably strange. Han Paopao traveled millions of years into the past, yet millions of years later, the same small village reappeared, and Han the Old Sorcerer was born there, seamlessly entering the narrative. Moreover, shortly after his arrival, He acquired the same heavenly bottle that should not have existed in this timeline. The most intriguing aspect is that in his previous life, Gan Rushuang was the wife of Han Pao Pao, while in this life, Nangong Wan has become Han the Old Sorcerer's companion. The original plot was nearly disrupted by the presence of Xiling, as Han the Old Sorcerer almost lost his claim to the primary position due to her. After all, Han Pao Pao had devoted millennia to love only Gan Rushuang, never straying to others, whereas Han the Old Sorcerer, upon achieving a higher level of immortality, became enamored with Xiling. Returning to the main point, if one can seize the heavenly bottle before Han the Old Sorcerer, it becomes a possession without a master, to be claimed by the worthy. At this moment, the bottle is neither a gift from the Reincarnation Lord nor a relic discarded by the Time Dao Ancestor. It was stolen by a skeleton from his own ancestor and subsequently lost to this realm. Hence, he is not in the wrong for taking it. However, should he fall behind Han the Old Sorcerer, even if he manages to eliminate him before he fully matures, he cannot escape the future retribution from the Reincarnation Lord. The intertwining fates of Han the Old Sorcerer and Han Pao Pao are far too significant. No matter how much disdain the former may hold for the latter's existence, he would never tolerate anyone extinguishing his counterpart. Moreover, Han Li currently bears no grudge against him and does not pose a direct threat to his life. Therefore, acquiring the vial is one thing, but taking a life would be exceedingly unjust. After all, a being as elusive as Han Pao Pao, who even the 7 Dao ancestors of the heavenly court cannot capture, would find it all too easy to eliminate Wang Li once he ascends to the Immortal Realm and detects the threads of causality entwined with him. But all of that is a matter for the future, once they reach the Immortal Realm. Due to the chaos in time and space, the mysteries of the heavens have become exceedingly obscure, rendering this small realm of humanity, along with countless lower realms and hundreds of secondary planes, as transcendent existences. Even the Dao Ancestor cannot discern the reasons behind it. Before attaining immortality, no matter what choices he made, he was relatively safe. The true peril lies in the aftermath of becoming an immortal. Thus, from a long-term perspective, as long as the old devil Han does not provoke him, there is no need for him to interfere with the other's journey of growth. If he can forge a friendship or even serve as a guide on the path to immortality, well, perhaps that is best left aside. None of Han Li's male companions have met with a favorable fate. Any male cultivator who has teamed up with him either perished in the first wave or met their end in the second, providing assistance, equipment, or warmth in their demise. The most typical examples are Lu Jing and Nan Longho. The former fell in the first wave, while the latter endured until the second round. In contrast, the beautiful female cultivators experienced little trouble, enjoying various benefits. The most notable among them is the enchanting Yuan Yao, who benefited from the time-honored assistance of the Dao Ancestor, successfully overcoming her tribulation and ascending. It is worth noting that Han Li's parents and siblings did not receive such treatment. The members of the Han family and their descendants were also deprived of this honor. Hence, he chose not to involve himself, whether in ancient or modern times. The 7 Dao ancestors of the heavenly court can simply cultivate to the peak of the great Luo and leave behind countless resources and contingencies to select other paths. If they cannot defeat him, they can at least join forces, right? Just look at how wise and true-heartedly Yuan is, with a small bottle in hand. He possesses all the options in the human realm, spirit realm, and celestial realm, and it all hinges on whether he can obtain the small bottle first. 3 years is a limited time. As long as the location of the bottle's emergence remains unchanged, Wang Li could dig 3 feet deep to find it. His only concern now is another possibility. This time node better not coincide with that accursed era of the reincarnation hall master, Han Pao Pao. Otherwise, all his schemes would be mere illusions, and all previous hopes would turn to dust. Heaven knows where the celestial bottle is in Han Pao Pao's time. The Valley of Divine Hands, once a desolate land, now flourishes with verdant trees and vibrant life. To the left of the valley, fragrant medicinal fields have been cultivated, while to the right, a cluster of houses has been newly erected. The rightful master has taken his place. Dr. Mo, I am deeply grateful. Without your timely assistance, I fear I would not have survived this ordeal. Let us not dwell on trivial matters, please. Take refuge at my 7 Xian sect and enjoy the highest offerings from our sect. You need not concern yourself with mundane affairs. Simply direct the disciples to fulfill your requests. The current sect leader of the 7 Xian sect, Wang Lu, had previously fallen into the trap of thieves and suffered serious injury. Fortunately, the elderly man before him, aged around 60 to 70, came to his aid, employing miraculous healing techniques to restore his life. During their time together, Wuligou discerned the elder's exceptional martial prowess and immediately felt inclined to recruit him. After a heartfelt exchange, he successfully invited the venerable Dr. Mo to his sect. To demonstrate his sincerity, he not only offered the position of a revered guest, but also selected a secluded valley with an excellent environment, free from outside disturbances, as a gift for Dr. Mo. Other requests, such as collecting medical texts, were met with eagerness. Leader Wang, you need not regard me as an outsider. My medical skills are quite commendable. Henceforth, should there be any severely injured patients within the sect, bring them to this valley of divine hands, and I shall do my utmost to heal them. Beneath the facade of a man in his 60s or 70s lies the heart of a seeker in his 30s. Yet, fate has been unkind. He was gravely wounded by the final assault of Yu Zitong from a noble family of cultivators, transforming him from a handsome middle-aged man into the frail figure he currently embodies. Had it not been for Yu Zitong's spirit informing him that they both still held a glimmer of hope to seize new lives, along with the unwavering determination of Mo Juren to seek the Dao, this narrative would not exist. It was in this valley, on the hillside of a lateral cliff. Wang Li exhaled heavily, expelling a breath of frustration. In the previous 6 months, he had traversed every path in the Seven Xian sect countless times. Yet he had found not a single clue. It was impossible not to feel anxious. Upon reflection, he realized his efforts were futile. Once Dr. Mo arrived, the search range would naturally narrow. The green bottle was inadvertently kicked by the old devil Han during his journey from the Valley of Divine Hands to the waterfall at Chishui Peak. He had already confirmed the location of Chishui Peak. The difficulty lay in pinpointing the Valley of Divine Hands. There were numerous valleys around Kaixia Mountain and the neighboring mountain ranges. Deducting routes from 100 or so valleys was indeed a futile endeavor. However, once Mo Juren took his place, the situation changed. He could directly determine the endpoints of the route. As it happened, there were over a dozen paths between the 2 points, 2 of which were newly traversed and were indeed the closest routes. With faint glimpses of the distant Chishui Peak guiding Wang Li towards an answer. Hey, take a closer look at that dark, hard lump you dug up. Wang Li instructed one of the bandits from the Wild Wolf gang, who he had brought along as a precaution. He could not risk touching the bottle himself. Who knows what rules or restrictions might be in place? If a mere touch were to prove fatal, it would be a grievous misfortune. Thus, he sent a bandit to test the waters with the bottle. This was a safer approach. If there were issues, he would have the other bandit try as well. If both bandits met their demise, it would indicate the bottle was too perilous to handle. If they emerged unscathed, then it would belong to the worthy. Yes, Master Immortal. Having witnessed Wang Li's methods, the young bandit complied obediently. Both of them were solely focused on preserving their lives, unaware that they were plunging deeper into the abyss. When the young bandit retrieved the bottle without incident, Wang Li's heart was already at ease. Let us go? He quickly lifted both men on either side and fled swiftly. Once they distanced themselves from the Seven Xian sect, he instructed, hand that object over to your companion. Yes, this was yet another layer of precaution. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, everything continued to proceed smoothly. You two have done well. Rest assured, your families will want for nothing in this lifetime. Master Immortal, what do you mean? I don't have a wife or children yet. A fireball shot forth. He felt no psychological burden in eliminating the 2 bandits. Spare me, Master Immortal. No. Oh. The bottle fell to the ground once more. Witnessing this, Wang Li took a deep breath. Han Tianzuan, if the small bottle is indeed essential for your path to enlightenment, it must not be touched by anyone. Therefore, at this moment, I implore you to take the bottle back and erase my past memories, allowing me to return to a mundane existence. Alternatively, I humbly request that you grant me superior cultivation potential. I will forever be grateful for even the smallest kindness. Having spoken thus, surely Han Tianzuan would not be so petty, would he? He picked up the lump from the ground. Truth be told, Wang Li did not wish to take risks. This could be considered the greatest gamble of his life. Either he would live as a humble, ordinary person, surviving through the years, or he would contend for the path of immortality and transcend the river of fate. Yet, without exceptional talent and a strong backing, he must seize the bottle. Without the small bottle, and devoid of any external systems, with merely 3 spiritual roots, he faced myriad intrigues even to establish a foundation. Aspiring to form a core would require meticulous planning. Cultivating in the mortal realm is exceedingly challenging. He is acutely aware of the mediocrity of possessing 3 spiritual roots. Just like old Wu. In the mountains, the wind rustles through the leaves, creating a soft sound. After a few breaths, the surrounding winds remained devoid of malice. Not a single stone came hurtling toward him unexpectedly. There is no transcendent strike that crosses time and space. Thank the heavens for the bottle. Thank the heavens for their grace. He has obtained the celestial bottle. At least now, this weighty vessel rests heavily in his grasp. It is fist-sized, with a slender neck. Remarkably heavy, once the mud is removed, it gleams a vibrant green, adorned with exquisite dark green leaf-like patterns, capped with an unyielding lid that cannot be twisted open. From what he learned from the wandering cultivator, Old Wu, the Ascension Conference of the Yu Kingdom occurs once every decade. And with the time wasted by the Seven Mysteries sect, only a little over a year remains. This opportunity must be seized. If he can enter the Yellow Maple Valley a decade earlier, it is highly likely that he will establish his foundation and even attain the Golden Core stage a decade ahead of others. When the demonic forces invade the Yu Kingdom, he will have ample preparation time and greater self-defense capabilities. In the following year, he devised the following plan. First, he must enhance his cultivation, as this is the foundation of his existence. Second, he must visit the Master of Golden Light to obtain the Ascension Order. This will pave the way for him, allowing him to take shortcuts even if his cultivation is insufficient. Additionally, arrangements must be made for his biological father and stepmother. Although severing worldly ties is more beneficial for his path to immortality, making some early arrangements is also a filial duty. Moreover, his father has been nothing but supportive over the years, embodying paternal love. Since his mother's passing, his stepmother has treated him well without excessive drama, thus ensuring that his parents, devoid of spiritual roots, live long and peacefully, while leaving a legacy for the family's descendants, is a modest fulfillment of his obligations. Having outlined this general approach, the next steps become evident. However, unbeknownst to Wang Li, where he retrieved the small bottle, a phantom of an identical small bottle emerged, slowly solidifying. To be precise, it was the spot where the Wild Wolf Gang's marauders unearthed the small bottle. With the small bottle in hand, he must seek ways to enhance his cultivation through the aid of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills capable of solidifying his foundation and advancing his techniques. The small bottle is a miraculous artifact for ripening spiritual herbs. Among the relevant pills, Dr. Mo possesses 4 formulas: the Yellow Dragon Pill, the Clear Spirit Powder, the Vital Essence Pill, and the Golden Marrow Pill. The Yellow Dragon Pill and the Golden Marrow Pill can solidify the foundation and enhance cultivation, while the Clear Spirit Powder serves as an excellent antidote, and the Vital Essence Pill is remarkably effective for internal and external injuries. Although these pills are merely mundane medicines, they possess extraordinary effects for low-level cultivators, especially the Yellow Dragon Pill and the Golden Marrow Pill. Even the 4-spirit root Han Old Demon used these 2 pills to break through from the 6th stage of Qi refinement to the 8th stage in just 2 years. Furthermore, Dr. Mo himself reached the pinnacle of the mundane world relying on these 4 pills. With my current peak at the 6th stage of Qi refinement and a myriad of techniques at my disposal, what are my chances against Dr. Mo? Each cultivator experiences a discernible transformation when advancing from the 3rd to the 4th stage of Qi refinement. In terms of perception, the 4th stage is over 3 times sharper than the 3rd, and the primordial spirit also doubles in strength. Coupled with Dr. Mo's inherent issues, even without magical artifacts, formidable spells, or talismans, he can still secure victory. It merely depends on the cost involved. Naturally, avoiding conflict is ideal. He does not wish to prematurely eliminate this initial guide for Han Old Demon. Thus, while this individual is out procuring herbs and seeking solutions to his own issues, preparations were made. Clad in a mask, face shield, and double-layer gloves, he stealthily entered the valley cabin and began rummaging through the contents. Ultimately, he discovered the formulas for the 4 types of pills. Surprisingly, there were no contingencies left behind. Was there not some sort of poison mentioned in the original text? Wang Li found this rather surprising. But whatever the case, it is for the best that Dr. Mo did not keep such trifles. Consequently, along with the 4 formulas he had spent a fortune to collect in earlier years, Jiuhua Yulu Pill, Gathering Qi Powder, Blood Refining Pill, and Meridian Expansion Pill, Wang Li now possessed 6 types of pills capable of promoting the growth of his cultivation. Afterward, without hesitation, he pilfered several pharmacological tomes marked with annotations and the various cultivation techniques that Emoju run an individual without spiritual roots, had stubbornly collected, and he departed without looking back. As for the commonly found spiritual herbs like ginseng and he shou wu in the medicinal field, he did not even glance at them. After all, they are abundant in the outside world and can be easily purchased with mundane wealth such as gold. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Under the resplendent starlight, a figure stealthily infiltrated the room of Chief Jia at the Wild Wolf Gang's base under the cover of night. Upon locating his target, he cast a spell of hypnosis, ensuring that the burly man in bed slept even more deeply, then swiftly bound him with ropes and made a hasty retreat from the marauder's lair. This place was unsuitable for interrogation. After all, conversing with the gang's leader in their den was akin to a scene from a budget television drama. Without mentioning the unfortunate individual who cried out in despair, the woman beside him let out a piercing scream in the dead of night, inevitably causing some trouble. Slapping the burly man a few times brought him back to consciousness. "Ugh, it hurts. Who dare strike me? Are you tired of living?" Seeing that he was still somewhat dazed, another series of slaps followed, ensuring the man was fully awake. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Senior, please stop. Let us talk things over." It appeared he had finally regained his senses. "Senior, whatever you request, I will do, even if it costs me my life. Damn it, I've been dragged out of my fortified lair by this person in front of me. What were those rascals doing? No, it should be this esteemed individual. Who on earth is he? He managed to whisk me away without making a sound, and how did I sleep so deeply? Wait, could this person be an immortal?" The thought startled Chief Jia greatly. Meanwhile, Wang Li, straightforwardly inquiring, utilized hypnosis to exert additional influence. "Chief Jia, tell me truthfully, have you heard of someone named Master of Golden Light? The one from the Golden Light Temple, that powerful figure?" In his dazed state, Chief Jia instinctively divulged what he knew. "Powerful figure? A cultivator at the 3rd stage of chi refinement? Don't scare me." Another round of slaps ensued. "Where is the Golden Light Temple? Have you ever witnessed the Master of Golden Light in action? Do you know his specific capabilities?" For the sake of caution, Wang Li felt that the responses from the interrogated individual during moments of clarity would be more reliable. Regarding the powerful figure at the 3rd stage of chi refinement, he expressed some confusion. "Senior, the Golden Light Temple is in the northern part of the city of Jingzhou, 100 miles from here. I did indeed seek out that immortal master previously, offering 3,000 taels of gold to ask for his assistance in dealing with a formidable enemy. By the way, he can command flying swords, striking from 100 paces away, truly formidable." After shaking his head, Chief Jia expressed no resentment, only a continuous stream of pleasantries, hoping to appease this esteemed individual and perhaps earn his freedom. Ideally, he would be treated as inconsequential and released. As for his specific capabilities, that how could we mere mortals even aspire to comprehend an immortal's means? Clearly, he was a waste of space. Dr. Mo could outmaneuver a member of a cultivator family and obliterate their physical form, yet Chief Jia, commanding a band of ruthless marauders, was unable to achieve similar feats. With a swift chop to the neck, he rendered the man unconscious and returned him the way he came. This individual is undoubtedly a pivotal character in the unfolding narrative, and sparing his life for the time being may allow him to shine in the future. Is he wielding a flying sword? It must be the significant gray sword talisman from earlier in the story. This implies that he possesses all the necessary items at his disposal. The gray sword talisman, the diamond talisman, and the ascension decree. How fortunate you are to be a veritable treasure trove. The ascension decree, originating from Huangfeng Valley, allows one to bypass the entrance examination for this sect of cultivation. The diamond talisman is inscribed with the traditional low to mid-level diamond technique protective barrier, which proves quite practical in the early stages. As for the talisman, it is a unique item that can only be crafted by cultivators at the golden core stage or above. Its principle lies in sealing a portion of a magical artifact's power within a specially crafted talisman paper, enabling other cultivators to temporarily harness the might of the artifact, thus endowing it with dual characteristics of both talisman and artifact. Those aware of its existence often refer to it as a pseudo-artifact. Although its power is far inferior to that of a true artifact, it is highly sought after by lower-tier cultivators. Generally, the might of the corresponding talisman is determined by the practitioner's injected spiritual energy and the characteristics of the artifact itself. Moreover, cultivators in the chi refinement stage prior to foundation establishment can only unleash about 10 to 12% of the talisman's power. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that one can fully manifest the talisman's prowess. Furthermore, while talismans are consumables, each use diminishes their lifespan compared to top-tier artifacts. They are often more formidable and require significantly less spiritual energy to activate in combat. Ultimately, talismans are typically refined by golden core cultivators who, in their waning years, expend their own life-bound artifacts to bequeath a measure of heritage to their descendants. Consequently, it is not uncommon for an ancestor to pass away, leaving behind a spiritually diminished artifact alongside a talisman. Thus, in the early stages, talismans are truly items of serendipity. Jing Guang, don't wander off, wait for me. He has set his sights on all three items. If memory serves, Jing Guang was forcibly stripped of the gray sword talisman by a stronger force of magical energy and consciousness, while Han the Old Devil was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Furthermore, he was deceived by Han the Old Devil, who masqueraded as a member of a cultivation family and plotted against him, leading to his easy demise. The Diamond Talisman combined with the Gray Sword Talisman provides both defense and offense, and even as a mere 3rd layer Qi refinement practitioner, he poses a threat to someone at the 6th layer. It seems that employing underhanded tactics to eliminate that old fellow is the prudent course of action. Wang Li narrowed his eyes. Initially, upon arriving in this world, he found it difficult to take the life of another for treasure. However, after more than a decade of acclimatization, he understands that if he cannot adapt to the rules of this world, how can he aspire to ascend to the upper realms and attain true immortality? The cultivation world thrives on the law of survival of the fittest, a jungle principle. Han the Old Devil's eventual ascension to the status of Dao Ancestor is not due to any leniency. Moreover, how many gifted individuals who have achieved remarkable feats possess the qualities of Han the Old Devil: unwavering will, a relentless pursuit of benefit, discretion in action, the ability to adapt, humility, avoidance of heroics, meticulous thought, resilient mentality, decisiveness, principled conduct, loyalty, and integrity? He firmly believes that even without the small vial, Han would have ultimately ascended to the Immortal Realm and reached the pinnacle of the Tao. For he is none other than Han the Old Devil, a commendable role model. So, how can he outmaneuver Jing Guang and eliminate that old fellow before he employs his 2 grand treasures? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the rolled-up bedding of Chief Jia Tianlong, and his eyes lit up. Aha! Jing Guang is not beyond manipulation. Chief Jia Tianlong presents a significant breakthrough. He has indicated that Jing Guang was once tempted by 3,000 taels of gold and acted accordingly, having successfully invited him once. It stands to reason that inviting him again with the same sum is not impossible. A person, as long as he has desires, can be swayed. It is the indifferent that are truly challenging to contend with. Given Jing Guang's evident appreciation for gold and silver, he clearly does not belong to the latter category. Jing Guang is, in fact, quite an intriguing character. His ancestors established the Qin family in Qin Yi Ridge, which once had a marital connection with the now prestigious Yi family. The Ascension Decree has been passed down through generations of the Qin family as a token. However, due to the family's diminishing qualifications, each generation of heads has refrained from squandering this item, opting instead to preserve it as a contingency plan. In recent years, the male lineage of the Qin family has dwindled, leading to its decline, while the neighboring Yi family has flourished, to the extent that outsiders are only aware of the Yi family in Qin Yi Ridge, ignorant of the Qin family's existence. By the time of Jing Guang, he was the sole remaining male heir. How can one man uphold an entire cultivation family, while it is conceivable if he possessed the requisite strength? The unfortunate reality is that his aptitude is so dismal that hope for foundation establishment is utterly bleak. No, it is hopeless even for later stages of Qi refinement. Upon first encountering Han Li, he was merely at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. This aptitude is undeniably that of a pseudo-spiritual root. Given the stark disparity in strength between the Qin and Yi families, coupled with the fact that their familial ties date back generations, it is only natural that the Yi family would set their sights on their old neighbors. This also highlights the incompetence of the last 2 heads of the Qin family. The family was clearly in decline and likely viewed as a desirable target, yet they stubbornly clung to their ancestral estate in Qin Yi Ridge. Fortunately, while Jing Guang's spiritual root may be lacking, he possesses a degree of perceptiveness and astuteness. Before the Yi family could strike, he preemptively absconded with the Ascension Decree and the small sword talisman. Thus far, he has evaded capture for 4 years. living a low-profile life in the remote and desolate region of Jingzhou, the very land where Han the Old Devil has risen amidst the sparse aura. During this period, his only foray into action occurred 2 years prior when he was hired at a high price by Jia Tianlong to eliminate a master among mortals, aiding the Wild Wolf gang in escaping a siege by the Jingzhou government. Having tasted the sweetness of this carefree existence, Jin Guang has grown increasingly fond of living as a revered figure in the eyes of mortals, a powerful practitioner of qi refinement. So, which life shall he choose? It hardly requires further elaboration. Chief Jia, it seems you need not wait for the future to shine for me. You can do so now. Days later, at the Wild Wolf gang's headquarters, a diminutive figure, approximately 3 feet tall and in his 30s, arrives at the invitation, ready to discuss the annihilation of the Seven Mysteries sect and the subsequent division of its accumulated assets. This dwarf, emaciated and clad in a resplendent red robe embroidered with gold thread, adorned with countless large gold necklaces and rings, jingling gold bells at his waist, speaks with a mouthful of golden teeth. It is none other than Jin Guang, who has traveled a great distance to arrive. Master Zhang, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. In order to evade the relentless pursuit of the Yi family, the illustrious Jin Guang Shangren could no longer use his name while at the Qin family estate. Adopting a new identity or obscuring his true self became a fundamental necessity. Therefore, Wang Li was not the least bit surprised. Jia Tianlong, let us make a pact. Should we succeed in annihilating the Seven Xin sect, you shall bestow upon me the promised 3,000 taels of gold, along with 30% of the ensuing profits. Conversely, if I eliminate their leader, Wang Lu, and 3 esteemed elders, but you falter, you must still ensure my 3,000 taels as a fee for my efforts. Jin Guang Shangren was not foolish. He knew the importance of securing his interests. By the way, I did not travel all this way just to be left in the lurch, did I? This fellow, driven by self-interest, bore a striking resemblance to the notorious Han Laoma. Fear not, please come inside. A feast has already been prepared to welcome Master Zhang, Jia Tianlong said, his tone submissive, which delighted the diminutive Jin Guang Shangren. Not only that, the lavish spread of delectable dishes tantalized the senses, and the presence of 10 exquisite beauties, clad in scant attire, swayed their alluring forms, igniting Jin Guang's appetite. As he observed, his throat became parched. Moreover, as both parties took their seats, Jia Tianlong clapped his hands, and amidst the rising tension from the singular Qin family heir, a robust bandit swiftly approached with a dazzling platter. This is 1,000 taels of gold, an advance from my Wild Wolf gang. What do you think, Master Zhang? Good, you are quite agreeable. I appreciate that with a mere gesture, the 1,000 taels vanished from sight, leaving the bandits in awe, truly worthy of being called an immortal. Master, your skills are remarkable, Jia Tianlong remarked, rising to pour wine for Jin Guang Shangren, and in response to the little man's scrutinizing gaze, he set an example by downing his drink in one gulp. Clearly, the heir of the Qin family maintained a continuous sense of vigilance. Despite his lecherous gaze fixated on the writhing beauties and his fingers caressing his wine glass as if to indulge, he showed no inclination to partake unless Jia Tianlong initiated. Ah, fine wine, exquisite dishes, and beautiful maidens. With delicate hands massaging his shoulders and lovely figures enticing him with food, the intoxicating aroma stirred his desires. Initially, Jin Guang Shangren managed to maintain his composure. However, as the maidens grew increasingly forward and time elapsed, a wicked fire ignited within him, and all caution was cast aside. Eventually, Jia Tianlong succumbed to the effects of the wine and withdrew from the table. Observing this, Jin Guang Shangren felt no sense of alarm, merely thinking, Jia, your combat prowess is lacking. Yet, it wasn't long before he too began to feel dizzy. What is happening? Why is my tolerance diminishing? It was only when an overwhelming drowsiness enveloped him, causing his head to thud heavily onto the table, that he realized something was amiss. Jia, you ruthless fiend. You dared to drug your own? Caught off guard, he lamented his folly. Indeed, as Jin Guang Shangren contemplated, Jia Tianlong had been equally ruthless, opting to test the potency of the drug himself. Is this it? Outside the hall, a figure appeared momentarily startled. Yet, thoughts aside, the swift action to finish the task remained unimpeded. With a flash of sword light, the legs of the unconscious man were severed at the joints. Blood spurted, splattering several individuals present, inciting a chorus of shrieks from the women in attendance. Silence. The one who struck was none other than Wang Li. who had also issued the command. You need not concern yourselves. Depart at once. After days spent together, the Wild Wolf gang members recognized his presence, specifically that of a solitary immortal donning a mask, hence none dared to defy him. Once everyone had retreated, he proceeded to sever the tendons in the Qin heir's hands, staunching the flow of blood, before deftly retrieving the storage bag from the rogue's grasp. I hope the contents within will satisfy me. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to attain a swift end. Not executing a clean kill served as a precaution against the possibility that the adversary might not have brought all valuable items. Even though the likelihood was minimal, Wang Li had to remain cautious, as the Ascension Order was of utmost importance and pivotal to his future plans. Earlier, the severing of the legs was a test. Had the Qin heir been plotting against him, he could have adapted his strategy. If the rogue had indeed succumbed to the drug, then the loss of his legs would eliminate any chance of escape. Severing the tendons in the hands provided an additional safeguard. After all, being cautious bore no significant drawbacks. The results were favorable. The Ascension Order, inscribed with the characters Huang Feng, lay within the rogue's storage bag, accompanied by talismans and spells, several low-grade spirit stones, a tome of Qin family cultivation methods, a lineage record, and a handful of basic auxiliary talismans, an unexpected boon. However, reflecting on the once mighty Qin family of the past, which had boasted foundation-level cultivators, it was now reduced to such meager remnants. Truly, the tides of fortune shift every 300 years. A swift plunge of the sword into Jin Guangshang Ren's heart granted him a merciful end, followed by a fireball spell to obliterate his remains. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, Jin Guang, may your journey be smooth. Should I one day ascend as the Dao Ancestor of Time, I shall bestow upon you a wondrous fate. Wang Li began to contemplate the entire course of events, yet he felt a sense of unease regarding how effortlessly it had unfolded. Am I overly meticulous? Or is he simply naive? I had prepared 2 alternative plans, yet this was the outcome. A vague sense of regret washed over him. Combining wealth, seduction, poisoning, and ambush, this first strategy was merely a cautious approach. Had he been in the rogue's position, the allure of food, drink, and beauty would not have swayed him. Such fleeting desires were trivial. Once his cultivation improved, what could he not obtain? Even if he sought to indulge, he would first consume detoxifying remedies before partaking. In the world of martial arts, possessing precious treasures inevitably draws covetous eyes. Jin Guangshang Ren had grown complacent over the years, evidently allowing himself to drift. Indeed, it was possible for mortals to outmaneuver cultivators, particularly lower-tier ones, who could easily fall prey to cunning schemes. The likes of Dr. Mo served as a prime example. Thus, moving forward, even when dealing with mere mortals, he must never underestimate them or relax his vigilance. The case of Yu Zitong, whose physical form was obliterated by Mo Jiren, serves as a cautionary tale, as did Jin Guangshang Ren. Truly, cultivators ought to embody the essence of their craft. Wealth, women, and base desires only serve to diminish our intellect and agility. With no women in my heart, I shall naturally excel. Wang Li found himself increasingly convinced of this notion, solidifying his resolve to pursue the path of cultivation. Finally, he cast a glance at Jia Tianlong, a flicker of murderous intent igniting within him, yet upon reflection, he spared him. You have done your utmost this time. The collection of mundane gold and jewels spilling from the storage bag created a clattering sound upon the ground, a gesture of goodwill towards his companion. Our karmic ties are now severed. In the northern border of Jingzhou, another small sect of the martial world lay nestled. Master Lu, you surely cannot refuse my proposal, can you? In the room, 2 figures are seated across from each other at a long table. One is the leader of a sect. The other is Wang Li. It is an honor for us that a senior has graced our modest sect, Master Lu said respectfully. To attain a position of influence, one must possess both flexibility and determination. Moreover, Wang Li did not propose any unreasonable demands. On the contrary, the conditions he set forth are not only harmless to the Wuligou sect, but also offer tangible benefits. Thus, may our collaboration be fruitful. After a cordial negotiation, Wang Li was appointed as a guest elder with privileges of a high standard, akin to the status of Dr. Mo within the Seven Mysteries sect. If not an outright imitation, he was not required to concern himself with the mundane affairs of the sect, only to lend assistance when the survival of the Wuligou sect was at stake, choosing how to allocate his efforts according to his capacity. This arrangement alone might very well safeguard the Wuligou sect through numerous tribulations. In a secluded valley, a house was constructed in a mere 3 days. In front of the house, clusters of medicinal fields served as a form of concealment at the valley's entrance. Behind the house, a small secret cultivation plot was cleared amidst the bamboo groves at the cliff's base. Wang Li required only this modest area. Subsequently, a drop of green liquid, condensed by the celestial bottle every 7 days, was mixed into a large barrel of crystalline mountain spring water for irrigation. He did not seek to cultivate these herbs into century-old spiritual plants. For the primary materials required for the Huanglong pill and several other elixirs were not overly demanding. An age of 20 to 30 years sufficed. Soon, Wang Li harvested his first batch of herbs. Following the elixir formula, he successfully refined 6 types of mundane sacred medicines, including Huanglong pills, Jinsui pills, Juqi powder, and Jiuhuayilu pills. Fortunately, he had previously dabbled in alchemy within the mundane realm, and having obtained part of Dr. Mo's legacy, along with the formulas in hand. The difficulty of refining Huanglong pills and other secular medicines was not excessively daunting. In the days that followed, Wang Li consumed these various elixirs as if they were his daily sustenance. To minimize the risk of developing resistance, he rotated the 6 types of elixirs, ensuring that he never ingested more than 2 of the same kind simultaneously. The early hours of the day were devoted to meditative practice beside the herb fields, yielding the best results as he cast aside all distractions. When fatigue set in, he would climb the ridge to gaze into the distance, alleviating the weariness that had accumulated in his mind. The afternoons were reserved for cultivating 10 fundamental techniques, such as fireball technique, object manipulation technique, and wind control technique. Dr. Mo and Master Jingguang, you are truly benevolent individuals. The former provided him with a brand new method beyond the skills imparted by Old Man Wu, while the latter offered 3 techniques he had yet to master. Thus, he sincerely wished for Master Jingguang to be reborn into a fortunate existence. The fireball technique aims to condense a sphere of high-temperature flames within the palm, typically launched as a fireball against adversaries. Practitioners, depending on their cultivation level, can conjure varying numbers of fireballs, with the more adept being able to control them through the object manipulation technique for precise strikes. After years of training, Wang Li not only combined this technique with object manipulation, but also learned a unique skill from Old Man Wu, transforming fireballs into fiery birds or fiery crows. In fact, he even surpassed his master, managing to simultaneously conjure multiple firebirds. While the power may not have significantly increased, the imposing presence was undeniably formidable. Firebird technique, being a mid-tier spell, falls within the domain of foundation-building cultivators, usually measuring several feet in size and possessing considerable might. Although Wang Li's firebirds were merely the size of fists, their inherent quality was undeniable. Furthermore, he laid a foundation far exceeding that of his peers for future cultivation of the mid-tier firebird technique, potentially facilitating a seamless transition once his cultivation level was adequate. Additionally, due to a minor quirk that allowed self-condensed fireballs to avoid burning his palms, he mastered the technique of enveloping his hands, arms, and even his entire body in flames. In other words, in combat, he could create the element of surprise by igniting a specific part of his body unexpectedly, potentially leading to a remarkable outcome. This unconventional combat style undoubtedly surpassed the typical understanding of cultivators and would likely shine brightly in future encounters. This was made possible through his own research and experimentation. Object manipulation technique involves the attachment of one's consciousness to objects for remote control, serving as the foundation for sword manipulation technique. When mastered at a high level, it allows one to kill without a trace. Wind control technique, also known as light body technique, enables swift movement, essential for traversing the martial world and engaging in combat. Techniques such as Heavenly Eye technique and concealment technique were occasionally practiced, but were not his primary focus. His interest in mundane martial arts gradually waned, shifting instead towards honing his 5 senses, keenly observing his surroundings, and refining his awareness. Indeed, the more he learned about the world of cultivation, the more he understood the challenges of existing within it. To cultivators, mortals might seem no different than ants. They are fundamentally different entities. A martial arts master pales in comparison to a cultivator skilled in numerous techniques. There is nothing that a fireball cannot resolve. If one fireball fails, then 5 will suffice. No matter how swift one's lightness skills, they cannot surpass the speed endowed by wind control technique. The former relies on agility, while the latter emphasizes speed enhancement. However, Due to the nature of qi cultivation, cultivators possess heightened sensitivity compared to mortals, resulting in superior agility. Thus, Wang Li adopted a strategy that combined both aspects, further emphasizing flexibility. In the original narrative, Old Demon Han employed a similar approach, successfully countering Brother Lu wielding the Azure Dragon flag. Sometimes, even the slightest margin can determine life or death. Wang Li was acutely aware of this. He left no stone unturned in enhancing his strength, no matter how minuscule the improvement. These were the primary tasks he needed to accomplish during the day. As night fell, he diligently perused various texts, delving deeper into their underlying principles. When fatigue set in, he would take brief rests, exhibiting an almost mechanical discipline devoid of any inclination for excessive sloth. He wasted little emotion or time. Of course, on occasion, to further understand the mysteries of the human body, he would openly assist the Wuligou sect in treating minor injuries, while covertly using local ruffians from nearby towns as subjects for his experiments. This not only honed his consciousness, but also yielded valuable data. Moreover, he recognized the fragility of mortal life. Dr. Wu, could you please examine these brothers and see if there is hope for them? In the courtyard lay a dozen severely injured individuals. Such grave injuries? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. Conflicts among sects are ubiquitous. Wherever there are people, there exists a martial world. Beneath the starlight, his expression fluctuated. Alas, I will do my utmost. May they endure through this night. Tonight is a pivotal moment. If the fever abates, they may survive with his assistance. But should they not withstand this night, even he would be powerless. Thank you, Dr. Wu. We are immensely grateful. Whether they could be saved, those who traversed the martial world were often well aware of their fates. If it were merely a minor wound, there would be no need to seek this esteemed healer, yet they still came. All right, you all lend a hand. Heat these fine needles over the fire. Then immerse them in this alcohol for sterilization before using them to suture the wounds. This medicinal powder will expedite healing. Sprinkle some on after stitching. Time flies swiftly, the days and months pass in an instant, and a year slips by in the blink of an eye. After a year of solitary cultivation in the deep mountains, severing all distractions, Wang Li found himself equipped externally with ample elixirs to enhance his foundational cultivation and numerous spiritual stones for assistance. Internally, his spiritual root surpassed that of ordinary false spiritual roots. Yet, despite these significant advantages, he still failed to advance his cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement by the deadline he had set for himself. Alas, only upon embarking on the path of immortality does one truly comprehend the scarcity of time. Originally, according to his plan, it was ideal to elevate his cultivation to the 10th level of qi refinement before the upcoming Tainan gathering. This would have afforded him greater choices. Unfortunately, both Huang Longdan and Jin Sui Wan had diminished in efficacy by more than half at his current level. By the time he reached the 10th level of qi refinement, their effects would likely become negligible. Fortunately, he had already obtained the Ascension Order. However, he felt reluctant to use it so readily, deeming it an unwise expenditure. Before departing, he aimed to fulfill a karmic bond between them. The martial arts tomes were secondary. The most precious items were the Huang Longdan and Jin Sui Wan, among other mundane sacred medicines that could solidify his foundation and enhance his essence. To mitigate unnecessary troubles, or to prevent calamity from befalling the Wuligou sect, he personally administered these elixirs to Master Lu and his two sons, guiding them to harmonize and dissolve the medicinal effects, thereby significantly boosting their powers. With these three individuals in place, the Wuligou sect would likely face a future devoid of worries. With a bit of ambition, it was not impossible to rise above their current status as a third-rate sect. Would they meet again in the future? Perhaps by then, they would have turned to mere bones, with the grass on their graves towering high. The path of immortality is a solitary journey. Should there be any capable individuals with spiritual roots within the Wuligou sect, he would not mind leaving behind a piece of himself to cultivate a representative for the mundane world. Alas, such individuals were non-existent. In the mortal realm, those endowed with spiritual roots are 1 in 10,000, and those with superior roots are even rarer. Recalling the vast yellow maple valley during the time of the old demon Han, where exceptional cultivators with heavenly roots, extraordinary roots, and special physiques were but a handful, like Li Huayuan and Lei Wanhao, a few golden core elders, and figures like Brother Lu and the pair of twin brothers. Even among dual spiritual roots, the proportion remained minuscule, with the sect primarily comprising individuals with triple spiritual roots. Master Lu wished to retain him, yet fate had run its course. After this, they would become strangers. In Hanzhou, the Wang family. It was now half a month since Wang Li left the Wuligou sect. During this time, he had returned home briefly. Old Taoist Wu had passed away. During the 2 years of his absence, this esteemed teacher, who exuded an air of celestial grace, had resumed his life of trickery. His father and stepmother were well, and they had even given birth to a younger brother, thus resolving the issue of bloodline inheritance in the mundane world. Nurturing the younger one while fostering the elder was a comforting thought. He bent down and gently pecked the cheek of the little one in the cradle. As an elder brother with little capability, he could only offer a few blessings. Subsequently, considering that the Wang family was not insignificant, and that his father's martial arts could only be deemed first-rate in the martial world, he realized that encountering top-tier martial artists like Dr. Mo would be insufficient, and facing cultivators would lead to swift defeat. Thus, Wang Li bequeathed 2 top-tier martial arts manuals, 2 incomplete foundational cultivation techniques, and several medical texts to the Wang family. Without hindering his own cultivation, he spent 2 nights secretly assisting his stepmother and father in refining their meridians, helping his father to dissolve the effects of various elixirs, allowing him to break through to the pinnacle of the mundane realm. However, lacking a spiritual root, this was the extent of his potential. It must be noted that while there exist methods for mortals to develop spiritual roots postnatally, these methods reside in higher realms, with the requisite materials unattainable in the mortal domain, unless he could reach the god transformation stage within 50 to 60 years. Then locate the sealed fragments of the demon world's ancestral spirit Yuan Sha, or the heavenly beast Tian Lan from the spirit realm, to negotiate for the methods and materials needed. Yet, this was evidently unrealistic. Time was not on his side. Had he started with a heavenly root, there might have been a glimmer of hope. With no other option, Wang Li left a letter, falsely claiming that he had offended the prominent Yi family of the Qin Yi Ling sect, stating that while they might not harm mortals, it was better to be cautious. He urged his father to remain low-key and to cultivate the habit of concealing one's true power. Whether he heeded this advice was another matter altogether. Father, stepmother, these elixirs can prolong your lives and ensure your health. Consider them a small token of my regard. He prepared nearly 10 types of elixirs, each accompanied by usage instructions, sealing 2 bottles of each with talismans to ensure their potency for decades. Should the talismans be damaged, the elixirs must be consumed promptly. They could be used to nourish the body, enhance cultivation, or assist young children in cleansing their physical forms and solidifying their foundations. With this foundation, Wang believed that as long as the Wang family remained discreet and did not provoke cultivators, they would face no significant issues for 3 to 4 generations. After all, if used judiciously, these elixirs could potentially cultivate 5 top-tier martial artists. Thus, even if a master were born in each generation, it would not be an exaggeration to claim that the Wang family could thrive for a century in the mundane world. However, should his descendants squander their opportunities or fail to thrive, such decline would not be a concern for Wang Li, for he was no one's caretaker. Father, stepmother, the road ahead is steep and long. When we shall meet again is uncertain. Please forgive your son for his sudden departure. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. A single misstep could bring calamity upon my family. Extermination may occur in an instant. When the old demon Han returned from the Chaos Star Sea to fulfill his promise to Xian Ruyan, he annihilated the entire Fu family, executing every cultivator who had embarked upon the path of immortality. One could only say that the old demon was merciful. Had it been another of a more volatile and ruthless disposition, even mortals would not have been spared. The tragic tale of Wang Lin's family stands as a living testament. Take care, I depart. As he stepped out of his home for the last time, an inexplicable feeling washed over him, as if this farewell might be eternal. Son, that night, his parents inexplicably awoke from their slumber, confirming that the little one in the cradle was sound asleep, and they could not help but smile. However, when they laid eyes on the items on the table, my lord, is it Li Er? The woman inquired. Yet her affection for Wang Li remained undiminished despite the birth of her biological son. Wang's father, trembling, merely nodded silently. He understood that his son had returned to see him. He also recognized that from this moment forth, they were worlds apart. For the mundane realm and the realm of cultivation had always existed as 2 parallel lines that would never intersect, making future meetings unlikely. He was acutely aware that the secret of this night must remain buried deep in his heart. A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth brings trouble. The Wang family was fortunate to safeguard their meager inheritance. Should news leak, these potent elixirs would surely incite calamity upon their family. Let us forget tonight's events. In the southern region of Lianzhou, within Guangwei City, a fourth-tier city with a population of tens of thousands. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and abutting a lake on one, the environment was quite pleasant and renowned for several rare specialties. In a past life, there was a tale of a red dust beauty whose smile hid the origins of lychees, and this city harbored a similar legend. After all, Guangwei City lay over 10,000 miles from the heart of the Yu Kingdom, yet a certain emperor had mandated that every summer, fresh local specialties from Guangwei be sent to the capital. Without the assistance of cultivators, relying solely on the limited transportation means of mortals, it would take at least a month for items to reach Yuejing. Wang Li's purpose in attending the Tainan Valley's Tainan gathering was not solely to prepare for his entry into Huangfeng Valley. He also sought to gather intelligence and observe the significance of the 10-year Celestial Mist Ascension Conference held by the 7 sections. The 7 factions of the Yu Kingdom include Yinyu Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, Huangfeng Valley, Qingsu Gate, Huadao Workshop, Tianke Fortress, and Zhujian Gate. Each of these sects is a first-rate cultivation faction, bolstered by the presence of Yuanying stage cultivators. Among them, Yinyu Sect stands out as the most powerful. As a splinter of the demonic sect Huan Sect, it possesses the most profound heritage among the 7 sects, with multiple Yuanying stage elders said to reside within. Coupled with the advantages gained in the blood-forbidden land in earlier years, it is indeed the leader of the 7 factions. Following closely is Spirit Beast Mountain, which is a faction that split from the demonic sect Yuling Sect, also boasting several Yuanying stage cultivators. However, unlike Yinyu Sect, which seeks to carve its own path and has severed ties with Huan Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain has positioned itself as a strategic foothold within the Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm, securing trust over hundreds of years through significant displays of power. The subsequent demonic invasions in the original narrative were, in part, due to Spirit Beast Mountain's treachery, resulting in a total collapse. The remaining 5 sects possess comparable strength, with no notable disparities in their Yuanying stage members, as each sect is typically represented by a single elder of that stage. Often, 2 of these sects must unite to contend with Spirit Beast Mountain, and 3 must join forces to challenge Yinyu Sect. The Ascension Conference orchestrated by the 7 sects serves multiple purposes. Firstly, to mediate conflicts between sects and rogue cultivators, as the vast majority of cultivation resources in the Yu Kingdom are monopolized by these factions, causing discontent among independent practitioners. The Ascension Conference conveniently silences dissent and presents a more palatable image for the major sections. Secondly, it serves as a means to scout promising talents. The victors of the arena competitions often emerge as formidable contenders among rogue cultivators, showcasing exceptional aptitude and strength, thus becoming prime candidates for recruitment into the major sections. Lastly, it ensures that resources remain within their own ranks. With the limited availability of foundational elixirs, this approach effectively prevents their outflow to outsiders. This is a well-calculated public strategy, and both sides are complicit, as few rogue cultivators can resist the allure of joining a major sect for protection and being bestowed a foundational elixir, a veritable windfall. As for Wang Li, he is eager to see if he can cleverly bypass the need for an ascension token. Utilizing such a token carries a drawback. It displaces someone within the sect who was originally slated to receive a foundational elixir, inevitably leading to trouble. Given that the annual quota for foundational elixirs is fixed and limited, taking one would necessitate a reallocation of the previously established distribution, and it is inevitable that some unfortunate soul would come seeking retribution. Yet, these concerns are not paramount. His primary intention is to reserve this benefit for another individual, thereby winning their genuine loyalty and support. If executed adeptly, he might even achieve a 2-for-1 deal. But who is worthy of such generosity from Wang Li? Han Laoma? No, it is Qi Yunxiao, who has helped Han Laoma evade peril on multiple occasions. It is also the formation genius Xian Ruin, who stands behind Qi Yunxiao. Both of these individuals have significant merit, particularly in the early stages of the narrative, and even within the broader context of mortal stories, they play irreplaceable roles. Qi Yunxiao, a descendant of the Qi family from the Yuanwu Kingdom, has ancestral ties to the weapon-refining elders of the Divine Weapon Sect, having been taught by his family's founder from a young age, thus excelling in the art of weapon crafting. This earnest individual, however, met his demise alongside his loyal servant due to this very honesty. In the original storyline, he sought rare herbs to cure Exine Ruin, leading him to cross paths with Han Laoma. It was precisely through him that Han Laoma gained access to the array mastery of Exine Ruin, enabling him to repair the ancient teleportation array and embark on the journey of the chaotic star sea. For Wang Li to amass sufficient resources to achieve early advancement to the Dan stage, then the Ying stage, and ultimately the Shun transformation. The restoration of the ancient teleportation array to the chaotic star sea is a necessary step, for it is there that he can hunt the myriad aquatic beasts to fill his coffers and convert them into a wealth of medicinal pills for his cultivation. Furthermore, to survive the impending conflict between the 7 sects and the demonic forces, the ancient teleportation array serves as a secure fallback, far more reliable than a direct escape to foreign lands. Additionally, he harbors a nebulous plan regarding the ancient teleportation array guarded by the Bloodjade Spider. Thus, it is imperative that he establishes a connection with Exine Ruin. If he can indirectly win her approval through Qi Yunxiao, he will traverse a significantly shorter path on his journey to the Yuanying stage. The Ascension token serves as a strategic pawn to win over Qi Yunxiao. The specifics of this maneuver require a face-to-face encounter to better gauge the situation and tailor his approach for maximum effectiveness. Unfortunately, while Wang Li's intentions are noble, the harsh reality is that the Ascension Conference is far more complicated than he anticipates. At the nearby Tianwu Terrace, the Ascension Conference commences as thousands of cultivators stream in, beginning the essential process of spirit root testing. Esteemed cultivators, this round of the conference is hosted by our Jujian Gate. Prior to the commencement of the Ascension Conference, we will first conduct spirit root assessments for all participants. Those who pass will gain entry into our 7 sections. The speaker is a robust man on the platform, a foundational stage steward of Jujian Gate. Seated behind him are 7 elders from the 7 major sections. Rumors abound of several promising candidates with dual spirit roots and unique physiques, and thus, they have arrived. In previous years, only a handful of foundational stage cultivators would attend to lend an air of credibility. Shortly thereafter, arena competitions will take place, with victors receiving various rewards and the opportunity to join the defending sections. Although the Ascension Conference officially allocates only 70 spots, 10 from each sect, should exceptional candidates with outstanding spirit roots or unique cultivation physiques emerge, they may indeed receive special consideration, even if their cultivation level falls short. However, such individuals are exceedingly rare. Wood and fire dual spirit roots, passed. Gold and wood dual spirit roots, passed. Bone age limited to 40 years. Exceeding this age, regardless of the quality of spirit roots, one's achievements in this lifetime are likely to be severely constrained. Thus, the major sects do not recruit cultivators over the age of 40, except for those with heavenly spirit roots, and even prohibit such individuals from participating in subsequent arena competitions. Wait, what about those with dual spirit roots and extraordinary cultivation nearing the foundational stage? Surely they aren't exempt? Where were they in previous years? Wood, water, and earth triple spirit roots. Failed. It turns out, the entry threshold was set at dual spirit roots. As for those boasting 3 spirit roots, the sects have an abundance and see no need to recruit additional members. Thus, Wang Li has unfortunately been disqualified. He is, as expected, a cultivator with 3 spirit roots: wood, water, and fire. However, do not be misled into thinking that possessing 3 spirit roots grants one any special status worthy of acceptance by the major sections. Unless born into a family with 3 spirit roots, one is deemed inconsequential. Take Qing Wan, Wu Jiuji, and Xiao Chui'er's grandfather, along with Meng Shan's 5 friends. All of them possess 3 spirit roots. In the cultivation world, even possessing 4 spirit roots would warrant recruitment by a sect. Fortunately, Wang Li's spirit roots of each attribute are deemed sufficient, placing him among the more promising candidates within the realm of true 3 spirit roots. The pace of cultivation surpasses that of pseudo-spiritual root practitioners with incomplete attributes, particularly those with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. As the testing concluded, the martial competition at Tianwu platform commenced. The robust foundation-building cultivator from the Giant Sword sect had just announced the results when the elder from Spirit Beast Mountain, in the stage of forming the core, lazily stretched his limbs. It seemed there was little to anticipate this time. The matters of the arena could be entrusted to the foundation-building managers of each sect, as the core-forming cultivators were rather preoccupied. For instance, they were busy forging iron and refining iron essence. Alas, I had hoped to find a few promising talents among this group with exceptional spiritual roots or unique physiques, which could have been drawn into our sect ahead of time. Yet, not a single heavenly spiritual root or extraordinary spiritual root was present, leaving me quite disappointed. I had even prepared to engage in some friendly sparring with the old-timers from the other 6 sections. In this martial competition, various rewards were offered by the sects, including spirit stones and techniques, with the final 70 victors each receiving a foundation-building pill. Those wishing to participate in the contest were to take their places on their respective sect stages, engaging in duels 2 by 2. The more victories one attained, the more generous the rewards. Furthermore, the 7 sects did not prohibit those with dual spiritual roots or special physiques, who had already gained entry qualifications, from participating. On one hand, these individuals merely had entry qualifications and did not guarantee allocation of foundation-building pills. On the other hand, the disciples' victories were inconsequential. Any disciple could claim that pill as it lay within reach. It was also desirable for the sects to have their more capable and powerful juniors who had a greater chance of breaking through the foundation-building stage to acquire that pill. This way, they could also filter out those with poor spiritual roots and inadequate strength, thus preventing these unworthy individuals from infiltrating their sections. Thus, Wang Li concluded he had underestimated the Ascension Conference. It seemed he was one of those deemed unworthy by the 7 sects cultivators. Of course, for those fortunate enough to have gained entry qualifications, their competition would be predicated upon their capabilities. It would be unfortunate if they failed to secure a foundation-building pill and ended up being incapacitated by others, thereby losing their hard-won qualifications. That would be a true loss. Yi Bufin from the Yi family comes to challenge. Who will accept? The figure with arms crossed and chest puffed out, clad in ostentatious attire, was unmistakably a member of a noble family. Hey, is there no sense of propriety anymore? Why is a member of a noble family participating in the Ascension Conference? Normally, the cultivation families of the state of Yu, particularly those established during the foundation-building stage, had sect affiliations. Every 2 years, these families could send their reasonably talented offspring, those with 3 spiritual roots, to the sect behind them, a unique practice in the cultivation realm. These family members would then engage in some form of competition within the sect to determine the allocation of foundation-building pills. Yet now, with the 7 sects hosting an Ascension Conference for loose cultivators, a member of a noble family had audaciously entered the fray, leaving the loose cultivators in a precarious position. Would they have to fight for their share? Loose cultivators lacked inheritance, spirit stones, magical artifacts, and even the most rudimentary talismans. In contrast, the family members possessed lineage, techniques, spirit stones, and ancestral wisdom, along with mid to high-tier magical artifacts or intermediate to advanced talismans. Rarely did they lack treasures such as talismans like those held by the likes of Jin Guang. The odds of loose cultivators prevailing against family members were dismal. Those in the know understood this well. Would they truly sacrifice their dignity for a foundation-building pill? The situation appeared increasingly grim. I shall test the prowess of the Yi family. The challenger, evidently an impulsive youth lacking emotional control, stepped forward. Wang Li surmised that even if this fool did not perish at the hands of the Yi family scion on the stage, he would likely be marked by the Yi family once he exited the market of Tanan Valley. Why choose to stand out? Those who cannot discern when to speak or remain silent should reconsider their path in cultivation. They may soon endanger their families. Excellent. Let the Yi family scion see some color. Cheers and encouragement erupted from the crowd. Leave this to me. It was uncertain where this young man derived his confidence. As expected, he was swiftly beaten into submission by his opponent. The disparity in strength was simply too vast. A cultivator's power is not solely determined by spiritual roots. It also encompasses techniques, secret arts, talismans, magical artifacts, formations, and medicinal pills. I must utilize all available resources, strategize, and cultivate diligently. Wang Li's thoughts whirled, solidifying his resolve. As for the earlier notion of taking advantage of the situation, he reconsidered. He did not wish for an untimely demise. It was not that he lacked capability. Among the thousands of loose cultivators, with a 9th level of chi refinement, coupled with a golden sword talisman and a diamond talisman, he was confident of ranking within the top 200. However, stronger individuals always existed among the elite standing on the stage, each possessing far superior strength. Wang Li recognized this reality. The lowest cultivation level on the stage was 10th level Qi refinement. There were even more than 10 cultivators at the 11th and 12th levels, all wielding superior magical artifacts, intermediate grade talismans, advanced techniques, impressive agility, and various other preparations. And what did he possess? Lacking a complete inheritance. Unlike other loose cultivators who had at least 1 or 2 magical artifacts or a talisman, he had only the golden sword talisman and diamond talisman to display. While talismans were potent, activating them at the Qi refinement stage also required time. To unleash their full potential, one must invest additional time and energy, during which one would be rendered immobile. Should his opponent possess a means to dismantle his basic intermediate grade diamond talisman, defeat would be inevitable. No, it would be death. My cultivation time is simply too short, Wang Li lamented internally. This was a critical flaw. A few years of accumulation paled in comparison to those who had practiced for over a decade or two. Even when compared to loose cultivators who had navigated the cultivation realm for half their lives, his combat experience and ability to fight above his level, as well as his capacity to respond to unexpected events, were significantly lacking compared to the elite on stage. After all, these individuals had prepared for the Ascension Conference for 10 to 20 years, hadn't they? This gap in time could not be temporarily bridged by the celestial bottle. He did not wish to leave any traces that would arouse suspicion. Should he produce a few hundred-year-old spiritual herbs? Just as Wang Li contemplated this, he shook his head in negation. Though presenting a few hundred-year-old spiritual herbs could resolve most of his concerns, it could also provoke new issues. After all, having spiritual herbs without intending to use them for personal cultivation, but rather to exchange them, could easily imply affluence. This would inevitably draw the attention of numerous cultivators, complicating his future endeavors to join a sect. If not handled carefully, even foundation-building cultivators might be tempted to act. Thus, discretion was paramount. At least until reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement, it would be prudent to conceal any 100-year-old spiritual herbs before reaching the 11th level. Any herbs over 300 years old should remain undisclosed, and before attaining the 12th level, 500-year-old herbs should only be revealed if absolutely necessary. By the time he reached the 13th level, it would depend on the situation, allowing for the exchange of at most 2,000-year-old herbs. After all, even a 600- or 700-year-old herb could cause a foundation-building cultivator to travel for a year or two. A 1,000-year-old herb was truly a risky endeavor. Sigh. This martial competition holds little significance for me now. Once the conference concludes and the loose cultivators disperse, I shall swiftly exit amidst the crowd. Remaining here only serves to avoid drawing attention. Indeed, solitary loose cultivators are easily targeted. Fortunate it is that his cultivation is not too lacking. Had he only reached the 7th or 8th layer of Qi refinement, he would likely have been targeted by certain ruthless factions, becoming prey in a world where the strong devour the weak. In the realm of cultivation, especially among rogue cultivators, the law of the jungle prevails with utmost ferocity. A single misstep could lead to one's demise, casting them into an abyss of eternal suffering. Initially, he had intended to conserve the Ascension token for other purposes, but after a bitter smile, he resolved to proceed. As for Qi Yanxiao and Xi and Ruan, he would have to devise a plan to win them over after establishing his foundation. Currently, Qi Yanxiao might still be but a child. It could be quite some time before he grows up and opens a shop. There is no rush. The immediate priority is to join Huangfeng Valley and strive to extract as many benefits as possible from that foundational pill. Indeed, this small gathering in Tainan harbors significant business opportunities. Once his cultivation reaches fruition, he must seize the chance to profit. Cultivators pursue boundless powers and the elixir of immortality. Embarking on the path of ascension allows them to transcend the mundane. In stark contrast, mortals live fleeting lives, akin to mayflies, born in the morning and perishing by dusk. Their existence trivial and inconsequential. However, the realm of cultivation is far from a peaceful haven. It is rife with the duality of good and evil, and rife with deceit and treachery, more brutal than the mundane world. On a cargo cart bound for Jianzhou, Wang Li perused ancient texts to enrich his knowledge while sorting through his restless thoughts. To survive in the world of cultivation and eventually achieve sanctity, he must employ every means to strengthen himself. Moreover, he must tread carefully, with utmost caution. He can never afford to act recklessly. Huangfeng Valley, Wang has arrived. Let the legend of Wang commence from here. Jianzhou, located in the northern part of the Yu Kingdom and bordering the Yuanwu Kingdom. Ranks as the second largest state among the 13 states of Yu in terms of land area. The region is characterized by mountains and hills, with a sparse population, and the majestic Taiyue mountain range extends across its northwest. This mountain range is home to numerous fierce beasts and is shrouded in clouds and mist year-round, forming a primitive forest seldom trodden by human feet. Yet, it occasionally gives rise to legends of immortals, passed down through the whispers of hunters and woodcutters. Little do people know, the central part of the Taiyue mountain range has long been occupied by Huangfeng Valley of the Seven Factions for thousands of years. From the outside, this mountain appears no different from others, characterized by its lofty heights, dense forests, and sheer cliffs, enveloped in thick fog. However, in reality, it is cloaked in a grand and intricate mystical formation, rendering all that mortals perceive as mere illusions. Originally, Wang Li intended to hitch a ride with the victors of the Ascension Conference, but to maintain a low profile and maximize the benefits of the Ascension token, he ultimately abandoned that route. After traversing mountains and valleys for over 2 months, he finally arrived at the mountain gate of Huangfeng Valley. At a certain point halfway up the Taiyue mountain range, the 3 bold characters spelling Huangfeng Valley stood out prominently on the back of a massive stone turtle. He had finally arrived. With a sigh of relief, he felt as though he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. It was indeed a moment of exhilaration. Yet Wang Li prudently suppressed his excitement, prioritizing the mountain worship ceremony and prompt entry. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here? A middle-aged scholar, whose cultivation Wang Li could not discern with his heavenly eye technique, blocked his path at the entrance of the mountain gate. Noticing the amicable demeanor of the man, devoid of the arrogance typical of many sect cultivators, Wang Li secretly felt reassured. Details are of utmost importance. Senior, is it just you guarding the mountain gate? Wang Li inquired timidly. There are 2 junior brothers and several disciples nearby. Why, do you wish to meet them? The middle-aged man replied with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. Not at all, not at all, Wang Li stammered. I am Wang Li, seeking to join your esteemed sect. Here is the Huangfeng Valley Ascension token passed down through my family. I humbly request you to examine it. There was no need to explain the fictitious lineage of a non-existent family of cultivators. The distinction between having and not having is stark, especially in this moment. It might just intimidate the other party, transforming a hypocrite into a genuine gentleman. The priority remains entry. Once he is on solid ground, other matters can follow. As for how to justify this falsehood in the subsequent identity investigation, he had a simple narrative. His family had fallen into decline and been annihilated, leaving him an orphan and a rogue cultivator. Such events occurred in his childhood. The specifics of his ancestral homeland were lost to time and memory. Moreover, due to changes in regulations over a millennium, the current Huangfeng Valley, or rather, the 7 factions, would not delve as deeply into the origins of the Ascension token as they once did. As long as he remained unseen by the senior experts of Huangfeng Valley, it mattered little if Wang Li had obtained this Ascension token after slaying someone. No wonder Wang Li was so earnest. The Ascension token bore significant weight. If the gatekeeper were a villain, upon presenting the token, he might engage in underhanded schemes, perhaps seizing the token and casting a fireball at him, leading to his demise. Who would he turn to for justice? Would Huangfeng Valley sacrifice one of their foundational cultivators merely to cover up the death of a rogue at their gates? Or would they trivialize the incident? And how does one argue with the dead? The assailant need only conceal the token and accuse him of being a spy, causing chaos. What could others say in his defense? He could not afford such risks. At least before entering the mountain gate, he must pay heed to every detail. Caution is never amiss. Indeed, this is the Ascension token of Huangfeng Valley, the middle-aged man said after examining it for a moment, pondering before returning it to Wang Li. Are you afraid that I, Chun, would kill for treasures? Not at all, Wang Li exclaimed, startled, flailing his arms in a panic. Relax, young man. I have not seen this token for many years. You are quite fortunate. Hold on to it tightly. The middle-aged man chuckled as Wang Li respectfully accepted the token, responding only with a smile. As the saying goes, the more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes, so he resolved to remain silent. You may call me Uncle Master Chin from now on. By the way, this item is exceedingly rare. Having the fortune to obtain it suggests a significant connection between your ancestors and Huangfeng Valley. Thus you shall receive due courtesy, the middle-aged man solemnly informed him. Following Uncle Master Chin into the mountain gate, the weight of anxiety that had hung over Wang Li finally lifted. He was certain he had secured his footing. Fortunately, he did not encounter anyone named Uncle Master Yi, Uncle Master Wu, or Uncle Master Yu, or else he would have had to strain his intellect. In another timeline, Uncle Master Yi was a bully who disregarded promises and trust, a disgrace to his status as a senior. Uncle Master Wu was a schemer, having prompted a foundational cultivator of the Yi clan to seize the first foundational pill from the old demon Han. Uncle Master Yu was meticulous yet suspicious, being the first to directly question the old demon Han about his rapid cultivation speed. They had nearly come to blows. All three were avaricious and self-serving. Should he cross paths with any of their surnames, he must remain vigilant and discreet. Is this truly Huangfeng Valley? Wang Li's eyes sparkled with wonder. Half of his astonishment was feigned, while the other half was genuine. Given his experiences across 2 lifetimes, the scene before him was indeed remarkable. Aboard a flying vessel, he was transported to the central region of the sect. What met his gaze were towering pavilions and palaces amid majestic mountains, clusters of celestial architecture resembling a painted landscape, exuding an aura of ethereal grandeur. Surrounding the flying vessel and between the palaces, cultivators riding on leaf-shaped artifacts swiftly traversed the area at remarkable speeds. Some would even land beside Uncle Master Chun to greet him respectfully. The entire sect thrummed with vitality. You are Wang Li, correct? Yes, Uncle Master Chun. Are you aware that holders of the Ascension token can receive a foundational pill in advance? The middle-aged man stated directly, without pretense. Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt a tightening in his heart. He had indeed heard of it. That's good to know. Remember, the Foundation Establishment Pill is of utmost importance for your future cultivation. Once you obtain it, you must guard it carefully and show no negligence. I must clearly inform you that there are many who covet this pill, the middle-aged man warned with a serious expression. Wang Li sensed that this uncle had no intention of usurping his fortune. He assured his uncle that he would indeed take good care of it. Wang Li returned the courtesy, feeling a twinge of shame for having judged his benefactor too harshly. Nonetheless, he took note of this good intention. Very well. Let me first take you to receive the essentials for new disciples. The speed of the flying ship was remarkable, and soon they arrived at their destination. There, Wang Li was presented with a yellow silk robe, a green leaf flying artifact, a complete set of foundational techniques, a basic array, a blazing sun sword, a cold moon blade, and a storage bag. Do not overthink it. There are no surprises here. Everything is of the lowest tier. The green leaf artifact allows one to ride the winds. Those disciples you saw flying about in the air were using this to travel. You must quickly find time to master this artifact, or the mountainous paths will prove challenging. Although this green leaf flying artifact may not be impressive in the later stages of cultivation, it certainly has a certain charm for a novice. The storage bag, as its name suggests, is for storing items. You must be cautious, as this is an essential artifact for every cultivator, and its significance cannot be overstated. However, it cannot store living creatures, and lower-tier storage bags cannot be bound to a master, so you must safeguard it diligently. Otherwise, if lost, or if you meet an untimely end, all your possessions will fall into the hands of others. The last remark, though made in jest, carried a chill that Wang Li could easily perceive. Thank you, Uncle. Wang Li expressed his profound gratitude. I shall forever remember your kindness today. No need for thanks. It is merely my duty, the uncle replied. Now, let us proceed to meet the sect leader. This was clearly a prelude to solidifying the arrangements for the Ascension Order and the Foundation Establishment Pill. Typically, the guide could delay the introduction by several days, as had been the case with previous Foundation Establishment managers. However, this Uncle Chun did not follow that practice. The quicker things were settled, the more advantageous it would be for Wang Li. Delaying could lead to others discovering the news and causing unnecessary troubles. Although the goodwill was not overtly visible, Wang Li could sense it to some extent. Furthermore, he understood why this Uncle Chun had taken the time to caution him upon entering the sect. Previously confused, he now realized, observing the multitude of bustling figures around him, that it was a matter of concern over eavesdropping. The fewer people who knew about the Foundation Establishment Pill, the better it would be for him. Otherwise, as a mere 9th-layer Qi refinement disciple, being the target of constant attention would make for uneasy nights. Uncle, may I inquire about something? Is it convenient? Having observed and determined that this man was of good character and could be a potential ally, Wang Li began to formulate his strategy. Speak freely, as long as it does not involve the secrets of Huangfeng Valley or violate my personal principles. I am willing to assist you. Uncle Chun replied with a hearty laugh. Uncle, your cultivation is profound. I cannot discern even a hint of it. Wang Li's cautious thoughts were laid bare, yet Uncle Chun maintained his jovial demeanor. I am a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What is it? The middle-aged man continued to smile. The senior disciples within the sect were well aware of this, so there was no need to conceal it. Mid-stage? That suggests a substantial background. Wang Li thought to himself, realizing he could afford to be cautious. If he were merely a newly advanced foundation establishment cultivator, he would need to tread carefully. Uncle, does your family have any junior members urgently in need of foundation establishment pills? When Wang Li broached this subject, Uncle Chun immediately grasped that the young disciple before him was likely aware that the forthcoming foundation establishment pill was a coveted item. Thus, he was inclined to propose a trade for something more suitable for his current level. At that moment, two possible interpretations crossed Uncle Chen's mind. One was a direct transaction with him or his family, gaining practical benefits while indirectly securing their protection against retribution from someone within the sect who had lost their chance at a foundation establishment pill. The second was to prompt Chen and his family to prepare the means to purchase the pill before others could seize the opportunity. Regardless of which scenario it was a gesture of goodwill from this young disciple. Of course, to avoid misunderstandings, he needed to clarify before proceeding further. Are you certain you wish to trade that foundation establishment pill? The middle-aged man inquired after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, Wang Li nodded, seeing no reason to deny it. It would be unwise to remain silent and later introduce this topic unexpectedly, which could offend Uncle Chun. Although this man was a foundation establishment cultivator and might not be inclined to hold a Qi refinement disciple to the same standards, Wang Li feared that if he did not address the matter, it could fester within him. Are you aware of how many Qi refinement disciples are stuck at a bottleneck, struggling to advance? For a single foundation establishment pill, they would go to any lengths. Uncle Chen's expression grew more solemn. I can surmise that. But the foundation establishment pill should not fall into my hands at this moment. Wang Li responded candidly. As you mentioned, for a foundation establishment pill, the disciples of the sect would stop at nothing. Even some foundation establishment seniors might be tempted. Have confidence. Remove that no from your vocabulary. Additionally, it's likely that before the foundation establishment pill even arrives, there will be foundation establishment disciples seeking you out for their junior family members. Those who lost their opportunities due to your ascension order will certainly make things difficult or even retaliate. As long as you remain a Qi refinement disciple, troubles will persist. And possessing this small vial, what I dread most is being the focus of attention and entanglements. Conversely, if I can lay low for a time, quietly cultivate, and enhance my strength, that would be the most beneficial path for my growth. Uncle, if you or the Chen family are interested, I am willing to proceed with the transaction directly. My asking price is not excessive, a top-tier defensive artifact suitable for me, 10 high-level talismans, both offensive and defensive, and then 7 or 8 formulas for medicinal pills suitable for Qi refinement levels 11 or 12, with the spiritual herbs and stones to be arranged as you see fit. Lastly, stop. Uncle Chen interjected. What is it, Uncle? Wang Li blinked his innocent eyes. You call that a modest asking price? Uncle Chun was clearly amused. Even a lion wouldn't open its mouth this wide. Uncle, is my asking price too high? It isn't, is it? The items I need are all priced. While the foundation establishment pill is priceless, when it comes to benefits, one must strive to gain what is rightfully theirs. I won't say much about the top-tier artifact. Just know that even among us foundation establishment cultivators, acquiring 1 or 2 isn't easy. Wang Li nodded. This was indeed true. Many newly advanced foundation establishment disciples still used upper-tier artifacts, and those without support might struggle to gather a few hundred spirit stones to purchase a top-tier artifact. Thus, I have my eye on you, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Are you really going to claim you don't have a couple of top-tier artifacts on hand? The talismans are indeed easy to discuss. I possess a sufficient quantity of them. My esteemed uncle is quite generous, truly deserving of my admiration. However, the rarity of alchemical formulas, which often pertain to the very foundation of a cultivation family, is such that we regard them as precious as life itself. Surely, you do not believe their worth is as trivial as common cabbages, do you? And to suggest 7 or 8 varieties, why not simply seize them? Uncle Chun initially expressed his displeasure, but soon his interest piqued, growing more playful. It is common knowledge that with the proliferation of cultivators and years of relentless searching, many extraordinary treasures have become extinct. As these raw materials vanish, numerous ancient alchemical formulas, particularly those lacking alternative materials, have depreciated in value. Yet, the ingenuity of humans knows no bounds. As Uncle Qin spoke, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over Wang Li, as if the man before him were ascending to great heights, becoming an imposing figure. Through generations of meticulous deduction and careful refinement by our ancestors, many ancient formulas, upon discovering alternative raw materials, have seen their value not merely preserved but significantly increased. Even formulas suitable for late-stage qi refinement have transformed into exceedingly rare treasures. The young man before me speaks of 7 or 8 formulas, let alone his mid-foundation stage. Even his entire Qin family, including some core formation cultivators, might struggle to produce such a number. A mere foundation pill, of which only one exists, hardly warrants the exchange of several usable formulas. The two items are fundamentally incomparable. In truth, investing more spirit stones to purchase the qi consolidation pills produced within the sect would yield commendable results. Yet, one mustn't flaunt one's wealth. Moreover, qi consolidation pills are exorbitantly priced, and their efficacy leaves much to be desired. After all, publicly available items cannot possibly be of superior quality, can they? Ah, then. 5 formulas? The young man innocently spread his right hand, revealing 5 fingers. Humph. Uncle Qin maintained a smile, yet said nothing. 3 formulas is the least I can accept, uncle. I am uncertain whether the materials needed to concoct the pills from your formulas will be obtainable. Wang Li sighed with a bittersweet smile, his 3 outstretched fingers trembling. Oh. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin seemed to grasp something important. Wait. This lad is merely interested in collecting formulas, not necessarily those that guarantee the discovery of materials or the creation of superior pills. Even formulas whose materials are hard to find would suffice. Why didn't he say so earlier? If such rarely used formulas are what he seeks, our Chen family indeed possesses a fair number, and he has some readily available. 3 formulas will suffice. However, let me make it clear to avoid any later regrets. After a couple of light coughs, Uncle Qin glanced at the hopeful Wang Li and said calmly, some ancient formulas in our Chun family have been accumulated by our esteemed ancestors, and following their methods, they indeed yield genuine top-tier pills. The crux of the matter is that the raw materials for these formulas are somewhat elusive, as they typically grow in remote corners of the world. Even if found, they often consist of seedlings that may not meet the required age. I truly cannot ascertain whether you will be able to gather the necessary materials in the future. Noticing the change in Wang Li's expression, the middle-aged man quickly added, of course, the raw materials are merely hard to find, not entirely extinct. With a little effort, they can certainly be sought out. For instance, 13 years ago, I discovered a much-needed spiritual herb aged 300 years, which allowed me to break through my bottleneck and ascend to mid-foundation stage thanks to the pills I refined. I believe you are aware that most of the newly developed formulas are derived from ancient ones, continuously seeking alternative materials for experimentation. Although our Chen family has not been able to find substitutes for certain raw materials, you, being young, might have better luck. Wang Li felt a pang of realization and withdrew his previous assessment of the man. This would require an additional top-tier offensive magical artifact. Wang Li gritted his teeth. This was his last show of defiance. A top-tier artifact is valued at several hundred low-grade spirit stones and typically fluctuates between 300 and 800 low-grade spirit stones based on efficacy. Even when core formation elders replicate their treasures to forge top-tier artifacts, the price seldom exceeds 1,200. A basic high-tier talisman sells for 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, with masterfully crafted rarities not exceeding 50. 10 would amount to 3 to 400 low-grade spirit stones. Therefore, the combined worth of unreliable formulas and miscellaneous items could hardly surpass the genuine value of a foundation pill, which commands a market price of over 3,000. This is especially true in a region known for its blood-red forbidden grounds, where foundation pill materials are harvested every 5 years, thus keeping prices relatively reasonable. In regions where foundation pills are scarcer and spirit stone production is more abundant, the entry price for a single foundation pill would exceed 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Thus, Wang Li's request for an additional top-tier artifact is not unreasonable. If a top-tier artifact is unattainable, I could consider adding a superior-tier artifact. Uncle Chin's interest was clearly piqued by Wang Li's demands. However, pressing for a better deal would be pragmatic for both him and his family, and would not be a disadvantage to the young man. The causality attached to this foundation pill would indirectly transfer to the Qin family. Indeed, The Chun family recently had a promising child who secured a foundation pill from the sect. Given his aptitude, the success rate for a single foundation pill is not particularly high, roughly 1 in 10. Yet, with an additional pill, the chance nearly doubles, potentially exceeding 30%. Such odds are quite favorable. After all, on average, only 1 in 10 individuals succeeds in foundation establishment after consuming a foundation pill. If his nephew can break through this barrier, it would undoubtedly be advantageous for the entire Qin family, particularly for this branch. Furthermore, this transaction could yield substantial profits from his elder brother, who could resist the allure of multiple foundation pills in their child's hands, thereby increasing the assurance of successful foundation establishment. However, Uncle Chun was taken aback when Wang Li abruptly halted the conversation, becoming non-committal and no longer discussing foundation pills. Uncle, look over there. What is happening with all those people seated in meditation? As they passed an open square, Wang Li and Appo's eyes brightened. That is the transmission hall, where newly initiated disciples are taught basic cultivation techniques. Should you encounter difficulties in your training, you may seek guidance from experienced seniors there. By the way, there is a lad named Wu in the transmission hall, though he is merely at the 12th layer of Qi refinement. His understanding and application of the foundational 5-element techniques are on par with our mid-foundation stage practitioners. He is amiable and attentive to those of lower cultivation. If you wish to learn a few techniques, you may seek his counsel. Of course, you can also come to me for inquiries. This information may seem trivial, yet it holds considerable value. The place where you previously registered is called the 100 Mechanisms Hall, where you can undertake tasks to earn spirit stones. However, remember not to let external matters impede your cultivation. It must remain your primary focus. Thank you for your guidance, Uncle. I shall keep your words in mind. As the airship soared over a ridge, a mountain peak emerged ahead. We have arrived. That is the main hall where the sect leader resides. You shall accompany me to pay your respects. The sect leader is gentle in nature, and if you encounter any confusion in the future, you may consult him without hesitation. The middle-aged man pointed toward the grand hall on the mountain, speaking in a calm tone. The current leader of Huanfeng Valley is named Zhongling Dao, who has surpassed a century in age, yet appears as a middle-aged man with 3 strands of long beard. He is in the late foundation stage. Renowned for his organizational skills, he holds considerable esteem within the sect, earning the respect of many elders and his fellow disciples. The only regret lies in the saying that one cannot have both fish and bear's paw, having chosen the path of power and diverting most of one's energy. It seems difficult to achieve the golden core in this lifetime. One only needs to look at the preparations made by the old devil Han to understand this monumental threshold. The sect leader of Zhongling Dao, Master Zhong, can be described as the one cast aside by the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley. His deputy, a foundation-building cultivator named Murong Shan, once indirectly assisted the old devil Han in confronting a foundation-building cultivator surnamed Yi who attempted to forcibly seize the foundation-building pill from him, all unbeknownst to Han. Unfortunately, the foundation-building pill was ultimately taken by the aforementioned Yi within the confines of the rules. This illustrates that without strength, even within a relatively stable sect, one may still face exploitation. Moreover, the exploited must suppress their emotions and respectfully smile in the presence of those who oppress them. The world of cultivation is indeed a place that devours individuals without leaving behind any bones. Reflecting on many such instances, Wang Li couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just before stepping into the grand hall where the sect leader resided, he paused and gently called out to the guide ahead. Uncle Chun, thank you for your care along the way. I can sell this foundation-building pill to you. However, you and the Qin family must guarantee that no one will seek trouble with me for the next 5 years. In 5 years, no, in 2 or 3 years, I will undoubtedly achieve foundation building. At that point, it won't be trivial clowns seeking trouble with him, but rather he who will seek out those nuisances. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment upon hearing this. What else? This request is not difficult to fulfill and can be readily arranged. It can be agreed upon. That is sufficient. Wang Li bowed deeply, for he had no intention of being overly demanding. Good, the middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging that his sincerity along the journey had not been in vain. I can assure you, as long as you do not actively provoke trouble, my Qin family can protect you for 5 years. At least within Huanfeng Valley, few would dare to seek trouble with a junior like you. The Qin family is indeed a prestigious sect with a golden core ancestor. Thus, this assurance was delivered with a commanding tone and unwavering conviction. The disciple understood the implications and expressed his gratitude to Uncle Chun. Wang Li clasped his fists and bowed again with solemnity. "Let us proceed," Uncle Chun said, placing his hands behind his back as he stepped into the hall. With matters settled, no further words were necessary. Inside the grand hall, a middle-aged figure sat at the prominent position on the dais, the sect leader Master Zhongling Dao, who was currently reviewing some documents. On either side of the hall sat a dozen or so cultivators, each adorned in various attire, likely elite foundation-building practitioners of the sect, though Wang Li could not discern their levels. As Wang Li entered, all these individuals turned their curious gazes upon him, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Yet, it also brought him a sense of reassurance, for the words exchanged at the entrance had surely been overheard by these keen observers, exactly as he had intended, to invoke the prestige of Uncle Chun and the Chun family to intimidate those present. With Uncle Chun's wisdom, it was likely that he had realized this at the time, which is why his response had been so loud. "Chun Tianya, I greet the sect leader, senior brother. I am Wang Li, here to pay my respects to the sect leader." The former clasped his fists, while the latter was about to perform a grand bow. The disparity in strength manifested in various subtle ways in daily life. Fortunately, Wang Li, who was outwardly pretending to be humble while internally resisting, found himself unable to kneel due to an invisible gentle force supporting him. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to confront his true feelings. "Junior brother Chun, is this the new disciple you mentioned, who arrived with the ascension token?" The middle-aged man did not lift his gaze, merely sweeping his consciousness over Wang Li before continuing to review the documents on the table. "Yes, senior brother," came the reply. "Where is the ascension token?" "Here." Wang Li held it up with both hands, his demeanor earnest. In the next moment, the token soared from his hands, flying directly toward Master Zhong. After a thorough inspection, the middle-aged man nodded slowly. "It is indeed the ascension token of Huangfeng Valley." However, before Wang Li could breathe a sigh of relief, Master Zhong casually inquired, "Is it true that your ancestors were cultivators of our sect?" Here it came. Although the rules had evolved over the millennia, this seemingly dispensable procedure appeared to have persisted. Utilizing the mundane martial arts technique of turtle breathing, Wang Li forcibly controlled his heartbeat, preparing to recount a premeditated story. Unexpectedly, Uncle Chun interjected. Resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly bristling, "Senior brother, what is the meaning of this?" This scene caught Wang Li off guard. Yet no one else in the hall seemed to grasp the situation. "Junior brother Chun, what is this?" Master Zhong was taken aback. "Senior brother, since Wang Li arrives with the ascension token, his ancestors must surely be from Huangfeng Valley. There is no doubt about it." Uncle Chen's demeanor shifted from previous amiability to staunch firmness, even in the face of the sect leader, showing no signs of retreat. "Junior brother, this person is clearly a loose cultivator, not from a cultivation family. How could he have rightfully obtained the ascension token? Perhaps he killed a member of a family loyal to Huangfeng Valley to seize it?" A voice chimed in, dripping with sarcasm. "Brother Wu, one cannot speak in such a manner. Wang Li is merely a loose cultivator due to his family's decline. I can vouch for him." Uncle Chin countered. "As for you, making baseless accusations against a new disciple could tarnish our reputation and dishearten lower-tier disciples. Chin Tianya, how do you address your senior brother?" The elder who had just spoken shot a sharp glance. "Senior brother, who can guarantee their family will remain prosperous forever? Perhaps one day your Wu family will also fall. Would you then allow your descendants to come to us with the ascension token, and we would treat them as you have treated this junior?" Uncle Chen's words struck at the heart of the matter, leaving the Wu elder's face alternating between shades of blue and red, effectively silencing him. The other foundation-building practitioners also fell into contemplative silence. They began to understand why the rules had shifted centuries ago, why there was no longer stringent inquiry regarding the origins of those holding the ascension token. After all, how could one investigate what transpired hundreds or thousands of years ago? Even if the so-called truth were uncovered, could it be deemed the truth? Master Zhong displayed no intent to evade or conceal anything, graciously accepting Uncle Chen's perspective. "Since the young friend carries this token, our sect shall honor the regulations established by our predecessors and welcome you into our ranks, treating you with respect." He lifted his head and smiled, exuding a refreshing warmth that eased Wang Li's tension. In the realm of cultivation, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Had it not been for Uncle Chen's support today, losing the foundation-building pill would have been the least of his worries. The greater fear lay in attracting undue interest from certain individuals, who might seize the opportunity to interrogate him privately. At that point, his troubles would have escalated significantly. Wang Li contemplated this as Master Zhong continued. Logically, aside from joining our sect, you are entitled to consume the foundation-building pill. However, I overheard your conversation outside the hall. Wang Li, it seems you intend to trade the foundation-building pill you are entitled to for the Ascension token with Junior Brother Chen? Is this true? Upon hearing this, Wang Li sighed inwardly. As expected, they have indeed caught wind of it. Yet, you still wish to seize the fruits of another's labor. Is this the way of the cultivation world? Yes, Master. The disciple's current cultivation is rather rudimentary, having only reached the 9th level of the foundational technique. With my triple spiritual root aptitude, the journey to ascend to the 13th level pinnacle remains a considerable distance. At present, consuming a foundation establishment pill seems excessively indulgent. Retaining it for future use might invite unforeseen complications. It would be wiser to exchange it for something more suited to my present needs and to bestow it upon a senior brother who requires it more. Such is only right. Although Wang Li did not take this foundation establishment pill to heart, his expression bore a facade of compliance and deference. Yet his eyes inevitably betrayed a hint of regret and pain. Such feelings of regret and pain are but natural to humanity. It is commendable that Wang Xiaoyu possesses such magnanimity and spirit. This pleases me greatly. Headmaster Zhong, stroking his beard, bestowed a smile upon Wang Li before turning his serious gaze towards Uncle Chun. Junior Brother Chun, this foundation establishment pill of Wang Xiaoyu's may be given to your nephew. But you must ensure to adequately compensate the young friend for his loss. It is imperative that he is satisfied. Your Chen family stands to gain tangible benefits from this. Although it may seem a clever maneuver within the rules, it can easily be misconstrued. Particularly, should this matter stir any discontent and lead to whispers of unfairness in my dealings as the headmaster, it could tarnish my reputation. Alas, to maintain my position securely, I must tread cautiously, especially without the backing of elders from the sect's core formation stage. Rest assured, headmaster, I shall ensure a fair exchange, and Wang Shizizi will be thoroughly satisfied, Uncle Chun replied, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This foundation establishment pill now belonged to the Chen family. Very well, junior brother, since you are more familiar with Wang Xiaoyu, please take the opportunity to enlighten him on our sect's rules and other matters. After delivering his instructions, Headmaster Zhong returned to his own affairs. Understood. I take my leave. Facing a mixture of envious and frustrated gazes, Uncle Chun led Wang Li away from the grand hall. Once they had distanced themselves, Headmaster Zhong addressed the remaining disciples. Now that everyone has seen the Ascension Order, surely we must allocate one of those foundation establishment pills to Junior Brother Chen. What say you? His inquiry was directed at an elder in the corner who had previously instigated trouble. Brother, let us eliminate one of the three with the poorest performance according to the test rankings, a middle-aged scholar proposed. Which of the underperformers do you suggest we disqualify, Moron? Headmaster Zhong inquired with a smile. This deputy, who had partnered with Zhong for over 30 years, understood his preferences well, and thus accurately identified his favored candidate. Reporting to the headmaster, Junior Brother Wu's nephew ranks quite low. Moron, what do you mean by that? An elderly man exclaimed, his expression darkening. Junior Brother Wu, the Ascension Order is a rare opportunity that comes once in a century. Since someone has entered our Huangfeng Valley with the token, how can we turn a blind eye? According to our rules, this foundation establishment pill must be distributed, particularly since Junior Brother Chun has already made a trade. Are you truly willing to contest with the Chen family? The middle-aged scholar asserted, unyielding. Then why should my nephew be the one to forfeit the foundation establishment pill? Are there not two others with even poorer performances? The Wu elder retorted, visibly agitated. While your statement holds merit, there are indeed two others who performed similarly poorly. Yet they possess certain peculiarities. If you would accommodate this, rest assured, in 5 years in Oppo's time, during the next allocation of foundation establishment pills, your nephew will certainly receive one. How does that sound? The middle-aged scholar suggested, though he felt no joy in acting as the villain of the piece. 5 years? Who knows what circumstances will prevail then? And 5 years' delay is not something to be taken lightly. Humph, what peculiarities could they possibly have? Moron, unless you provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I cannot swallow this grievance. The elder declared angrily. Cultivators must maintain clarity of mind. Should one harbor negative obsessions, they may act impulsively. At that moment, the Wu elder's demeanor began to hint at a veiled threat. Enough of this nonsense. Headmaster Zhong's expression darkened. What grievance could you possibly have? Murong is acting in your best interest. Do you not realize that one of those two is a direct descendant of Elder Huang, while the other is related to our esteemed Master Linghu? Wu brother, are you truly prepared to challenge the foundation establishment of these two? Upon hearing the names of Elder Huang and Master Linghu, the elder's heart tightened, and after a moment of strained silence, he forced a somewhat unnatural smile. Since it involves Master Linghu and Elder Huang, we must certainly show them due respect. How could I fail to honor my elders? Simultaneously, he wiped the perspiration from his brow. Headmaster, your arrangements, I wholeheartedly accept. Circumstances often dictate one's actions. The stakes were too high to provoke. Fortunately, Wang Li remained blissfully unaware of the ensuing events. Otherwise, he would have been elated for days. Though it had nothing to do with him, happiness sometimes requires no justification. Moreover, he was currently beside Uncle Chun, inquiring about the tranquil locations within Huangfeng Valley that were conducive to undisturbed cultivation. Uncle Chun, aside from tending to the medicinal garden, are there other peaceful areas in Huangfeng Valley that are less likely to be disturbed during cultivation? Wang Li respectfully inquired. The medicinal garden has already been claimed, and it seems Elder Ma has no immediate need for a second Qi refinement disciple to assist him. Therefore, I must seek another place. Peaceful locations, you say? There are indeed a few. Chun Tianya contemplated for a moment, then nodded knowingly. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's eyes brightened, realizing he had approached the right person. His exchange of the foundation establishment pill had not been in vain. Please instruct me, Master. The most peaceful place, I presume, is undoubtedly the cave dwelling of Master Linghu. Upon hearing the name of Master Linghu, Wang Li was immediately taken aback, his complexion paling alarmingly. He appeared even greener than a small bottle of dark green ink. Nevertheless, he had to suppress his discomfort and press for further details, not daring to reveal any hint of disapproval. Master, how so? Oh, a commendable mindset, observing the youth's demeanor. The middle-aged Chun Tianya's smile broadened. Firstly, Master S cave dwelling is a designated special area, a forbidden zone within the sect, without his permission. Low-ranking disciples are not even allowed to approach the mountain and must fly around it. Even the core formation elders must follow protocol to visit Master. Secondly, Master often enters secluded cultivation for years, if not decades. Should a Qi refinement disciple be fortunate enough to be selected as his attendant, they would enjoy a life of leisure and tranquility. Moreover, those chosen as Master Linghu's attendants not only enjoy ample time to cultivate, but also have access to the abundant spiritual energy of the cave, which is the most potent in the valley. Furthermore, should Master be in good spirits, he might even bestow treasures upon them. Yet, the conditions are rather stringent. Are they not? Wang Li's eyelid twitched. Indeed, one must possess an exceptionally rare spiritual root, akin to Master S with spiritual root, to catch his eye. Alternatively, one must possess a unique physique that aligns with the wood element to have any chance. As they broached this topic, Uncle Chun involuntarily sighed, hinting at an underlying story. However, as it did not concern Wang Li, he deftly shifted the subject. What about the others? Where are the other tranquil locations? Do not rush. Let us proceed in this direction while we converse. Uncle Chin expertly maneuvered the flying vessel. The destination pointed to a valley several dozen miles away. The second location I wish to discuss is the Spirit Valley Plantation, where spiritual grains are cultivated. Farming? Wang Li raised an eyebrow. One might interpret it as such. Master Chen nodded. But, Master, it seems contrary to my knowledge that farming is arduous and troublesome, nurturing seedlings, irrigating, diligently weeding, pest control, and finally harvesting the fertile soil. This entire process consumes a considerable amount of time. And this is merely mundane cultivation. Cultivating the spiritual grains of the Immortal Realm entails even more intricate requirements. How can one possibly find time for cultivation amidst such demands? Wang Li furrowed his brows and sighed. What he desired was not this kind of tranquility. Have you ever engaged in mundane farming? To a certain extent, he replied. This was no exaggeration. In his previous life, he had lived in the countryside until he was 6 or 7 before moving to the city. Thus, he had some understanding of agricultural practices. Do not presume that the mundane methods apply to our realm of cultivation. Spiritual grains are not as delicate as certain ordinary flowers. They possess a robust vitality. Master Chen shook his head, chuckling. Managing a spiritual grain plantation is a delightful task. Countless disciples in the Qi refinement stage vie for this opportunity. Do not be disdainful. Is that so? Wang Li's curiosity, fitting for a youth, was piqued. and he felt genuinely astonished. You sought me to gather alchemical formulas. You must possess some experience in alchemy, correct? Master Chen countered. The subtle implications in his words caused Wang Li's heart to skip a beat, yet he maintained a composed expression. Previously, I was fortunate enough to acquire formulas for the Huanglong pill and the Jinsui pill, attempting to refine them twice. This is precisely why I managed to reach the 9th level of qi refinement. Is there a problem, Master? He still had a considerable amount of those pills and would rely on them to break through to the 10th and even 11th levels. Moreover, the formulas for these pills were not rare, ordinary in the mundane world, yet inconsequential in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, the efficacy of these pills was only notable below the 10th level. Above that, the effects were hardly perceptible. Thus, both the formulas and the pills held little value. The truly valuable items were those rare spiritual herbs with significant age. You are indeed fortunate. Master Chen waved his hand, indicating disinterest. He did not doubt the youth's explanation. Otherwise, a loose cultivator with 3 spiritual roots would hardly reach the 9th level of foundational cultivation by 18 well, perhaps just a tad fast. However, ordinary century-old spiritual herbs, such as century-old ginseng or Hisho Wu, were of little use to foundational cultivators like them unless they were rare herbs found only in certain forbidden zones. Some of those herbs, even with merely a century of age, could possess potent medicinal properties, surpassing the efficacy of common herbs aged for a millennium. Ha ha ha. Wang Li remained silent, amused by the middle-aged man's attitude. Seeing this, Master Chen also smiled and shook his head. So, do you know what the primary ingredient for refining the Wuligou pill is? Of course, it is spiritual grain. Wang Li responded assertively. He had seen the formula for the Wuligou pill at the Ta gathering. It was common fare, nothing remarkable. Master Chen nodded slightly. Correct, the primary ingredient is spiritual grain. However, consider our Wanfeng Valley. Among over 10,000 cultivators, only a few hundred are at the foundational stage. With only a handful of elders at the core formation stage, and merely one at the nascent soul stage, Grandmaster Linghu. The rest are all disciples in the qi refinement stage. That is over 10,000 qi refinement cultivators. These individuals, yet to establish their foundations, cannot partake in the Wuligou pill. They cannot indulge in feasting and drinking daily. Can they? Moreover, even the qi refinement disciples must engage in closed-door training for at least a month or even several months. How could they possibly manage without the Wuligou pill? This illustrates the significance of the Wuligou pill for low-tier cultivators, which in turn highlights the importance of spiritual grain. But, Master, the more crucial spiritual grain is, the greater the demand, which would further delay the cultivation of those who plant it, wouldn't it? I told you not to equate our cultivation realm with mundane practices. With your 9th level of qi refinement, planting spiritual grains, even if you were responsible for dozens of acres in a valley, how long would it take you? A mere quarter of an hour, perhaps? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. As the middle-aged man elucidated the pivotal points, he began to comprehend how appealing this task truly was. As for pests, there was no need for concern. The valley where the spiritual fields were located was shrouded in formidable formations, preventing even second-grade monsters from intruding. We, the overseers, could not enter without the permission of those inside. Mere pests would hardly reach the edges of the spiritual grains. Furthermore, after each harvest of spiritual grains, designated individuals would thoroughly cleanse the fields, removing weeds and other potential hazards from the soil, and would sow new ordinary spiritual grain seeds. Under a 3-month growth cycle, those responsible for planting would only need to water them twice daily after the seedlings emerged and assist in verifying the harvest at the time of gathering. As long as they met the sect's stipulated quantity, they would receive 36 spirit stones each season. Moreover, for every additional quota exceeded, they would receive an extra spirit stone as a reward. It was indeed a delightful task. Master, how many spiritual fields does our Huangfeng Valley possess? Wang Li eagerly inquired. No need to elaborate. I am intrigued. Not for the sake of the so-called rewards, but for the dedicated formations. By heavens, this place was tailor-made for him. It was even more advantageous than Master Ma's medicinal garden. In Master Ma's case, there was always a watchful eye over the garden. He could not guarantee that he would receive the same level of care as the old Devil Han in the original text, thus avoiding the discovery of the secret cave near the medicinal garden. Yet these spiritual fields entirely belonged to him, without the consent of those inside. Even overseers at the foundational stage could not enter. Moreover, the elders at the core formation stage had no leisure to wander around his spiritual field area. and he could easily establish a secret cave within the valley. It was a solid plan. Are you thinking of becoming a farmer? Indeed, Wang Li nodded vigorously. However, how naive of you. Master Chen doused him with cold water. Ah, Wang Li's smile froze. Observing this, Master Chen burst into laughter before explaining. Within our sect, there are over 10,000 cultivators, yet only 18 places for planting spiritual grain. Do you think such a good opportunity would be readily available to any Qi refinement disciple? Only 18? Wang Li instantly understood. Too many monks, too few dumplings. No wonder the 100 Mechanisms Hall had not issued any tasks in this regard. The responsible individuals for those 18 spiritual fields were likely backed by influential figures at the late foundational or core formation stages. Otherwise, he would be writing his own name backward. He had no connections or support. Thus, it was a lost cause. As Wang Li suspected, of the 18 spiritual fields, 13 were managed by the descendants of core formation ancestors. Even the Qin family, one of the 3 major core formation families of Huangfeng Valley, only managed 2. Master Chen, tell me about other places. Wang Li decisively abandoned his unrealistic fantasies. People must look forward. Moreover, if he inadvertently snatched someone else's opportunity, who knew what kind of trouble it would stir? He certainly did not want to attract unwanted attention. This was clearly contrary to his initial intention of avoiding drawing other scrutiny. Why the haste? Master Chen smiled knowingly. Since he had mentioned the spiritual grain plantation and elaborated so extensively, it was clear he was not merely amusing someone. Master has connections? Wang Li's eyes lit up. His heart filled with suspicion. I do have connections. In fact, I could make you the head of a plantation immediately with a 5-year term without reassignment. However, I have a condition. The top-tier defensive artifact I promised you earlier must serve as compensation. What do you mean? Wang Li was initially taken aback, but soon came to a realization and hurriedly clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your support. Are you certain? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow slightly, silently praising the clever young lad. Absolutely, Wang Li replied with unwavering conviction. In general, a top-tier defensive artifact is valued at 400 to 500 low-grade spirit stones. To earn such an amount through mere farming would require 3 to 4 years of relentless toil without consuming a single stone. Essentially, it equated to several years of unpaid labor for the Qin family. Adding in the time lost, it appeared that Wang Li was at a disadvantage. However, there was a hidden advantage that often went unnoticed. The land designated for spiritual farming typically harbored underground spiritual veins, which would indirectly enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the valley compared to the outside world. Such fertile ground could rival the carefully selected abodes of foundation-building cultivators. While this advantage was not the primary factor that swayed Wang Li, it certainly served as a compelling reason for him to pursue the farming opportunity. As long as he remained grounded, reaching the foundation-building stage was merely a matter of time. After achieving that, the current losses would pale in significance. He was well aware of this calculation. Of course, there was a prerequisite. Master Uncle, I have a condition as well. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrow again. Oh, just as I praised your cleverness, you wish to be troublesome? He was curious to hear what audacious request would follow. Master Uncle, considering I have given up so much and am working for you without pay, you cannot disclose my information to anyone else, not even to your family members. Otherwise, once this 5-year protection period ends, many senior brothers might not be able to resist bullying me, and I would be in dire straits. Wang Li wore a pitiful expression, yearning to remain inconspicuous. He believed that the man before him could grant this favor. With me, Chun Tianya, around, which disciple would dare to bully you? The middle-aged man scoffed, somewhat displeased. Was this not a slap in his face? So, has Master Uncle agreed? Wang Li tentatively sought confirmation. This is your set of 10 basic high-tier talismans, which includes 2 diamond talisman, 2 firebird talisman, 2 ice ceiling talisman, 2 water prison talisman, 1 divine wind talisman, and 1 earth wall talisman. The middle-aged man patted his storage bag and produced a collection of items. Following the talismans was an artifact. This treasure is called the Haotian Hammer, a top-tier artifact, unmatched in attack power, quite suitable for you. Lastly, he produced 200 spirit stones and 3 crumpled pill recipes. Is that all? Wang Li sought clarification. Indeed, confirmed Master Chen with a nod. What else do you desire? Master Uncle, this is rather unfair. Wang Li's heart ached. Was he to be dealt another blow at the last moment? How about this? I will return the Haotian Hammer to you, and in addition to this Luyang sword and Cold Moon dagger, along with the 200 spirit stones. You provide me with a top-tier artifact, deal? He was on the verge of tears, unable to contain his desperation. The value of a top-tier artifact was far superior. And although many disciples in the sect did possess top-tier artifacts, which made up over 80%, top-tier artifacts were indeed in high demand. However, when compared with a top-tier artifact, the former seemed almost trivial, as a single ordinary top-tier artifact could easily surpass 2 or 3 mid-tier ones. He did not wish to be left with a useless item that would gather dust. You little rascal, Master Chun was rendered speechless, yet did not refuse. You may keep the Luyang sword and Cold Moon dagger. I will take the 200 spirit stones. I want a top-tier artifact. Wang Li remained resolute, showing no signs of wavering. Ambitious. With your current level of magical power, can you truly wield it? The middle-aged man shook his head. The spirit stones were originally intended for this young lad to purchase suitable pills for enhancing his cultivation, a gesture of good intent from Master Chun. Yet the young man failed to appreciate it. Very well, to each their own. He then retrieved a crimson circular ring from his storage bag. This treasure is named the Zhuke Ring, renowned among top-tier artifacts for its balanced offense and defense. It can also be used to trap enemies and enhances fire-based spells, significantly increasing their power. If your fire spells are proficient, it may even allow you to unleash might beyond that of ordinary top-tier artifacts. The specifics of its capabilities you shall explore for yourself. As he handed over the treasured item that had accompanied him for many years, yet was ill-suited to his attributes, he added, I shall not take advantage of you. Of the 3 pill recipes I gave you, 2 are suitable for cultivation at the 13th level of Qi refining, and the 3rd is for the foundation building stage. Consider it a personal gesture of goodwill from me. I hope you achieve foundation building soon. Upon hearing this, Wang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you, Master Uncle. Thank you, Master Uncle. His hands trembled as he held the Zhuke ring and the recipes. This was no pretense. He could hardly believe such fortune had come his way. Now, hold your horses. Allow me to finish speaking. The recipe is indeed reliable. However, 2 of the main ingredients can only be found in a certain forbidden area, and the age requirement is quite stringent. It seems that in recent expeditions to the forbidden area, only once has someone managed to retrieve a specimen that met the age criteria, and that was a disciple from the Tsanyua sect. As for the other 2 auxiliary ingredients, they are also quite rare on the market. At this point, Master Chin pulled out 50 spirit stones. Observing this, Wang Li's smile twitched, resembling a grimace more than a grin. Is this an encouragement for me to venture into the blood-forbidden area? This favor is too costly. Master Uncle. Wang Li's expression shifted to one of despair. Youth, you must have confidence in yourself. Now, come, I shall introduce you to my son. Since you wish to avoid disturbance from outsiders, no problem. I shall have my son relinquish his position to you, and he will be responsible for harvesting the spiritual valley in the future. What is going on? It was only when Wang Li arrived at the spiritual valley plantation managed by the Chun family that he understood why Master Chun could guarantee so confidently. It turned out that the previous cultivator tending to this land was his own son. What could he say about this arrangement? Yet, at the same time, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. The 16th Spiritual Valley Plantation, along with over a dozen other spiritual fields, was situated at the periphery of the Huangfeng Valley sect's protective barrier. Within, there were approximately 30 acres of connected spiritual fields, along with ample open space. The spiritual energy within the valley was markedly denser than that of the outside world, nearly rivaling that of some specially designated fertile grounds within the sect. Beside the spiritual fields stood a wooden cabin, serving as the daily residence for the cultivator managing this area. Behind the cabin lay a forest, primarily consisting of ironwood, cedar, and oak, which were utilized to craft mid-tier and even top-tier artifacts. Unfortunately, the best of these trees were only around 200 years old, lacking the requisite age for foundation-building cultivators by several hundred years. According to Master Chun, this was a masterpiece from the family and Appo's ancestors, though the elder no longer valued it, leaving it as a legacy for the Qin descendants. The Qin family had deep ties to Huangfeng Valley. Although the family patriarch had ventured out to expand their lineage before achieving the Golden Core stage, he had maintained his connections with the sect. After achieving the Golden Core stage through fortunate circumstances, the relationship between the Qin family and Huangfeng Valley became even more special and intricate, evolving into one of the 3 major cultivation families of Huangfeng Valley. The benefits derived from the spiritual fields were a testament to this connection. Each year, The Chun family sent young descendants with promising spiritual roots to the sect, a more direct manifestation of their ties. This model had existed since ancient times, serving as a means of external expansion for the sect, or perhaps a method of delineating interests in the neighboring nations. Huangfeng Valley's triennial minor summons yield a considerable number of pseudo-spiritual roots, with 200 to 300 possessing 3 spiritual roots, and a few even endowed with dual or unusual spiritual roots, as well as disciples of unique constitutions entering the Qi refinement stage. This success is not limited to the Chun family alone. The valley also encompasses families such as the Feng and Dong clans. The Feng family boasts a golden core ancestor, while the Dong family is distinguished by the presence of a notable figure, Hongfu, within their ranks, though it seems these two do not see eye to eye. To return to the main topic, the spiritual valley is nestled amidst mountains on 3 sides. On the side of a towering peak, a crystalline waterfall cascades down. Indeed a sight to behold, though perhaps not as thunderous as one might expect. The waterfall plunges into a gorge formed between the tallest peak and the valley, creating a serene pond at its base. This pond, fed by streams from deeper within the mountains, gives rise to another smaller waterfall, further contributing to the tranquil beauty of the valley. The water in the pond is quite pristine, yet devoid of fish or shrimp, lending it a somewhat lifeless quality. A gentle stream flows from the pond, its destination unknown. Moreover, due to the formation of a protective array, the valley's perimeter is perpetually shrouded in a misty aura, adding an ethereal charm to the landscape. The fog is densest around the waterfalls, where one might find themselves unable to see their own hand before their face without the aid of spiritual sight. What renders this location particularly unique is its positioning atop a minor spiritual vein, a result of the array crafted by the sect's masters. This specific formation operates autonomously without the need for spirit stones, and it possesses a formidable ability to shield the minds of cultivators, making it challenging for even those at the foundational level to penetrate its defenses. This is all attributed to the foresight of the Chun family's ancestors. "This place is splendid," Wang Li remarked, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Indeed, it is an excellent locale for those in the Qi refinement stage. Elder Chen appeared somewhat nostalgic about the location. The formalities for the transfer were swiftly completed, merely outlining a few precautions. Consequently, on that very day, Wang Li was able to take residence in this spiritual valley plantation, designated as number 16. Here, this token serves as the access pass for the plantation, temporarily entrusted to your care. All pertinent instructions are inscribed upon this jade slip. They are rather trivial, not overly complex, but do take the time to review them, Elder Chen said, handing over a token that resembled gold and a jade slip. His patience was commendable. "Thank you, Elder Chen. And thank you, young brother Chen," Wang Li expressed gratefully as he bowed and accepted the token. It felt entirely natural for someone of his age, merely 12 and at the 7th level of Qi refinement, to address an elder as brother. "No need for thanks. Just ensure you take good care of these spiritual valleys. I have already communicated with several of my brothers in the clan to vouch for you." Elder Chen waved off his gratitude, reiterating his point. The prospect of nearly 2,000 spirit stones entering his account was undeniably exhilarating, even for a mid-foundational cultivator like him. However, he felt it necessary to issue a cautionary reminder. Cough. While these spiritual valleys may not be exceptionally precious, should your negligence lead to a significant drop in yield, you would not only forfeit your rightful spirit stone rewards, but I would also have to hold you accountable. It would be quite embarrassing for you in front of your clan brothers, indeed. "Rest assured, Elder," Wang Li replied with another respectful bow, his gratitude intensifying. As he contemplated, he hesitated momentarily before retrieving a small package from his back. From within, he extracted a beautifully crafted vial, presenting it to young brother Chun with a slight grimace of sacrifice. "By the way, young brother Chun, this is half a vial of Huanglong Dan that I previously refined. It can fortify one's foundation and is quite beneficial for breaking through the 7th or 8th level of Qi refinement. I believe it would serve you well." This gesture was a small token of appreciation, yet it held deeper intentions. As the saying goes, mutual exchange fosters deeper connections. Additionally, it laid the groundwork for his own future advancement. After all, should young brother Chen return in a month to harvest the spiritual valley, and Wang Li fortuitously found himself elevated in cultivation, it would be advantageous for him. In the event that young brother Chen continued to progress at an accelerated rate, It would be prudent for Wang Li to establish a rapport now to avoid any misunderstandings later. It is said that a favor received often leads to a debt of gratitude. This moment might well represent the humblest point in Wang Li's journey to becoming a cultivator. He mused about whether his modest assets would be sufficient to sway a foundational cultivator to act unscrupulously against him. Although spirit stones held significant purchasing power, a few low-grade spirit stones were hardly considered treasures among the clan's offspring. The half-vial of Huanglong Dan was worth no more than 4 or 5 low-grade spirit stones, and even a dozen vials would scarcely amount to 100, insufficient to entice a foundational cultivator willing to trade high-tier artifacts or hundreds of spirit stones. To the Qi refinement stage cultivators, however, dozens of spirit stones represented substantial wealth. Ordinary disciples of the sect typically earned only 2 low-grade spirit stones per month from most sect tasks, with a few fortunate ones managing 3. Yet, those from affluent families received preferential treatment, assigned to more lucrative tasks. Thus, it would be illogical for the Chun family to eliminate Wang Li over such trifles, especially having just received his foundational pills. Any betrayal would tarnish their reputation among the other cultivators in Huangfeng Valley. Consequently, the likelihood of Elder Chun or the Chun family turning against him seemed minimal, as such actions would only backfire. Wang Li sighed inwardly, reflecting on his lack of strength. Power, strength. I need to cultivate and gain might. With the ability to protect himself, there would be no need for such cautious flattery. He detested this feeling of inferiority. I must become the mightiest, the most feared individual, be it in the mortal realm, the spirit realm, or the celestial realm. I shall ascend to the highest echelons, standing atop the mountains, gazing down rather than looking up from the valleys. Take care of that vial, Elder Chun remarked to the resolute Wang Li. What are you waiting for? Accept the gesture of goodwill. He chided his own son. Oh, the 12-year-old boy seemed somewhat slow-witted. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. Very well, Wang Li, this responsibility is now yours. Should you encounter any issues in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. You may also wish to visit the transmission hall frequently. We cultivators must always prioritize our practice. We must not grow complacent or allow ourselves to become lax. Only by striving against the current and maintaining a spirit of ambition can we hope to achieve the golden core stage and attain a life of freedom. Elder Chin offered yet another piece of sage advice. The minor gesture of the medicinal pills was inconsequential. However, the exquisiteness of the vials suggested that this young lad had come from a life of luxury. The fact that he chose the solitary path of cultivation over a life of comfort and wealth indicated that, as long as he did not falter along the way, he was destined for greatness. Perhaps he could become a practitioner in the foundation establishment stage. This was the primary reason why Chun, a certain individual, chose to befriend a younger generation. He was not a simpleton. The thought of a high-grade magical artifact worth several hundred spirit stones caused him pain. He had to find a way to reclaim his investment from his elder brother, and he would go now. Afterward, he would return to his post. With a stroke of luck, he might encounter a similar opportunity again. Farewell, Uncle Master. Brother Chun, take care. Wang Li smiled as he bid farewell to the father and son. The two, having gained much, left in high spirits, leaving the area entirely to Wang Li. Yet Wang Li was not idle. He remained vigilant. He chose not to reside in the wooden building where Uncle Chin's younger son had previously lived. Instead, he utilized a low-grade magical artifact, the Cold Moon Blade, to carve out a new cave dwelling on the sheer cliff of the highest peak, where visibility was excellent. Caution is the mother of safety. He could not guarantee that the wooden building near the spirit field had not been tampered with, perhaps leaving behind some form of spiritual mark. If he were to carelessly move in, he might inadvertently expose his secrets to others. Even if Uncle Chun had no such intentions, one could not be sure about other members of the Chin family, especially if they were of dubious character. Furthermore, if the perpetrator possessed strength greater than Uncle Chun, it was entirely plausible that neither Uncle Chun nor his son had noticed anything amiss. Indeed, the Chun family boasted 2 practitioners in the late foundation establishment stage. The previous family head had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and Elder Chun had been in the golden core stage for over 200 years, each one stronger than Uncle Chun. Moreover, as a guest in another S domain, how could he easily occupy their residence? He had the ability to carve out a cave on the cliff. In summary, exercising caution was wise. A moment's negligence could lead to death and the tragic loss of all his accomplishments, all for the benefit of others, which would be truly lamentable. With his spiritual energy infused into the magical artifact, he swiftly carved out a simple cave dwelling. After replenishing his lost spiritual energy with a few pills, Wang Li began his meditative practice. Over the next 5 days, aside from watering the Spirit Valley, engaging in regular cultivation, and clearing a small plot for a medicinal herb garden, he meticulously swept the valley with his spiritual sense, leaving no corner unchecked to avoid potential hazards. After confirming 3 times that there were no issues, he finally dared to open the second package, retrieving the most unique item from a collection of exquisite bottles of similar size and design within a sealed box. After 7 days, a drop of green liquid would be produced. Alas, my luck pales in comparison to that of Han Li in another timeline, he lamented, recalling how the old demon managed to acquire a magical artifact shard that concealed spiritual energy at the Southern Taoist Conference. While he lacked such fortune and thus had to continue with this clumsy method, the spiritual senses of high-level practitioners are not to be trifled with. If the small bottle cannot be hidden, then there is no need to conceal it. By using a collection of ordinary, exquisite jade bottles to store the pills, surely the powerful figures would not shamelessly attempt to seize this as well. Fortunately, the extraordinary properties of the small bottle only manifested at night. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. Additionally, it was fortunate that he joined Huangfeng Valley in the morning, sparing Uncle Chen the trouble of laboring until nightfall. Otherwise, he might have felt a twinge of guilt. Time passed. I can fly? I can fly? Ha ha. In the plantation, atop the flying leaf artifact, the novice driver took to the skies, jubilant like a child. Since the dawn of humanity, there has been discontent with being confined to the Earth's surface. Especially for a transmigrator like Wang Li, there was an innate yearning for the skies. He harbored dreams of soaring alongside the sun. He practiced martial arts, honed his lightness skill, climbed trees, and ascended mountains, all in pursuit of a lofty perspective. Before embarking on the path of immortality, he envied the birds, the clouds, and the soaring eagles, longing for the ability to gaze down upon all living beings. Now he too could fly. He had genuinely become one who looked down upon the masses. The excitement within him was indescribable. Only when this novelty waned did he gradually revert to his former self. He began to refine pills from various spiritual herbs, researching formulas, and elevating his skills. Additionally, he sought guidance at the transmission hall to resolve his doubts regarding techniques, consulting senior brothers within the sect about the foundational arts of wood, water, and fire, polishing his skills. However, to cultivate spiritual herbs more effectively, he did not follow a strict order but instead chose to carve out a secret cave in an inconspicuous corner beneath the great waterfall of the next peak. This location was exceedingly concealed. It is important to note that the formation restrictions surrounding the Spirit Valley did not encompass the 3 peaks and the valley in its entirety. Rather, they enveloped the valley and part of the mountain slopes in an inverted bowl shape, leaving many intersection points between the mountains and the restrictions. The surface of this mountainside was slightly indented, allowing it to evade the formation's complete cover. It resembled a small bowl set within a larger basin. Moreover, the waterfall cascading down from the mountain provided a degree of visual camouflage. As such, anyone attempting to probe this mountainside and cave with their spiritual sense would first need to penetrate the formation restrictions of the valley, navigate through the mist, and then breach another layer of formation restrictions and the visual cover of the waterfall. Alternatively, they could attempt to drill through the cliff from the 1,000-foot peak, requiring a depth of at least 100 feet. Even those within the formation restrictions would need to penetrate a layer of formations, the mist, and the waterfall curtain to detect this mountainside and the newly opened cave. Without spiritual sense, relying solely on the naked eye would make detection even more challenging. Thus, what appeared to be a curtain of waterfall to outsiders concealed another realm behind it. The medicinal herb garden he had cultivated in the valley and the cave on the main peak inadvertently served as distractions to draw attention away from him. However, what Wang Li had never anticipated was that his novice equipment would soon reach its durability limit. The generosity of the sect had been enlightening. Indeed, one cannot expect quality from something that is cheap. The ancients did not deceive me. Looking at the 2 sect-provided weapons, the blades and swords marred with scratches and chips, Wang Li felt a pang of regret. The legendary Frostmourne and Firebrand. How could they be in such a state? The Cold Moon Blade and the Fierce Sun Sword, as the most basic magical artifacts, had been rendered nearly useless after these 2 bouts of use. Fortunately, the small medicinal garden he had established beneath the waterfall allowed him to retire these 2 novice gifts, marking their end. Everything must be earned through one's own efforts. He shook his head with a sigh. Despite the cave and Appo's concealment, Wang Li did not forget to add an extra layer of protection by placing a large stone at the entrance of the cave behind the waterfall, providing additional security. Only then did he feel somewhat more at ease to begin his agricultural endeavors. Uncle Chun provided 3 formulas. 2 were suitable for Qi refinement stage practitioners. One was a common recipe for a pill known as the Qi recovery pill, found in reputable cultivation families or sects. But it required spirit herbs that had been cultivated for 60 to 70 years in areas rich in spiritual energy. While many sought to cultivate these herbs in abundance, the locations with sufficient spiritual energy were extremely limited. These precious lands were primarily reserved for growing rare herbs needed for advancing from foundation establishment to golden core stages. So the supply of herbs required by lower-tier practitioners remained insufficient. Wang Li had modest demands and thus acquired a complete set of seedlings at a minimal cost. The other formula was an ancient one depicting a premium pill for Qi refinement stage cultivators. But it required 2 ingredients that were difficult to find and even harder to cultivate. Consequently, Wang Li had no choice but to abandon this option. He certainly had no time to waste searching for those 2 spirit herbs in the Qi refinement stage. After all, with the small vial at hand containing lower-quality recovery pills, even if their effects were mediocre, he could compensate with quantity. Thus, before the recovery pills were successfully refined, Wang Li, relying on Huanglong Dan, Jinsui pill, Tuomai Dan, and Juki-san, common yet revered medicines, spent over half a month cultivating to the 10th layer of his foundational technique, making significant progress. This pace astonished the young son of Uncle Chun, who had come to harvest the Spirit Valley. However, young Chun did not inquire further. For Wang Li had been at the bottleneck of the 9th layer of foundational techniques upon entering Huangfeng Valley, and it was plausible to achieve this with the aid of some pills. Later, after a considerable quantity of recovery pills were produced, Wang Li broke through to the 11th layer of Qi refinement in just about 4 months. When young Chun returned for the 3rd time to collect from the Spirit Valley 2 months later, he was filled with envy. Yet, this young lad still refrained from asking too many questions, as Wang Li had gifted him a vial and a half of Huanglong Dan, a small vial of Jinsui pill, and more than half a vial of Tuomai Dan. Brother Chun, I am fortunate indeed, and I must thank the Chun family for providing this precious spirit field. I feel that cultivating here is remarkably efficient. Otherwise, I would not have advanced further in just 6 months. Here, take what remains of my pills. They are of little use to me now. I hope you reach the 10th layer of Qi refinement soon. Wang Li exaggerated the time spent, claiming it had been 6 months instead of 4, and presented himself as someone who had merely just broken through, ascribing much of the credit to this valley of fortune, thus adding a semblance of rationality to his claims. Wang Li's thoughtful intentions were evident, coupled with the use of pills as a means to win favor. Along with the earlier strategic maneuver, even if news of this reached Uncle Chen's ears, he would likely only express astonishment and admiration. Presenting half a vial of Huanglong Dan before Uncle Chun and now bestowing the remainder was sufficient to solidify their rapport and provide an adequate explanation. Brother Wang Li, please continue to call me Little Brother Chen. Although I long to be addressed as brother, my cultivation is far inferior to yours, making such a title inappropriate. My father has said that in the realm of cultivation, status is determined by strength. Once my cultivation surpasses yours, you may call me brother, and I shall feel a sense of accomplishment, young Chun stated earnestly. At 12 years old, this young boy, though influenced by the world of cultivation, still bore the innocence of youth under Uncle Chen's protection. Of course, the pills worth 2 to 3 dozen low-grade spirit stones were quickly tucked into young Chen's pocket. It seemed he had not been shy about accepting gifts from others. Hey, little Chun, may I ask you something? Seizing upon the boy's good mood, Wang Li planned to glean something useful. What is it? Speak, young Chun replied, still in high spirits. Those ironwood, cedar, and oak spirit materials growing behind your house. Could you spare me a sample of each? I wish to study them. They may prove useful in the future. Wang Li inquired with a smile, while internally wincing as he handed over 10 spirit stones. Having just acquired 36, he was now parting with 10. It was painful, but he understood the value of spirit stones after learning about the realities faced by low-ranking Qi refinement disciples in Huangfeng Valley. Non-clan disciples worked tirelessly throughout the year for a meager income of 20 to 30 spirit stones, after accounting for their cultivation and the cost of pills. Saving even a few stones annually was commendable. These individuals resembled the modern-day workforce, earning around 2 to 3,000. In contrast, clan members like Young Chun were expected to earn no less than 10 spirit stones a month. The work was beneath him, not the other way around. These individuals were akin to successors groomed for leadership, starting at a point where others merely aspired to reach. Their entry into the workforce was merely procedural, meant to familiarize themselves with processes to avoid being taken advantage of later. Furthermore, those who could secure such starting conditions were considered societal elites, possessing specialized skills that necessitated higher wages or bonuses for recruitment. For instance, Master Ma's medicinal garden offered a mere 5 low-grade spirit stones per month. But one had to possess the expertise to tend to the spirit herbs. Otherwise, hiring someone incompetent would be a grave mistake. Neglecting the care of the herbs could lead to losses, necessitating compensation to Master Ma for any damage incurred. Spirit materials? You mean those wretched trees planted by my ancestors? Young Chun exclaimed in surprise. This time, he declined the spirit stones. Yes, little Chun, Brother Chun. I only need a cutting to plant, and see if I might use it later for foundation establishment. You must know how challenging it is to establish a foundation without foundation pills. I need to stabilize at the 13th layer of chi refinement, cultivate formidable techniques, arm myself thoroughly before venturing into the blood-forbidden land to test my luck. Otherwise, I may never establish my foundation in this lifetime. Rest assured, I have not touched those spirit materials, not even a leaf. You may inspect them yourself, Wang Li assured him. Mentioning the foundation pill was a subtle appeal for sympathy, as he had indeed traded his foundation pill for a low price to the Chen family, and Young Chun was clearly aware of this fact. Introducing the notion of the blood-forbidden trial served both to elicit sympathy and to imply the innocence of his actions regarding the spirit trees. Some individuals were very particular about the ownership of their belongings, and even the slightest contact could provoke resentment, regardless of the item's actual significance. I've told you not to call me Brother Chun. Call me Little Brother Chun, the young lad insisted, his face set in determination. He was clearly resistant to being elevated. Are you certain you haven't touched my wooden treasures? Despite the boy's stern expression, he moved quickly, reaching for the spirit stones in Wang Li's hand with familiarity. This action caused Wang Li to twitch at the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating that the lad possessed a strong sense of pride and possessiveness. While Wang Li's demeanor was precisely what he relished, absolutely certain, Wang Li reaffirmed, patting his chest in assurance. It was no jest. Since Uncle Chun had specifically warned him about these items, he would not dare to meddle with them. He fully understood the consequences of reckless actions. So, are you truly going to participate in the blood-forbidden trial? The overpopulation of cultivators, combined with a lack of proper management, had led to a gradual depletion of spirit herbs in the cultivation world, with many becoming extinct. The remaining locations where these rare herbs might still be found were primarily within the so-called forbidden zones. The foundational pills of the cultivation realm in the Yu Kingdom originated from a certain ancient forbidden area, sealed by wind attributes. The restrictions on this area were weakened every 5 years, allowing the 7 factions to temporarily open a passage for a limited number of chi refinement disciples to enter and compete for spirit herbs. However, due to the absence of external pressure, the 7 factions in the Yu Kingdom had devolved into fierce competition, each striving for greater power, coupled with ongoing exploitation. The century-old spirit herbs had become increasingly scarce, resulting in the forbidden area, accessible only to chi refinement disciples, becoming a site of continuous bloodshed, now notorious for its brutality. It was said that the survival rate was less than 1/3 of what it had originally been. Notably, this referred to the initial 1/3, not merely a third, a mere difference in phrasing that underscored the stark contrast. The beginning had not been without casualties, illustrating the current cruelty of the blood-forbidden trial. However, due to the increasingly scarce foundational elixirs, the 7 great sects of the Yu Kingdom can only grit their teeth, enduring both losses and gains. Junior Brother Chun, do you believe I have a choice? A hint of bitterness surfaced on Wang Li's face. There is no choice. The sect distributes foundational elixirs every 5 years. Yet the quantity is exceedingly limited. Within the sect, there are over 10,000 chi refining practitioners, and many of them have stronger backing than he does, either relatives of core formation cultivators or descendants of the elder generation responsible for foundational matters. These individuals typically only need to participate in the sect's assessments to obtain a foundational elixir, such as Dong Xinyuan, the scoundrel Lu Shixiang, Chen Xiaoqian, and Yi Shixiang's nephew. Indeed, there is Chen Xiaoqian. Where did her first foundational elixir come from? Either it was obtained through the sect's examination or allocated to her family by the sect, which was then bestowed upon her. However, foundational elixirs are not as plentiful as cabbages. Thus, there is only one such opportunity. Therefore, even if Chun Xiaoqian is the only daughter of the Chun family head, after losing that foundational elixir, she can only participate in the Blood Forbidden trial to earn the sect's second reward. For any participant, as long as they bring back a few qualifying spiritual herbs alive, they can hope to receive a foundational elixir. The more spiritual herbs they manage to bring back, over 10, the more they can hope to receive additional elixirs. Yet for Wang Li, the Chun family does not consider him part of their backing and cannot help him contend for a foundational elixir. Even if he performs exceptionally well in the sect's comprehensive assessments, including innate quality and personal strength, he is likely to be eliminated by someone with a background or be overshadowed by exceptionally gifted individuals who are favored by the Elder Core formation practitioners to become their named disciples. Just like how sect leader Zhong dismissed the foundational elixir belonging to Elder Wu's nephew under the pretext of the Ascension Order. Otherwise, during each blood trial, aside from those who have previously attempted and failed to obtain a foundational elixir, why do so many formidable qi refining cultivators still venture forth? Is it not because the sect cannot ensure absolute fairness? Otherwise, why would such prodigious individuals risk their lives in such a gamble? Ultimately, it boils down to everyone lacks sufficient backing. This explains why, during the last trial, the absence of numerous newly ascended foundational cultivators, despite the existence of many who ascended around the same time as old Demon Han. Given these circumstances, facing the young man's hesitant demeanor, Wang Li also felt weary. If this is so difficult, why do you take the spirit stones from my hands? Do you wish to increase the stakes? No way. Through several months of interactions, he had nearly discerned the true nature of Chun Shirshu's precious son, a naive youth. Indeed, he appeared so in front of Chen Shirshu. As for what lay beyond Chen Shirshu's sight, he chuckled inwardly. Noticing that this senior brother had no intention of producing spirit stones, Xiao Qin understood that this was the limit of the other party. Senior brother Wang Li, I can promise to give you one of each type of spiritual wood, but you must ensure that it doesn't reach my father's ears, or else he will definitely beat me up. Also, before you go to the Blood Forbidden trial, it would be best to transplant them back to this valley. Otherwise, with the external concentration of spiritual energy, if no one takes care of the young trees, they may wither. Well, the little guy is quite kind. But if someone were to discover Xiao Qin's inner monologue at this moment, they might very well feel inclined to strangle the little rascal. How should one put it? Senior brother Wang Li, go ahead. If you fail in the forbidden grounds, won't the few worthless saplings you transplanted back to the valley become ownerless? At that time, I shall return them to their original places, and my father, my uncle, and my second uncle would likely not notice anything amiss. 10 spirit stones for nothing. I truly am a little genius. With such thoughts in mind, he took out a jade pendant emitting a gentle white light and hung it at his waist. Then leisurely walked into the forest, soon selecting several of the youngest saplings for Wang Li. Senior brother, it's not that I am unwilling to give you larger ones, but those have long been divided among the elders of the family. These small ones are all that my father helped me secure. Take them. Wang Li was deeply moved by this generosity. Thank you, junior brother Xiaoqin. 10-year-old saplings will suffice. I fear these were planted when you were just a tiny bit of a thing. Speaking of which, I have scoured the outside for quite a while and Kuden and Appos to find a single sapling, yet you managed to find so many in a moment. You truly have worked hard. It is evident that this little fellow is familiar with this place, or rather, that the Chun family is familiar with it. This also proves the rarity of these spiritual woods. That was close. I am glad I didn't act foolishly before. You're welcome. In the future, if there are such good opportunities, if there are mutually beneficial arrangements, remember to include me. 10 spirit stones are nearly equivalent to his monthly allowance. Certainly. Brotherly bond. So, junior brother Xiao Chan, in a few days, I may need to go out on a mission and take care of some mundane matters. I will likely be gone for 3 months. During these 3 months, could you help me tend to the spiritual fields and take care of the spiritual valley? Don't worry, the spirit stone rewards will all belong to you, and I will additionally give you 3 spirit stones as a token of gratitude. His right hand trembled. More spirit stones again. I take this, and you still give me 3 spirit stones? Are you certain? The little fellow's big eyes sparkled. 3 spirit stones within 3 months. If I return a bit late, for every 3 months, I will add another 3. Deal. 3 spirit stones are significant even for a 7th layer Qi refining practitioner, not to mention that this is merely a bonus. It equates to Xiaoqin returning to his previous duties with an additional 3 spirit stones in pay. Delightful. Hee hee. This foolish one, Wang Li mused. Hee hee. This big fool, Xiaoqin chuckled to himself. The Wuligou Hall, the Huangfeng Valley, is a repository for talismans, pill recipes, books, and secret arts. It also provides various tools for alchemy and refining, as well as commonly used materials. As one of the sect's vital locations, its defenses are formidable, and it is rumored that a core formation cultivator is stationed here, though the truth of this remains uncertain. Without foundational level cultivation, entry requires the guarantee of a practitioner at the foundational level or above. Wang Li had long procured a guarantor's token from Qin Shishu. Thus he would not encounter difficulties in entering or exiting this place. At present, as he approached, preparing to step inside, a luminous barrier suddenly appeared before him, with 2 red-clad individuals behind the barrier whose cultivations he could not discern. Without hesitation, Wang Li respectfully presented his token. Oh, Qin Shixiang is your guarantor? The 2 inquired formally through the barrier. Qin Shixiang? Upon hearing this title, Wang Li felt a chill. Are these 2 gatekeepers at the foundational level? He dared not be negligent. Indeed. What a joke. One misstep could lead these 2 elders to take offense, labeling him a spy, and then casually incinerating him with a small fireball. That would be utterly unjust. You are a member of the Qin family? But wait. Aren't all the Qin family members guaranteed by the family head? Boy, you aren't Qin Shixiang's direct disciple or an illegitimate child, are you? Direct disciple is understandable. But what on earth is an illegitimate child? Respected sirs, Qin Shishu is my guide, and I have received much care from him. He quickly responded respectfully to show his deference. Huh, just your guide, is it? Very well, you may enter. The 2 nodded and simultaneously cast a spell on the barrier, causing it to tremble and swiftly split open, creating an opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. The gap was certainly no wider than 10 feet. This temporary passage is largely determined by the physique of the visitors. Thank you, esteemed masters. Ah, Qin's jade talisman is in your possession. It must still undergo routine inspection upon each arrival, for such is the rule here. Indeed, indeed. From beginning to end, one must remain respectful and courteous, striving to leave a favorable impression on these 2, for they may become frequent visitors, after all. Follow me. Although he was invited to keep up, he instinctively lagged half a step behind. Uncertain whether the customs of this realm align with those of Huaxia, Wang Li nonetheless followed suit out of instinct. After all, no matter where one is, lowering one's position as a sign of respect can garner goodwill. If the other party feels at ease, it will make things considerably simpler for him. By the way, Wang, have you brought enough spirit stones? During their walk, one individual suddenly inquired. Esteemed masters, to be candid, after fulfilling the daily requirements for talismans, elixirs, and the like, I have managed to accumulate a few spirit stones over the past few months. Although the foundation establishment stage is relatively affluent, there are still limits to wealth. Thus, claiming poverty is certainly accurate here. Humph. What business do you have coming here without spirit stones? Are you aware that entering the true Wuligou Hall requires an additional teleportation array, which consumes spirit stones? According to the rules, you must first submit 1 spirit stone before we can grant you access to the core area. Goodness. Is this a deliberate setup to charge an entry fee through a teleportation array? Or is this place genuinely of utmost importance? Ah, old Xia, let it be. This is Wang's first visit, so we shall waive the fee this time. HM? One takes on the role of the stern, while the other plays the sympathetic. How delightful. Such a stellar first impression they leave. If he truly knew nothing, he might unwittingly develop an affection for the 2. Thank you, esteemed masters. Thank you. Esteemed masters. Wang Li portrayed the visage of a novice, reveling in the petty advantage he had gained. There is no need for such theatrics, Wang. Though spoken casually, the subtle shifts in their expressions revealed their satisfaction and pride. Ah, this is merely a gesture of goodwill from us as elders. You need not take it to heart. I trust you implicitly. Regardless of whether their response stemmed from his prior deference, a bid to curry favor with Chun, or simply a small investment in goodwill. At the very least, a favorable impression had been established between them. Go ahead. As they spoke, the spirit stones embedded in the array shimmered, and Wang Li felt a sensation of spinning, the surroundings blurring rapidly before sharpening once more. Upon regaining his bearings, he found himself in an unfamiliar hall, standing upon a teleportation array identical to the previous one. How careless of me. I forgot about the discomfort associated with teleportation. He silently admonished himself. Moreover, if such a minor distance caused discomfort, what would the sensations be like for long-distance teleportation? It must be overwhelming. It seems I must pay closer attention to this aspect in the future. Otherwise, it would be most unfortunate to perish during the teleportation process. The hall stood utterly vacant, eerily silent, resembling a ghostly abode. Naturally, it is uncommon for those in the chi refinement stage to freely traverse this realm. The absence of people is the norm, as not every Foundation establishment elder is readily available. Those who can endure such solitude must possess a resolute spirit and unwavering will. It is precisely because of these venerable predecessors' willingness to serve as the foundation that our Huangfeng Valley has flourished and endured for centuries. The hall connects to 3 passageways, 2 of which are marked with the words tools and elixirs. After a quick glance, Wang Li entered the passage that represented elixirs. A few steps later, a turn revealed a new room at the end of the path. At the entrance, a table was set with an elderly man seated at it, grinning amiably as he regarded Wang Li. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed the elder's strength, at least Foundation establishment. However, before Wang Li could speak, the elder cheerfully remarked, "You, young man, are quite interesting. You dare to speak boldly about the elders of the sect, showing remarkable audacity." Thus, his previous words had been overheard. Junior pays his respects to Uncle Su, and I hope for your understanding. My words stem from admiration for the many esteemed seniors of Huangfeng Valley who selflessly contribute from the shadows. Wang Li wore a look of earnestness. Do not be so formal. Simply call me Su, or Uncle Su. Ahem, do you really think we are? The elder's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he scrutinized Wang Li. Your heartfelt words are commendable. He was nearly ready to lay bare his soul. Indeed, indeed. How did I not realize my own greatness before? Or perhaps it is you who understands our struggles. It has been so long since we have seen a living face. And when we do, it is usually weary and familiar. Where is the youthful vigor and understanding? As he stroked his beard and reveled in self-admiration, he finally recalled Wang Li's presence. Now speak. What brings you here? Uncle Su. This title felt more intimate. I have come seeking formulas and texts related to elixirs to study the art of alchemy. With my aptitude, achieving significant accomplishments necessitates external assistance, and alchemy is a shortcut. In truth, he sought the formulas for the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Youth-Enhancing Pill, hoping to stumble upon some treasures along the way. Oh, you seek formulas and texts for alchemy? But you are not a clan descendant. The elder narrowed his eyes. Clan descendants would never venture to this forsaken place for formulas, as they are well aware of the circumstances within. Yet here was a young lad of merely 11 layers of chi refinement. This little fellow. Uncle Su, I do wish for familial support, yet my family has fallen on hard times. Before my grandfather passed, he left me a token of ascension and some trifles. Just enough for me to reach my current level. I am immensely grateful for the protection of my ancestors, which has allowed me the fortune to join Huangfeng Valley. But if my journey must end here, I cannot accept it. A token of ascension? The one who traded with the Chun family for Foundation Establishment pills? What are your spirit roots? 3 spirit roots, he replied, a bashful smile gracing his features. I see. So it is the foundation of the family. Resources traded for Foundation Establishment pills, and arduous cultivation in the spirit lands? That explains everything. Well then, since you have addressed me as Uncle Su, I must show some courtesy. You seek formulas and texts for alchemy, do you not? This jade slip contains detailed accounts. Read it here before proceeding inside. The elder produced a jade slip, his expression reminiscent of someone reluctantly parting with a piece of flesh, as if he were sacrificing his own blood. His hand wavered as he grasped the jade slip, a masterful display of hesitation, as if he might snatch it back at any moment. Truly, he is a model for our generation. Thank you, Elder Han. It appears my previous strategy has yielded results. Uncle Su, you are indeed a steadfast practitioner in the darkness. Please allow me to pay my respects. After a bow, he hastily accepted the jade slip. Once it was pressed against his forehead, and he meticulously reviewed its contents with his spirit sense, Wang Li's eyes gradually sparkled with excitement. The second-floor library indeed contained the formulas for the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Youth-Enhancing Pill, but regrettably, aside from these 2 formulas, there were no other reliable ones to be found. He also noticed formulas for the 9-flower Jade Dew Pill, Meridian Expansion Pill, and Blood Refinement Pill, 3 mundane sacred medicines now beyond his use. Have you finished reading? Are you going up or not? Old Su truly felt as though he had suffered a significant loss this time. After all, those were several pieces of spirit stones. Subo, why is there nothing of value here? Could it be that something was omitted from the jade slip? Do you doubt me? The old man's eyes twitched, and his gaze immediately turned unfriendly. No, no. I merely wish to inquire about the price of the items above. Oh, you still intend to purchase after examining these trinkets? The elder and Apos' skepticism returned instantly. To make a copy costs 10 spirit stones. Are you certain about that? I and Apos, LL by the foundation building pill formula and the beauty enhancing pill formula. 20 spirit stones were respectfully presented before the elder. The elder raised an eyebrow. Are you serious? I can understand the foundation building pill formula. But wasting 10 spirit stones on the beauty enhancing pill formula? Is it vanity that drives you? Very well, it is your own affair. I shall not interfere. As the elder's thoughts wandered, the jade slip was already copied. Here, take it. Thank you, Subo. I take my leave. Go. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley had the opportunity to venture out once a year. However, those who pursued strength in the path of immortality seldom squandered precious cultivation time on frivolities, resulting in very few disciples actually applying for such excursions each year. Those who chose to undertake external medicinal quests were even rarer. As for Wang Li, he had just departed from the Wuligou Hall when he hurried to Baiji Hall to post a temporary task for collecting special spiritual plants. Concurrently, he acquired an external medicinal quest from Master Yu of that institution. After spending several days purchasing a substantial amount of seeds from disciples specializing in cultivating spiritual herbs, he wasted no time and left the mountain gate without looking back. Once he distanced himself from the restrictive array of Huangfeng Valley, he flew directly towards the nearest provincial city in the mundane realm. Traveling eastward, 3 days flew by in an instant, and he found a secluded valley with a waterfall in a desolate area occupied by a mundane sect called Qingxia sect, where he casually established a cave dwelling. This location was well beyond the boundaries of the Taiwan Mountains. Previously, he had strained every effort to reach Huangfeng Valley primarily for the foundation building pill, advanced cultivation techniques, guidance from esteemed predecessors, and various pill recipes and texts, all in pursuit of acquiring detailed information about the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom and their hidden benefits. To avoid unnecessary detours, these resources were either the accumulation of the immortal sects over hundreds or thousands of years or privileges of being the true masters of the Yu Kingdom, which were not available in the outside world. Indeed, it was only by joining one sect that one could discern the intricacies of another. Observing the precise locations of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom and their general circumstances within the jade slip, Wang Li fell into contemplation. In addition, there was another jade slip containing information about the markets operated by the 7 great sects, including their reputations and the signature items they sold. The widespread practice of gathering intelligence was a favored activity among any faction. In the original work, the Yin family, a cultivation family, had even extended their influence into neighboring states. After losing contact with their spies, the upper echelons of the Yin family realized that trouble had befallen the 2 countries even before the 7 sects did. All factions understood the necessity of intelligence gathering. Wang Li would certainly not content himself with being blind and deaf in this regard. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of some pitfalls within. However, since this information was made available to the disciples within Huangfeng Valley, it could hardly be fabricated to a significant extent. Crucial intelligence would not be disclosed to lower-tier disciples by Huangfeng Valley, but basic common knowledge need not be concealed. With spirit stones in hand, everything was negotiable. This outing was primarily to leverage pills for rapid cultivation advancement. Prior to this, he had already refined a sufficient quantity of pills. Within Huangfeng Valley, it was rather inconvenient to indulge excessively in such practices. Consuming too many pills and experiencing a rapid advancement in cultivation would undoubtedly raise suspicion. With merely 3 spiritual roots and lacking any special constitution, to cultivate at a pace faster than even those with dual roots would be somewhat humiliating to the intellect of the older generation. Once he drew the attention of those with ulterior motives, no amount of excuses, be it claiming to have inadvertently consumed a peculiar fruit in his youth, as the original text's old demon Han suggested, would suffice to dispel the doubts surrounding his unusual cultivation speed. Venturing into the mundane world, he could find a tranquil place to meditate and diligently cultivate for a period, using pills to enhance his abilities. By that time, he would possess ample explanations for any rapid growth in cultivation. While other cultivators struggle with slow progress, here I am, troubled by the conspicuous and rapid elevation of my cultivation. The path of immortality is indeed fraught with challenges. Every step must be meticulously considered. When the blood-forbidden land opens, acquiring a substantial amount of foundation-building pill materials will be inevitable for participating in the blood trial. There was no alternative. The sect's grand competition had concluded a decade ago. To obtain a foundation-building pill, he would either have to wait another decade to seize one in the arena or resort to the blood-forbidden land. To venture into the forbidden ground, one must first possess the confidence to do so. Equipping himself from head to toe was of utmost priority. Cultivation, spirit stones, markets. The real question was, how could I enhance the efficiency of acquiring spirit stones? Should I cultivate ironwood, cedar, and oak spirit materials? Or should I grow millennium spiritual herbs? Perhaps I could produce beauty-enhancing pills for sale. Each option has its merits and drawbacks. Spiritual herbs hold immense allure for cultivators, and a millennium spiritual herb is priceless. Even the most ordinary varieties such as ginseng, Hisho Wu, and polygonatum, when aged over 1,000 years, will attract a multitude of foundation-building and even core-formation cultivators. Engaging in trade with these plants may yield the greatest profit, but it also carries the highest risk. With 2 millennium spiritual herbs, he should be able to arm himself to the level of the original text's Old Demon Han without issue. But that seems implausible. Recalling the covetous gaze of the core formation elder Lei upon encountering spiritual herbs aged 7 or 8 centuries, Wang Li understood the perilous nature of such a hot potato. Elder Lei Wanha, due to their shared sect affiliation and his position as a senior, refrained from acting maliciously. Others, however, would not be so courteous. The allure of treasures can incite greed, and killing for riches is often the simplest and most efficient path. At most, one might produce a single herb for emergencies, only to be used as a last resort. As for the beauty-enhancing pill, while it may seem of little use in the realm of immortality, its value in the right hands could rival that of a top-tier magical artifact. Moreover, the beauty-enhancing pill would not attract undue envy initially. Rather, it would merely lead others to question the sanity of the purchaser. Thus, this option is feasible. The only challenge lies in the multitude of raw materials required to refine the beauty-enhancing pill, with 2 primary ingredients necessitating a millennium of growth. Although these raw materials are not particularly difficult to find, even the mundane realm can yield them. However, gathering the plants and ensuring their ages meet the required standards is a cumbersome endeavor. With a year and 8 months remaining, time may not be on my side. Contemplating this, Wang Li's brow furrowed. He then cast his gaze towards the nearby Qingxia sect, observing the youthful faces on the mountain path, watching them cheerfully carry buckets of water uphill, and noting their nimble movements. He felt an inexplicable sensation. Shouldn't the path of immortality entail a complete severance from the mundane? Yet, why had he relied on the strength of mortals more than once? Are mortals, devoid of spiritual roots and incapable of cultivation, truly worthless? Why then does he feel that the most useless ones are those so-called immortals? They have failed to enhance the productivity of humanity, instead perpetuating conflicts in the realm of immortality. If they possess the capability to engage in internal strife on the mainland, why not venture abroad to expand their territories? Creating land from the sea is not beyond reach. At the very least, they could establish a second celestial palace. As I regained my senses, I found myself unwittingly stepping into the grand hall of the Qingxia sect's assembly. My hand itched, and I seized several high-ranking officials, pressing them into their respective seats. Each one sank deeply into the grand chairs beneath them. Within 3 months, if you manage to gather the required items, I shall reward you with 5 vials each of the sacred elixirs, the 9-flower jade dew pill, and the blood-refining pill. Should you succeed within 6 months, you will receive 7 vials of the sacred medicine. If you complete the collection in 9 months, you will still be granted 4 vials. However, should you meet the deadline of 1 year, you will receive but a single vial. I have decided to grant the mortals of the Qingxia sect an opportunity to demonstrate their worth, a chance to prove themselves. Lin sect leader. For you and the Qingxia sect, fortune lies before you. Ultimately, how much you can acquire depends on your abilities. Within the hall, Wang Li gazed down at the several individuals, speaking in a measured tone. These conditions may seem severe. However, when compared to the value of the elixirs, they are hardly burdensome. Furthermore, Wang Li had procured most of the necessary materials for the complexion-altering elixirs from Huangfeng Valley, with Qingxia sect responsible for less than a third. The legendary 9-flower Jade Dew Pill? Rest assured, the Qingxia sect shall exert every effort. The leader of this mundane second-rate sect, having received a lesson, promptly stood up, bending respectfully before the middle-aged Wang Li, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The large apple-shaped imprint left on the chair behind him silently conveyed his trepidation. Fear not, esteemed one. We shall not keep you waiting long. Behind the leader, 4 elderly elders with flowing white hair also hurriedly stood and bowed. Another 4 apple-shaped imprints were left behind. Very well, as an earnest, here are 5 9-flower Jade Dew pills, 1 for each of you. I hope you will take this matter seriously, for the subsequent rewards will surely satisfy you all. With a single gesture, Wang Li presented the 5 pills before the 5 individuals. The high-ranking officials, astonished and delighted, exclaimed their gratitude. Thank you, esteemed one. One elder hesitated for a moment before being the first to consume the pill, as its effects took hold. His pallid complexion became considerably more vibrant. How does it feel? Wang Li, disguised as a middle-aged man, stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing slightly. Never before have I felt so good. At that moment, the elder's aged face broke into a joyous smile. Overcome with elation, the others exchanged glances, their spirits lifted. There was no doubt, the elixir was genuine. Thus, whether for their personal advancement or the growth of their sect, they felt compelled to take this endeavor seriously. Indeed, to commit fully. When gathering these herbs, it is best not to attract too much attention. Should you encounter significant trouble, do not expect me to come to your rescue. After conveying his instructions and warnings to the 5, he swiftly vanished from sight. What remarkable speed! Such exquisite lightness of foot, taking our lives as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. Indeed, with a single hand, he could effortlessly overpower us 5. The leader glanced back at the large apple imprint on the chair, still feeling a shiver of apprehension. Truly, he is an esteemed one who so casually bestows upon us the legendary sacred elixirs. The several elders, possessing considerable strength, were momentarily awestruck. Esteemed one, are you all deaf and blind? The eldest elder could not help but chuckle derisively. Brother Qin, what do you mean by that? Some were displeased by the insinuation of being called deaf or blind. Can't you tell the difference between mortals and immortals? Old Xiong, what is wrong with calling you deaf and blind? The eldest elder, surnamed Qin, retorted sharply. What? Immortal? Now, no one cared about being insulted. Convey to the 10,000 disciples of the sect, by whatever means necessary, to locate these herbs within 3 months. Lin's sect leader spoke decisively, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, 3 options emerged. The Millennium spiritual herbs were merely a backup. Though the materials for the complexion-altering elixir had yet to be secured, there was hope. The Millennium spiritual materials were altogether different. For the 500-year-old spiritual materials could serve as primary trade goods among foundational cultivators, such as for crafting puppets. Those aged 7 to 800 years were even more valuable. Millennium spiritual materials, when compared to Millennium spiritual herbs, were not far behind in worth, sufficient for refining several top-tier flying swords and magical artifacts. Although Wang Li could not refine artifacts himself, he could exchange them at the large shops in the 7 sects marketplace for what he required. The crucial point was that they were not as conspicuous as Millennium spiritual herbs. Above all else, stability must come first. As for the seedlings, just days ago, he had procured fresh stock from Shaochun. Time passed swiftly. After more than 2 months, a Millennium spiritual herb had been successfully cultivated, with no need for restraint. And with the elixirs freely consumed, his cultivation rapidly approached the threshold between the 11th and 12th levels of qi refining. Additionally, Qingxia sect had found several of the 20-plus materials needed for the complexion-altering elixir, most acquired through high-priced exchanges with other sections. The vast majority met the required age standards. Had Wang Li sought these out himself, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. 3 more months passed, and a Millennium ironwood tree was successfully unearthed, allowing Wang Li to smoothly enter the 12th level of qi refining. However, several materials still remained elusive for the complexion-altering elixir. Consequently, Lin's sect leader erupted in fury within the sect. It became evident that the task would not be completed within the 6-month deadline. As time progressed, the Qingxia sect's influence expanded. For instance, through coercive persuasion, they targeted merchant alliances. All of this allowed Wang Li, who observed quietly, to see clearly through the situation. With just 5 individuals, they had mobilized thousands within the sect, and from these thousands, they could influence even more. At this moment, the added strength in numbers rang true. It also illustrated that even the insignificant mortals were not without merit. As yet another 3-month deadline approached, Lin's sect leader, with bloodshot eyes, angrily shattered exquisite porcelain all around him. Useless. Good for nothings. There are thousands of you. Is it so difficult to find a few herbs of no medicinal value and of no rarity? What use is it to keep you? At this juncture, Wang Li was nearing the threshold of the 13th level of foundational cultivation, confident that with another 2 or 3 months of diligent practice, he would achieve a breakthrough. The Millennium spiritual materials had successfully yielded a second plant. The materials for crafting the complexion-altering elixir were just missing the final main ingredient and 2 auxiliary ones. Sect leader, these 3 herbs are exceedingly difficult to find. Please grant us more time, and we will surely locate them. The overseer responsible for this matter was immediately flustered by the sect leader's wrath. 3 months and another 3 months. Do you know what we have missed out on? Lin's sect leader's voice was hoarse, revealing the toll of stress and exhaustion. The crowd below trembled in fear, and even some of the elite disciples displayed hesitant glances. This subtle shift within the crowd went unnoticed by Lin's sect leader. However, Wang Li, who happened to be passing by, caught it with his keen perception. Though he felt puzzled, he did not immediately reveal himself. Instead, he waited until deep into the night to quietly visit the overseer's chamber. Employing hypnosis to guide the individual. Speak. What have you concealed from the sect leader? In the next moment, the dazed overseer opened his mouth. I have found a lead on the items. Oh, if so, why did you not bring it back? Wang Li narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within. Because the holder of the lead is of considerable standing, and the Qingxia sect cannot lightly provoke them, among those of us who are aware. We do not wish to see the Qingxia sect, which has nurtured us, perish. Of considerable standing? Pray, tell me, who are these individuals? Wang Li's brow relaxed. One is the daughter of the governor of the state. The woman harbored a deep affection for a vibrant bonsai, which was one of the botanical specimens the sect leader had instructed the disciples to seek at any cost. It is said that this particular flower has existed for over 7 centuries. Unfortunately, after initial negotiations, even with a lavish offer of gold, the master of the estate not only refused to part with the bonsai, but also grew curious about why we, as wandering practitioners, were searching for such flora. We narrowly escaped a dire situation. It was imperative that the Qingxia sect did not attract unnecessary trouble. As a second-rate force in the martial world, Qingxia sect could hardly withstand the overwhelming might of the authorities, especially since the once dominant wolf gang had been reduced to a mere third-rate faction with only 2,000 members left after being decimated by the official forces of Jing Prefecture. How could Qingxia dare to provoke the government? The other 2 holders of the bonsai were also individuals of considerable repute. Thus, we were not inclined to engage in transactions with them, regardless of how much gold we possessed. Why not inform the sect leader? Wang Li inquired. This matter was initially meant to be conveyed to the leader. However, in recent months, the leader has seemed bewitched, behaving like a different person altogether, frequently reallocating resources and extravagantly consuming the sect's manpower and finances to gather these ornamental flowers. If we were to inform the leader, Qingxia sect would undoubtedly be plunged into an abyss from which there would be no return. As members of Qingxia, while we cannot bring prosperity to the sect, we must not jeopardize its future, the steward replied, somewhat dazed. You do not fear that other disciples will eventually report this matter? This area is under our responsibility. The other disciples have been dispatched elsewhere to seek leads. It makes sense now why there has been such a delay. Do you not fear the leader's wrath upon discovering this? We do fear. Yet, right is right, and wrong is wrong. We are but lowly individuals, and we can only protect Qingxia in this manner. It is unfortunate that the existence of this matter, along with that transaction, is known only to the 5 senior members. One wonders if these individuals have inadvertently saved themselves a significant amount of elixirs. If the sect leader were to learn the truth, would they not be infuriated? Very well. Rest assured that you will no longer be troubled by this matter, Wang Li said, casting a benevolent gaze towards the steward. Such loyalty, even if misguided, was something he greatly admired. After administering a 9-flower jade dew pill to the steward, he proceeded to verify the authenticity with the others. In light of the fact that these individuals had helped him conserve his elixirs, he took the liberty of opening some meridians for them and enhancing their internal strength with medicinal aid. This endeavor added a few hidden first-rate practitioners to the Qingxia sect, a small legacy he could leave behind. The following day, in the council hall, Wang Li's voice echoed, "Sect leader, cease your search. I have news regarding the 3 botanical specimens." 2 exquisite jade vials flew through the window, landing gracefully on the tea table beside the sect leader. "Although you did not fulfill my conditions, I have observed your earnest efforts, and these 2 vials of 9-flower jade dew pills shall serve as your reward. From henceforth, we are even," Wang Li stated calmly. His choice to bestow the 9-flower jade dew pills instead of other elixirs was deliberate, ensuring a clean transaction with no trace leading back to him. Apart from those he had reserved for himself, he had not revealed the existence of these pills to anyone else. "Senior, that will suffice," came the distant reply as he departed. Subsequently, setting aside all distractions, he immersed himself wholly in cultivation and the nurturing of plants. Within 6 months, his cultivation level reached the mid-stage of the 13th layer of qi refinement. Concurrently, his supply of qi recovery pills, intended to enhance his magical energy, dwindled significantly. Relying solely on the remaining stock and rigorous training, significant progress would be elusive without a year or 2 of dedicated effort. Under such circumstances, he finally stepped out of his temporary abode, emerging onto the mountain summit. The mountain air was exquisite at dusk, the birds soaring gracefully. His cultivation level stood at the 13th layer of qi refinement, and he had mastered techniques such as breath concealment and fireball technique with ease. Particularly in terms of breath concealment, practitioners of the same level would struggle to discern his cultivation unless they had practiced unique techniques like spirit vision or similar secret arts. However, his magical artifacts and talismans still left much to be desired. His available arsenal included a flying sword talisman, a top-tier artifact known as the Vermilion Bird Ring, and several talismans and elixirs. Yet, this modest inventory would scarcely suffice when faced with the likes of the affluent disciples from the Hidden Moon sect. The Flying Sword Talisman, while a talisman, had been passed down through the Qin family for generations and had been used numerous times, diminishing its original power to a mere fraction. If memory served, this artifact had only held its own against the Qin Jiao banner for a few rounds before disintegrating into ashes upon the triumph of the old Devil Han. Thus, while he could engage in combat using this artifact, harboring excessive expectations of it would lead to his downfall. The Vermilion Bird Ring could amplify the wielder's fire magic, significantly enhancing its potency. It was a quality top-tier artifact, suitable for use by an average practitioner until the mid-stage of foundation establishment. In this regard, Senior Uncle Chun had been quite generous. As for the elixirs, they primarily served to replenish expended magical energy. Although he possessed about 10 talismans, which was not insignificant, as consumables, each use diminished his stock, and most were merely low to mid-tier talismans with limited power. Sighing, he mused that while these would suffice against ordinary qi refinement practitioners, they were inadequate against the uniquely bloodline-enhanced Mo Jiao. Nangong Wan had proven this point in practice. The Mo Jiao within the blood-colored Forbidden Zone, though its exact level was uncertain, was likely at least a top-tier beast, and due to its unique lineage. Its combat prowess at the early stages would far surpass that of 99 of qi refinement practitioners. Only high-tier talismans could inflict substantial harm. Once this creature advanced to a second-tier demon beast, its resilience would increase dramatically, rendering even Foundation establishment practitioners like Nangong Wan helpless. Moreover, the blood-colored Forbidden Zone harbored more than one such Mo Jiao, and the qi refinement disciples participating in the blood trial were not without their own high-level practitioners. These individuals enjoyed the benefits of superior artifacts and mid-grade spirit stones provided by their sects, and each possessed considerable wealth. A confrontation would likely result in a life-or-death struggle. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily. It was prudent to prepare some formidable means to ensure safety. Otherwise, entering the Forbidden Zone might merely serve as a futile endeavor, where he would be hunted by formidable foes, ultimately failing to secure any significant advantage. This venture into the Forbidden Zone was imperative, primarily to acquire a substantial quantity of Foundation Establishment pills raw materials, ensuring his entry into the Foundation Establishment stage while also preparing for the subsequent stages. After all, the Qing Yuan sword technique would begin to deplete his cultivation prowess upon reaching the 4th layer. Each advancement in skill would result in greater losses from his arduous training. Given his wooden spiritual root, neglecting the Qing Yuan sword technique to pursue other methods or even attempt to create new techniques would be a profoundly misguided undertaking. Moreover, The third transformation of the Qingyuan sword technique allows practitioners to double their magical power, establishing supremacy within their rank and laying a more solid foundation. Most importantly, considering the future and the desire to associate with Qingyuanzi, it is inevitable that one will eventually cultivate the Qingyuan sword technique. How long did Han Laoma take for his third transformation? It seems he spent around 20 years each time, which is indeed an excessively long span. After several such decades, opportunities may well slip away. Furthermore, it would be impossible for him to acquire sufficient strength for self-preservation before the demonic invasion occurs. A plan must be devised to shorten the process of recultivating after dispersing one's power. Thus, the first point he contemplated was to allocate resources as efficiently as possible, maximizing the efficacy of the elixirs at his disposal. At the moment of the third transformation, would it be more effective to restart from the Qi refinement stage or to disperse to the foundation establishment stage? The original text did not clarify. Nevertheless, Wang Li intended to start from the Qi refinement stage, as the recultivation of gaseous spiritual power, in principle, resembles a process of continual refinement, akin to the repeated tempering of liquid true essence. In the early Qi refinement stage, he would utilize the highly effective, mild yellow dragon elixir and other mundane sacred herbs to enhance his cultivation. During the mid-Qi refinement stage, he would employ the rejuvenation pill, which is also significantly beneficial for later-stage cultivators. By the late Qi refinement stage, he could certainly follow Han Li's example in the fire chamber of Huangfeng Valley, directly using foundation establishment pills to amass his cultivation. One foundation establishment pill could elevate him by one level. Pondering this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. Thus, within about a year after dispersing his power, he could feasibly transition from the early Qi refinement stage back into the foundation establishment stage. Following that, by utilizing a plethora of powerful foundation establishment elixirs such as harmonizing Qi pills, Qi dispelling pills, spirit gathering pills, and true essence pills, it would not be difficult to reach the peak of the foundation establishment stage, the false dance stage, within 7 to 8 years. This cycle would repeat for the third transformation. If complemented by a spiritual spring, coupled with the recultivation of already connected meridians, the speed could surely be expedited further. Consequently, my subsequent path to forming a Dan would be significantly easier compared to 99% of cultivators lacking a heavenly spiritual root. Achieving Dan formation by a century. No, forming a Dan in one's 60s or 70s is not out of the question, perhaps even a decade earlier. The benefits of advancing Dan formation several decades ahead are truly manifold. My future, my plans, all hinge upon the forthcoming expedition into the blood-forbidden lands. Cracking his knuckles, Wang Li's eyes sparkled. After more than a year of accumulation, he had acquired tradable items, including a millennium-old Huangjing, 2 millennium spiritual woods, and 18 semi-finished beauty-preserving pills. Observing this wealth in his pocket, he felt invigorated. He merely needed to exchange this fortune for protective magical artifacts and talismans, thus equipping himself thoroughly. In the expedition, if he refrained from provoking others, the trial takers from various sects would indeed be fortunate. So, which sect's market should he visit first among the 7 factions? According to his earlier plans, there were 3 scenarios. 1. If he failed to produce the beauty-preserving pills and only cultivated a few millennium spiritual materials desired by foundation establishment practitioners. 2. If he gathered the raw materials for the beauty-preserving pills, successfully created them, and had ample time. 3. If he obtained the beauty-preserving pills but lacked sufficient time. Each situation warranted a different approach. Currently, having produced the beauty-preserving pills with ample time, aside from Huangfeng Valley, which was temporarily unsuitable, he could indeed visit the other 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom. Particularly, he must go to the Yanyu sect. The beauty-preserving pill grants eternal beauty. Such pills are not abundant in the markets of the Yu Kingdom. One might even say they are scarce. Each pill's starting price is as high as 200 low-grade spirit stones, and that is merely the opening bid. 7 or 8 beauty-preserving pills, even if the profit per pill diminishes with quantity, would still yield at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, which rivals the care extended by the Dan-forming elders towards their direct bloodline descendants among the Qi refinement juniors. Moreover, the optimal sales venue for this item is undoubtedly the Yanyu sect, which boasts the most female disciples, all of whom are fair and beautiful. After all, their criteria for accepting disciples hinge on such attributes. Naturally, To ensure safety, he planned to first stroll through the markets of the other 5 sects, selling 1 or 2 beauty-preserving pills at each location. Subsequently, he would convert them into protective magical artifacts, talismans, and other self-defense items. Such a strategy would not draw undue attention. Once completed, he could then proceed to sell a few at the Yin-Yu sect without delay. In this manner, he could both engage in trade and arm himself, thus enhancing his confidence while maximizing profits. It is well known that the relationship between the Yu Kingdom and the Yuanwu Kingdom within the realm of cultivation is not one of hostility. They harbor no animosity towards one another. Consequently, one can frequently observe the presence of Yuanwu cultivators at the Huangfeng Valley Market. Situated on the border between the southwestern Yuanwu Kingdom and the northwestern Yu Kingdom. Similarly, the Tianqing Sect's market, not far from the Yuanwu border, is also frequented by Yu cultivators. The interactions among cultivators, besides merely purchasing items, often involve the sale or exchange of various special goods, which bestows a unique geographical advantage upon the Huangfeng Valley Market. This advantage, cultivated over hundreds or thousands of years, has undoubtedly transformed into a thriving marketplace. Such prosperity is bound to inspire others to replicate it. Indeed, the Tianke Fortress has endeavored to emulate this success, establishing an external market at the intersection of the southeastern Yuanwu Kingdom and the northeastern Yu Kingdom, which has seen some improvement in recent years. Days later, at the northeastern border of the Yu Kingdom, in a small town formed by 3 streets, east, southwest, and northwest, Wang Li entered through the northwest entrance, signaling his origins from the Yuanwu Kingdom. At the same time, he donned a gray robe, mask, and cloak, thoroughly concealing himself despite the hot weather. This attire was not unusual, as most wandering cultivators dressed similarly, including those at the foundation establishment stage. He first perused all the shops along the street, confirming that most only sold low-tier equipment, primarily small businesses of some cultivation families, with only 3 being relatively reliable. One of these was the Tianke Tower, owned by the Tianke Fortress itself, which boasted a variety of goods, including materials, talismans, and magical artifacts, though it lacked in quality. The second was the Miaoxin Tower, a branch of the Yuanwu cultivator sect Wanyaoguan, which had a similar situation. Overall, while they did offer some valuable items, they were scarce and expensive. The third shop originated from the eastern Jiang Kingdom. Despite being a small nation, the Jiang Kingdom, alongside the Cheqi Kingdom, was home to various sects that were comparable to the 7 factions of the Yu Kingdom, with several nascent soul experts among them. Unfortunately, many were either annihilated by the 6 demonic sects or had abandoned their doctrines to pledge allegiance. Wang Li intended to visit all 3 shops. After traversing the 3 streets and inspecting numerous stalls, confirming there was nothing worth acquiring, he leisurely stepped into the Tianke Tower at the intersection. "A new guest has arrived," exclaimed the young attendant at the door. "Welcome, welcome. I am the proprietor of Tianke Tower, surnamed Bao. You may call me Bao Lao, Old Bao, or even Bao Zhonggui. All are acceptable." "Bao Daoyu, greetings," he said, clasping his fists and bowing respectfully. "Greetings. May I ask your esteemed name and which sect you belong to? If you are a disciple of a major sect, we offer an additional 5 discount here." Approaching him was an elder of the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. In the entire realm of cultivation, it was not uncommon for high-level practitioners to engage in such menial work in many affluent areas. Shopkeepers were often at the foundation establishment or even Dan formation stage. However, in the Yu Kingdom, even in the vast Tiannan, the cultivation atmosphere in this barren land was notably different. Here, even a sect leader might only be a foundation establishment cultivator with no hope of reaching Dan formation. And the marketplace managers were likewise mostly at the foundation establishment stage. High-level practitioners were generally engrossed in secluded cultivation, racing against time. This speaks volumes about everyone's fervor for cultivation. It is undoubtedly this prevailing atmosphere that has indirectly motivated numerous cultivators in this land, solidifying their initial resolve in the path of cultivation. Reflecting on the major sects and influential powers, the selection of leaders reveals a stark contrast. In the southern regions, sects such as the 6 demonic sects, the 5 righteous factions, the Star Palace of the Chaotic Star Sea, Sacred Demon Island, and the 10,000 Methods sect, as well as the Yinfeng sect and the Lesser Extreme Palace from the Great Jin, all find themselves in a predicament. Without the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, or even the latter stages of it, one cannot firmly maintain their position. High-ranking practitioners of the larger sects scramble for their share of the pie, while those of the smaller sects devote themselves to arduous training. The atmosphere is entirely different. It is the so-called humble families that constantly struggle. Returning to the matter at hand, as a mere wandering cultivator, I have come seeking some magical tools to accompany me. And I also wish to purchase a alchemical furnace to hone my skills, regardless of the price. Shopkeeper, might I inquire if you have anything to my liking? The purchase of an alchemical furnace aims to complete the final refining step of the semi-finished product known as the Dingyan pill. A stable flame is essential for refining the medicinal potency, ensuring a product of superior quality. Magical tools, alchemical furnaces? Ah, my friend, you have certainly come to the right place. We have everything you could desire. Please wait a moment. It was apparent that merely stating one's lineage, or even fabricating one, could grant a discount of 9.5%. In other words, for every 20 spirit stones spent, one could save a stone. Many cultivators, especially the financially constrained wanderers, often resort to boasting about their familiarity with a particular sect to secure such privileges. Yet, the individual before him remained entirely unfazed. Could it be that this fellow is an important client who does not concern himself with a few spirit stones? Tea is on the way. Moments later, a servant arrived with a tray adorned with several low-tier storage bags. My friend, I apologize for the wait. Your requested items have arrived. Below, allow me to present to you a rare treasure, the Xian copper furnace, a mid-tier alchemical furnace, the most loyal and reliable companion of any alchemist. A mid-tier alchemical furnace? Humph. Despite the shopkeeper's enthusiastic pitch, Wang Li remained unmoved. Due to factors such as craftsmanship, efficacy, characteristics, and materials, the price of alchemical furnaces generally exceeds that of comparable magical tools. The mid-tier furnace suitable for typical qi refining practitioners is already priced comparably to many high-tier magical tools. However, such a mid-tier furnace was not new to him. He knew that Chun had one in his possession, a gift from his master uncle for his precious son. Moreover, in the hands of the venerable Su from the Wuligou Hall, such furnaces piled up in dozens, unwanted, regardless of how it was hyped. It was only suitable for qi refining stage practitioners and would fall short in the foundation establishment stage. Presenting this mediocre furnace was merely a test of his interest. Was it not? A waste of time. Shopkeeper, your attitude leaves me questioning the capabilities of your Tianke tower. Us? You? Oh, could it be that you are one of our own? Why not say so earlier? No wonder you are so tightly wrapped, as if afraid of being recognized. If he wished to conceal his identity from fellow disciples, it would be understandable. Tianke Fortress is known to take good care of its disciples, particularly those of the family lineage. The Qiyang Furnace, a premium high-tier alchemical furnace, was crafted by a senior in the foundation establishment stage of Tianke Fortress. It is said to have been used exclusively by this elder in his early years and remains effective even in the late foundation establishment stage. It had just been stored in this tower a month prior, a truly rare item. However, that elder wished to exchange it for something of equal value. Another test. Wang Li mused inwardly. Why would such a furnace be here? Suppressing a sudden rush of emotions, he stood up abruptly. No wonder. No wonder. Realizing his overreaction, he quickly adjusted his attire, affecting nonchalance as he said, "Cough, shopkeeper. Do you have any other more formidable magical tools? Offensive, defensive, flying magical tools, or other rare equipment? Bring them forth. Ah, I only seek genuine treasures. Do not waste our time with mere trinkets." The shopkeeper and Apos' eyes darted sideways, instantly comprehending. A descendant of a family, no doubt. Furthermore, likely one belonging to a family with a foundation establishment elder, an important client indeed. He, of course. Our Tianke tower possesses fine items. If you wish to take them all, I wonder if you have enough spirit stones. If not, it is even better to exchange with equally valued items. As he spoke, the old shopkeeper retrieved a wooden box measuring 4 feet long and 1 foot wide from an array-imbued shelf. Upon opening it, a quaint purple sword came into view. Named Zidian, it is a top-tier magical sword, crafted from hundreds of years of lightning-struck wood and refined gold, taking over a month to forge with alchemical fire. It possesses innate lightning magic. When wielded by a cultivator with a lightning affinity, its power increases further, and when combined with lightning techniques, it could amplify its might even more. With this treasure, one could easily contend with second-tier demonic beasts. Priced at 480 spirit stones. Does this appeal to you? Again, do I appear to possess a lightning affinity? Let us change it. A cold snort expressed his dissatisfaction. signaling his disdain for a certain lightning practitioner. Is he not the one most favored by the Ming family? A competitor within the clan? The shopkeeper instantly made a judgment. To occupy his current position with merely an 8th-layer qi refining cultivation, one must possess both eloquence and keen insight. Most importantly, he had a basic understanding of the prominent figures within the sect, especially those in the foundation establishment stage and above, particularly the elders and ancestors of nascent soul, along with the important descendants of these powerful families. This understanding was crucial for thriving in business. The 5-weight blood droplet, a fine top-tier magical tool, can be adjusted in size, extraordinarily hard and sharp. When infused with magical power, it has the ability to automatically lock onto enemies. When 5 are unleashed simultaneously, they can split into 5 paths of attack, overwhelming opponents. When merged, their might is formidable, shattering energy shields supported by mid-tier defensive talismans like the mid-tier Golden Light Shield or the mid-tier Earth Flow Wall, crafted by a master blacksmith over 3 years. If you fancy it, 450 spirit stones will not suffice. I offer you a friendly price of 600 spirit stones. For just 600 spirit stones, you can acquire this treasure. Furthermore, you will enjoy exclusive VIP treatment at our establishment, with all items receiving a 10% discount. Upon hearing this, Wang Li blinked. Is a price increase acceptable? Could it be that considering the previous lightning-related magical tool was priced at 480 spirit stones, this one was set at a lower price, thus diminishing its value and potentially displeasing him? Hence, the price was raised above that of the lightning tool, allowing the buyer to save face and appealing to the vanity of a family descendant? Unfortunately, Wang Li, not being a member of a cultivation family, was not swayed by such tactics and found the top-tier magical tool unimpressive. Change it. His expression remained impassive. You truly possess discerning eyes. Then, I must present to you the treasure of our establishment. With great effort, the shopkeeper brought forth a large box covered in talismans. Wang Li's eyes brightened at the sight. When the shopkeeper carefully peeled away the talismans and opened the wooden box, he was met with, "Oh, after such anticipation." There was merely a smaller iron box inside. Please do not rush. There is more to uncover. As the box was opened again, another smaller iron box was revealed. A twitch appeared at the corner of Wang Li and Appo's mouth. For 6 consecutive times, what finally came into view was a large and 5 small pieces, 6 blocks of uneven, notably sharp, bluish-gray turtle shell. The Ming Wang Shield, a top-tier magical artifact, a true masterpiece, crafted from the carapace of the second-tier demon beast, the Ming Wang Beast. This shield set comprises 1 main piece and 5 auxiliary ones, allowing for comprehensive defense from all 6 directions and enabling layered protection. Its defensive power is akin to an impenetrable fortress, a marvel that the elderly shopkeeper has encountered in decades. It is evident that the shopkeeper has taken this matter seriously. The ancient demon beast clan, Ming Wang Beast? Has the young master heard of this creature? Indeed, it is the nearly extinct Ming Wang Beast clan. The shopkeeper is somewhat astonished. How could a descendant of a noble family take the time to study such history? It is said that this spiked turtle shell could reach level 10 through cultivation, and its longevity is remarkable, making it one of the formidable demon clans of ancient times. One wonders how much credence these tales hold. The young master is well-versed. Even delving into knowledge of such rare, endangered species, he is truly, cough cough. Yet, alas, no matter how extraordinary the demon beasts are, they pale in comparison to the prodigious cultivators of our human race. This clan has either become a delicacy on the dining table or has been transformed into magical artifacts, losing their former glory. However, wait a moment. Isn't the Ming Wang Beast shell supposed to consist of 1 main and 6 auxiliary pieces, forming a complete set? Why is 1 piece missing? If Wang Li had not perused relevant texts, he might not have noticed this flaw. Young master, impressive, the shopkeeper exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Before producing a palm-sized token of the same dark blue hue as the Ming Wang shield, along with a small white shield. He then explained, the 7th piece has been crafted into this token by a master artifact forger, facilitating the integration of the remaining 6 shields. It can also serve as a supplementary shield to address any deficiencies. This small shield is derived from the abdominal shell of the Ming Wang Beast. It too can resonate with the other shields and acts as the last line of defense for its bearer. Furthermore, when combined with the 7 shields, it forms a flawless Ming Wang shield. Remarkable indeed. If the buyer were to overlook this detail, they would waste a substantial amount of spirit stones. only to bring home a defense artifact fraught with risks. The issue lies in the buyer and Oppo's ignorance of these hazards, as they might rely on it as a vital ally. Should a conflict arise with the holder of the seventh piece, the consequences could be dire. Nevertheless, if the complete set of artifacts can be ensured, it would undoubtedly be a premium among top-tier magical artifacts. Moreover, the shopkeeper carries one of the shells, hinting at its potential use for self-defense. Is that all? Wang Li inquired, his expression inscrutable. Please wait, young master. Our establishment possesses a treasure of great significance. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper rushed back, cradling a box, the Chasing Wind Sword, a top-tier artifact, crafted from the spine of the second-tier demon beast, the Chasing Wind Eagle, mixed with some superior-grade light wind stone. It can be wielded for combat and serves as a means of flight, achieving remarkable speed. One must possess such an item when venturing outside. Additionally, it contains a wind essence condensed by an advanced cultivator at the later stage of foundational building, capable of unleashing a speed that ordinary foundational cultivators cannot match within the span of a single incense stick. Compared to ordinary flying artifacts, swords already boast impressive speed. When crafted from the bones of a second-tier demon beast, the end product is undeniably swift. Coupled with the technique from a late-stage foundational cultivator, the name Chasing Wind is truly fitting. However, shopkeeper, why has such a treasure not yet been sold? Top-tier artifacts, especially flying ones, would typically attract attention, with foundational cultivators likely to compete for them. It seems perplexing that it remains unsold at the Tianke Tower. Well, the price is slightly elevated. Foundational cultivators find it lacking in value, while other friends are somewhat financially constrained. Lacking in value? The young master remarked. Let me address you as Brother Bao. We are both in the business of great dealings, so let us not be so secretive, shall we? The grandeur of your establishment is a respect for us loose cultivators. The term loose cultivator was emphasized heavily. Oh dear, young master, how could I deceive you? The Chasing Wind Sword is indeed priced a bit high at 600 spirit stones, and that is non-negotiable. For a practical and exquisite top-tier artifact, 600 low-grade spirit stones is not unreasonable. Yet, if it remains unsold, there must be some underlying issue. The most probable concern lies with the wind essence, Brother Bao. If I am not mistaken, that wind essence is only usable once. A one-time premium would render it an ordinary top-tier artifact post-use, explaining why foundational cultivators might disregard it. They do not wish to be that unfortunate buyer. Cultivators at the chi refining stage might desire it, yet they hesitate at the cost, believing it not worth the investment. 600 spirit stones could acquire 2 functional top-tier artifacts. Cough cough, young master has keen insight. Brother Bao could not recall how many times he had coughed today, nor how often he had been astonished. Since the customer had pinpointed the issue, there was no need for further concealment, as it would tarnish his reputation. While this Chasing Wind Sword can only trigger acceleration once, it does not mean that such effects cannot be reused afterward. The wind essence can indeed be recharged. If the young master can locate the forger of this sword for a recharge, it can unleash 3 acceleration effects each time it is recharged. Additionally, a cultivator with the wind essence technique could also recharge it. Goodness. So the previous user was indeed a wind essence cultivator. If the young master has sufficient resources, by consuming a mid-grade wind spirit stone, it could be recharged twice, yielding 6 acceleration effects. At this point, Brother Bao felt quite awkward. However, the elder's embarrassment deepened when Wang Li casually inquired, has it been used by others twice already? Is it not clean? Yet you still demand such a high price. Have some dignity. You cannot say that, young master. This is a fine item, a rare commodity. The old man licked his lips, causing a shiver to run down someone's spine. Indeed, that is true. By the way, Brother Bao, do you have any special high-tier talismans, remnants of magical artifacts, or spirit pills for sale? Certainly. We have spirit pills, talismans, etc. As for remnants of magical artifacts, well, we do have a few, but it depends on whether they catch the young master's eye. Remnants of magical artifacts are often lackluster in power, or simply weak. Only those with unique properties might still hold some value in spirit stones. Next, before Wang Li lay 18 types of beginner high-tier talismans, for attack types, 6 defense types, and 8 support types. Beginner high-tier talismans are not rare in the market. Even at the small gathering of loose cultivators in Tainan, one could encounter them. Moreover, in a bustling market between various factions, they are certainly not in short supply. However, Even foundational cultivators would only purchase a few for self-defense, certainly not indulging excessively. For one such talisman costs 30 to 40 low-grade spirit stones, equating combat with burning money. With hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, one could acquire a fine high-tier artifact. Intermediate talismans are relatively rare. Even among foundational cultivators, it is uncommon to find one or two, as mid to high-tier cultivators typically keep them for personal use. As for the remnants of magical artifacts, there are 5 pieces, 3 of which caught Wang Li's interest. One is a broken sword, reduced to a hilt and a short blade. Yet due to the inclusion of materials exclusive to the core formation stage, it can still slice through iron effortlessly. When infused with mana, it surpasses the sharpness of ordinary top-tier artifacts. The other is the cord from the opening of a magical bag. The binding ability is quite impressive, and its concealment as a belt around the waist is remarkably effective. In the event of close combat, this item may bring about unexpected surprises. The third item is a square silk handkerchief, roughly the size of a wash basin, capable of obscuring spiritual energy. It closely resembles the one obtained by the old demon Han at the future Tainan gathering, though this one is notably larger. Young master, have you decided which item you wish to purchase? The shopkeeper, Bao, brimmed with anticipation. As a wandering cultivator, how could I afford so many fine items? This statement left the old man slightly disappointed. Very well, I shall take the Qiyang furnace, the underworld shield, the wind-chasing sword, these 20 high-tier talismans, and these 3 fragments of worthless magical treasures. What will you trade with, young master? Bao's initial elation was accompanied by a sense of vigilance in the presence of such a significant customer. Without further ado, Wang Li produced a piece of millennium-old ironwood. A millennium-grade spiritual material? The old man's eyes gleamed. Excellent eyesight. Wang Li praised him, acknowledging that this was indeed a premium material for crafting exquisite top-tier magical artifacts, even serving as an excellent supplementary material for some core formation practitioners to forge their own treasures. Furthermore, my piece of millennium ironwood is a complete branch, intact with trunk, several forks and leaves, making it perfectly suitable as a primary material for magical treasures. In the hands of a master craftsman, it could yield at least 3 coveted top-tier magical artifacts sought after by Foundation establishment elders. Such self-praise is not unwarranted. However, the shopkeeper feigned a cheerful demeanor while inwardly gritting his teeth in frustration. If a core formation practitioner were to use this to craft their own life treasure, they would either be foolish or impoverished, clinging only to this meager hope. A single piece of millennium ironwood cannot possibly compare to what this establishment has to offer. This is a rare item over 1,200 years old. Even core formation ancestors seek it in vain. Trading it for some meager equipment for Foundation establishment cultivators would undoubtedly leave me at a loss. Shopkeeper Bao, I am not trying to take advantage here. Wang Li's heartfelt plea almost moved him. Yet, Bao could only roll his eyes in exasperation. No. Among all the items, aside from the underworld shield, you may choose 2 magical artifacts of your liking, or 1 artifact plus 15 high-tier talismans. Everything else is out of the question. Is it reasonable to run a shop without earning spiritual stones? It is not. Therefore, regardless of the background of your sect, offending you is a risk I must take to ensure my livelihood. So, it will be the Qiyang furnace, the wind-chasing sword, 3 high-tier divine wind talismans, and those 3 magical fragments. Deal or no deal? Wang Li feigned to rise, poised to retract the millennium ironwood while keeping a watchful eye on the old man. Deal. The prices of magical artifacts in the shop are undoubtedly inflated. The Qiyang furnace is worth at most 200 spiritual stones. The wind-chasing sword, without any energy infusion, would fetch 300. The 3 high-tier talismans cost about 50 stones each at most, selling for just over 100, and the limited-use magical fragments, as Wang Li stated, hold little value, totaling no more than 100 stones at best. This amounts to merely 700 or 800 spiritual stones altogether, with costs peaking at 500. Conversely, the Millennium Ironwood alone has a base price starting at 1,200 stones and could fetch upwards of 1,500 at auction. Thus, he had no reason to reject this deal. However, he hoped not to push the customer away to neighboring shops, which would be significantly detrimental. Young master, while Millennium spiritual materials are indeed rare, exquisite items like the Underworld Shield are even harder to come by. The implication was clear. If I had another piece of Millennium material, the Foundation establishment cultivators in this market would surely take notice of me. Would I still have the chance to make a smooth escape? Let us not stir trouble. Save the underworld shield for me. Once I return from this blood prohibition trial, I will have gathered enough spiritual stones to return. He decisively stowed his items and departed without a moment's hesitation. Choosing the southwestern exit, he swiftly exited the bounds of the market, confirming with a sweep of his spiritual sense that no one was following. He immediately summoned the wind-chasing sword to flee the area at great speed. After flying for a short while, he removed his outer garments, cloak, mask, and everything else he could, setting them ablaze until nothing remained. He then donned a different attire from the several prepared outfits, changing his flight direction as well. The Qingshu sect market was his destination. With that fragment capable of concealing spiritual energy fluctuations and masking the small bottle's anomalies, even at night, Wang Li could ensure the small bottle functioned properly while hastening his journey. Consequently, his travel speed increased significantly. However, he had not anticipated the dangers that awaited him on this trip to the Qingshu sect market. After several days of travel and refining the beauty retention pill with the Qiyang furnace, the semi-finished pills finally became true beauty retention pills, mostly of high quality. In truth, there is nothing particularly difficult about crafting this item. It simply requires practice. Initially, he had destroyed 3 pills, but once he found the rhythm and memorized the process, he experienced no further losses. With 15 finished products emerging consecutively, the last 12 were all of high quality. When the Qingshu sect market opened for the auction between the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world, the beauty retention pill, a high-quality elixir, emerged. This rare product from the Hahuan sect could preserve one's youthful appearance, becoming increasingly scarce in the market. Those with partners or pursuing someone special, or those wishing to maintain their exquisite beauty, should not miss this opportunity. Starting bid, 200 spiritual stones. Each increment must not be less than 10 spiritual stones. The copper bell rang, echoing through the air, igniting a bidding war. The beauty retention pill? Eternal youth? The eyes of numerous female cultivators sparkled with excitement. Winning a smile from a beauty? Some male cultivators were equally intrigued. Such trivial external items dare to command such a lofty starting price. This will surely be the first item to go unsold today, scoffed a burly man with a beard, his tone discordant. Indeed. We cultivators should not let such material distractions hinder our practice. 200 spiritual stones. A righteous man responded with sincerity. Well said. That's the spirit of a cultivator. Wait, is something amiss? 200 spiritual stones? Cough, cough, cough. Upon realizing, many people began to cough uncontrollably. Friends, this cultivator speaks the truth. It's not easy to save spiritual stones throughout the year. So perhaps we should save our resources for the upcoming magical artifacts and spiritual medicines. We cultivators pursue the path of longevity. 300 spiritual stones. Hearing such nonsense almost swayed me. 450 spiritual stones. 520 spiritual stones. I must have this item, and I hope everyone will allow me some grace. The speaker gritted his teeth, forcing each word out, anxiously glancing at his partner, who possessed a commendable appearance. He realized that her hopeful gaze flitted between the beauty retention pill and his own plain face. He had no choice but to purchase it. Will the double bed still be available? 550 spiritual stones. Being in a relationship is impressive, isn't it? Certainly. So hurry and buy this item to charm a female cultivator of the same tier. Even a lonely soul dares to compete. TCH. A bunch of stinky men think they can compete with us? The male cultivator's bids were mere skirmishes. After a flurry of excited voices from the crowd, the true battle finally commenced. There is no doubt about the spiritual stones and the wealthy ladies' purses. 605. 700. 900. Each time the auctioneer's small hammer was about to fall 3 times, a multitude of female cultivators and several male cultivators fervently raised their bids, demonstrating an exceptional enthusiasm for this tiny particle of spirit-enhancing pill. 1,002. 1,200 spirit stones sold. The gong rang, and the sounds of lamentation and joyous cheers echoed simultaneously, marking a conclusion to the event. At the moment of reaping rewards, after deducting the 10% auction house fee, Wang Li netted a profit of 1,080 low-grade spirit stones from the first spirit-enhancing pill, and the second yielded an additional 990 low-grade spirit stones. The value surpassed his initial expectations. What a predicament! Originally, he had been content with a profit of 300 to 400 spirit stones, as 700 to 800 spirit stones would suffice for him to discreetly select a fine top-grade magical artifact and depart. Yet, one cannot outsmart fate. Who could have anticipated such demand for this item? Over 2,000 spirit stones had evidently piqued considerable interest. As he took the portion of spirit stones from an elder, he sensed an unusual gaze directed at him. After leaving the auction house with the bag of spirit stones, an unsettling feeling lingered, as though a probing consciousness was scanning him, seemingly protecting him from the shadows. The consciousness was so subtle. Could it belong to a foundational cultivator? Yet, its faint presence suggested it was likely a newly emerged foundational novice. Realizing this, Wang Li felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Promptly, he entered the treasure chamber of the Qingshu sect, renowned for its elite treasures. "Shopkeeper, do you have any talismans for sale?" he inquired. Since he could not leave the market with these spirit stones, he decided to spend them. Thus, he carefully selected over 100 attack-type intermediate talismans at a high price. A few pills suitable for the 13th level of Qi refinement, a reasonably adequate defensive top-grade magical artifact, the meteoric shield, and 2 intermediate beginner talismans. One for offense and one for defense, expending nearly all of his newly acquired spirit stones. Unsurprisingly, he sensed that as he purchased a considerable amount of talismans and artifacts that seemed trivial for foundational cultivators, the scrutinizing consciousness gradually withdrew. He let out a private sigh of relief while simultaneously recording an entry in his ledger for the Qingshu sect. Although the intermediate talismans could still serve him now, they would indeed become insufficient upon reaching the foundational stage. Purchasing pills meant for Qi refinement was a disgraceful loss, a bitter pill to swallow. However, under such circumstances, one must bow their head. High-level talismans had become the most commonly used for foundational cultivators. With a large quantity purchased, it was unlikely they would remain indifferent. In fact, intermediate talismans were more deceptive. After all, tossing 4 or 5 intermediate attack talismans together could yield damage comparable to a single high-level talisman. The price difference was evident. Beginner talismans, valued at 1 to 2 spirit stones. Beginner intermediate talismans, ranging from 6 to 10 spirit stones, depending on specific uses. With the diamond talisman being one of the pricier metal-type talismans, costing around 8 or 9 spirit stones. Beginner high-level talismans, varying from 30 to 40 spirit stones. With flight speed talismans being the most expensive, followed by those of different attributes, while defensive talismans typically hold more appeal than offensive ones. Intermediate beginner talismans, requiring around 100 spirit stones, and often have more demand than supply, as the masters of talisman creation are scarce, while intermediate talismans are rarely available. They are mostly held by core formation cultivators and mid to late foundational cultivators, with few circulating among Qi refinement practitioners. Generally, foundational cultivators would not resort to violence over such a talisman, as in the foundational early stage. If one were pushed to the brink and retaliated with a combination of mid-level talismans, it could be quite detrimental. By the mid to late foundational stage, it would be beneath one's dignity to bully the younger generation. The cultivation world of the Yu nation had yet to descend into such chaos. This venture had resulted in a significant loss. Although he had originally profited over 2,000 spirit stones, he ended up leaving with merely over 100 spirit stones and some trivial items. Strength, once again, was a limiting factor. Had he been at the foundational stage, he would not have encountered such troubles. Had he reached the core formation stage, he would have received additional courtesies. Had he attained the nascent soul stage, even the patriarch of the Qingshu sect would have personally welcomed him. To grow stronger, to become powerful, to ascend. His resolve to pursue the path of cultivation became quietly steadfast. Upon exiting the market, not far into his flight, he disposed of everything that could be discarded, including the storage bag gifted by the auction house, and hastily replaced it. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, among the foundational cultivators entering from the Jiang nation, there were those lacking in integrity. It was precisely because he incinerated the storage bag tampered with by such an individual that he narrowly avoided disaster. The third destination was the Blade Transformation Workshop. The Blade Transformation Workshop was not far from the neighboring nations of Cheqi and Zijin, reachable within a day's journey via flying magical artifacts, with the markets situated at the juncture of the 3 countries. However, the cultivation world of the Yu nation was not on friendly terms with that of the Zijin nation, making it difficult for the Blade Transformation Workshop to gain any advantage. Similar to the Huangfeng Valley of the Jinzhou region, which enjoyed a decent relationship with the mid-level nation of Yuanwu to the north. Crossing over the northwestern corner was the Jingzhou, bordered by Dongyu and the neighboring Rakshasa nation, while to the west lay the major power of Fengdu, home to the righteous sects like Tianji Gate, Taijin Gate, and Howran Pavilion, each boasting over 7 nascent soul cultivators. These sects possess at least 3 mid-nascent soul elder experts among their ranks, making them first-rate cultivation sects in southern China. The strength of a single sect could rival that of the combined might of the 7 sects of the Yu Nation. Once the floodgates were opened, would the benefits of the Yu Nation accrue to the 7 sects, or would they be shared with distant guests? Even a mere share would mean carving into the flesh of the 7 sects. Returning to the matter at hand. At the Blade Transformation Workshop, Wang Li had learned his lesson and only brought forth a single spirit-enhancing pill to auction at their regularly held events. This time, it proved to be another safe yet rewarding endeavor. Although nearly 1,000 spirit stones were not a grand prize, they still represented a solid catch. Even with the sale of just one pill, he acquired a top-tier magical artifact along with a net gain of over 400 low-grade spirit stones. To be honest, if the spirit-enhancing pill could be had for sale, he would not hesitate for a moment. Following the same routine, he habitually perused various shops, discovering nothing of noteworthy value. And upon ensuring that no one was watching him, he decisively purchased the only available intermediate beginner attack type talisman to enhance his capabilities, while also acquiring some spirit herbs and seeds, then proceeded directly toward the Spirit Beast Mountain market. The 4th station was the Spirit Beast Mountain. As the second largest sect in the Yu Nation, following the Yin Yu sect, it should have exuded considerable prestige. However, the impending betrayal of the remaining 6 sects to return to the clutches of the demonic sect, the Spirit Master sect, made Wang Li cautious. Thus, he maintained an even lower profile. He refrained from presenting even a single spirit-enhancing pill, instead grudgingly spending dozens of spirit stones to purchase a beginner spirit beast pouch. Basic beast taming methods, and 3 pets. The 3 spirit pets were the most ordinary first-level low-grade demon beasts, a lark, a chameleon lizard, and a timid mouse. Currently, they were still mere cubs, requiring a month of nurturing before they could be of use. Based on past experiences, even after nurturing them for a year or 2 into adulthood, they would typically only reach the intermediate level of the first tier with minimal growth potential and astonishingly low potential. However, even as adults, these 3 beasts would be regarded as divine creatures in the eyes of mortals. Having gained spiritual intelligence and reaching the intermediate level of the first tier, they possessed abilities akin to those of a mid-chi refinement cultivator. This starkly illustrates the status of ordinary humans within the cultivation world. As for the Spirit Beast Mountain, they certainly did not treat these low-grade spirit beasts with an average lifespan of merely 30 to 40 years, with any sense of exclusivity or negligence towards their customers. In pursuit of the spirit stones within their customers' pockets, they consistently offered the finest goods for sale. 1. The lark, capable of reconnaissance from great heights, thrives on a specialized feeding regimen of its preferred nourishing pellets for a month, which promotes the rapid development of its sturdy wings, enabling it to soar to heights of 100 feet. After receiving an adequate supply of these exclusive pellets for 3 months, the juvenile bird will transition into a growth phase, possessing the ability to ascend higher and observe farther. Typically, it reaches maturity after 1 year and 3 months, and it takes at least 2 years to attain adulthood, enjoying an impressive vitality for approximately 15 years, after which it will gradually succumb to aging, with its physical prowess steadily declining. If it manages to survive without premature demise, it may live to around 40 years. Wang Li's acquisition of such a creature is intended for a small experiment, to ascertain whether this lark can serve as his eyes during his subsequent ventures into the blood-soaked Forbidden Lands. 2. The chameleon lizard, nestled within dense foliage, possesses unparalleled camouflage abilities. An adult chameleon not only exhibits exceptional visual deception, but can also elude the perception of cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. However, this applies to the finest specimens. Most ordinary adult chameleons cannot escape even the awareness of chi refinement stage practitioners. The specialized nourishing pellets also stimulate physical growth, with juveniles initially the size of a fingernail, which can grow to thumb size within a month of feeding, and after 5 months, they may reach nearly half the size of a palm. Prolonged feeding over a year will yield an adult size comparable to a human hand. Upon reaching adulthood, they enjoy a vigorous phase lasting about a decade, but without extraordinary luck, their lifespan does not exceed 20 years. Compared to their wild counterparts, their lifespan is notably shorter. Wang Li envisions utilizing this creature as another set of eyes during his perilous trials. 3. The timid mouse, as its name suggests, is exceedingly cowardly. Upon encountering anything stronger than itself, it flees without hesitation, regardless of whether the entity is herbivorous or carnivorous. If escape is impossible, it curls into a ball or buries its head in the ground, trembling in submission. Apart from preying on the weak, it possesses no combat capability. Its only commendable trait is its acute sense of smell, or rather, its remarkable sensitivity. Juveniles can sense within a 5-meter radius. Thus, any approach within that distance sends it into a quivering frenzy. Daily feeding of adequate nourishing pellets will allow it to reach the growth stage in about 20 days, expanding its perception range to approximately 15 meters. In 3 months, it attains maturity, capable of sensing danger within 50 meters. At 9 months, it reaches adulthood, alert to any disturbances within 100 meters, enjoying a robust phase lasting 7 to 8 years before gradually aging, ultimately transforming into an aged mouse spirit. Yet it will not live beyond 30 years. Having such a creature around can avert numerous troubles, as it can detect hidden dangers within its vicinity and help evade ambushes. There is no doubt that Spirit Beast Mountain harbors superior creatures. However, they are not for sale or priced exorbitantly. Generally, valuable items are hoarded, not given away, as it does not align with the interests of the sect. As for the rare treasures offered for sale, Wang Li, being merely at the Qi refinement stage, does not wish to be seen as a big fish in the eyes of others. He has already traversed the markets of Tianke Fortress, Qingshu Sect, Huadao Workshop, and Spirit Beast Mountain, acquiring various items such as magical tools, talismans, spirit beasts, fragments of magical treasures, and spirit herbs, accumulating over 400 spirit stones. Only the markets of the Great Sword Sect, the Hidden Moon Sect, and Yellow Maple Valley remain to be explored. Geographically, the Great Sword Sect faces the vast cultivation world of the Fengdu Kingdom, making its market the most awkward among the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom. Entering the market, one can discern by attire that only the progeny of families within the Yu Kingdom's cultivation realm or scattered cultivators frequent it. Not a single foreign practitioner is in sight. The market, while modest, is substantial enough, comparable in size to a mortal town, not significantly smaller than Qingshu Sect, which lies thousands of miles away. Nevertheless, despite its lack of grandeur, it still offers a variety of treasures for those at the Qi refinement stage. In a shop specializing in talismans and magical tools, a female cultivator glared at Wang Li, who had made an effort to disguise himself. "Hey, young man, as a shopkeeper, it seems rather inappropriate for you to come here to sell things." "Miss Liu, one must not say such things. We are merely engaging in a trade," Wang Li replied. "Humph, I am but a half-aged woman. What use would I have for your beauty-enhancing pill?" The shop owner, Madame Liu, retorted, though her clenched fists beneath her sleeves revealed her true feelings. What half-aged woman? Who is blind enough to speak such nonsense? Anyone he selected as a target must possess some allure. I observe that you are merely in your early 20s, the most splendid time of a woman's life. Exuding elegance and grace, this beauty-enhancing pill will preserve your youth and radiance. Furthermore, just this one pill will ensure that those contemporaries of yours, renowned for their beauty, will gradually wither away with time. Yet you, dear sister, remain as lovely as ever, perhaps even more mature and enchanting. Forever the ripe peach that men will cherish and adore. If it were not for his mask, he might have even flirted with her. In youth, one fails to recognize the beauty of one's elder sister, mistaking the younger for a treasure. Truly, it is our esteemed brother Chao who is the real gem. Miss Liu, in time, as you observe them fading like autumn flowers, you will forever remain in bloom. Take a moment to savor that sense of accomplishment in looking down upon your fellow female cultivators. Wang Li only spoke the unvarnished truth, relying on such rudimentary persuasion. Alas, he regretted not having learned better techniques from his mentor, missing out on a valuable skill. "And, how do you perceive my beauty?" Madame Liu gently brushed her long hair. "If I could have you consume this beauty-enhancing pill, I would genuinely envy the man who gets to marry you. That is my heartfelt and sincere sentiment." His eyes shone with sincerity. Giggling, "Little one, you are quite the businessman." After her laughter, she confidently extended her hand. 5 primary high-level talismans. How does this price strike you? While jovial, the negotiation remained firm. However, this price is rather steep. 5 intermediate low-level talismans plus 5 primary high-level talismans, alongside 5 packages of thunder pearls and that top-tier magical tool. Madame Liu, this is my bottom line, non-negotiable. As luck would have it, The shop had just received a new shipment that morning, including several intermediate talismans. Thus, Wang Li, with a conscience, offered a price based on the purchasing power of 1,000 spirit stones. Have you lost your mind? 5 intermediate talismans and a heavenly silkworm inner armor cannot be acquired for anything less than 1,000 spirit stones. What makes you think your mere beauty-enhancing pill can exchange for such precious items? Moments ago, she had been Miss Liu, but now she had transformed into Madame Liu. Oh, men, she quivered slightly, appearing both agitated and pitiable. Unfortunately, Wang Li was not swayed by such theatrics. Well then, our paths shall cross again in the future. I bid you farewell. With a respectful bow, he swiftly made his way to the shop's exit, showing no signs of nostalgia. The exquisite candidates he had in mind were not limited to Madame Liu alone. The Great Sword Sect's market was reputed to house 3 beauties. The first was indeed Madame Liu. Regrettably, she was at the cusp of obsolescence, possessing 3 spirit roots. She had miraculously reached the 12th level of chi refinement at over 30 years of age, which was commendable. Yet, among the 3, she was the eldest with the lowest cultivation, an undeniable fact. In 2 years, her beauty would fade, and the once alluring enchantress would begin her descent into the withering of age. The second beauty was a talented alchemist from the neighboring pill shop, the daughter of the shopkeeper. The individual was not only aesthetically pleasing but also adept at concocting superior elixirs, garnering the admiration of the disciples from the Great Sword Sect. Appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age, she had already attained the 12th layer of chi refinement. It was anticipated that within 2 years, she would receive the foundational pill bestowed by the sect and attempt to establish her foundation. Upon achieving success, Madame Liu would find herself in an unprecedentedly awkward situation. For the third of the 3 beauties had already succeeded in establishing her foundation a year prior. This woman, a prominent auctioneer at the marketplace, was backed by the Great Sword Sect, and it was rumored that a direct descendant of a certain core formation elder had already set his sights on her, making their union seem inevitable. While the others were now cultivators in the foundation establishment stage, enjoying not only extended lifespans but also enduring beauty. Madame Liu found herself in a rather disheartening predicament. The choice to pursue her was made precisely because she was the most vulnerable and least risky target among the 3. Whether for professional necessity or personal desire, the face-retaining pill held immense allure for her. Acquiring it would ensure her beauty remained eternal. Failing to do so would only serve as a painful reminder, a thorn in her heart, as others would undoubtedly benefit from it. Once, a cheap face-retaining pill had been presented to me, yet I failed to appreciate its value, and only upon losing it did I truly feel regret. There is no greater sorrow in this world. Reciting a classic line from a former life, Wang Li spoke with deep emotion. Wait. That was precisely what he was anticipating. Yet, he feigned reluctance to continue listening. I'm all in. 5 mid-tier low-level talismans, plus 5 high-tier low-level talismans. What? That's it. Why are you looking at me? I've even added 5 high-tier low-level talismans as a bonus. They're not something you can find easily. With a smile and a bow, he prepared to take his leave. Wait. Madame Liu's voice rang out again. However, this time, the previously sweet-talking Wang Li showed no signs of stopping. Clearly, his patience was wearing thin. Seeing this, Madame Liu felt a surge of urgency. She dared not haggle any longer. Deal. Deal. The low-level talismans were manageable, yielding little profit. And even the high-tier ones were similar. The mid-tier talismans, however, were valuable yet scarce. Had they not just entered the market, Wang Li would not have had any business with them, particularly the Earth Explosion Talisman, which was crafted by a talisman master from the Great Sword Sect. The celestial silkworm armor was even rarer, made from the silk of a first-tier top-level demonic beast, the cloud silkworm. Its flexibility, closeness to the body, and stretchability rendered it an essential life-saving item for cultivators. As for the 5 packages of thunder pearls, they were merely low-tier consumable artifacts, each equivalent to a condensed fireball. And a disciple in the later stage of chi refinement could produce at least 5 daily once they learned their exclusive lightning technique. Thus, the 300 or so contained within those packages could only serve as fireworks, valued at merely 20 to 30 spirit stones, posing no threat to those in the later stages of chi refinement. Madame Liu, you shall take comfort in today's wise choice for a lifetime, Wang Li declared, for he had no intention of lingering. Selling a single face-retaining pill had already met his expectations. To mitigate risk, He had no desire to approach the other two female cultivators with the intention of selling even 1 or 2 pills. The previously mentioned alternatives were merely considerations before engaging with Madame Liu. He could have directly auctioned the face-retaining pill. In such a case, the beautiful auctioneer would be compelled to meet with him before the auction commenced, offering substantial goods in return for a relatively fair trade. Provided Wang Li's demands were reasonable, it was highly likely that this woman, who had yet to be consumed by greed, would opt for a mutually beneficial arrangement. The same applied to the young alchemist. A public transaction just before her refining session would surely yield considerable returns. However, while he chose to avoid trouble, trouble sometimes sought him out. Upon leaving the Great Sword Sect marketplace, Wang Li was preparing to follow the usual procedure when, unexpectedly, from behind a large stone several feet wide, a soft reprimand echoed, vulgar. Though the voice was low, seemingly a suppressed whisper, Wang Li, keenly aware of his surroundings, picked up on it. Who? Show yourself. Initially, he had scanned the area multiple times with his divine sense and found nothing, or else he would not have dared to linger. Humph. Without needing further prompting, a flash of light revealed 3 figures, a girl and 2 men, emerging from the stone. Indeed, they had walked out from within the stone. That large stone was merely a manifestation of an illusion array. Upon recognizing the clothing and forms of the trio, particularly the masked girl who had altered her attire yet retained her cultivation level, height, and dimensions, Wang Li's heart skipped a beat. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and clasped his fists in apology. Fellow cultivators, it's a misunderstanding. I merely wish to change my clothes while passing through this sacred ground. Please, continue. I shall find another place to change. Unquestionably, the group had been lying in wait to ambush someone, and it was sheer bad luck that he had stumbled upon them, causing their presence to be revealed. The situation could escalate or de-escalate. Therefore, he deemed it prudent to make a discreet exit. Sister, is it him? One of the men on the left inquired. There must be some misunderstanding. It's definitely not me. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of 2 uncles seeking retribution for their sister's heartache. The girl, however, said little, merely tapping a small pouch at her waist, a beginner spirit beast pouch that Wang Li also possessed. A moment later, 2 small squirrels appeared in her right hand, a gray one and a white one. The white squirrel, upon being released, fixated its gaze unblinkingly on Wang Li. It's him. What was happening? Were they after him? Without further ado, Wang Li took flight on his sword. He recognized both squirrels. One was known as the scent spirit beast, resembling a squirrel with an astute sense of smell, often employed by the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom to inspect disciples returning from blood-soaked forbidden lands, ensuring they did not harbor hidden spirit herbs over 100 years old. Even the beginner storage bags held by disciples in the Qi refinement stage could not completely isolate the faint, unique aura of such aged spirit herbs. While human cultivators and other demonic beasts might miss it, this exceptionally sensitive squirrel could detect it. Within 3 zhang, there was no room for error. However, at that moment, it was not the scent spirit beast focusing on Wang Li, but rather the other creature known as the tracking mouse, a low-tier mouse spirit, which had set its sights on him. Humph, do you think you can escape? Hand over the spirit herbs, and we may spare your life. No, stop him. He.S. not heading toward the ambush of the 3rd and 7th. He.S. retreating toward the marketplace. Chase. Fleeing was imperative, despite the fact that the 3 opponents were merely at the 11th or 12th layer of Qi refinement. Wang Li could not ascertain how many others might be lying in wait. What if there were more than just these 3? The safest route for escape was undoubtedly toward the marketplace, as he had just come from that direction. Even if the group intended to tighten their encirclement, they could not accomplish that in mere moments. As for why he had drawn their attention, it must be the ancient herbal remedy hidden within his storage bag that has stirred up trouble. During his earlier visit to the Spirit Beast Mountain Market, he had indeed noticed this. Initially, he had secured the herbal remedy, along with the facial enhancement pills, in a jade box sealed with talismans, and placed them in a storage bag, which he then concealed in a remote mountain pool away from the Spirit Beast Mountain Market, intending to retrieve them after his shopping. After all, it wouldn't take more than a few hours. This precaution was merely to guard against the numerous keen noses of the spirit beasts. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the young alchemist at the pill shop of the giant sword sect market would also possess such a scent-tracking spirit beast. It is worth noting that scent-tracking spirit beasts are notoriously finicky and challenging to rear, not to mention their rarity and preciousness. Even those at the Foundation establishment stage would scarcely have such a creature in their possession. Furthermore, since the scent-tracking spirit beast can only detect special herbs within a radius of 3 zhang, it is rather impractical, leading most cultivators to avoid the effort of raising such a trifling creature, save for the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom, who raised a few for the Bloodbin trial. The realization struck him. The fool was none other than himself. Reflecting on those times he had ventured into the alchemist's shop to gather intelligence, mingling in the danger zone, Wang Li felt a flush of embarrassment creeping to his face, igniting an inexplicable surge of anger within him. Who had he offended? All he desired was to cultivate quietly, yet obstacles had arisen along his path. And as for that insufferable girl, she remained composed, watching him play act, witnessing his reckless antics, likely stifling laughter that had turned into frustration over time. Just wait and see. With remarkable speed, once he entered the restricted flight zone of the market, Wang Li activated a primary advanced divine wind talisman and, utilizing his utmost agility, surged toward the market, soon stepping onto the main thoroughfare. It was at this moment that the young alchemist and her 2 brothers hastily approached the market's no-fly zone. Just moments later, another figure followed closely behind them. There was a clear disparity in their flying apparatuses. Ninth sister, what shall we do? You know we cannot act recklessly within the market. Otherwise, the Foundation establishment elders will surely trouble us, which could adversely affect your future cultivation. Perhaps it is best to let this go, one of them cautioned. Fourth brother, this person undoubtedly possesses an herb of extraordinary age. I suspect it is at least 700 or 800 years old, for otherwise, Xiao Hui's previous reactions would not have been so pronounced. 700 or 800 years. That is indeed a rarity. Even spirit stones cannot procure such a treasure. Presenting this to our Foundation establishment elder could lead to us being accepted as named disciples. Regardless of the cost, we must obtain it. But how shall we deal with the market's overseers? We must provide them with a reasonable explanation. What explanation do we owe them? This herb rightfully belongs to the Nalan family. That little thief stole it when we were unprepared. It must be reclaimed. Second brother speaks true. It is our family's possession, and we cannot allow it to remain lost. The group had already steeled themselves for an audacious confrontation. Yet, no one noticed the fleeting frown on the girl's face or the flicker of disdain in her eyes. This divine herb was meant for her. And how could she allow her brothers to offer it to the Foundation establishment elder as a gift? With her dual spirit roots, she had every chance of being accepted under the tutelage of the Foundation establishment elders after reaching the Foundation stage. There was no need to waste such a divine herb. She had initially refrained from disclosing the herb's information to her brothers, harboring such thoughts. Unfortunately for her, Wang Li had been too clever, stripping off his garments before her in a manner that embarrassed her into exclaiming, and upon realizing something was amiss, he had fled back to the market, which left her feeling quite vexed. Her plan to monopolize the herb had likely crumbled, as her brothers would certainly not share the immense benefits with her. What to do next? Though the market was not particularly large, it provided ample hiding places. Her greatest fear was that he would sell the herb immediately, which would complicate matters. Fourth brother, go inform eldest brother and fifth brother to keep an eye on the west gate. We cannot allow him to escape that way. The giant sword sect market spanned a street from east to west, with 2 entrances. Thus, the Nalan family could not only lie in wait at the east gate, but had also stationed 2 groups at the west gate. Second brother, please consult the overseers regarding the situation. Inform them that our Nalan family has lost an herb intended for the esteemed Qing Weizhenren, and the thief is within the market Qing Weizhenren, a female Foundation establishment cultivator of the giant sword sect. The girl had no choice but to employ this method to secure additional benefits associated with the divine herb. Third brother, like me, your tracking mouse has recorded the scent of that person. Let us split up and search the streets thoroughly. If we can apprehend the thief before alerting the overseers, we would owe them no favors. With a sigh, the girl continued, Ninth sister, my tracking mouse was given to 7th brother. I fear you will need to accompany me. Besides, you are inexperienced in combat. How could I allow you to act alone? Although he is merely at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, we must not underestimate him. Eldest brother is still out there? The girl blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. Yes, he said it would be prudent to intercept him outside should he attempt to flee. This explanation seemed straightforward, yet it felt as if he was attempting to avoid exertion. Rest assured, with his cultivation at the 11th layer of Qi refinement, dealing with a mere fledgling at the 9th layer is child's play. All is well then. All 8 of her brothers were above the 10th layer of Qi refinement. In truth, she had over 50 brothers, but those were either mortals or false spirit roots, not acknowledged by her father, and were long since dispatched to manage affairs in the mundane world. Only these 8 brothers with 3 spirit roots had been accepted. Only she, with her dual spirit roots, was held in high regard. Do not inquire how the shop owner could produce such a plethora of sons. It was simply the tradition of running a pharmacy. They spared no effort in nurturing this precious daughter, making her a formidable character. Among her 8 brothers, only one had reached the 13th layer of chi refinement. Their eldest brother, who lay in ambush at the west side of the market. 3 others had reached the 12th layer, while the girl herself had attained the pinnacle of the 12th layer of chi refinement. With their quality equipment, the Nayland family felt confident in their ability to hunt down a mere chi refinement cultivator at the 9th layer and did not anticipate failure. However, just minutes later, "Curse it, why do you carry the scent of that person?" In a narrow alley, the 3rd brother interrogated a chi refinement 7th layer cultivator. Nearby, the girl's tracking mouse was sniffing intently at the straw hat of the scattered cultivator. Simultaneously, near the western entrance, the eldest and 4th brothers glared darkly at another trembling chi refinement 6th layer cultivator before them. Everyone in the Nayland family understood the situation. The target must have given his clothes to these scattered cultivators, making them unwitting accomplices in leading the Nayland family's pursuit. "How much spirit stone did he give you?" The 4th brother gritted his teeth, nearly ready to unleash a fireball spell upon the man's face. Half a bottle of pills effective for those below the 10th layer of chi refinement, meant to strengthen one's foundation and enhance cultivation. Though the scattered cultivator was startled, he was not afraid. There were rules within the market, and surrounded by many onlookers, the Nayland family would be insane to harm him, a mere scattered cultivator, and ruin their own reputation. Just half a bottle of Huanglong pills, and you would risk your lives for him? The eldest brother examined the pills, seething with rage. The value of several spirit stones. The whispers behind them made the 2 individuals with exceptional spiritual perception feel quite uncomfortable. Such is the plight of the scattered cultivators in the state of Yu. It can be said that Wang Li understands the hardships of these rogue cultivators all too well. This is not good. The distraction has dispersed the spiritual awareness tracking the mouse, and the enemy may very well escape through the east gate. Among cultivators, even those in the chi refinement stage are rarely foolish. Using a sound transmission talisman, he informed Jiumei and Lao San that they had been deceived. "Damn, what a cunning fellow. But what about Laozi? Brother, that lazy Lockie is still lurking at the ambush point outside the east gate. If we encounter him, let us go see Lockie." A quarter of an hour later, the members of the Nayland family arrived at the earlier ambush site and fell silent at the sight of the devastation and the charred remains of a large and a small body. One might wonder how Wang Li managed to escape pursuit. The answer is quite simple. He merely bribed 6 low-tier rogue cultivators with a few bottles of elixirs, persuading them to don his clothes, pants, gloves, and so forth, using them to divert his pursuers. To further ensure their safety, he specifically chose those who were at the 9th level of chi refinement or below, effectively signaling to the Nayland family that they were chasing the wrong person. Thus, even if the Nayland family wanted to vent their anger, they would have to rationally consider the consequences. Meanwhile, he changed his attire and, along with another low-tier rogue cultivator, made a roundabout escape through the east gate. This rogue, dressed in his outer garments, went ahead to scout the situation and confirmed it was safe before Wang Li slipped out. However, he hadn't anticipated that someone would remain at the ambush site. As he flew through the air on his sword, a cold gleam suddenly flashed from the dense forest below, causing Wang Li's hair to stand on end. He quickly maneuvered his flying sword to narrowly avoid it. Following closely were several more streaks of cold light. Were there more ambushes? Feeling a twinge of anxiety, he swiftly took action. He pulled out 3 high-level talismans and shouted, "Die!" Instantly, 300 fireballs, each the size of a basin, shot forth from the 3 talismans, crashing directly towards the source of the attack. Below, Lockie was taken aback. He scrambled out of the fireball's coverage in a panic, filled with trepidation. This was no mere fight. It was clearly an extravagant display of wealth. Just 1 high-level talisman was worth a significant portion of his fortune. It turned out that this was just a chi refinement 11th layer waste. Upon seeing his opponent's form, Wang Li's eyes flashed with malice. Unable to eliminate the Nayland family for now, he decided to collect some interest from you. Revealing his cultivation at the 13th level of chi refinement, he concealed the Zhuke ring behind a multitude of fireballs as a backup. The display caused Lockie to change color dramatically, silently lamenting his fate. Wasn't he supposed to be someone at the 9th level of Qi refinement? How could there be a master at the 13th level? Jiumei has betrayed me. He swiftly tapped his storage pouch, applying a movement talisman to his legs while simultaneously retrieving a high-grade magical artifact and a diamond shield talisman. In a flash, he leaped backward, performed a somersault in midair, and even used the initial defensive magical barrier as leverage to alter his trajectory, moving like a graceful butterfly through the flowers. His movements were elegant and ethereal, allowing him to evade a multitude of fireballs. Boom! The Zhuke ring collided with the high-grade magical artifact, causing the small hammer to fly back, while the Zhuke ring was momentarily halted. Nevertheless, despite his best efforts to avoid the onslaught of fireballs, he still suffered some scalding scratches. Just as he steadied himself, ready to activate the diamond shield talisman to mitigate the next wave, a shadow suddenly changed direction, stepping on the fallen leaves to gain momentum. It executed a curve in midair, covering a distance of several meters. Swish! The shadow flickered, blood flashed. In an instant, Wang Li appeared about 10 feet behind Lockie, and with a swift twist of his wrist, he viciously thrust his sword backward without looking. The wind-chasing sword pierced through Lockie's back, passing cleanly through his chest. Lockie hung his head, his eyes wide in shock as he stared at the blade protruding from his chest, opening his mouth to say something, but only a gurgle of blood escaped. The talismans and the Zhuke ring were mere decoys. The true lethal strike lay in his own explosive speed backed by the supreme flying sword attack. With a hiss, he withdrew the flying sword, flicking off the bloodstains. With a mix of unwillingness and deep attachment to this world, Lockie crumpled to the ground, lifeless. After the battle, Wang Li collected several spirit stones and an intact high-grade magical artifact from Lockie's storage pouch, then set fire to the remaining items, leaving behind charred corpses and the remains of the tracking mouse as a parting gift to the Nalan family. Additionally, he left behind a soil-based explosive talisman. This was a mid-level talisman infused with spiritual energy that bore triggering properties. Before long, the sounds of rushing air drew near as the Nalan family members arrived. Upon seeing the charred corpses, they gritted their teeth in anger. Seventh brother, the closest brothers, Lair and Lazen, stepped forward to inspect the scene. Just a glance at the charred mouse beside their brother was enough for them to grasp the grim reality. The other brothers gathered around, while only Jiumei walked behind, her face as pale as death. Before Jiumei could process this harsh truth, a deafening explosion erupted. A shockwave surged toward her, hurling her into the air unceremoniously. When she finally regained her senses amidst the chaos, struggling to rise from the wreckage, she caught sight of a massive 3-meter-wide crater and scattered, mangled remnants of flesh. She retched violently, her face devoid of color. A mid-level low-tier Earth explosion talisman. The girl bit her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was a sight that would break anyone's heart, pitiful and sorrowful. How did it come to this? With such wealth and resources, why resort to subterfuge? Even if you had proposed to marry me, I would not have hesitated for a moment. All of this was unknown to Wang Li, who was still contemplating seeking an explanation once he established his foundation. Days later, at the Fang city of the Hidden Moon sect, Wang Li strolled through the marketplace, fortune favoring him as he exchanged for 2 mid-level beginner talismans, a medium-grade wind attribute spirit stone, and some herb seeds he lacked. Every time he visited a marketplace, he kept an eye out for herb seeds. The reason he had attracted the attention of the Nalan family was not only due to his 3 instances of spying on Jiumei for intelligence, but also due to his frequent entries into shops to collect various herb seeds. After several visits over 2 months, gathering herbs he did not possess had nearly become a habit. Moreover, unlike other cultivators, Wang Li had specific targets for collecting herbs, and they must be spiritual herbs. His criteria were not limited to well-known herbs with explicit uses, but rather any herb confirmed to be medicinal that he had yet to acquire. He made every effort to trade for them using spirit stones or some low-tier elixirs, carefully storing them in wooden boxes sealed with spirit talismans to maintain their viability for years. Regrettably, this place was filled with treasures, and beautiful female cultivators were abundant. The number of male cultivators vying for their affection was staggering. Yet, he could only afford to sell a single appearance-enhancing pill. It felt akin to a monumental loss. Later, he learned from Fengxian that the next marketplace auction would not commence for another 3 days. Thus, he did not linger, departing the spirit-rich mountains to seek refuge in the nearest territory occupied by mundane factions. These factions, capable of enduring for decades or even centuries, surely had their reasons for existence. This was how Wang Li had navigated his journey thus far. By establishing a temporary abode adjacent to these mundane factions, he could easily gather intelligence while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. This was far more secure than venturing into populous and chaotic human towns, where becoming the target of prying eyes was a certainty. Wang Li remembered well that the imperial family of the state of Yu had later established a connection with a nefarious cult. This cult secretly hunts down wandering cultivators, gradually growing in strength. Where is it easiest to catch these solitary practitioners? Undoubtedly, it is in the towns. Although the Black Fiend sect has yet to show its true colors, one cannot rule out the possibility of other malevolent cultivators lying in wait. Moreover, in the original narrative, Li Huiyuan's third disciple, Lu Jing, who was responsible for the demise of the unfortunate third senior brother who attacked Han Li, harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil cultivators. For years, he has dedicated himself to eradicating these pests, having slain no fewer than 3 foundational stage evil cultivators, with countless more at the Qi refining stage. Though this transpired over 2 decades ago, it indirectly attests to the existence of evil cultivators in the state of Yu, and not just a few. Who knows where these individuals are lurking in the obscure corners of mundane towns, secretly amassing power. In the absence of the 7 sects' oversight of the mortal realm, Wang Li merely wishes to cultivate in peace, avoiding entanglements with fate. 2 days swiftly passed. Just before the auction commenced, Wang Li once again set foot in the market of the Hidden Moon sect. Elder Su, I entrust this youth-enhancing pill to your auction house. He solemnly handed the box containing the pill to an elderly man at the star-picking pavilion. Rest assured, young friend, you shall not be disappointed. Thank you for your trouble, Wang Li replied with a respectful gesture. However, Elder Su, once the auction begins, could you grant this junior a small favor? I may have an urgent matter to attend to. After the auction concludes, I shall personally come to collect the spiritual stones from the sale. What urgent matter could he possibly have? In truth, he was preparing for a hasty departure. Should the price of the youth-enhancing pill exceed 1,200 spiritual stones, and the price still appear to be on the rise, he would have to leave immediately, making a swift exit. If he had to give up on the item he entrusted, so be it. As the saying goes, those who understand, understand. Thus, he informed the auction house in advance, so that he could slip away without complications, avoiding the frustration of being stopped at a critical moment. Young friend, do you have other matters to attend to? Indeed. At the behest of a senior uncle within my sect, I have come to auction this youth-enhancing pill, which is merely one of my tasks. The senior uncle holds your pavilion's strength and credibility in high regard. He is also optimistic about the market at the Hidden Moon sect's market and has great respect for the esteemed cultivators of our state of Yu. Therefore, after much effort in procuring this youth-enhancing pill, the first thought was to bestow it upon the cultivators of the Hidden Moon sect. Bestow? The elder's mouth twitched slightly. That sounds more like a fat sheep being slaughtered. May I inquire the name of the esteemed senior? This question was not easy to answer. Elder Su, does your sect have any past grievances with any cultivation families? Are there any conflicts between the star-picking pavilion and certain families? If there is any conflict with the Qin family, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Fear not, the 7 sects are united as one. I trust you. To a degree. Thus, unable to provide a response, he chose silence. It seems you also have your own burdens, the elder remarked. Very well. I shall not press you further. Please feel free to attend to your other matters. As for the proceeds from the auction, rest assured. We can either temporarily safeguard them or send them to Huangfeng Valley. Is that an option? Is it truly possible? Indeed, the elder affirmed. However, young friend, sending these spiritual stones will incur an additional commission. Isn't that merely a courier fee? I understand, but may I ask how much will be deducted? May I inquire if the delivery is for a foundational stage senior or a core golden core ancestor? For a late foundational stage. Wang Li, while playing with the jade ring in his hand, unabashedly elevated his Uncle Qin's status. So this foundational stage senior is from a family of cultivators. And does he have a golden core ancestor backing him? The elder's expression grew notably serious. While there were numerous late foundational stage cultivators within the 7 sects of Yu, they were certainly not abundant. His surname is Qin. After much deliberation, Wang Li revealed the Qin family. To his knowledge, the ancestor of the Qin family was not a troublemaker and had established amicable relations with many golden core cultivators, suggesting that enmity among the golden core cultivators of Yu was virtually non-existent. Qin, I understand now. In the state of Yu, there is only one Qin family. No other cultivators at the golden core level bear that surname. Young friend, according to our regulations, should you choose for us to deliver these spiritual stones, a fee of half a commission from the youth-enhancing pills auction price will be required as the delivery fee. If the delivery fee is less than 30 spiritual stones, we must first deduct 30 spiritual stones. How extortionate! Traveling from here to Huangfeng Valley would take a maximum of 10 days, and if one traveled day and night, it could be done in 5. Yet the minimum delivery fee is 30 spiritual stones. Why don't you just rob someone? Well, we are already in the process. They openly rob, and one must still express gratitude. The elder seemed to grasp Wang Li's thoughts and promptly added, young friend, to ensure the safety of our customers' assets. Star Picking Pavilion typically employs foundational stage seniors for deliveries. 30 spiritual stones, in your opinion, should not be considered excessive for a foundational stage senior, correct? Foundational stage? They could leisurely reach their destination within 3 days, and perhaps even seize the opportunity to gain half the profits from the auction items during their errands. Thus, not only is the safety of the items assured, but it also satisfies the customers and fosters camaraderie among fellow cultivators, strengthening their own connections. The individuals behind the Star Picking Pavilion possess considerable acumen. Elder Su, does your pavilion not fear that the individuals assigned to deliver the spiritual stones might abscond with them? How will you compensate for the customers' losses then? While I cannot speak for the Giant Sword Sect or the Spirit Beast Mountain, we can assure the safety of items sent by the elders from Huangfeng Valley, Tianke Fortress, Qingshu Sect, and the Blade Workshop. Every month, our sect dispatches a team to procure goods from the countries of Yuanwu, Jiang, and Cheki. This is not a secret among foundational stage cultivators and is openly acknowledged among Golden Core cultivators. The reason is that within the 7 sects of Yu, only the Hidden Moon sect possesses such a formidable top-tier flying vessel. This is their source of confidence, something others cannot easily envy. Your pavilion indeed possesses vast capabilities. I have truly gained insight. Wang Li's compliment was heartfelt, for the Hidden Moon sect's stability at the top of the 7 sects was not without reason. So, young friend, do you intend to continue participating in the auction or attend to other matters? The elder inquired, stroking his beard with a smile. There is no need for me to participate in the auction. As a mere qi refining cultivator, my resources are scant. I would be left to drool over the items on the auction stage, which would be far too cruel. Wang Li's words elicited a chuckle from the elder. Elder Su, I welcome you to visit Huangfeng Valley. Aside from this half commission, there will certainly be other tokens of gratitude. Wang Li made a solemn promise. You are most kind. But alas, this old man can no longer run about. Do you think 30 or 40 spiritual stones would suffice for me to make this trip? Do you take me for a mere errand boy? However, the next actions of a certain individual nearly caused the elder to tremble, almost pulling out several of his white hairs. Elder Su, I have discerned the sincerity of the Star Picking Pavilion, and I feel assured to entrust all the items from my Uncle Chun to your esteemed auction house. As he spoke, he waved his hand and produced 3 identical jade boxes from his storage bag. What is this? Youth-enhancing pills. The elder was left speechless, having rarely encountered someone so indescribably audacious. Elder Su, I shall now attend to other matters. Please ensure that the proceeds from the auction are delivered to Uncle Chun in Huangfeng Valley. He is a core disciple of the Chun family, named Chun Tianya. The Chun of the family name, the Tian of the heavens, and the Yo of the horizon, do not get it wrong. After giving his instructions, he swiftly made his exit, as if pursued by a ravenous tiger. After Wang Li vanished from sight, the old man finally came to a realization. Intriguing, indeed. His courage, intellect, and magical prowess are all exceptional choices. Although his innate talent may not be the best, it is certainly not lacking. Moreover, he understands how to leverage circumstances, adapt to situations, and create opportunities. With such an outstanding junior in Huangfeng Valley, one cannot help but wonder. He squinted slightly, a fleeting hint of danger flashing in his eyes. Old Su, why do you place such importance on that Qi refining junior? From the nearby shadows, a figure slowly emerged. Importance? No, it is merely a simple feeling of threat. Have you not observed that our Yanyu sect has been overly sheltered in recent generations, making it difficult to find disciples as remarkable as him? Such words, are they not a bit excessive? Disciples of the Yanyu sect, regardless of gender, are undoubtedly among the foremost in the 7 sects. This has been the case for years. Excessive? Huh. The concerns of Elder Sanqiong are not without merit. Old Su sighed. Take that young man from earlier. For all his disguises, wearing a 3-layered mask of iron, wood, and human skin, Such close proximity could hardly deceive my discerning eye. I estimate that this little rascal is under 20 years old, yet he has already reached the 13th level of Qi refinement. However, his spiritual root is clearly not of the heavenly or extraordinary variety. You know well that in our 7 sects, which family does not cherish young geniuses with heavenly or extraordinary roots? Moreover, he does not bear the surname Chun. Thus, he must certainly be a loose cultivator, not bearing the surname Chun, yet using the Chun family name to act on their behalf. What else could he be? Other family scions do not need to resort to such measures. And then, I do not perceive him as particularly exceptional. The figure stepping from the shadows remarked, perplexed. Old Xia, if you had the Chun family as a backing and possessed 4 essence preservation pills, how would you maximize your profit? Naturally, I would auction them at the trading house as he did. Is that even a question? So, would you initially take out one to test the waters? Or would you present them all at once? Is there a difference? Indeed, and a significant one at that. The individual beside Old Su immediately understood, falling silent. Furthermore, as the holder of the essence preservation pills, would you disregard the auction price? Would you be so busy as to forego attending a single auction? Would you generously offer me hundreds of spirit stones as a fee to flee the auction house? This is not mere busyness. It is an awareness of the lurking danger. It indicates a recognition of one's own strengths and weaknesses. He has not yet gone far. Should I pursue and capture that young man? It is too late. The moment he stepped out of the auction house, it was already too late. Openly acting within the market is forbidden, a rule set by our Yin Yu sect, and it would be a loss of face. To strike at a Qi refining disciple with an uncertain future would be beneath the dignity of Old Su and Old Xia, and Wang Li is far from deserving such attention. How fast can a Qi refining disciple run? It is not merely a matter of speed. Such a person, if they had not meticulously planned an escape route and prepared thoroughly, would never have dared to enter our Zhaixing Pavilion auction house and present 4 essence preservation pills to entice others. Moreover, if we were to deal with him and provoke the Qin family, while the Yin Yu sect might remain unafraid, the sect itself would not appreciate our actions. They might regard us as having acted unnecessarily, jeopardizing the friendship between the 2 sects, ultimately resulting in no benefits but a heap of trouble for ourselves. Such a thankless task is best avoided. Besides, the little fellow has already won him over, has he not? Inviting him to Huangfeng Valley as a guest and making him run errands is nothing less than a covert way of transferring half the profits from the auction of these 4 essence preservation pills to him, is it not? Half the profits must amount to at least 100 spirit stones. Yet, the reality is that it exceeds 300. The final deal for these 4 essence preservation pills reached an astounding 300 lower grade spirit stones. This figure far surpasses the old man's initial estimate of just over 2,000 spirit stones. It stands as one of the most dazzling highlights of this auction, garnering continuous acclaim. Yet, it did not amuse the old fellow. Of course, that is a story for another time. Old Xia, why does your face look so grim? It is nothing. These 3 words were bitten out with difficulty, simply because the spiritual mark he had secretly left on Wang Li's jade ring had vanished. Haraha. Old Su, what is so amusing? Because even if you wish to pursue him now, you likely cannot catch up. What do you mean by that? Based on our speeds, if we had pursued that little rascal just now, we should have only just left the forbidden zone, yes? Old Xia nodded in response. Yet, he is already 2 or 3 li away from the forbidden zone. How do you know? Wait, did you also leave a spiritual mark on him? It seems you did as well. The 2 exchanged glances. My spiritual mark was left on that jade ring. Old Xia raised an eyebrow. I chose the human skin mask and wig. Old Su, unflustered, spoke a blunt truth that made Old Xia's face twitch. Why are you looking at me like that? Is it unprofessional if I cannot help but show it? Old Su shot him an irritated glance. Ahem, fine. You are the elder brother. Your word is law. Alas, leaving a spiritual mark on an object without physical contact is indeed not secure. Due to the lack of physical contact, even with their mid to late foundation establishment cultivation, they could only barely leave a spiritual mark on an object, unable to forcefully manipulate physical bodies. Furthermore, such remote manipulation, even for those at the core formation stage, cannot leave a spiritual mark on another's body without making a sound, making it easy for the other party to sense something amiss. If exposed in public, it would be a tremendous embarrassment, and they would also incur needless enmity. Conversely, at extremely close range, leaving a mark on an object is different. It is exceedingly subtle and hard to detect, and can be dismissed at any moment. The operational feasibility in such cases is quite significant. Therefore, those like them, upon selecting a potential target, would first approach and then leave their spiritual mark on the other's clothing or accessories. Yet, neither of them anticipated that Wang Li would clean his attire upon exiting the market. Moreover, they were not strong enough to leave another spiritual mark from several li away. Even those at the core formation stage could not achieve that. Under such circumstances, even attempting to pursue would be futile. The 5 li span of the forbidden zone cannot be traversed by flight. One must rely on talismans to hasten their run. Yet, by the time they crossed this forbidden area, their target would have already flown beyond the maximum range of their ordinary mid to late foundation establishment spiritual perception. Although foundation establishment cultivators are significantly stronger than chi refining cultivators, they have yet to reach the level of core formation, where one can extend their perception across dozens or even hundreds of li. Generally, a foundation establishment cultivator can only extend their perception 10 or so li, which is quite commendable. Given Wang Li's demonstrated speed, this period is sufficient for him to fly 40 to 50 li. Without a spiritual mark to guide them, where could they pursue? Unless they mobilize a large number of people or enlist the help of an elder at the core formation stage. Should we investigate this young man? I suspect he is merely using the Chen family name to deceive us. He is not truly working for the Chen family. A classic case of becoming more cunning with age. Is it truly worth it to provoke a promising junior over a few thousand spirit stones? Old Su felt a stirring in his heart, yet he could not act. His intuition warned him that if he were to blacken this sum of money, not only would the reputation be tarnished, but he would also create a formidable enemy. He is merely a chi refining cultivator. Yet, he likely has the Chun family backing him. That is a family of core formation cultivators. Furthermore, the blood trial is about to commence. Do you not think he is preparing for the blood trial? A fleeting shadow of concern crossed his face. Wang Li is still a bit too naive. Had they not pursued him? Instead of choosing to flee towards the northern direction of Huangfeng Valley, Wang Li opted for the eastern escape towards Qingshu Gate. Ever ready to unleash his speed, he returned the mid-grade wind attribute spirit stone, which he had tightly gripped in his palm, to his storage bag. It was merely a false alarm. Shouldn't they have reacted more swiftly? Or was it purely coincidental that he encountered a mere novice? Yet if they were indeed a novice, why conceal their cultivation level, claiming to be merely at the chi refining stage? Wang Li publicly presented himself as a chi refining 9th layer cultivator, while the old man was undoubtedly at the 10th layer of chi refining. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that even with his heavenly eye technique, he could not discern the old man's true cultivation level. This was the real issue at hand. Was he pretending to be weak? Clearly, he was at the foundation establishment stage. Yet he feigned being merely at the chi refining level, constantly addressing Wang Li as a senior of the foundation establishment stage, which was quite irksome. Moreover, the old fellow, a seasoned veteran, failed to notice certain habitual details, such as when Wang Li offered him the half-profits of the Dingyan pill. The old man instinctively replied that he was unable to run, dismissing the mere dozens of spirit stones. This, in itself, indicated the old rascal's true cultivation level, foundation establishment. How could someone at the chi refining stage look down upon mere dozens of spirit stones? Did he own a spirit stone vein? Furthermore, was he unable to run now, whereas he could before? This was a classic case of unintentionally revealing too much. At that moment, Wang Li felt quite flustered, yet he had to maintain an air of ignorance. Additionally, it was evident that a third party lurked in the shadows. How had he discerned this? It was due to the presence of a timid mouse that had begun to mature, capable of counting, quite literally, within a 5-meter radius. The sense of dread it transmitted to him clearly signaled another source of danger, one that Wang Li could not detect. I still lacked caution. Having a few trump cards had made me somewhat oblivious to the law of the jungle, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. I must reflect upon myself thrice daily. This time, I must conduct a thorough self-examination. The Chun family is not my reliable backing. Huangfeng Valley is equally untrustworthy. Only I can be my own steadfast support. Perhaps after reaching the foundation establishment stage, I can sweep through various markets, but by then, how could I possibly desire so many things? This mistake must never be repeated. In the 7-faction market, I have yet to visit the Huangfeng Valley market. However, there is no rush. I will take care of this spirit stone matter first. It is impossible for me to hand over such a substantial amount to Uncle Chun. What a joke, entrusting such a large sum to him. Whether I would ever get it back was uncertain, and would he not develop a deeper affection for it? Although I have made 3 plans, I would naturally prefer to avoid the latter 2 if possible. Thus, I shall proceed with my first plan, hoping that no unforeseen troubles arise. On the return journey, after deliberately lowering his cultivation level and presenting himself as a naive novice in the world of cultivation, he was approached by 2 unfortunate low-level rogue cultivators intent on robbing him. With no other choice, Wang Li could only defend himself. He let himself bleed a little and soaked certain parts of his clothing in the blood of the 2 assailants for half a day, allowing it to dry on the way. After washing his clothes multiple times, he returned to Huangfeng Valley with a composed demeanor. After a year and a half away from the valley, his feelings upon returning were unexpectedly tinged with a sense of nostalgia. Alas, had he not yet completed the task he accepted upon leaving the mountain gate? Well, failure is simply failure. What can he do? It was an unavoidable circumstance, for he had encountered a fortuitous event and had to enter seclusion. He believed that the Foundation establishment stage uncle who issued the task would not hold it against him. A mere chi refining stage junior. Surely, he would not come to the Spirit Valley plantation to seek him out. Moreover, since he had not completed the task, he would not receive any rewards either. No one owed anyone anything. Thus, only the matter with Uncle Chun remained. At the mountain gate, while the elated Wang Li had yet to pause and tidy his somewhat disheveled clothing, a familiar figure appeared beside him, and with a swift motion of profound energy, the figure lifted him into the air. Someone was clearly taken aback. This welcoming ceremony was amiss. He wished to retract his earlier disdain for the Foundation establishment stage. He admitted his error. The disparity between the Foundation establishment and chi refining stages was indeed substantial. Where have you been for over a year? The voice was laced with intensity. What was happening? This was not the script. Wang Li pays his respects to Uncle Chun. Performing the proper greeting was undoubtedly correct. He needed to pause and organize his thoughts, assessing where the issue lay. Oh, nearing the peak of chi refining? So soon? What treasures have you consumed? After placing the youth before him, Uncle Chun scrutinized him thoroughly. How peculiar. In just over a year, you, a triple spirit root cultivator, have progressed to this level? No. It's been 2 years and 3 months. You have actually broken through from the 9th layer of chi refining to the 13th layer. Just a step away from Foundation establishment. Have you been cheating? Hee. Uncle, I merely encountered a small stroke of fortune. He grinned mischievously, exuding an air of sincerity, entirely disregarding the presence of the man before him. However, Uncle Chun maintained his stern demeanor. Fortune? Nonsense. You must have killed and robbed someone, right? I can smell the blood from you. Do you think I cannot sense it up close? You went on a long journey without even bringing a change of clothes? At this, Wang Li awkwardly smiled. Awkwardly scratching the back of his head, he retrieved 2 other Yellowfeng Valley disciple robes from his storage bag, both faintly stained with blood. Upon seeing this, Uncle Chun's expression twitched. Good grief. Humph, your departure has certainly caused me great trouble. Do you know how those scoundrels have slandered my Qin family, portraying me as Qin Tianya? They have forgotten their loyalty and turned against us. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Wang Li understood. Indeed, while he could leave without issue, his disappearance for over a year would have led those aware of his transaction with the Chun family regarding the Foundation establishment pills to believe the matter was far from simple. It was likely that some would speculate. The Chun family must have taken advantage of the situation and dealt with him. Wouldn't those at odds with the Chun family spread such rumors throughout the valley? Isn't my junior now back? Uncle Chun, rest assured, the rumors will subside. The losses in reputation over this year will certainly be compensated tenfold after this matter. On this, Wang Li was quite confident. Rumors are a double-edged sword. Since the opposing party has wielded it poorly, it would soon become the Chun family's time to harvest. Ah, indeed. Ahem, let us discuss you. What exactly happened? How did you vanish for over a year? I thought you had perished out there. It seemed this uncle truly cared about him. As for how to respond to such inquiries, simple. Uncle, I had my own burdens. I accepted a task intending to handle some mundane matters, which I thought would only take a month, but unexpectedly encountered 2 scoundrels fighting over treasures. Those 2 were quite fierce, both at the 13th layer of chi refining. With my abilities at the time, I could manage one, but facing 2 simultaneously was beyond my capacity. Setting aside the flying sword talismans, even just considering the top-tier artifact, the Zhuke ring, and 10 beginner high-level talismans, this was quite reasonable. At first, I had no intention of getting involved in their affairs. But upon learning that they belonged to the same cultivation family and were risking their lives for the Foundation establishment pill, Licking his lips, his eyes gleamed. Uncle, that was the Foundation Establishment pill. Previously, I had no idea how rare it was. Knowing this, how could I possibly miss out? These words, wrapped in subtlety, indeed made Uncle Chun feel somewhat uncomfortable. Thus, did you seize the opportunity while both sides were mutually devastated, becoming the hidden observer? As the conversation unfolded, this senior uncle's expression turned peculiar. Such a rare stroke of fortune. How could it befall this young lad before him? And which two cultivators hailed from which sects? No, I absolutely did not engage in murder for treasure. Rather, during their mutual demise, I merely assisted in collecting their remains, taking only what was rightfully mine as recompense. What a jest! To openly claim the ambush of cultivators from esteemed families? Moreover, I did not commit such an act. Should I admit to it? And should a certain family happen to experience such a fortuitous event, would I not be the one reaping the benefits as a third party? If it were the Chun family involved, that would indeed be amusing. Regardless, I have no penchant for willingly taking the blame for others. Was everything handled discreetly? Uncle Chun did not seem concerned with the minutiae, but rather focused on the essential skills required for the act of killing and plundering. Those two scoundrels were indeed cunning. Even in death, they sought to ensnare me. I was wounded by a treacherous artifact from one of them. Though not fatal, it was quite repulsive, prompting me to incinerate both. Aside from the promptly usable elixirs and spirit stones, I dared not touch anything else, fearing the marks left by their family's elders. Confronted by Uncle Chen's strange expression, Wang Li mustered the courage to continue. Once I recovered, I initially planned to complete my task before returning to Huangfeng Valley. However, on a whim, a spark of inspiration struck me, compelling me to try using that foundation-building pill. After refining numerous elixirs and the foundation-building pill from those two, I found myself in my current state. Used it. You relied primarily on the potency of that foundation-building pill for your advancement? This little rascal, squandering such a precious resource, is utterly wasteful. If you were my son, I would thrash you for such extravagance. A single foundation-building pill could be exchanged for enough elixirs to enhance one's cultivation to the peak of qi refinement. While there have been instances of directly using a foundation-building pill to elevate one's power in ancient times, in this current age of scarce spiritual herbs, it is an utter indulgence. I too desire to build my foundation, believing I had the chance for a singular breakthrough. Wang Li's voice dwindled, accompanied by a look of grievance. I felt an urge to strangle this wretched boy. 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones obtained so easily, squandered on enhancing his power. It is not that there are no opportunities for foundation building at the 11th level of qi refinement, above the 7th level. There exists a certain probability of successfully using a foundation building pill. However, the success rates vary with cultivation levels, and those who build their foundation later possess slightly weaker spiritual power at the same level. Yet, should one wait until the 13th level of qi refinement to consume the foundation-building pill, the likelihood of success increases significantly in post-breakthrough. One would stand among the newly ascended foundation cultivators with considerable strength. Well, let failure be failure. With your current cultivation, coupled with the vermilion bird ring I bestowed upon you, participating in the Bloodlock trial 9 months hence to obtain a couple of foundation-building pills should pose little challenge. Upon hearing this, Wang Li felt a warm sensation envelop him. Yet, the subsequent statement extinguished his warmth. Leaving his heart cold, I knew you intended for me to venture into the blood-soaked forbidden land from the very beginning. Uncle Chun, I harbor no enmity towards you. Why would you seek to ensnare me? Do not wear that wretched expression. This time, our family's leader will be leading the expedition, and 2 of my family's disciples will also participate in the trial. When the 3 of you enter, find a way to stick together and look after one another. It should not be difficult to secure some celestial herbs and emerge alive. The leader is a senior ancestor of the Chen family? But wait. Isn't this task the exclusive domain of that short-lived master, Li Huayuan? Li Huayuan, who ascended to the core formation stage decades ago, perished at the hands of a Mulan sorceress 30 to 40 years later. Could it be that he only assumed this duty 5 years hence for the next trial? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he could not neglect another matter. By the way, Uncle, I wish to guard the mountain gate for a while, to experience the trials and tribulations you have endured while steadfastly maintaining your post. I wish to deeply appreciate the sacrifices you have made for our sect. I hope for your indulgence. Guarding the mountain gate. That is a thankless task, are you certain? What is this boy scheming? 1 month will suffice. I must prepare for the Bloodlock trial for another month anyway. A month of guarding should be adequate. You may come as you wish, but it will cost you 2 spirit stones per month. Do not attempt to haggle with me. Agreed. Thank you, Uncle Chun. Pursuing this task of guarding the mountain gate is, of course, a means to acquire spirit stones for the Zhaoyue sect star-picking pavilion. Very well, lad. Go report to the 100 Mechanisms Hall. You have been away from the sect for too long, and if you do not return soon, even I might assume you have perished outside. Yes, uncle. Wang Li bowed and presented a small box before joyfully mounting the most rudimentary green leaf flying artifact and heading towards the 100 Mechanisms Hall. Foregoing the top-tier flying sword is certainly a display of modesty to avoid attracting undue attention. As Wang Li soared into the distance, another figure materialized in his place. Brother Chun, that Chi Refinement Jr. has vanished for over a year. Should we not inquire further? Is it appropriate to allow him to re-enter the sect without scrutiny? Explanation? Hasn't it already been provided? Every individual has their own destiny. You and I, encountering such matters, would we truly concern ourselves with the rest? Furthermore, he bears no signs of demonic cultivation, no traces of restrictions, and as a descendant of the Exalted who holds the Ascension Order to join our Huangfeng Valley. What is inappropriate about that? Are you not afraid he has been sent to infiltrate us? A spy from another faction? Huh. Do not think that just because Wang is merely a Qi refinement cultivator, he is inconsequential, even if he were at the Foundation establishment stage. What of it? If our grand Huangfeng Valley cannot harbor such a level of tolerance, how could we have risen against the odds after that fateful war? Zhao, one should leave a line for others to facilitate future encounters. I know you harbor doubts about his previous explanations, seeking to uncover his secrets, yet as cultivators, who among us lacks a few secrets? Uncle Chin's expression turned grave. Should we exploit our cultivation to bully the lower-tier disciples within our sect? Then would not the core formation elders also have the right to similarly demean us? Brother, it is different. What is different? Merely because you are at the Foundation establishment stage, and he is at the Qi refinement stage? You are allowed to be an elite of the sect while he is but a lowly insect gazing up at you and me? Uncle Chin mocked. Brother, you overstep. The Zhao Foundation cultivator's face darkened, taken aback by this unexpected defense of a mere Qi refinement junior. Zhao, set aside your petty machinations. He is someone I, Qin Tianya, have taken note of, and even my grandfather has heard of him. You shall not lay a finger on him. At this moment, Uncle Chun's face bore no trace of a smile. What shone through was the arrogance of a Chun family descendant, the domineering spirit of a mid-foundation cultivator. Junior brother, I suggest you mind your own business. Wang's affairs need not trouble you. He stepped forward, confronting the Zhao cultivator, his aura pressing down, making the latter appear diminutive. Should there have been outsiders present, they would witness the heartwarming sight of an elder brother gazing down at his younger sibling as the sun set. Very well, very well. The Zhao Foundation cultivator, cornered, retreated in defeat. Humph. A petty fool with ulterior motives, seeking to exploit the disciples of the sect. Such a paltry ambition. No wonder he has spent 20 years in the Foundation establishment stage without progress. His thoughts are likely consumed by such trivialities. A sect, a family, that does not protect its own disciples and kin, instead coveting the fortunes of its juniors. Such a sect, such a family, rife with discord and driven solely by self-interest. How far can they be from extinction? Aside from this, one must inquire why Chun could do such a thing for a mere junior in the Qi refining stage. Secondly, the alliance between the Chun family and Wang Li is mutually beneficial. Wang Li's return acts as a tremendous morale booster for the Chun family's reputation. This is something even a junior can comprehend. How could Chun Tianya possibly overlook it? Thirdly, the young lad has offered too much. The box delivered into his hands contained a rare spiritual herb, at least 300 years old, quietly nestled within. Regardless of other factors, it is this candid disposition that has endeared this young man to Chun. Although he cannot utilize the herb himself, selling it to someone who would yield a handsome profit of 400 to 500 spirit stones. Such a child, who understands the virtue of sharing opportunities, is rare. He cannot exploit the resources to the point of depletion. Fourthly, there is a shared concern, the blood-forbidden trial. With the eruption of the ancient demonic calamity, the spiritual energy of the human realm was neutralized by the demonic aura from the demon realm, resulting in a significant reduction in the concentration of spiritual energy. Coupled with thousands of years of rampant cultivation and reckless harvesting of spiritual herbs, the current concentration of spiritual energy in the human realm has diminished considerably compared to ancient times, leading to the extinction of many ancient spiritual herbs and plants. Within the blood-forbidden land, however, there exist primary herbs necessary for concocting foundation establishment pills, alongside other ancient spiritual medicines coveted by cultivators in the early stages of alchemy. Consequently, every 5 years, the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom dispatch individuals to harvest these herbs. Yet, the reason this land is termed forbidden is due to its inherent dangers and the unique wind attribute restrictions that have been maintained since ancient times. With these restrictions in place, only cultivators at the qi refining stage may enter. The battles among qi refining cultivators, colloquially referred to as chickens pecking at each other, have grown increasingly perilous. After centuries of continuous harvesting, the growth rate of the spiritual herbs has failed to keep pace with the extraction by the 7 sects, resulting in a rising mortality rate that has now reached 70% or more. This has deterred many qi refining disciples from risking their lives, especially those at the 12th or 13th level of qi refining, as well as numerous individuals under the protection of senior mentors. They prefer to secure the fruits of victory harvested at the cost of others' lives through their sex tests. Wang Li's courage to return to Huangfeng Valley is predicated on this. Chen's acceptance of Wang Li is likewise based on this understanding. The blood-forbidden land will open in 2 months. For Wang Li, whether to procure the herbs for foundation establishment or to honor his friendship with Uncle Chun and the Chun family, this journey is imperative. The 2 primary herbs for concocting foundation establishment pills are exclusively found within the blood-forbidden land. With his current advanced cultivation at the 13th level of qi refining, he is among the elite in a crowd of mere novices, ensuring he can make a significant contribution. Preserving Wang Li translates to preserving the Chun family's opportunity for substantial gain. Moreover, Uncle Chin also requires someone to enter and harvest 2 types of spiritual herbs suitable for the foundation establishment stage. The ancient formula for a mid-to-late foundation establishment pill, which Wang Li received in exchange for the foundation establishment pill with the Ascension token, was, in fact, a strategic move by Uncle Chun. Please believe, aside from your closest kin, there is no unconditional love in this world. Uncle Chin's concern is also rooted in self-interest. This point is clear to someone. In other words, if Wang Li returns to Huangfeng Valley still at the 11th level of qi refining, the danger would be substantial. Reaching the 13th level would garner significant attention, making him seemingly at risk, yet in truth, much safer. This certainty arises from the knowledge that the Chun family will dispatch 2 participants for the trial, one named Wang Xiao and the other Xuepan. Both are cousins to Chun Xiaoqian and Chun Xiaotian, thus considered part of the Chun family, and both possess cultivation at the 12th level of qi refining, making them the elite among their peers. Initially, Uncle Chun had high hopes for these 2. The sudden emergence of Wang Li at the 13th level of qi refining must be an immense encouragement for Uncle Chun, who has been strategizing for a long time. At just 48 years of age, Uncle Chun has already advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment for over a decade. If he can obtain the precious herbs from the Forbidden Land and concoct suitable elixirs for himself, there is hope he could advance to the late foundation establishment stage within a decade. Achieving this before turning 60 would greatly enhance his chances of breaking into the core formation stage. If the Qin family can produce another core formation cultivator within a century, they would face no worries for the next 300 to 400 years. Now, how did Wang Li come to know all this about the Qin family? Who else but Little Chun? Or perhaps this was Uncle Chin's way of conveying this information through Little Chun, to avoid the appearance of the Chun family being overly forceful and ungrateful. By giving prior notice, the nature of the situation transforms entirely. Everything is in place, waiting for the right moment. Wang Li and Chun Tianya simultaneously entertained this thought. The 2 primary herbs for the foundation establishment pill and the 2 primary herbs for the Zixenden must be acquired on this trip, not only to appease Uncle Chun and the Chin family, but also for his own sake. Young man, I have done enough for you. Should you let me down and fail to procure those 2 primary herbs, it would be best if you did not emerge from the blood-forbidden land. Otherwise, I shall make you rue the day, not solely for his own benefit, but also for the family. He chuckled, shaking his head. I initially intended for you to tackle the next blood-forbidden trial 5 years from now, yet you have surpassed my Chun family's cohort and advanced to this level already. If I were to obstruct you now and advise you to prepare for another 5 years, it would likely result in a rift between us. Uncle Chin's predictions were not unfounded. Anyone attempting to hinder Wang Li at this juncture would be remembered with resentment for a lifetime. After all the planning and effort, culminating in positioning himself beneath the watchful eyes of the Qin family and the many qi refining cultivators of Huangfeng Valley. Was it not all for this blood-forbidden trial? On the 16th of the month, at the Spirit Valley plantation, Wang Li stepped foot here once more, inexplicably feeling a sense of homecoming. A wave of unfamiliar warmth washing over him. It was not about how little Chun had changed. Rather, he found himself missing this little brother. However, at the very moment the valley's restrictions were lifted, Brother Wang, spirit stones, my spirit stones, you must not default on our agreement. The lad seemed entranced by the allure of wealth. Yet, this familiar scent was one he cherished. You haven't changed, that's what matters. Here, 21 pieces. Let us count and see if it's correct. All right, 1, 2, 3. Are you really counting? Wait, you're at the 9th level of Qi refining now? Little Chun, you've made progress. Previously, I called you Brother Chun. Now, I refer to you as Little Chun. Little Chun felt quite indignant, but he had matured. A grown-up should be magnanimous. I won't hold it against Little Wang. After all, it was thanks to Brother Wang that he received the elixirs. His words had become sweeter, and Wang Li relished this change. As for the elixirs, they were no longer available. He had none to spare. However, he could still part with a few spirit stones. In the midst of their conversation, he handed over 10 spirit stones. This is my private stash, a little secret. Don't tell Uncle Chun. While he could not provide elixirs, even if he had excess, he could not part with them. Besides, he had only recovery elixirs on hand. None that could enhance cultivation. Elixirs that bolster cultivation are in high demand, across all tiers. As a member of a cultivation family, even with the support of Uncle Chun and the Chun family, Little Chun could only manage a bottle or two of elixirs each month, containing 10 pills at most. Could he acquire more? Yes, but at what cost? Ordinary disciples fared even worse, struggling for months to gather enough spirit stones to buy a single bottle of Huanglong pills. This was the norm. Yet Wang Li, here, was consuming a bowl daily. Indeed, a bowl. Each bowl typically starts with 20 pieces, regardless of how many can be refined daily. One can indulge in them like candy. Until reaching the 11th level of Qi refinement, one should alternate among 6 types of elixirs to avoid developing a resistance, only to switch to a single type once at the 11th level. This is the allure of the small vial. Ah, Brother Wang, is that appropriate? Though he feigned concern, his hands were quite decisive. What could be inappropriate? It is only natural for a senior to care for a junior. Just accept it. If you refuse, I will be unsettled. Sometimes, expressing sincerity to one's elders requires a touch of finesse. What is dear to an elder's heart? Generally, it is their youngest child. Do not question why. It is simply human nature. Hence, a more circuitous approach is necessary. Either you or your descendants, not advisable, must ensure the young masters are pleased, and the elders will perceive you as sensible and obedient, a talent worthy of cultivation. Many obstacles will then be circumvented, and you may even receive a green light for your endeavors. Brother, here is the prohibition token for you. I shall take my leave. 31 spirit stones are sufficient for him to acquire many things, which brings joy. Off you go, and do remember to send my regards to Annie Chun. Wang Li seldom faltered in matters of etiquette and detail. I truly must take my leave. He appeared reluctant to part. Hurry along now. I have nothing more to offer. Farewell, Junior Brother Chun. The subsequent wait was indeed arduous. During this time, he reflected numerous times on his actions during this venture. He recognized many oversights and areas of carelessness, acknowledging several seemingly perfect aspects that were, in reality, insufficiently cautious and in need of improvement. Fortunately, he now stood against Huangfeng Valley, and the hidden dangers left outside were not enough to provoke a Golden Core practitioner against him. It would be absurd to mobilize a Golden Core expert merely to inquire about the identity of a Qi Refinement Junior for a handful of spirit stones. The two sects are separated by tens of thousands of miles, and even at full speed, a Golden Core practitioner would require a substantial portion of the day to traverse such distance. Who would undertake such a journey for the affairs of a mere Qi Refinement Junior? Would they risk their reputation as a Golden Core master for such triviality? Even if a Golden Core practitioner did visit, would they truly act against him? That alone sufficed. If a Golden Core practitioner refrained from action, then the attention of some Foundation establishment practitioners posed no real threat. After all, the ensuing blood trial would not afford those Foundation establishment practitioners the audacity to arrange for individuals solely to target him. Moreover, he would not venture outside until reaching Foundation establishment. In this way, Could the Foundation establishment practitioners from his sect truly intrude upon the Chun family's plantation within Huangfeng Valley? That would be preposterous. Well, a few thousand spirit stones are negligible. If the Star-Gathering Pavilion truly seeks to swindle me, I shall retrieve it upon achieving a higher cultivation level in the future. As for the Star-Gathering Pavilion directly delivering to the Chun family, one could consider it a tribute for the protection of this backing, or perhaps a token of gratitude for their care upon entering the valley. With the relevant herbs for the Dian Dan and the small vial in hand, perhaps spirit stones would be the least of his worries after reaching Foundation establishment. Just as Wang Li was lost in his thoughts, the Tianyue divine ship of the Yanyue sect appeared near Huangfeng Valley at Mount Taiyue. Upon seeing this, Wang Li hurriedly greeted another Foundation establishment uncle, Zhao, who was responsible for this area, and then made his way towards the only treasure-grade flying vessel of the Yu Kingdom, the Tianyue divine ship. Although Zhao, a Foundation establishment practitioner, frowned in displeasure, he considered the relationship with the Qin family, merely letting out a cold snort without further comment. On the Tianyue divine ship, someone spotted a disciple dressed in Huangfeng Valley attire approaching. It would be unreasonable to activate the shield to prevent someone from boarding on their own territory. As for the few Foundation establishment overseers who were displeased, that was not Wang Li's concern. Old Su, you truly came in person? Upon spotting the elderly manager of the Star-Gathering Pavilion, Wang Li felt a wave of relief. If it had not been for that old rascal, any other person would have required him to produce some token to gain entry. Oh, guarding the entrance, are we? This remark held a double meaning. Wang Li merely smiled, while his true thoughts remained known only to him. Here, your spirit stones. The elder squinted and tossed out a low-tier storage pouch. Old Su, you must be mistaken. These spirit stones belong to Uncle Chun. After receiving the spirit stones, Wang Li clasped his fists in greeting and then retraced his steps. As for the subsequent transactions between the Yanyue sect's Star-Gathering Pavilion and the various immortal cultivation families of Huangfeng Valley, he chose not to involve himself. Su, does this junior have issues? On the flying vessel, a Foundation establishment practitioner noticed the unusual demeanor of his companion and inquired with surprise. A rather intriguing young fellow. Elder Su stroked his beard and smiled. Is there a need to inquire further? This is Huangfeng Valley. Even if we were to uncover something, what use would it serve? Let us proceed with our own matters. Meanwhile, Wang Li's heart raced as he watched the vessel depart, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Upon returning to his cave dwelling within Wuligou Garden, he discovered a significant boost to his spirits. There were quite a few spirit stones, over 6,000. This would afford him additional means. After resigning from his gatekeeping duties for over a month, his presence diminished considerably, allowing him to take new action. First, he disguised himself, then utilized the spirit stones to venture back to the marketplace of Huangfeng Valley, where he procured the treasured artifact of the Wanbao building, namely the coveted golden brick talisman. Alongside this, he acquired 5 basic puppets and 2 fragments of magical artifacts. Following this, he visited the Tianqing sect's marketplace in the neighboring Yuanwu Kingdom, where he purchased a pair of top-tier boots known as the Gale Boots, which enhance movement speed, as well as 4 sets of small displacement array flags. Additionally, he acquired several more common intermediate attack talismans and a rare mid-tier stealth talisman. Once activated, this talisman allows even Foundation establishment practitioners, mid-stage, to easily evade detection, making it remarkably elusive. The acquisition of the Gale Boots significantly augmented Wang Li's already impressive lightness and agility. Having consistently trained in light-footed techniques, these magical boots provided him with a considerable boost in speed. The addition of the stealth talisman equipped Wang Li, who was now nearly armed to the teeth, with a means of retreat in case of unexpected circumstances. Originally, he intended to procure more fragments of magical artifacts. However, the fragments available here were not the inferior remnants obtained at the Tianke Fortress Marketplace. Rather, they were potent treasures, relatively intact yet exorbitantly priced. For the 5,000 spirit stones could not secure such items. This represented a rare disappointment for Wang Li. Nonetheless, the fragments of magical artifacts he possessed, especially the silk handkerchief fragment, revealed a newfound utility. Apart from concealing the anomalies of the small vial and masking spiritual fluctuations, it could also conceal fluctuations of magical energy. After conducting several experiments with timid mice and color-changing lizards, Wang Li discovered that he could not perceive any trace of spiritual energy emanating from them while they remained hidden beneath the silk handkerchief. Moreover, on 2 occasions, Wang Li carried a 300-year-old ginseng and a 1,000-year-old huangjing to the Qilin Pavilion to test the olfactory abilities of the spiritual mice. Remarkably, no scent of the spiritual herbs escaped from the jade box wrapped in the silk handkerchief. This revelation allowed Wang Li to breathe easier, fostering a plan to ensure the Chun family remained indebted to him rather than the reverse. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. It required careful consideration. Alas, it was somewhat regrettable that he could not acquire the top-tier puppet beast from the gray-clad elder, Uncle Lin. While there were numerous basic puppets comparable to practitioners at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement in the marketplace, it was rare to find second-tier puppet beasts on par with those at the 9th level of Qi refinement, let alone those between the pinnacle of Qi refinement and foundation establishment. Originally, Wang Li intended to leverage the connections of Uncle Chun to procure some high-quality goods from Uncle Lin, a supplier of new equipment in Huangfeng Valley. He was even prepared to pay several hundred spirit stones, even if it meant being taken advantage of. However, Lin regarded the over 300 puppets in his possession as precious treasures, unwilling to part with even one for trade, leaving Wang Li feeling helpless and regretful. Despite Uncle Chin's efforts to exert pressure using the Chin family name, Uncle Lin remained steadfast. This individual, in fact, had a significant background. He was the son of the former leader of the Qianzhou sect from the far west. To escape the current persecution from the Qianzhou sect, he had taken refuge in Huangfeng Valley. In the original narrative, this person sought to contact former members of the Qianzhou sect to steal advanced cultivation methods for his breakthrough in martial arts. The outcome was disastrous. His physical body was destroyed, and his primordial spirit, which sought to take over a kind-hearted old demon named Han who intended to collect his remains, was instead captured by the cautious old demon, resulting in his demise. Indeed, his plan was fundamentally flawed. As the saying goes, when a person leaves, the tea cools. With his diminished status as a former young master, it was improbable for his old associates to follow him down such a precarious path. A modicum of self-awareness would have advised him to reside quietly in Huangfeng Valley, enjoying his remaining years, as the Qianzhou sect may have forgotten about him. Alternatively, he could have offered the De Yin Sutra and the puppet technique to the revered ancestor Linghu, seeking multifaceted support from the elder nascent soul cultivator. While observing the conflict between Huangfeng Valley and the Qianzhou sect, thus seizing the opportunity to acquire advanced cultivation methods later. Or he could have sincerely joined Huangfeng Valley, helping to strengthen it, and later return to confront the Qianzhou sect. Instead, Uncle Lin foolishly believed he was well hidden. While the Golden Core cultivators and ancestor Linghu of Huangfeng Valley were fully aware of his true identity, they awaited his return. Yet he stubbornly chose to remain merely a craftsman of novice equipment, unwilling to engage in a mutually beneficial alliance with Huangfeng Valley, and thus wasted decades of opportunity. A typical example of a cultivator whose intellect was dulled by the pursuit of immortality. If Wang Li were in the position of this mid-foundation Uncle Lin, even disregarding all advantages of foresight, he could integrate into Huangfeng Valley within a decade, establish his own faction within 2 to 3 decades, and by the end of 50 years, significantly bolster Huangfeng Valley's strength, potentially persuading ancestor Linghu and even the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom to launch an expedition against the Qianzhou sect within a century. Do not question why. The mere prospect of acquiring the De Yin Sutra, which could amplify one's consciousness manifold, was enough to entice ancestor Linghu, whose lifespan spanned several hundred years. The Qingyuan sword technique and the De Yin Sutra, both exceptional cultivation methods in the mortal realm, were not to be taken lightly. The true method of unlocking the De Yin Sutra was to refine it alongside one's cultivation level. For example, a golden core cultivator with over 500 years of life could reach the 3rd level in several decades. Once these higher-ups tasted the benefits, they would not need Uncle Lin to incite them. They would devise ways to form hunting parties to acquire the advanced techniques. If sparks were to fly between both sides, could one possibly remain unscathed? Uncle Lin's short-sightedness and lack of ambition were clear, failing to seize the opportunity to befriend future Foundation and Golden Core cultivators, while instead clinging to his treasures, destined him for a life of unfulfilled potential. Nevertheless, Uncle Lin was free to pursue his own path. While Wang Li did not lack for a few puppets for protection, he merely felt a tinge of pity for Huangfeng Valley. He recalled lamenting to someone, "Uncle Chun, the art of puppetry holds immense advantages for Huangfeng Valley, proving invaluable in the blood-forbidden trial for reconnaissance, defense, and combat, among many other aspects. How could Uncle Lin be so miserly? Surely, he could spare 2 or 3 puppets to enhance the combat and survival capabilities of our lower-tier disciples venturing into the forbidden zones, thus earning their respect and gratitude in the future, creating a win-win situation for our sect. Why was he so stingy? It was not that Wang Li wished to undermine this individual. Rather, the Dian Sutra was something he sought earnestly. You must understand, while the art of puppetry has many merits, the burden on a cultivator's consciousness increases with the number of puppets controlled. For cultivators of their level, controlling 3 or 4 magical artifacts simultaneously could become challenging. Attempting to command puppets would leave no mental resources to remain vigilant against surrounding threats, making one vulnerable to ambush. Moreover, the type of technique that Uncle Lin specialized in required exceptionally high talent. With his dual spiritual roots, it took him over a century to reach mid-foundation stage. For an average disciple, would that not equate to being rendered utterly useless? Clearly, Huangfeng Valley had considered this aspect. Yet, it remained true that one's perspective shapes their judgment. Wang Li suggested that a nascent cultivator could initially practice the puppet technique to ensure they could engage in combat, while additionally controlling 1 or 2 puppets for reconnaissance and vigilance, thus enhancing survival rates in the blood-forbidden trial. Upon reaching the golden core stage, with increased lifespan, one could then attempt to refine several layers of the Dian Sutra. Take Li Huayuan, who was at the early golden core stage. Given several decades to refine iron essence, he could better utilize that time to cultivate the first 4 layers of the Dian Sutra. Once he mastered 2 or 3 layers, Li Huayuan would not be seen as mere cannon fodder among early golden core cultivators. The amplification of consciousness by several times meant tremendous advantages for a cultivator, which requires no further elaboration. Yet, Uncle Chun and others believe they should prioritize the Dian Sutra from the outset. Why impose such limitations upon oneself? Seeing through the pretense, Wang Li decided not to mince words. Since the Qin family had no interest in Uncle Lin's legacy, he would not hold back. Once he reached the foundation stage, he would use legitimate means to acquire the 2 invaluable techniques from this uncle's possession. At the registration area for the blood-forbidden trial, Wang Li landed gracefully from the air, stowing his Qingye flying artifact into his storage pouch as he came to a standstill. Compared to Han's cohort, this time, the turnout was indeed significantly diminished. As expected, the number of disciples from Huangfeng Valley participating in the Forbidden Expedition was disappointingly low, with only a sparse presence in the venue. Following past conventions, each of the 7 sects could send no more than 25 low-tier disciples into the Forbidden Zone, and the number could only decrease, never increase. In previous instances, there had already been a notable decline in willingness among low-tier disciples to risk their lives, often capping at 12 or 13 participants. Fortunately, the sect had responded promptly with various incentives, such as offering a mid-grade spirit stone and a high-tier magical artifact to proactive participants before entering the Forbidden Zone. The price was undeniably high, yet it succeeded in raising the number of registrants back to around 17 or 18. Additionally, descendants of cultivation families and skilled practitioners at the 13th layer of Qi refining often received extra rewards from their families or sects. Otherwise, it would be insanity to venture into the blood-red Forbidden Zone. As one of the 2 participants at the 13th layer of Qi refining from Huangfeng Valley, Wang Li naturally received additional rewards from the sect, including 2 primary high-tier talismans, a bottle of fine medicinal pills, and a designated high-tier magical artifact. Being a favored candidate of Uncle Chun, he also received several bottles of various medicinal pills, a high-tier defensive magical artifact, and a mid-grade spirit stone of the wind element. In comparison to the orphaned cultivators lacking support, he was indeed at a distinct advantage. Thus, his inventory now included magical artifacts, premium top-tier artifact, vermilion bird ring, premium top-tier artifact, wind-chasing sword, ordinary top-tier artifact, meteorite shield, premium top-tier artifact, dust-pushing ring, premium top-tier artifact, celestial silkworm inner armor, premium top-tier artifact, gale boots, plus a set of gloves and armor, 3 high-tier artifacts, hundreds of low-tier thunder pearls, 5 initial puppets, and 3 low-tier storage pouches, 5 fragments of magical treasures, a broken sword, a short rope, a silk handkerchief, an arrowhead, and a small iron piece the size of half a palm, along with 4 sets of small tracking array flags, talismans, several low to mid-tier talismans, 52 initial high-tier talismans, and 16 mid-tier initial talismans. Symbol treasures, 1 flying sword symbol and 1 golden light brick symbol. Medicinal pills, 7 bottles of detoxification pills with varying effects. 30 bottles of restorative pills of different varieties. 3 bottles of highly toxic pills, all identical in style. Spiritual pets, 1 skylark, 1 chameleon lizard, and 1 timid mouse. Spirit stones, over 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and 9 medium-grade spirit stones. Among them, 5 are of wind attribute, 2 of fire attribute, 1 of water attribute, and 1 of wood attribute. If we also consider the medium-grade spirit stone and the upper-tier magical artifact that the sect is about to distribute, his stock will be slightly augmented. There are 2 at the 13th level of Qi refinement, 11 at the 12th level, and 5 at the 11th level. In other words, if Wang Li does not participate, Huangfeng Valley will only have 1 representative at the 13th level. Moreover, among the disciples at the 12th level, only the 2 from the Chun family and another with slightly higher cultivation have been stable at this level for years. The rest are merely at the initial stage of the 12th level, which is rather unsettling. Consequently, Wang Li could not help but curse inwardly. This is utterly ridiculous. Given the Chun family's and Uncle Chin's emphasis on this trial, the team they assembled should not be so limited in number and caliber. Can you believe there are only 2 at the 13th level? Compared to the other 6 sects, they are likely to suffer a severe thrashing. While Wang Li refrains from making assumptions about other sects, he is aware of certain details regarding the moon-concealing sect, which boasts at least 7 adept cultivators at the 13th level, including several descendants of those in the core formation stage. Clearly, their connections to the Chun family do not equate to the same caliber of talent. Initially, he believed that participating in the trials a decade early would significantly increase his chances of success, and that gathering more spiritual herbs would be quite manageable. However, Huangfeng Valley's lack of initiative has squandered the opportunity to gather resources before the Forbidden Grounds close and the demonic forces invade. No wonder the moon-concealing sect consistently ranks first among the 7 sections. The greater the investment, the more abundant the returns. By the way, where is Xiang Zhili? Why have I not seen this hidden powerhouse? Could it be that he only joined Huangfeng Valley before the next bloodbound trial? This is indeed a possibility. After all, Xiang Zhili is one of the last remaining celestial transformation stage cultivators in the human realm. Even when exploring ancient forbidden grounds throughout the cultivation world to find suitable spatial nodes, he cannot linger in one place for too long. To have established roots in Huangfeng Valley for a decade speaks volumes about his regard for this ancient wind attribute forbidden area. Before Wang Li could dwell too much on these thoughts, Master Zhong began his captivating speech to inspire the group, lifting their spirits to a small peak. Following this, 2 disciple attendants entered the hall, each carrying a tray. On the left were medium-grade spirit stones, 1 for each person. On the right were upper-tier magical artifacts, 1 for each to claim. Here's wishing everyone a swift return in triumph and a rise in foundational cultivation. The spirit stones were nothing to discuss. A colorful array on a tray. The numerous upper-tier magical artifacts were contained within a special storage pouch. While a typical storage pouch allows cultivators to extract items merely by probing with their consciousness, this particular pouch requires one to physically reach in to retrieve the shrunken objects inside, effectively blocking the probing senses of ordinary cultivators. Only those at the core formation stage and above can see through this concealment. Lower-tier cultivators can only make rough judgments by touch. Wang Li possessed such a storage pouch. How did he acquire it? He purchased it from Uncle Chun for just over 50 spirit stones. He still felt the sting of that purchase 3 minutes later. Thank you, Master. Those who risk their lives to participate in the trials are merely hoping to fetch a good price for themselves. As everyone queued to receive their spirit stones and artifacts, joy radiated from their faces, with Wang Li appearing most exuberant. Having patched his undergarments multiple times, he was relatively modest and stepped forward last to choose his items. However, his fidgeting hands and the gleam of greed in his eyes drew peculiar looks from his fellow disciples at the 12th level and a fleeting glance of disdain from another teammate at the 13th level. Kid, don't embarrass me. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Turning around, he saw Uncle Chun and another plump middle-aged man from the Chun family entering the hall. The plump man, known as Chun Lao Wu, or simply the 5th son of the Chun family, was one of 7 brothers suitable for cultivation, with only the 3rd having passed away early. The eldest is the current head of the Chun family. The second manages the family's spiritual mind and the most talented. Uncle Chun, has settled within the sect. The fifth son manages the family business, while the sixth is busy enhancing his cultivation, and the youngest has only recently begun foundational cultivation. Greetings, Uncle Chun. Greetings, Uncle Wu. Under normal circumstances, members of a cultivation family cannot freely enter the gates of the seven sects, but the Chun family holds a unique position, being closely tied to Huangfeng Valley. Although their foundational members do not serve directly within Huangfeng Valley, they are nonetheless considered part of the sect. Not bad. It was apparent that Uncle Wu was a person of propriety, respecting Wang Li's privacy in public settings. He skillfully navigated what should and should not be said. Unlike most elders who might openly praise Wang Li, saying something like, "You've done remarkably well to advance from the 9th level of Qi refinement to your current status in just over 2 years," which may seem like praise but effectively exposes the individual to scrutiny. Such remarks would unravel Wang Li's disguise, risking unnecessary vigilance or even hostility from his Huangfeng Valley teammates, potentially giving rise to accusations of deceit. After years of arduous cultivation, he found himself in this predicament, lacking artifacts and spirit stones, and his skills and techniques were mediocre, leaving him feeling ashamed. The proverb holds true, the child who cries gets the milk, and he fully understood this principle. Furthermore, he aspired to reach a state where, despite being full, others still perceive him as hungry. Choose your magical artifact, Uncle Chen said blandly. He and Uncle Wu bowed respectfully to Master Zhong, who returned the gesture. Wang Li, without further thought, reached into the storage pouch with his gloved right hand, feeling around for a small while, sensing something was amiss, as neither the swords nor the spears seemed capable of penetrating the protection of his glove. What nonsense is this? Have all the good items been snatched away? A sense of inexplicable melancholy washed over him. He had been too complacent, too humble. What kind of trickery was this? He did not believe that his upper-tier artifact gloves were anything extraordinary. However, if even they were outmatched, it was evident that what lay within the storage pouch was far below his expectations. Ahem. Although Wang Li was the last to select an item, the prolonged delay began to test the patience of the foundational cultivators present. Unfortunately, with the Chun family watching, no one dared to scold him, only offering subtle coughs to gently urge him to hasten his decision. We're all waiting on you, Uncle Chun. But Wang Li felt a sense of grievance, unwilling to concede defeat. Just then, an aged yet robust voice whispered in his ear, "Continue to the right, the 7th one. That should be what you seek." Wang Li jolted at the sound, yet maintained a fa of sorrowful determination. 1, 2, 3. He found it. The sensation was firm. It felt like a small figure. Wait, could it be a puppet? Upon extraction, he discovered it was indeed the coveted item he had long desired, a 3rd-tier puppet. In the Tiannan cultivation world, this classification is considered a top-tier puppet. Without a second thought, it is evident that this item undoubtedly belongs to the esteemed Lin, the young master of the Qian Bamboo sect. It seems that the Chun family is not merely playing around this time. With this object now in my possession, does it not imply that my entanglement with the Chun family has deepened? Alas, my luck is truly unfortunate. What am I to do? Acquiring something valuable, yet lamenting its presence, is a peculiar virtue that Wang Li relishes, instilling confidence in those present. Unbeknownst to him, a figure outside the hall is twitching at the corners of his mouth. At the entrance, upon seeing Wang Li select the magical artifact and spirit stones, Uncle Chun immediately conveyed through sound transmission, "Step outside for a moment. I have matters to discuss with you." Indeed, no good fortune comes without a cost. Wang Li respectfully bowed to Master Zhong and the array of Foundation establishment elders before hastily following the 2 Uncle Chins out of the grand hall. Arriving beside an elderly man, with 3 inches of white beard and an ethereal demeanor, he rivaled his somewhat frugal teacher, Old Wu. With just a glance, Wang Li knew this was not someone to be trifled with. The respect that Uncle Chun and Uncle Chun Wu showed him, combined with the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through him entirely, left him chilled to the bone. A golden core cultivator. Young Wang. This venerable one is the Qin family's anchor, our grandfather. Disciple Wang Li pays respects to Grandmaster Qin. May Grandmaster enjoy blessings as vast as the endless sea and longevity surpassing the majestic Mount Tai. Uncle Chun, Uncle Qin Wu, and Grandmaster Chun were momentarily taken aback, encountering such unabashed flattery for the first time. Yet, it did sound rather pleasant. "You lad, cease this flattery." Before Uncle Chun could finish, an invisible force struck him at the back of the head, accompanied by a sidelong glance from the elder that rendered him speechless. Cough. Cough, young Wang. Your fourth brother should have informed you that this expedition into the forbidden area entails not only gathering spirit herbs required by our sect, but also obtaining the 1,000-star grass and warm sun fruit, both of which are highly effective medicinal herbs for the later stages of foundation establishment. Do you remember? A soundproofing spell was cast as he spoke. How could I forget? Is it possible for me to forget? Do not think that the Chun family holds you in high regard or disrespects you. The cultivation world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest, whether among righteous sects or demonic paths. Such is the nature of cultivation. And the competition for magical artifacts, treasures, medicinal herbs, and spirit stones follows suit. The tides of competition are relentless. One must either advance or retreat. Though Uncle Chun had been liberated from constraints, his expression was unusually grave. Those 2 precious herbs must be brought back. I owe you a personal favor. If you fail in your foundation establishment this time, I shall provide you with a foundation establishment pill. Should you succeed, I will gift you a top-tier magical artifact and 3 bottles of qi gathering pills suitable for the early stages of foundation establishment. The stakes were undeniably high. Yet Wang Li was filled with trepidation. Are they playing with me? With such lofty conditions, is that place not exceedingly perilous? Grandmaster, 2 uncles. I am curious. Given the significance of this trial, why are there only 18 participants? In truth, he wished to inquire why the Chun family had dispatched only 3 individuals, including himself. What could Uncle Chun possibly say? Was he to disclose that the last expedition had nearly resulted in catastrophic losses? After all, how else could he have ended up guarding the mountain gate? In the previous blood trial, 7 disciples from the Chun family, all at the 11th layer of qi refinement or higher, had participated, including an elite at the 13th layer. Ultimately, only one, who had remained on the periphery, returned, resulting in considerable losses. Thus, this time they had shifted focus, looking more towards external candidates, and Wang Li was one of the chosen individuals. To be precise, he was among the candidates being considered for the next Forbidden Area trial. However, Wang Li's rapid growth in cultivation had taken both Uncle Chun and the Chun family by surprise. In the original storyline, during the next blood trial, the Huangfeng Valley faced a crushing defeat, and the team leader, Master Li Huayuan, suffered losses of the iron essence he had painstakingly refined over the years. One can only imagine the consequences for the Chun family. 18 participants is not a small number. In previous trials, the maximum had only been 21, during a time when the Chun family had significantly mobilized their forces. It is worth noting that prior to the implementation of incentivizing policies to galvanize lower-tier disciples, the average number of participants had only been 11 or 12, with some instances yielding as few as 2 willing volunteers. Even after the introduction of encouragement policies, the average merely increased to 15 or 16. Thus, the fact that they could muster 18 participants this time is largely due to the Chun family leading the charge with Wang Xiao and Shui Pan, along with Wang Li himself. Wait, what are you trying to imply? Clearly, Uncle Chun understood him well. Uncle, considering how our 7 sects are harvesting spirit herbs from the forbidden area, how much longer can the blood trials persist? Or rather, how many more times can we hold them before we need to close the area for recuperation? Upon hearing this, both Uncle Chun and Uncle Chun Wu were momentarily taken aback, while Grandmaster Chen's gaze sharpened. His expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. It was not that Wang Li wished to conceal his talents. Rather, it was simply that relying solely on himself to gather all the necessary spirit herbs within the 5-day window of the bloodied forbidden area is an extraordinary challenge. If the teleportation point were to be poorly chosen, complications would abound. The only alternative would be to forego venturing into that location entirely. But is that even feasible? He could leave the Mo Jiao to Han Laoma and Nangong Wan. Yet that golden treasure chest must be opened by him, and its contents claimed. How could he resist the allure of an ancient, transcendent legacy from a grand cultivator of the divine transformation stage? Just as Uncle Chun had previously stated, the tides of competition are relentless. One must either advance or retreat. Why should he suffer while others benefit? If everything is relinquished, what is the purpose of cultivation? Better to meet an untimely end. Is the trial to be halted? That is impossible. Such a thing has not occurred in the past hundreds or even thousands of years. Do not overthink it, young man. Wang Li had previously broached this topic privately with Uncle Chun. Regrettably, he had overestimated him, for it appears this elder judges matters solely based on past experiences, failing to take this issue to heart. Fortunately, Grandmaster Qin's vision is considerably sharper, and his thoughts are more flexible. Youngster, on what basis do you assert that the forbidden trial must be suspended for a period? What evidence do you have, other than foresight? It is evident that the number of spirit herbs extracted by the sects is dwindling, and the trend is undeniable. Let us examine the past 50 years. 50 years ago, the 7 sects collectively gathered 246 spirit herbs. 45 years ago, 239. 40 years ago, 223. 35 years ago, 218. Until the last trial, which yielded only 181. From the records of our sect's Tianji Pavilion, I learned that 200 years ago, the disciples of the 7 sects averaged 400 spirit herbs each. It is less than half now. Is this not evident? If we continue to harvest, the spirit herbs in this forbidden area will soon be depleted, and they may even vanish entirely. What significance will the so-called forbidden trials hold then? Are there truly no astute individuals among the 7 sects who perceive this? Certainly, some must understand the implications. Which sect consistently sends the most participants and extracts the most herbs? They are among those who grasp the situation. One must view the rise of the Moon sect through this lens. It is not without reason. Grandfather, Uncle Chun grew anxious. Uncle Chun Wu also appeared distressed. The Chun family had strategized extensively for their generation. They could not afford to create a ruckus now. You are quite astute. Grandmaster Qin was not a man lacking in insight. Rather, the group had been blinded by their adherence to past customs, only now beginning to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Xiaoxi, here are 5 reasonably good magical artifacts and some talismans. Go summon the Qi refinement disciples at the 13th layer whom you favor. This time, let us make a grand effort. Last time, they had been rather petty. Top-tier magical artifacts? Intermediate high-level talismans? The artifacts included a golden bell, a bowl, a dagger, a flying sword, and a gourd. Upon closer inspection, their spiritual essence was remarkable, likely on par with his fallen iron shield. Seeing this, Wang Li breathed a sigh of relief. The Forbidden Land is situated in the Jianzhou region, where the Huangfeng Valley is located. It takes 2 days for the Jiedon cultivators, accompanied by a group of disciples, to arrive. Being the closest, they always reach the destination a day earlier than the other 6 factions. In other words, the Chun family has an additional day to gather their people. Those chosen will also have nearly 3 days to acclimate to their newly acquired equipment and tools. I sincerely hope your conjecture proves true. Sighed Master Chun in frustration. I wish the Forbidden Land could endure for a few more rounds. Wang Li shrugged. For a long time, Huangfeng Valley, which has always considered itself the host, would arrive a day in advance. However, this time, their team was the second to last to reach the location. Aside from the half-day delay caused by gathering personnel, and the majority of the time spent familiarizing several elite disciples at the 13th level of Qi refining with their new magical tools, the nearly 2 days consumed by the advanced team also played a significant role. More importantly, it was about conserving energy. Unlike Li Huayuan, who was more hasty and focused on efficiency, Elder Qin paid great attention to detail. In previous instances, Li Huayuan had rushed the team to wait for the 6 factions. However, Elder Qin believed that since the time for the Forbidden Area to open was fixed and required 1 Golden Core practitioner from each faction to activate a temporary passage, it would be more prudent to let the 6 factions wait for a while, allowing them to expend their initial vigor before Huangfeng Valley arrived. This wait lasted several hours, which was negligible for Golden Core practitioners, but a significant drain on the lower-tier disciples at the Qi refining stage. Yet, Elder Qin did not anticipate that despite arriving half an hour early, the team from Tsongyue sect had still not arrived and seemed to be trailing behind. Li Shidi was indeed careless. How could lower-tier disciples compare to us Golden Core cultivators? Arriving too early to wait here would only sap their initial enthusiasm. As the saying goes, the first burst of energy is strong, but subsequent efforts wane. No wonder Tsongyue sect consistently achieved remarkable results, with their gains rivaling those of 2 or 3 other factions. There is logic to this. Tsongyue sect had calculated these details countless times. Their disciples began with the most abundant spirit, energy, and essence. Meanwhile, on Huangfeng Valley's side, especially as the host, the prolonged wait had left everyone listless. They were already at a significant disadvantage. Chen Shizhu, why is it you leading this time for Huangfeng Valley? Where is Huayuan? The one speaking was Fuyunzi from the Qingshu sect, a practitioner at the early stage of Golden Core. Typically, the task of running errands falls to the sect that has entered the Golden Core stage last. Elder Qin's appearance undoubtedly added an unusual twist to this trial in the forbidden area. Greetings, fellow Taoists. The flying vessel descended slowly. With Elder Qin, 2 Foundation establishment managers, and 18 disciples participating in the trial, Huangfeng Valley's contingent of 21 arrived safely. Greetings, Brother Qin. Everyone exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere was quite pleasant. Fuyunzi Taoist. Brother Huayuan is currently refining his piece of iron essence, so I am here in his stead. Is there something you wish to discuss with him? Elder Qin noticed the old Taoist's gaze frequently drifting towards Huangfeng Valley's lower-tier disciples and began to calculate. Is Brother Huayuan refining iron essence? Upon hearing this, the Taoist flicked his dust whisk, and his eyes suddenly brightened. Iron essence could only be refined by the Dan fire of Golden Core practitioners, serving as a material to enhance the potency of magical tools. Even if not used in magical tools, but rather in an artifact, incorporating just a few ounces could significantly boost its capabilities and potentially elevate its grade. However, refining iron essence is arduous work, even for a Golden Core practitioner. It takes nearly a decade to produce a fine piece. Such rare materials rarely circulate on the market. A small piece of top-grade iron essence, merely the size of a pigeon egg, is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, and it is seldom encountered. Typically, when a cultivator refines such materials, they immediately integrate them into their magical tools. It seems you have your eye on Brother Huayuan's piece of iron essence. Haha, not at all. I merely miss Brother Huayuan after not seeing him for many years. Fuyunzi was indeed thick-skinned and quite cunning. Otherwise, the original plot would not have seen Li Huayuan fall for the trick to part with his iron essence. Are you hoping to wager for the iron essence in Brother Li's possession? Elder Qin shook his head with a laugh. Fuyunzi Taoist. That piece of iron essence will take another year or 2 to refine. If you wish to obtain it, you must wait for the next trial in the forbidden area. How about we have a friendly wager instead? A small bet to spice things up. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in his hand, revealing a fist-sized chunk of dark stone. This quality, top-grade iron essence. Fuyunzi's eyes nearly bulged. Judging by its size, it must weigh around 20 pounds. It would easily fetch 10,000 spirit stones or more. His magical tool, the Qingjun sword, was in dire need of such a piece. Once integrated, its power would increase significantly. What is most crucial for Golden Core practitioners? Magical tools. In duels, the main contest revolves around the potency of magical tools. An increase of 2 points is substantial. Qin Shizhu, what do you value in exchange for this? It seemed there were few items on him that could match the worth of this iron essence. I have long admired the talisman-making skills of the Qingshu sect. I have heard that you are quite adept in this art, easily handling intermediate and even high-level talismans. My conditions are not high. 20 intermediate high-level talismans and 20 intermediate mid-level talismans will suffice. Intermediate talismans? High-level ones at your fingertips? Qin Shizhu, you jest. Fuyunzi's face twitched. The allure of the iron essence suddenly diminished. 20 intermediate high-level talismans? Why not ask for the moon? Such rare talismans, especially attack-type ones, are equivalent to the full force of a Golden Core practitioner. For instance, the earth-shaking talisman can effortlessly collapse a mountain. Defensive talismans can withstand a charged attack from a Golden Core practitioner. Auxiliary ones are exceedingly rare, often not even found in the later stages of Golden Core cultivation. Typically, encountering even 3 or 4 intermediate low-level talismans on the market is a boon, let alone the rarer intermediate mid and high-level exquisite items. Coupled with the exorbitant failure rates during production, it may take the materials for 20 talismans to succeed in crafting merely 1. Given the scarcity of intermediate and high-level demon beasts in the Tian cultivation realm, it is no wonder that he cannot muster even 10. Then how about 18 high-level and 18 mid-level talismans? Not even that. Then how about 15 high-level and 15 mid-level ones? Still not. Fellow Taoist, as a dignified Golden Core practitioner, having cultivated for decades, you cannot even present such a meager sum? I suspect you are a false Golden Core of the Qingshu sect. I truly do not have it. He wished he could possess it, but his capabilities did not permit. Then why not borrow a couple from your senior brothers and sisters in the sect? This might not be appropriate, right? Do you lack confidence in your fellow disciples? If you win, you gain a substantial piece of top-grade iron essence. If you lose, it only costs you another 10 to 20 years of effort. Well, when it comes to confidence in his fellow disciples, he certainly has it. After all, the Qingshu sect had dispatched 3 elite disciples at the 13th level of Qi refining, 14 at the 12th level, and 3 at the 11th level, a total of 20. Among the disciples at the 12th level, 2 were promising seeds, equipped with the most solid gear among over 10,000 disciples at the Qi refining stage in their sect. In contrast, Huangfeng Valley currently had only 2 at the 13th level, 11 at the 12th level, and 5 at the 11th level, totaling 18. By any measure, the odds favored Qingshu sect significantly. Fellow Taoist, what are your thoughts? Elder Chen inquired with a smile. There must be a catch. Fuyunzi's mind raced with this thought, yet he could not discern the exact nature of the trap. The significant disparity in strength among the disciples was apparent. Their advantage was clear. Moreover, the allure of the iron essence was equally compelling. Ultimately, he could not withstand the insatiable greed that had been festering within him. Very well. My stakes consist of 8 mid-level advanced talismans, 8 mid-level intermediate talismans, and 8 mid-level beginner talismans, along with these 3,000 strands of bloodline dragon hair. I have heard that Master Chun is still gathering suitable materials for the family heirloom of gold and silver writing tools. The spiritual hairs from the spine of my 5th level bloodline dragon should meet your requirements. Whether to gamble or not rests upon you, my friend. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Materials from a high-level dragon? Excellent. Indeed, you are a remarkable individual in the realm of cultivation. Especially among those who have reached profound levels, it is universally acknowledged that they are shameless, often using the disciples as mere pawns. At this moment, the disciples from both factions were indulging in the spectacle of their elders' folly. However, Wang Li felt a chill deep within, remaining vigilant while also observing the antics of the disciples. Where does old Chun derive his confidence? Surely, your Huangfeng Valley is not superior to the Qingshu sect. As various factions pondered their own thoughts, a voice exclaimed, the friends from the Inuit sect have arrived. Wang Li and the others followed Elder Chen's gaze towards the horizon, but initially saw nothing. It was not until several breaths later that a white that suddenly illuminated the sky and gradually approached. The white light moved swiftly, soon hovering above the desolate mountains where the 6 factions had gathered. As everyone focused their gaze, they were astonished to see a colossal ship carved from jade, the Tianyue divine vessel. Every inch of the ship was meticulously designed by artisans, adorned with exquisite carvings of dragons and phoenixes, rivaling a mobile palace. The exterior was enveloped in a milky white protective shield, effortlessly slicing through air resistance, allowing its speed to surpass that of typical Foundation cultivators. It could also withstand attacks from Foundation to core formation stages, making it an essential tool for both travel and residence. Unfortunately, Wang Li could neither afford nor dare to purchase it, for it was the only one in the entire Yu Kingdom. Faced with the understated opulence of the Inuit sect, the 6 factions felt helpless. Observing their disciples' restless reactions only added to their frustration. Silence. It is merely a flying vessel. What is there to be astonished about? Our Qingshu sect's Xiahong Ling is equally impressive. You all, cease embarrassing yourselves. Having had the fortune to glimpse it from afar while guarding the mountain gate, Wang Li was not as taken aback as others. Yet, upon seeing it again, he could not help but feel a sense of peculiarity. One day, he would ascend to such heights and toy with these trifles. Envy? Not a chance. He could not afford to envy the 7 factions of the Yu Kingdom, destined for a life of exile and turmoil. Before long, the protective shield retracted, and a group of white-clad cultivators descended from the jade vessel. Leading them was a woman named Nick Hang, an elder of the Inuit sect who had reached the initial stage of core formation, slightly later than Li Huayuan and Fuyunzi. Dressed in a stylish manner, her every movement exuded charm, with a mere flutter of her eyelashes capable of captivating hearts. With her crimson lips slightly parted, she appeared both enchanting and radiant, her beauty akin to a picturesque landscape. The disciples present were utterly entranced. Greetings, esteemed seniors. Nick Hang pays her respects. Elder Chun and other core formation elders reciprocated the greeting without hesitation. However, witnessing the infatuated expressions of the younger generation left them feeling weary. Among them, Wang Li also feigned a look of fascination, barely suppressing the urge to drool. Who could remain unaffected? Several promising candidates from various factions not only caught the attention of the Inuit sect's disciples, but also found their way into Wang Li's mental notes. These individuals, as the cream of the crop from their sects, were undoubtedly prime targets. If he were to encounter them, he would relish the opportunity. It was not just Nick Hang who bewitched. All female disciples of the Inuit sect were exquisite. This was owing to the sect's recruitment standards, they encouraged dual cultivation practices, ensuring that at least half of their disciples were female, and only those of exceptional beauty could enter their doors. As a result, each one was a vision of loveliness, captivating in myriad ways. Any normal man, after gazing for too long, would find it overwhelming, and Wang Li was no exception. Innocently, he found himself glared at by several male disciples from the Inuit sect. It was unavoidable. Although his looks were merely above average, his cultivation level was impressive, garnering the interest of female cultivators who regarded him with curiosity. Yet, the bashful demeanor he feigned, with flushed cheeks and lowered gaze, made him the primary target of the male disciples' ire. The disciples from the Qingshu sect were particularly inept. The young Taoists harbored thieving hearts, but lacked the courage, stealing glances before quickly averting their eyes or shifting their gazes elsewhere. Whenever they felt unnoticed, they would sneak another look, displaying a comically furtive behavior that betrayed their inability to get enough, all while fearing discovery. In contrast, at Ling Beast Mountain, many were utterly oblivious, drooling without restraint. However, if the female disciples of the Inwei sect refrained from teasing the male cultivators from various factions, perhaps they would not find themselves in such an embarrassing predicament. Why then did Nikhang not intervene? Everyone had come to partake in the blood-colored trials. They were here for a battle of life and death, not frivolous flirtations. The playful antics of the Inuit sect's female disciples, when encountered by the fervent young male disciples of the various factions, would likely leave the latter at a disadvantage even before the battle commenced. If the female disciples of the Inuit sect continued to struggle, it would not be surprising if they resorted to yielding and trading their greatest asset for their lives. The Inuit sect was cunning indeed. The core formation elders of various factions were well aware of the underlying schemes but, due to their status, were reluctant to intervene in the conflicts among the younger generation. The unspoken rule of seeing through but not exposing was a long-standing tradition. At least for now. To speak out would be tantamount to tearing apart the faade of civility. Elder Chin's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Li Shidi, it appears you are somewhat ill-suited for this errand. No wonder our Huangfeng Valley, as the host, has repeatedly fallen short in the trials, even finishing at the bottom on several occasions. The issue lies within these intricate details. Li Huayuan was genuinely considering matters solely from his perspective, neglecting to reflect on the larger implications for Huangfeng Valley and its disciples. He was suitable as a vanguard, but not as a strategist. Firstly, arriving a day in advance had undoubtedly sapped the disciples' enthusiasm. Secondly, he failed to instruct either the disciples or those responsible for the trials to gather and analyze intelligence from the other factions, particularly regarding the lower-ranking disciples of the Inuit sect, nor did he provide targeted advice or training for his own lower-ranking disciples. Instead, he let Huangfeng Valley's lower-ranking disciples walk straight into the opponent's trap, a clear dereliction of duty. This was not the first time such an oversight had occurred. Even a simple greeting with the accompanying foundation-level overseers should have prompted appropriate preparations before each trial. Yet, that had not happened, not once. While core formation cultivators indeed held a superior status, from the perspective of the sect, one's considerations could not be confined solely to personal interests. Moreover, caring for these disciples was inherently beneficial to oneself. Alas, Li Shidi was solitary, without descendants or family ties, which explained much of his oversight. Thus, the issue lay more with the accompanying foundation-level overseers. Should the core formation elders be troubled with such trivialities? Typically, they should not. Otherwise, they would have to personally oversee everything, rendering the presence of numerous foundation-level overseers unnecessary. Surely, it was not to invite trouble upon themselves? Strangely, Elder Chun's gaze shifted to the two unresponsive foundation-level cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, his expression turning disapproving. Well, our group has gathered. Let us proceed to the Forbidden Grounds and commence this trial. The core formation cultivator from the Great Sword sect spoke up, and the other five agreed without dissent. Yet, Elder Chin smiled as he stroked his beard. Let us wait a moment longer, just another quarter of an hour. Still waiting? The core formation elders raised their brows in unison. However, the next moment, they all turned to a specific direction. In less than a quarter of an hour, a black dot appeared in the sky. Not long after, a flying vessel approached at a commendable speed, signaling that everyone had finally arrived. We are ready to set forth. On board the vessel were 7 figures, all disciples of Huangfeng Valley. Leading the group were the weary Qin Shishu and Qin Wushu, accompanied by 5 others who were at the peak of the Qi refinement stage, all at the 13th level. Grandfather, we are not late, are we? Observant individuals could discern that the previous 18-member team from Huangfeng Valley was merely the vanguard. The true main force had now arrived. Just in time. Chen Laozu smiled apologetically at the slightly stiff-faced old Taoist. Fuyunzi, what a clever ruse. Truly deserving of the host. I've been outsmarted. Brother Chen, I admire your prowess, especially compared to Huayuan. The latter part of the sentence remained unspoken, but understood by those present. Not at all. I'm just getting older, and my memory isn't what it used to be. I just remembered that 5 disciples were still missing. Oh dear. I hope I haven't embarrassed Taoist Fuyunzi. This unexpected tactic was suitable for only one use, compared to the dozens of deceptions employed by the Inuit sect over centuries. It lacked a certain finesse. As the moon descended and the sun ascended, the barrier was activated. 7 beams of colored light collided with the ancient wind attribute barrier from several hundred feet away, creating ripples upon impact. Following this, 7 radiant magical artifacts were summoned by the 7 standing golden core cultivators, and upon striking the invisible barrier, the resulting ripples were nearly visible to the naked eye. A thunderous roar ensued as the 7 magical artifacts became entangled with the innumerable wind blades within the barrier, creating a dazzling display of light and continuous shrieks. The Qi refinement disciples from the 7 sects were left mesmerized and invigorated, yet also felt a pulse of trepidation. Was this the might of the Golden Core stage capable of shattering mountains and severing veins? When would we attain such cultivation? A true man should be like this. Prepare yourselves. Once the barrier opens, we must enter with haste. The disciples of each sect, under the guidance of their elders at the foundation establishment stage, swiftly organized into 7 lines. However, the disciples of Huangfeng Valley formed a single line, eyes closed, diligently cultivating their inner peace, while the other 6 sects disciples stood with wide eyes, brimming with curiosity, behind their respective golden core masters, ready to enter the forbidden area at any moment. Once this barrier is opened, you will have only 5 days to return. You must not miss the exit time. Not even a moment longer. Chen Shirshu reiterated solemnly. But what happens if we miss the time? A foolish disciple asked naively. Then you shall fend for yourself. Chen Shirshu's voice turned icy. The indiscreet question sent a chill through the others. For a millennium, there had been no reports of Qi refinement disciples surviving until the next opening of the barrier. As for the unknown dangers that awaited them after the passage closed, they were entirely ignorant. When Chen Wushu spoke, his tone devoid of emotion, it only heightened the seriousness of the situation, causing many to abandon any thoughts of taking chances. Meanwhile, the 7 Golden Core Masters were engaged in a fierce struggle. Despite the astonishing power of the 7 magical artifacts, the ancient wind barrier, weakened as it was during this 5-year interval, still retained formidable strength. Thus, the 7 cultivators, although earnest in their efforts, gradually found themselves laboring. Their brows soon beaded with sweat, transitioning from hovering in midair to firmly standing on the ground. It was evident that even with the combined force of the 7 magical artifacts, advancing through the wind wall was no simple feat. After 3 to 4 hours of intense struggle, roughly 7 to 8 hours, with each of them drenched in perspiration, they finally gained a slight advantage, managing to breach the wind wall, creating a circular passage about a foot high. The passage within was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all vision. Yet, the disciples of Huangfeng Valley, who had been resting with closed eyes, opened them in unison, ready to charge towards the entrance like sprinters in a 100-meter race. This scene brought a smile of satisfaction to Chen Laozu, while leaving the other 6 sects momentarily stunned. What are you standing there for? Hurry inside. We won't hold out much longer. In truth, Fuyunzi could have been more confident and omitted the we. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Although the old Taoist had attained the Golden Core stage several years before the Inuit sect's Nisha, he lacked a bit in cultivation level and foundational experience, resulting in slightly weaker mana. Consequently, his robes were soaked through, and he was the most visibly exhausted. Unlike Chen Laozu, or the experts from the Great Sword sect in the Heavenly Tower, who still had reserves of strength. Yes, the disciples replied respectfully. In the next instant, beams of light rapidly darted into the passage. Once the last disciple entered, the 7 Golden Core cultivators finally breathed a sigh of relief. Let us hope these young ones do not disappoint. The passage through the ancient barrier was not long, merely over 20 feet, a fleeting moment. However, the other end of the barrier was imbued with a random teleportation effect. It was not guaranteed that 2 individuals holding hands would arrive at the same location. This mechanism was the fairest for all sections. Otherwise, if one sect sent several individuals together, the others would have little chance of competing. Thus, each sect had implanted a technique in their disciples that allowed for a vague sense of awareness within a certain distance of each other. Wang Li possessed a similar secret art, though his was not bestowed by the sect leader Zhong Ling, but rather personally instilled by Chun Laozu. He, along with the two from the Chun family, received special privileges. In simpler terms, the three of them could sense the locations of nearby Huangfeng Valley disciples, while the other disciples could not discern their exact positions. Furthermore, their range of awareness was distinctly greater than that of the other disciples. In other words, if the three encountered trouble, they could promptly seek assistance from their fellow disciples. If the others faced danger, they could only rely on their own fortune. This exemplified the typical style of a cultivation family. Unfair indeed, but this is the norm in the realm of cultivation. Upon exiting the passage, Wang Li felt a wave of nauseating vertigo, his surroundings swirling as the landscape transformed into vast sandy dunes. In the first moments after landing, he deployed a top-tier puppet, transforming it into a bowman, a small shield, animated with spirit, circled protectively around him. Moreover, he had already placed a detoxification pill in his mouth, with two intermediate talismans at the ready on either side, prepared for immediate activation. As his consciousness expanded, confirming that the area was devoid of other presences or beasts within the forbidden zone, he finally relaxed slightly. A desert environment? My luck seems rather unfortunate. Wang Li murmured. The entire Crimson Forbidden area was divided into a central zone and other peripheral areas. The regions outside the central zone had been largely scavenged over the millennia, resulting in the remaining spiritual herbs and rare fruits growing sporadically and unpredictably. For cultivators seeking valuable items in this area, success largely depended on personal luck and ample time, with a first-come, first-served rule. Those who succeeded would quickly retreat, thus minimizing conflicts over the spiritual herbs. Based on the map provided by a sect, he deduced that this location was likely in the southernmost part of the forbidden area, occupying a peripheral corner. The benefits of this region were limited, and lingering for long periods was not cost-effective. If he wished to gather the spiritual herbs he needed, venturing into the central zone was unavoidable. The central area occupies more than one-third of the entire forbidden zone, encircled by a stone wall that resembles a grand fortress, forming a colossal circle. This expanse is roughly divided into 3 layers, akin to the skin, flesh, and pit of a fruit, with distinct stratification. The outermost layer, resembling the skin, is predominantly adorned with ornamental flowers planted by ancient cultivators, offering no direct medicinal benefits to practitioners. The senior members of the 7 sects speculate that this layer was intentionally designed by the master of the Forbidden Land, primarily serving as a garden. The vividly colored and bizarre flora is merely for aesthetic pleasure, crafted by the master of the Forbidden Land. Wang Li's destination lies within the second layer, where the 3 primary ingredients for foundational elixirs can be found, along with numerous high-quality spiritual herbs indispensable for cultivators, some even effective for those in the core formation stage. His quest is for seedlings. However, fortune and peril coexist. This region is inhabited by the majority of the Forbidden Land's demonic beasts, ranging from low-tier to high-tier threats. Thus, one must be vigilant against rival sects as well as their own, while also considering the lurking beasts. Many particularly precious spiritual herbs are often guarded by formidable creatures, making conflict inevitable. Furthermore, this area is perpetually shrouded in dense fog, making navigation perilous. Each expedition into the Forbidden Land requires the use of the Moonlight Pearl to dispel most of the fog, allowing disciples from various sects to venture deeper. Otherwise, the combination of fog and beasts would render even elite teams from their sects trapped without hope of return. In years past, the initial groups of disciples from the 7 sects, including those at the peak of Qi refinement, attempted to brave this fog, resulting in significant losses. Consequently, subsequent expeditions became more cautious. For many attempts, sects focused their efforts on the outer regions, choosing to wisely refrain from venturing into the central area's fog. The recent ability to delve deeper is attributed to the emergence of the Moonlight Pearl, thanks to a cultivator from the Hidden Moon sect. This individual, driven by a desire to benefit their sect, painstakingly crafted a unique artifact capable of emitting strange light to counter various fogs and toxic barriers. The Moonlight Pearl. With this artifact, the Hidden Moon sect stealthily entered the second layer of the fog zone, dispersing much of the mist and reaping a bountiful harvest in the central area. While disciples from the 6 other sects fought fiercely in the periphery, the Hidden Moon sect discreetly feasted on the spoils. Consequently, the Hidden Moon sect, with its unparalleled gains, produced a substantial quantity of foundational elixirs and expanded its ranks, catapulting its strength to unprecedented heights over the following decades, thereby solidifying its status as the foremost cultivation sect in the U Kingdom. This laid a robust foundation for the later flourishing of multiple nascent soul cultivators. Regrettably, with growth came the emergence of treachery within the sect. News of the Hidden Moon sect's bounty from the Forbidden Land spread rapidly. Soon after, the 6 sects confronted them, wielding overwhelming pressure. Faced with this dilemma, the still nascent Hidden Moon sect, unwilling to provoke widespread ire or risk annihilation, hesitated to relinquish the pearl. Thus, they engaged in a protracted negotiation with the 6 sections. Ultimately, the Moonlight Pearl was designated as a shared treasure among the 7 sects, to be rotated among them. After each expedition, the sect that previously held the pearl would surrender it to the next sect for safekeeping. Regardless of which sect possessed the pearl, the disciple in charge was required to use it to disperse the fog under the supervision of disciples from the other sects, adhering to a predetermined schedule without delay or premature action. This arrangement allowed all disciples arriving at the central area to simultaneously enter the second layer and gather the more precious spiritual herbs, ensuring fairness. Furthermore, the disciple wielding the pearl would enjoy a degree of protection, for anyone who eliminated him would effectively render the pearl lost. After all, could a murderer escape the Forbidden Land with the Moonlight Pearl in hand? Even if no one stepped forward to claim responsibility, the 7 sects would undoubtedly pursue those disciples who participated in the trial. Cultivators have myriad methods to achieve their desired outcomes. Thus, the bearer of the pearl often found themselves in a position of advantage. This led to a peculiar phenomenon, or perhaps an unwritten rule among the 7 sects. Disciples holding the pearl generally refrain from venturing deeply into the second layer and are often the least capable members of the team. Once they activate the pearl, they can seek the exit. The other disciples from the 6 sects tend to avoid them like venomous snakes once the pearl has been used to disperse the fog. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Li's teleportation point is due south, within an area of approximately 10 miles. This barren sandy land is unlikely to harbor any spiritual herbs. However, there is a silver lining. Formidable demonic beasts are also absent. Departing from this location, regardless of the path taken towards the central area, he will have to traverse 1/4 more distance compared to those fortunate enough to directly arrive at the northeast, southeast, southwest, or northwest entrances. If he does not manage his pace carefully, this could prove disadvantageous. To prepare for this, he has devised 8 emergency plans tailored to the 8 cardinal and intercardinal directions, as well as nearby regions. The southern sandy terrain aligns perfectly with Plan 2. Having confirmed his general position and set his sights on the second layer, he wasted no time and swiftly made his way towards the southwestern entrance of the high wall, flying close to the ground. In doing so, he momentarily disregarded the greatest taboo of the Forbidden Land. Flying is prohibited. If they do not allow high-altitude flight, then he shall fly low. To prepare for this, he diligently honed his ground-hugging flying technique for several months. On one hand, aerial flight can easily render one a target for various factions of cultivators entering forbidden zones, inviting concentrated attacks. On the other hand, it may provoke assaults from avian demon beasts residing within these forbidden realms, a possibility that is quite significant. Additionally, the skies above these areas are fraught with spatial rifts left by wind attribute restrictions. Not only are those in the chi refinement stage advised against such encounters, but even those at the foundation establishment and nascent soul stages must exercise extreme caution. Furthermore, flying with a magical artifact consumes spiritual energy. Although the expenditure is relatively minor, it is not negligible. For cultivators in the chi refinement stage, their magical energy is quite limited. If a flyer's cultivation level is merely at the 11th or 12th layer of chi refinement, the additional consumption from flying could leave them with barely enough energy to engage in a skirmish of equal rank, making it exceedingly difficult to handle unforeseen circumstances. Given these factors, flying in the skies of a forbidden area becomes a taboo. However, this pertains to aerial flight, which exposes one's presence. In contrast, Wang Li practices ground-hugging flight. This technique involves skimming closely along the terrain, akin to sprinting on the ground, allowing for concealment. To master this skill, Wang Li has endured countless scratches from vegetation and has been toppled by sudden rock formations. Nevertheless, he firmly believes that diligent effort yields rewards. Regarding the consumption of magical energy, he possesses mid-grade spirit stones to support him adequately, offsetting the expenditure with recovery. Simultaneously wielding a sword while holding spirit stones to replenish energy has become an essential part of his training. He is not merely a fool engrossed in solitary cultivation. Moreover, he has deliberately discarded the attire of Huangfeng Valley, donning various specially designed camouflage outfits suited for different environments, rendering his figure nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. This strategy draws upon experiences from his past life. Camouflage attire, composed of irregular patterns in shades of green, yellow, brown, and black, is crafted for concealment. Its reflective wavelengths closely match the surrounding scenery, effectively bewildering other cultivators and demon beasts, making it challenging for them to locate their target. Wang Li has prepared 3 distinct styles, one featuring green, brown, black, and gray, ideal for summer jungles, another in yellow tones, appropriate for winter training and desert warfare, and a third with green, brown, and black splotches, suitable for highland desert environments. Coupled with his abilities to suppress his presence and conceal his form, along with the intentional control of noise while flying, it becomes exceedingly difficult for other cultivators, aside from those relying on spirit beasts, to detect him from 30 zhang away. For instance, in the current sandy dune terrain, if he opts to run on the ground, he would expend stamina and potentially attract unnecessary trouble due to the noise generated. However, by releasing his spirit pets, having the keen-eyed lark watch the skies while the timid mouse senses beneath the sands, he can swiftly glide close to the ground. This strategy preserves his stamina, maintains his speed, and allows him to safeguard his safety. Of course, not every locale is conducive to ground-hugging flight. For example, dense and intricate forests are better navigated with agile climbing techniques. Thus, the lark flies slowly ahead, the color-changing lizard scouts the surroundings, while the timid mouse remains central, sensing dangers. As Wang Li traverses the forest with his senses expanded, this approach enables him to adapt quickly to both rapid and stable movements. Should he encounter some reasonably high-quality spirit herbs along the way, he does not entertain the thought of stopping to collect them, as they are not rare to him. Likewise, he ignores mid-tier demon beasts unless they show hostility, in which case he would unleash a fire spell with the Zhuke ring to eliminate the threat swiftly, knowing that the magical energy expended is minimal and can be quickly restored with medicinal pills and mid-grade spirit stones. As for higher-tier demon beasts, well, he has been fortunate thus far. Although the outer zones host first-tier high-level and even top-tier demon beasts, they are exceedingly rare and typically guard spirit herb production sites, which Wang Li usually circumvents. Thus, he has yet to encounter any high-tier or top-tier beasts. Nonetheless, given the multitude of dangers within the Forbidden Zone, he maintains a state of readiness, perpetually holding a specially processed pill wrapped in paper, ready to bite through the wrapping and ingest it at a moment's notice. This technique has been diligently practiced. Time swiftly passes, and as he approaches the landmark of Wuji Lake, his prior good fortune seems to have run its course, and he finally encounters a group of cultivators intent on murder and treasure. In a clearing ahead, 4 figures engage in a relentless struggle, divided into 2 factions identified as Qingshu Sect and Huadao Workshop by their attire. Currently, the 2 Taoists from Qingshu Sect exhibit noticeably inferior cultivation. One is at the initial 12th layer of Qi refinement, while the other has only recently reached the same level, their magical energy rather feeble. In contrast, the 2 robust men from Huadao Workshop include one with a missing eye at the 12th layer and another, tall and imposing, who appears to be nearing the 13th layer, possessing significantly greater magical prowess than the 2 Taoists, if it were not for the higher quality magical artifacts they are relying on for defense. The 2 from Qingshu Sect would have likely succumbed to Huadao Workshop by now. However, something seems amiss with one of the Taoists. Through the layers of protective talismans, he had initially sensed no unusual magical fluctuations. Yet, prompted by the timid mouse in his arms, he noticed the older Taoist seated on the ground, with strands of golden light seeping through the gaps of his clasped hands. Passing by, he cannot let this opportunity slip away. The object emanating golden radiance has captured his attention. Moreover, in respect to aiding Elder Chun in winning the wager, he feels obliged to do his utmost to retain the 2 from Qingshu Sect. 15 minutes prior, the 2 friends from Qingshu Sect had asserted, "You might as well give up. these 2 fire dragon grasses are destined to be ours. If you persist in this futile struggle, do not blame us for resorting to force, the one-eyed brute from Wuligou workshop declared, simultaneously directing a shimmering blue dart to counter a formidable long sword summoned by the opposing side, while brandishing a broad blade imbued with a deep glow, preparing to launch an assault. Give up? You must be dreaming. This 3-eyed fire wolf guarding the spirit herbs was a hard-won kill for us. Thus, the 2 fire dragon grasses rightfully belong to us. You arrive empty-handed and expect to claim our spoils. Not a chance. Having expended considerable effort to jointly slay the now-deceased first-tier high-level demon beast, the Taoists from Qingshu sect are unwilling to walk away empty-handed. Third brother, enough? The elder Taoist admonished quietly, seeking to conceal the significant energy depletion they had incurred. Let us share the spoils. How about 1 fire dragon grass for each party? As he spoke, he gradually retracted the assault of his magical sword, exuding sincerity. 1 fire dragon grass for each side? It would be impossible for the 2 from Wuligou workshop not to be swayed by this offer, as they would essentially receive a spirit herb without contesting it. However, the younger Taoist fails to comprehend his elder brother's predicament. Brother, with the energy we just expended, it hardly matters. Besides, you possess the talismans granted by our father. If they provoke us, we can simply eliminate them. Why would one relinquish the spiritual herb that has been rightfully obtained? Fool! The elder Taoist cursed under his breath. Not only did he expose his status, but he also revealed his trump card. How could his family have arranged for such a burden to join their ranks? And of all times, to encounter him? It was a trap. His retreat was not born of fear. It was a strategic decision to conserve strength in preparation for the inevitable confrontation with the lurking adversaries, those who wished to play the role of the hidden predator. Why has the trial in the Forbidden Land always been so blood-soaked? The competition for spiritual herbs is only one aspect. The murder and plundering of treasures is another. And then there exists a third category known as the thrill of the hunt, particularly those who take pleasure in hunting other sects' cultivators. Relishing the role of the unseen predator are often the most ruthless. Almost every sect has 1 or 2 of such characters, despite their efforts to maintain discretion. The proximity to the southwestern entrance of the central area, merely 10 miles away, made it all too easy for formidable figures to sense the fluctuations of their magical energies. In this scenario, one could only wonder how many hidden predators were lying in wait. Once the 2 of them engaged in a life-and-death struggle with their opponents. Even if they summoned their talismans to victory, it was certain that they would face dire consequences afterward. There was no need to endanger themselves over a mere peripheral spiritual herb. They could procure several more from the central area later. Humph. Do they think to trick my fellow brother and me into harvesting and then suddenly ambush us? A clever scheme, but unfortunately, we are not fools, remarked the stout and powerful cultivator from the Blade Transformation Workshop with a grin. Is that so? Oh dear, have I inadvertently thwarted my brother's plans? The younger Taoist felt a pang of regret. Brother, do they possess talismans? I must have misheard. You did not mishear. Thus we cannot let these 2 escape. But those are talismans. We might not be able to withstand them. Fear not. Activating them requires time. As long as we eliminate them before they can trigger their talismans, we shall be fine. Moreover, when they activate their talismans, they will require a significant amount of magical energy and will be immobilized, making them easy targets. The above was a secret transmission between the 2 members of the Blade Transformation Workshop, unbeknownst to outsiders. However, the elder Taoist was not foolish. He discerned their intentions through the subtle shifts in their gazes, which left him feeling frustrated and on the verge of spitting blood. His glance at his own third brother gradually became devoid of any emotional nuance. Soon after, the battle commenced. Initially, the 2 sides were evenly matched, particularly the Taoists of the Qingshu sect, who wielded a top-tier sword with precision, using 1 weapon to contend with 3 mid-tier artifacts from their opponents, showing no signs of yielding. However, as time progressed, the situation began to shift subtly. The battle settled into a stalemate of attrition. When Wang Li arrived, it was precisely as the elder Taoist of the Qingshu sect attempted to break the deadlock. This individual was resolute, willing to expend his magical energy in search of an opportunity, forcing his opponents to combine their defenses through the use of their respective artifacts. At that moment, a primary high-tier earth prison talisman suddenly descended, trapping the 2 cultivators from the Blade Transformation Workshop within. Your defenses are insufficient. Allow me to reinforce them. Subsequently, he signaled to his younger brother to throw out 3 mid-tier diamond talismans, creating multiple layers of defense to shield the two of them securely. This was a precaution against hidden hunters. Meanwhile, the younger Taoist continued to manipulate two mid-tier artifacts from within the three-layer diamond barrier, attempting to restrain the artifacts of the trapped opponents, while he himself sat cross-legged, channeling the talisman bestowed upon him by his family. Once infused with the Taoist's immense magical energy, the talisman manifested as a magical golden hammer, a rare model of a magical artifact. Yet its potency was enough to impress Wang Li. Not good. The two from the Blade Transformation Workshop felt a chill run down their spines. Fellow Daoist, let us discuss this amicably. Harmony is paramount. I believe you do not wish to be taken advantage of by others, do you? The implication was clear. Yet the elder Taoist remained unmoved, as if he had swallowed a weight. With a flash of fierce intent in his eyes, he directly activated the Golden Hammer Talisman to strike at the two. It must be said, the ingenious application of high-tier defensive talismans in conjunction with a powerful talisman truly constituted a treacherous tactic. Trapped within the confines of the defensive talisman, unable to escape or shatter the protective barrier, the two misfortunate cultivators from the Blade Transformation Workshop could only watch helplessly as the Taoist made his move. Even enduring the might of his talisman, should the talisman connect, even 10 lives would not suffice. Just as the Earth Prison Talisman was retracted, the Golden Hammer descended directly upon the heads of the two from the Blade Transformation Workshop. At that moment, numerous allies responded to Wang Li's silent call. In the nearby thicket, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted, as 3 beams of radiant light rapidly struck the 3-layer diamond barrier, aiming to breach it and slay the occupants within. In the adjacent forest, another cold gleam shot towards the two Taoists, with intentions that were unmistakable. The attackers sought to use the Golden Hammer Talisman to eliminate the two from the Blade Transformation Workshop, and then deal with the elder Taoist who wielded the talisman, achieving 2 objectives with 1 strike. Confident in their ability to break through the primary mid-tier 3-layer diamond barrier, they were poised to act. Wang Li, however, exhibited commendable patience and refrained from intervening. He was not in a hurry. The hidden predators were not so easy to deal with. Rather than revealing himself now, it was wiser to wait for some predators to expose their cards first. Once they were embroiled in a stalemate, he would then make his move. Moreover, he had a vague feeling that the Taoist from the Qingshu sect wielding the talisman was not as simple as he appeared. Before entering the blood-tinged trial, Wang Li had noted this individual in his records. Among the 7 sects, he was one of the 8 young men who did not capture the attention of the alluring Lady Ni Chong of the Hidden Moon sect. His instincts told him that this fellow had a hidden backup plan. Indeed, in the next moment, the two attackers regretted their rashness and lamented their carelessness. For outside the 3-layer mid-tier diamond barrier, an additional layer of Earth Prison light curtain suddenly manifested. It turned out that the elder Taoist, after recalling the Earth Prison talisman that had ensnared the two from the Blade Transformation Workshop, had employed this high-tier talisman, which, despite its significant expenditure, still retained a considerable amount of power to entrap his own 2 comrades within the Earth Prison. In other words, the protective barrier was no longer just a 3-layer diamond barrier, but rather a combination of an Earth Prison light curtain and 3 layers of diamond light barriers of varying sizes. Simultaneously, the younger Taoist timely utilized his 2 mid-tier artifacts to intercept another wave of ambush. With your caliber, do you dare to play the role of the fisherman? The elder Taoist, with his right hand resting on his waist pouch, and his left fingers pinching a radiant Earth Prison talisman and an unused talisman, coldly glared at the direction of the thicket and the forest. After reaping the lives of the two from the Blade Transformation Workshop, the Golden Hammer changed direction, targeting the individual in the forest who had dared to launch a surprise attack against him. Fellow Daoist, hold. Realizing the peril, the attacker hastily admitted his mistake. There is no misunderstanding here. Humph. Yet the Taoist was already consumed by bloodlust. Moreover, he could not afford to wait for the talisman's power to wane before attempting to eliminate potential enemies eyeing his treasures. Earlier, engaging the two from the Blade Transformation Workshop had already drained a significant amount of his magical energy. Subsequently, activating the talisman had further depleted his reserves. If he left these two alive, once the talisman's deterrent effect faded, he would certainly find himself in a dire predicament. The burden of the talisman was indeed quite heavy for those in the Qi refinement stage. Otherwise, it would be said that only those in the foundation building stage could fully unleash the talisman's might, while those in the Qi refinement stage could only muster a fraction of its power. The The Taoist offered no retreat. The ambushers were left with no choice but to defend or flee. But no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the talisman's reach. Thus, they boldly summoned two mid-tier artifacts. One was a small shield, and the other was a silver ring. Unfortunately, the gap was too vast. The silver ring barely latched onto the golden hammer for a brief moment before it exploded into countless fragments. The small shield, despite blooming with brilliance to block the hammer momentarily, was soon crushed under the might of the golden hammer, reduced to mere debris. However, the individual displayed remarkable agility, skillfully evading the relentless strikes of the golden hammer by deftly maneuvering through trees and rocky outcrops, leaving the elder of the Qingshu sect both astonished and anxious. This was an unexpected turn of events. Typically, only those of impoverished means would intensify their training and lightness skills, a tragic reality for the destitute. Lacking spirit stones and a powerful background, they could only enhance their strength and survival capability through such means. Yet, this person was clearly not impoverished, as evidenced by their possession of a top-tier magical artifact. "Third brother," came a voice. "I understand, elder brother." Suddenly, as the fleeing cultivator was on the verge of escaping the range of the golden hammer, the ground beneath him collapsed, creating a sudden pit. This unforeseen development left him no time to react, causing him to stumble. Although the fall would not be fatal, the delay allowed the golden hammer to land squarely upon him. "Ah, why me?" he cried out in despair as he faced his imminent demise. "Because you are slower than that plump fellow who got away." Wang Li, hidden among the bushes several yards away, silently replied to his unspoken question while observing the top-tier silver sword that had fallen to the ground, deprived of its magical energy. At that moment, the elder Taoist shouted again, "How long do you intend to hide? Do you require my brother and me to flush you out?" His words were double-edged. If there was indeed a lurking presence, his shout would either intimidate them into retreating or provoke them into revealing themselves through an attack. With the golden hammer as a deterrent and numerous defensive measures displayed, it was a situation of both offense and defense. Ordinary cultivators would not dare dismiss the Taoist's words as mere bluster. The stakes were too high for them to gamble. Thus, in silence, yet another individual chose to withdraw. "Clearly, you are determined to oppose the Lin family," the elder Taoist said, lowering his head to hastily absorb spirit stones and elixirs to restore his magical energy. Retrieving the golden hammer, he gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes glinting with coldness. It was evident that he was waiting for his power to recover, preparing to settle the score. Whether the fleeing cultivator had discovered anything of significance was irrelevant. What mattered was the time needed to regain his magical energy. As long as his younger brother maintained the protective layers of the golden armor talisman, he would restore as much power as possible. Each increment of restoration bolstered his confidence. Otherwise, possessing treasures without the magical energy to wield them would leave him in a state of helpless anticipation, the most tormenting predicament. Suddenly, a green light streaked from a nearby pile of stones, transforming into an arrow aimed directly at the 3 layers of the golden armor. "Indeed, there are thieves." The younger Taoist's brows furrowed as he promptly maneuvered his artifact to counter the attack. Meanwhile, the elder Taoist opened his eyes, filled with uncertainty, and swiftly activated an earth prison talisman, re-establishing a 4-layer defense. At that moment, a surge of magical energy erupted from the thicket where Wang Li was concealed, startling both Taoists a considerable distance away, causing them to instinctively reinforce their defensive barrier. However, moments later, when they realized that a dazzling golden brick was hurtling towards them, a wave of dread welled up in their throats. It was over. Their regret was not for having insufficiently activated their defensive talismans, but rather for having expended too much energy all at once. The power of the golden brick talisman surpassed that of ordinary talismans, without question. Yet, as a blunt instrument, it had the drawback of a slow attack speed, making it possible for agile cultivators to evade it. Under normal circumstances, the 2 Taoists from the Qingshu sect could easily have dodged it. However, the predicament arose from the brothers having activated too many layers of defensive talismans, which required precious moments to retract. Yet, that brief moment was more than sufficient for the golden brick to smash them flat several times. Indeed, Wang Li had ingeniously employed their own tactics against them, just as he had done with the duo from the Blade Transformation Valley. Bang! Crack! 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 No. The layers of talismans formed from mere intermediate and high-level materials crumpled before the talisman as if they were mere sheets of paper. With only a few talismans in place, They could not withstand the formidable force of the renowned golden brick. Wang Li estimated that without a minimum of 10 to 20 layers of intermediate-level golden armor talismans, a single encounter would be insufficient. High-level defensive talismans would require at least 7 or 8 layers. Clearly, the brothers were not as affluent as one might presume. After all, a single golden armor talisman cost around 8 to 9 spirit stones, while high-level talismans started at a minimum of 20 to 30 low-grade spirit stones. With the funds to purchase over 10 golden armor talismans, wouldn't it be more enticing to acquire a top-tier magical artifact? Thus, the golden bricks that rained down upon them reduced them to a pool of blood and flesh. Following this, everything they possessed, storage bags, talismans, magical artifacts, elixirs, and even previous spoils, was claimed by a low-level puppet. One might wonder how Wang Li managed to avoid the lengthy and noisy process of activating the talismans. Furthermore, what was the source of the previous attack that came from another direction? The answer is quite simple. First, the disparity between the Qi refinement and foundation establishment stages in the application of talismans leads to variations in activation time. Foundation establishment cultivators aim to fully unleash the talisman's power to secure victory. Conversely, Qi refinement cultivators, constrained by their level and magical energy quality, can often only exert about 1/10 of a talisman's power, resulting in a shorter time to activate and saturate the talisman. Of course, even so, while the activation time for Qi refinement cultivators is not 1/10 that of foundation establishment cultivators, it is often only about 1/3 to 1/4. This means that if a foundation establishment cultivator takes a minute to activate a talisman, a lowly Qi refinement cultivator might only require 20 or even 15 seconds, and the resulting commotion would be proportionately diminished. This is perhaps the greatest concession granted to Qi refinement practitioners. In the original storyline, when old Demon Han confronted the treasure girl of the Hidden Moon sect, the rapid activation of the talisman knife to ambush her occurred precisely because of this difference. However, while the power unleashed by fully activated foundation establishment talismans might reach 100, the maximum for Qi refinement cultivators is merely 10, and likely even less. As for the second reason, it pertains to the fragment of the silk handkerchief talisman. A handkerchief the size of a basin can conceal the essence of heaven and earth. Therefore, can it not also obscure the fluctuations of magical energy? The answer is yes. It can conceal both spiritual and magical energies, as well as the fragrance of spiritual herbs. This realization came to Wang Li during the training of his 3 little ones after several experiments confirmed its efficacy. As long as the energy release is not explosive, it can be masked. Thus, upon perceiving that the 2 brothers from the Qingshu sect were merely putting on a show, Wang Li, without a moment's hesitation, had the low-level monster, the color-changing lizard, which had stealthily approached the pile of stones during the previous battle, unleash a burst of energy, creating a distraction. Simultaneously, he began to rapidly infuse his own magical energy into the golden brick talisman. This distraction not only diverted some of the brothers' attention but also led them to subconsciously believe that other enemies were lurking nearby, preventing them from moving recklessly and inadvertently strengthening their defenses. Moreover, before the golden brick detonated, the concealment provided by the silk handkerchief fragment delayed the appearance of the phenomenon and the spread of magical fluctuations for several moments. By the time the golden brick was nearing its explosive moment, the fragment could no longer mask the magical energy fluctuations, and the 2 from the Qingshu sect would instinctively assume that there were indeed more than one lurking in the vicinity, thus habitually thickening their defenses. After a brief pause, the power of the talisman was fully unleashed, and as the large stone slab hurtled towards the 2 individuals, their fate was sealed. The battle concluded, and it was inevitable that the battlefield would need to be cleared. However, Wang Li did not voluntarily disclose his intentions, setting aside the risk of attracting the attention of others lurking in the shadows. Merely revealing his identity could lead to the treachery of those with ulterior motives, potentially alerting their families and sects to the fact that he had vanquished the 2 members of the Qingshu sect. Such a scenario would undoubtedly bring him considerable trouble. The mere fact that the 2 possessed talismans indicated their significant backgrounds, likely as disciples of a prominent cultivation family. Should he inadvertently draw the ire of a golden core cultivator, Wang Li would find himself in dire straits. Thus, prudence was paramount. Consequently, utilizing a common first-tier puppet to collect the spoils seemed the most prudent course of action. This approach not only safeguarded against potential ambushes, but also mitigated the risks of revealing his identity while allowing him to fish for opportunities. Such a minor maneuver was exquisitely advantageous. There was no reason for Wang Li to act recklessly. It appeared that the golden brick talisman could no longer be used openly. A great pity indeed. Once the spoils were secured, even 2 fire dragon herbs were neatly packed away. It was imperative to leave this place without delay. Soon, tranquility returned to the area. Moments turned into quarters of an hour, then half an hour, and eventually 2 hours passed. During this time, Wang Li, having circled back after spending considerable time in hiding, found his patience nearing its limit when a seemingly inconspicuous patch of grass began to bulge upwards. In the blink of an eye, an elderly man in a green robe, appearing kind and benevolent, slowly emerged, leaning on a cane. "Oh, the youth of today are so cunning. How are we elders to survive?" he mused, his gaze fixated greedily upon the corpse of the three-eyed fire wolf. Such discerning taste. Perhaps this is a disciple from a prestigious cultivation family, one who dares to disregard even a high-tier demon beast. Splendid, splendid. This shall be a fitting reward for the troubles I have endured waiting here. Those who have squatted for long know the discomfort of their legs. The sensation can be quite unbearable. After all, he had been crouching for more than 2 hours. Wang Li, concealed in the shadows, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He was merely 1 step away from the 13th layer, and here was a refined elite of the 12th layer. His efforts to return and meditate to recover his mana were not in vain. The consumption caused by the golden brick talisman had been substantial, depleting nearly 1/5 of his mana. Continuing to traverse the central region in this state was manageable against those at the 11th or 12th layers, as not everyone could embody the persona of the old Devil Han. However, facing those at the 13th layer, who were unscathed and possessed numerous treasures, would pose a challenge. Moreover, his current location was fraught with danger, as there were still individuals lurking within a 30-foot radius of the bushes where he had hidden. What Wang Li did not anticipate was that the hidden party was situated merely 17 or 18 feet ahead of him within his line of sight. One could say that the other party was fortunate, having evaded his initial search, or perhaps they were unfortunate, as they had not escaped the keen perception of the timid mouse. Regardless, the situation was now favorable for Wang Li. Eliminating this individual would eradicate all potential threats. After all, this old fellow had laid eyes upon his formidable stone slab. The three-eyed firewolf was indeed a noteworthy figure among high-tier demon beasts. Its fangs and claws were excellent materials for crafting advanced magical artifacts, while its spine could be fashioned into a formidable bone whip. The third eye on its forehead, endowed with innate magical abilities, could also be transformed into a fine artifact. Altogether, it was reasonable to expect that the spoils could fetch around 100 spirit stones. For a cultivator at the 12th layer of foundational techniques, 100 spirit stones represented a considerable fortune. Wang Li felt justified in his pursuit of the immortal path. Recognizing the truth in the adage that greatness often comes late, Wang Li was also pleased with his good fortune. How wonderful it would be to pass away contentedly. In other words, the corpse of the three-eyed firewolf had been intentionally left behind as bait. The wolf's body was originally intended as a lure for passing cultivators. Any who sought wealth and fortune would be unable to ignore the valuable carcass of the demon wolf. Regardless of whether the hidden observer felt envy or chose to remain concealed, it indirectly conveyed the message that no others were lurking nearby. Thus, once the passerby took the wolf's carcass and departed, the hidden observer would undoubtedly relax and reveal themselves. Wang Li could then eliminate any lingering threats. Trading a carcass worth 100 spirit stones for the assurance of no future troubles was a deal Wang Li found quite favorable. Of course, if the hidden observer could not resist revealing themselves early to claim the corpse, or if they attempted to ambush the passerby to seize the treasure, Wang Li would remain largely unaffected. It would merely result in additional income. A true case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just like now, the hidden observer could no longer restrain themselves. They emerged, drawing closer to the corpse of the three-eyed fire wolf. But in the next moment, Wang Li cursed under his breath, "Old fox. The state of you is a medium-sized nation, home to 7 major sects: the Moon Concealment Sect, Spirit Beast Mountain, Yellow Maple Valley, Great Sword Gate, Blade Transformation Workshop, Qingshu Sect, and Tianke Castle." 1. Moon Concealment Sect. Prior to the demonic invasion, it had 3 golden core cultivators and 1 false golden core. Nangong Wan's master, mid-golden core. Originally, Nangong Wan, in her early golden core, explained to Han Li that her master had passed away over 100 years ago, and that her senior sister, who had just recently broken through to mid-golden core, had taken her place. Nangong Wan's senior sister, initially a false golden core, later reached mid-golden core. Nangong Wan's senior brother, early golden core. The old monster Cheong, false golden core, 2. Spirit Beast Mountain, second only to the Moon Concealment Sect, it is estimated to have 2 golden core cultivators, as it is clearly stronger than the other 5 sections. Note, among the 7 sects, the two-faced traders later returned to the embrace of the Spirit Beast sect. 3. Yellow Maple Valley, Great Sword Gate, Blade Transformation Workshop, Qingshu Sect, Tianke Castle. These 5 sects possess comparable strength, with each having 1 golden core cultivator. Only 2 together could barely contend with the Moon Concealment Sect. Note 1. During this period, Ancestor Linghu should be at the early golden core stage, likely having advanced during a period of wandering. Otherwise, an old monster who has broken through to mid-golden core for several hundred years would not be so constrained. The mid-golden core Nanlong Marquis, who has maintained his position for hundreds of years, perceives other early golden core cultivators primarily through the lens of younger generations. Mid-golden core cultivators are indeed quite arrogant. Furthermore, Han Li returned from the Chaos Star Sea to Tian'an over 200 years later, while Linghu remained at mid-golden core, and of the most ordinary kind. If Linghu were already at mid-golden core when Han Li ventured into the Chaos Star Sea, then he must have lived like a dog for over 200 years without any progress. It is essential to note that Linghu has yet to reach the pinnacle bottleneck of mid-golden core. Thus, it can be deduced that Ancestor Linghu likely advanced to mid-golden core during Han Li's expedition to the Chaos Star Sea. Note 2. Yellow Maple Valley possesses a certain level of heritage. Through the narrative of Master Ma, it can be inferred that Yellow Maple Valley once boasted 2 or more golden core cultivators during its glorious period. See Immortal Chapter 217. The Qingyuan sword art originates from the Xian sword sect, which was subsequently eradicated by several ancestral masters of Yellow Maple Valley. It is evident that even foundational cultivators like Master Ma are referred to as ancestral masters, indicating that they are clearly not at the golden core stage. The state of Jiang, the state of Cheki, 2 small nations to the east of the state of Yu, collectively claiming to have strength in the cultivation world not inferior to that of the state of Yu, once managing to repel the demonic forces from crossing the 38th parallel. However, when the demonic forces genuinely mobilized, both nations were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Each nation likely had no fewer than 9 golden core cultivators, with at least 2 having abandoned their orthodox paths in favor of the demonic side. The state of Yuanwu, located north of the state of Yu, a medium-sized nation with a land area comparable to that of Yu. Its cultivation world strength is on par with that of Yu. When the demonic forces invaded the state of Yu, it provided aid, yet it was ultimately futile. The combat prowess during the nascent soul stage is approximately 10 individuals. Zijin Kingdom is a medium-sized nation located to the south of Yu Kingdom, with a land area comparable to that of Yu, possessing similar strength within the cultivation world as both Yu and Yuanwu kingdoms. The nascent soul combatants number about 10. Tianluo Kingdom, Demonic Path, is one of the 2 major nations in the southern region, recognized as the stronghold of the Demonic Path. It is home to the 6 renowned sects known as the 6th Sect of the Demonic Path, which include Hehuan Sect, Tiansha Sect, Yuling Sect, Mahuan Sect, Qianhuan Sect, and Guiling Gate. Additionally, there are various other demonic sects such as Xuesha Sect, which also have nascent soul elders in command, alongside many wandering cultivators at the nascent soul stage. 1. Guiling Gate has 4 known nascent soul members. Wang Tiangu, early nascent soul, the second uncle of Wang Chan, capable of associating with peers such as the Marquis of Nanlong, indicating he is likely not a newly promoted nascent soul in the last century. Wang Tiansheng, early nascent soul, Wang Chan's father. This suggests that the Wang family of Guiling Gate likely has several core formation members, such as Wang Chan's elder uncle. With the strength of a sect, it is not difficult to secure a core formation expert, provided they do not possess a false spiritual root. A member with the surname Zhong, mid-nascent soul, Sui Hunjinren, mid-nascent soul, notably, individuals with nicknames that are widely recognized typically possess considerable strength, making this individual a prominent figure within Guiling Gate. An elder with the surname Yun, mid-nascent soul, operating as a hidden rogue, having outmaneuvered the Marquis of Nanlong. The ambitions of Guiling Gate are substantial. the quantity of their nascent soul members, their concealed strength, and their strategic recruiting of the Yin family, alongside their covert operations in the Falling Demon Valley over many years, underscore their cunning nature. However, the successors have proven to be less scheming and overly arrogant, namely the Wang family members. It can be said that the promising situation of Guilin Gate has been largely squandered by the Wang family. Yin family is reputed to be the foremost cultivation family in Yu Kingdom, which later allied with Guilin Gate. Publicly, only one ancestor of the Yin family is at the mid-core formation stage, yet there is secretly another in the mid to late core formation stage. Once Han Li reaches the late nascent soul stage, this individual, along with Yin Rian, who possesses a heavenly spiritual root, joins forces to counterattack the Wang family of Guilin Gate, ultimately seizing control of the sect. Evaluation: if the Wang family members were not petty, and if Wang Chan had genuinely accepted Yin Rian as a partner, Guilin Gate would not have faced betrayal from the Yin family, leading to internal strife before Han Li even intervened. 2. Mahuan sect has at least 5 nascent soul members, with at least 2 in the mid-nascent soul stage, which justifies their public superiority over Guilin Gate. A conservative estimate is 2 in mid and 3 in early stages, while the optimal distribution would be 3 in mid and 3 in early stages. 3. Xinhuan sect also has a minimum of 5 nascent soul members for similar reasons. The sect master, surnamed Jie, early nascent soul, the old monster. Fun, early nascent soul, a member with the surname Lu, mid-nascent soul. 4. Yuling sect, excluding the later allied Ling Beast Mountain, still has at least 6 nascent soul members. Dongmin 2, mid-nascent soul, Gu Shuangpu, early nascent soul, known to be a spy for the Milan people, with many such entities present among various sects in the southern region. Han Yunji's ancestor, early nascent soul, an elder from the Stone Chamber, administrator of the 5 elements spiritual infants, mid-nascent soul. 2 unknown members, potentially 1 or 2 from Ling Beast Mountain. It is noted that the high-ranking members of Yuling sect aim to artificially induce the emergence of 5 early nascent soul fighters through the 5 elements spiritual infants to compete with Hehuan sect for the title of the foremost sect in the demonic path. Thus, at least 6 nascent soul members are required, if not more, because even with the addition of the 5 elements spiritual infants, they cannot replace Hehuan sect, which is anchored by a late nascent soul expert. 5. Tiansha sect claims to have at least 7 nascent soul members, recognized as the second among the 6 major sects of the demonic path, with strength only surpassed by Hehuan sect. A personal conjecture suggests a composition of 4 mid and 3 early members, or possibly more than 7 in total, as previous texts indicated that aside from the bottom-ranked Guilin Gate, the remaining 5 sects could likely overpower the entire Yu Kingdom. Hehuan sect is undoubtedly capable, and Tiansha sect should logically be as well, while Yuling sect remains to be evaluated. The weakest configuration for Yu Kingdom is 1 mid and 9 early members. To secure a victory against this lineup, at least 4 mid and 3 early members are needed, as typically, 2 early nascent soul members cannot contend with 1 mid-nascent soul member, even with combined secret techniques. 6. Hehuan sect has at least 9 nascent soul members. Hehuan Laoma, late nascent soul. Yunlu Laoma, mid-nascent soul, the sect leader of Hehuan sect, surnamed Tian. Early to mid-nascent soul, possibly having a nascent soul partner. Yin and Yang dual monsters, early nascent soul. Capable of contending with mid-nascent soul, the fat pair of monsters, early nascent soul, capable of contending with mid-nascent soul. There is at least 1 more pair. 7. Shueisha sect, candidate for the 6 major sects of the demonic path, later replaced the weakened Guilin Gate to become the newly ranked 6th sect of the demonic path, with a conservative estimate of 3 nascent soul members. Summary: the 6 major sects of the demonic path comprise late nascent soul, 1 mid-nascent soul, at least 19 members, 2 3 3 3 3 4, early nascent soul, at least 18 members, 2 3 3 3 3 4. When combined with scattered demonic sects, the total number of nascent soul members can exceed 50, potentially much more. Wind Capital Kingdom, Orthodox Path, possesses 1 late nascent soul cultivator, with overall strength comparable to that of the demonic path. Alliance of the 9 Kingdoms comprises various nations, including the previously ousted Yu Kingdom, Yuanwu Kingdom, and Zijin Kingdom. The original text states that they started with the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom at the bottom, as Ling Beast Mountain, a traitor, has since fled, leaving only 6 sects. In other words, the Alliance of the 9 Kingdoms has nearly 100 nascent soul members, possibly exceeding this number. Late nascent soul, 1 mid-nascent soul, unknown early nascent soul, unknown summary, the Heavenly Path Alliance, Orthodox Path, Demonic Path. An alliance of the 9 kingdoms are structured such that the Heavenly Path Alliance, composed of dozens of smaller nations, is roughly equivalent to the alliance of the 9 kingdoms. The Orthodox Path and Demonic Path are nearly equivalent. The Heavenly Path Alliance surpasses either the Orthodox or Demonic Path individually, but is evidently outmatched by the two combined. If the alliance of the 9 kingdoms is calculated to have 100 nascent soul members, the Heavenly Path Alliance is similarly positioned. Both the Orthodox and Demonic Paths must each possess at least 70 nascent soul fighters. This aligns perfectly with previous conjectures. It appears that the older individuals present in the arena are also playing their roles, while seemingly approaching the corpse of the three-eyed fire wolf. Their true intention is to divert the attention of any potential hidden observers. The elders' greedy approach toward the wolf's remains and the pretense of collecting precious materials serve as a contest of wits against the hidden figures. They await the moment when the lurking observer mistakenly believes they have ensnared their prey and becomes momentarily elated. At that instant, the elder swiftly retreats, performing the maneuver with remarkable precision and agility, matching the combined speed of Wang Li's wind control technique, lightness skill, and wind boots. Furthermore, the adeptness displayed in their footwork reveals a profound understanding of mundane lightness techniques, potentially surpassing even Wang Li's proficiency. Wang Li internally cursed. It was precisely due to the elder's unexpected maneuver that he nearly missed the opportunity for a surprise attack. Alas, in the end, the mastery of the demonic path outstrips that of the righteous path. My apologies for the reversal of phrases. It is indeed the demonic path that outshines the righteous path. The elder's retreat led him directly to Wang Li's previous hiding spot. It is precisely where Wang Li is currently concealed. This fellow, having calculated everything, found himself outmaneuvered at the crucial moment, inadvertently colliding head-on with a deadly threat. With a buzzing sound, the wind-chasing sword was unleashed, striking with the swiftness of lightning towards the rapidly approaching elder wielding a massive sword. Following closely behind was the blazing vermilion bird ring, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Simultaneously, on Wang Li's left middle finger, a ring sprouted delicate strands of dust, swiftly morphing into a 6-foot-long bow through the manipulation of his spiritual energy. As he drew the bowstring, his magic quickly formed an arrow shaft, at the tip of which lay a fragment of an arrowhead, one of 5 pieces of a magical artifact. This arrowhead, lacking in spirit and power, could not be controlled by spiritual energy or consciousness, rendering it ineffective and disregarded by the 10,000 treasures pavilion and other cultivators, left to gather dust in a storeroom. It was only due to Wang Li's timely intervention that this piece, worth merely a dozen or 20 spirit stones, was brought back to light, included as a complimentary gift with the purchase of a golden brick talisman. Ordinary fragments of magical artifacts indeed offer little utility. Yet Wang Li remained undeterred in his appreciation for any piece of such craftsmanship. He believed that these neglected treasures simply awaited the right individual to restore their glory. After channeling sufficient spiritual energy into the top-tier dust wisp ring, it could take on various forms, one of which was indeed a longbow. Once transformed, it could also conjure a series of magical arrows. By complementing the arrowhead with a properly formed shaft, he could unleash a formidable power that would rival even the piercing strength of top-tier flying swords. Moreover, as a fragment of a magical artifact, its durability surpassed that of ordinary top-tier tools, allowing for repeated use. How bold! The elder fumed, filled with frustration. It was truly infuriating. Why was his luck so abysmal? He had merely been an onlooker, preparing to flee, and yet he found himself ensnared in a great calamity. Had he been engaged in murder and treasure theft, he would have accepted being countered. Had he been greedy, attempting to plunder the corpse of the three-eyed fire wolf and suffering a sneak attack, he could have understood. But he had done nothing. Furthermore, the escape route he meticulously selected turned out to be the most perilous. Who in their right mind would double back to hide in the same spot? Yet now, he had no time to bemoan his fate. 2 formidable streaks of light surged towards him, closing in rapidly due to their head-on acceleration, now within mere 10 yards. At this point, he dared not entertain the slightest hope. With a darkened expression and a cold glint in his eyes, he raised his right hand and hurled his cane, which transformed into a streak of azure light, intercepting the wind-chasing sword. The collision of these 2 magical artifacts erupted in a violent shockwave, sending both flying back. A top-tier magical artifact. Simultaneously, a resplendent orb and a shield rich in spiritual resonance floated above him, forming a dual-layered barrier of gold and blue. The orb, though it bravely absorbed the brunt of the attack from the vermilion bird ring, lost much of its spirit and was sent flying far away. The two layers of the barrier, however, shattered like eggshells under the subsequent strike of the vermilion bird ring, sending the elder into a frenzied panic as he hurriedly urged the small shield to meet the oncoming threat. With a tilt of over 70 degrees, the small shield, positioned at a sharp angle, lived up to his expectations, successfully deflecting the trajectory of the vermilion bird ring and sending the fiery rings soaring into the air, granting him a precious moment to breathe. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the elder swiftly altered his form, leveraging the rebound from the small shield to come to a sudden halt, intending to retreat and escape. Fellow cultivator, there has been a misunderstanding. We hold no grievances against one another. Why resort to such extremes? I solemnly vow on my Dao heart that I will not disclose today's events. I implore you, show mercy and spare me, for I have the elderly above me and young ones below. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh echoed as the small shield, acting in defense of its master, fulfilled its duty once more. When the arrowhead struck one corner of the shield, it shattered a sizable gap, slightly altering the arrow's trajectory, allowing the elder to escape with only a wound to his right shoulder instead of a fatal blow to the heart. Damn it! He mentally recorded this debt, vowing to uncover who had conspired against him and to reveal the incident involving the two direct descendants of the Lin family from the Clearvoid sect, who had been slain using the golden brick talisman. He would take revenge for today's affront. Yet, despite the elder's impressive speed, Wang Li was even swifter. If the elder's ultimate velocity matched that of Wang Li utilizing the wind control technique, lightness skill, and gale boots in conjunction, once Wang Li activated a basic high-tier divine wind talisman, the gap widened considerably. The elder realized this discrepancy and felt his heart sink. As they narrowly passed one another, he sensed a chilling aura flash by, and the world around him began to spin. Is this how my life ends? However, his thoughts were abruptly cut short as darkness enveloped him, his consciousness fading as he failed to cast a spell in time. With a thud, his severed head fell heavily to the ground, his demise occurring in an instant. Wang Li, donned in a mask and hat, dressed in the attire of the Blade Workshop, did not linger after achieving his goal. He swiftly tidied up the surroundings before heading towards the southwestern entrance of the Forbidden Zone. Minutes turned into half an hour, and soon the first day drew to a close. Strangely, the daylight within the forbidden grounds bore no distinction from the night. The sky remained shrouded in a gloomy overcast. As the full moon reached its zenith, a rustle in a nearby thicket signaled Wang Li's reappearance. It seemed that no one had been lurking. He muttered softly to himself, stroking the timid mouse that frolicked in his palm, then regrettably grimaced. This time, he had donned the spare garments from the Clear Void Sect's duo of brothers. His mask and hat were also replaced with new styles. Enough of this. The central area is paramount. With this thought, he promptly soared towards the southwestern entrance of the Forbidden Zone, keeping low as he flew. 3 hours later, as the sky began to brighten, a figure emerged from the distant northwest woods, frowning. Undoubtedly, it was Wang Li. Ever cautious, he, after fully restoring his spiritual energy, meticulously scoured the battlefield within a 200-yard radius, yet found nothing. This left him quite displeased. Such a vast bait yielded but a single catfish. It was known that nearly 100 disciples from the 7 sects had entered the blood-red forbidden grounds, disregarding the few who hesitated to venture into the central area. At least 30 should have chosen to delve in from the southwestern entrance. According to the principles of radial dispersion, the number of individuals passing through this spot from the direction of Five Finger Lake, adjacent to the southwestern entrance, should normally be no less than 12 or 13. Yet, including himself, only 8 had emerged. Wang Li did not believe that the missing individuals had all opted for the other 3 entrances. Regrettably, time did not allow for further delays. He needed to pass through the high wall's entrance soon and find a suitable position to recuperate and prepare for the descent into the second layer of the central area on the 3rd day. Consider yourselves fortunate. With that, he stored away the corpse of the 3-eyed fire wolf, chose his direction, and swiftly flew towards the southwestern entrance of the high wall. An hour later, at a distance of several feet from the 2 corpses near the Blade Refinery, a mound of earth bulged upward, and a figure stumbled forth, gasping for the fresh air of the outside world. This is insane, utterly absurd. Who fishes like this? Typically, one uses a fishing rod, a reasonable method of capture. Yet, that recurring perverse individual employs a fishing net instead. Little Black, I'm so glad to have you. While still trembling with fear, he meticulously scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. The individual was clad in the attire of a disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain, with a storage bag at the waist and 2 low-tier Spirit Beast bags. At that moment, a black snake, flicking its tongue, coiled around his right arm. The reason Wang Li had been unable to capture his opponent was twofold. Firstly, this fellow had secretly utilized beast-repelling powder around himself, causing timid creatures like mice to shy away from this battlefield, thus evading the perception of the 3 small ones. Secondly, this person's spirit beast was of a higher level than the 3 small ones Wang Li raised, possessing far superior sensory abilities. Hence, every time he stealthily returned, he was vaguely sensed. "Humph, you little brat from Huangfeng Valley. Don't think I want to recognize you just because you've changed your attire and donned a disguise. All participants in the trial have their unique auras recorded by my Little Black." This was indeed one of the most bothersome aspects of Spirit Beast Mountain. What human noses cannot detect, certain demon beasts and spirit beasts can easily perceive. And at this moment, it was precisely that situation. Just wait. Await the retaliation from the Lin family of Qingshu sect. Those 2 are the eldest and youngest sons of the family head. Suddenly, a sound of sonic boom erupted. Just as he was retracting his spiritual sense and preparing to vacate the area, the disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he leaped to the side and employed a defensive spell, conjuring a protective barrier. However, before he could fully rise and evade, a sharp pain pierced his chest. Looking down, he saw a thumb-sized hole gushing blood. A portion of his vibrant heart was inexplicably missing. How is this possible? Do-do-do-do. Only then did the sound of trees being pierced by sharp instruments resonate. Boom. The fiery ring of the vermilion bird surged forth, enveloping him in roaring flames, reducing the disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, who displayed a strong unwillingness, to a pile of black ash within moments. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Wang Li was certainly familiar with beast-repelling powder. While disciples from the 6 sects might find various tactics of Spirit Beast Mountain unfamiliar, having visited Spirit Beast Mountain and various sect markets, he was well versed in the methods employed by the disciples of the 7 sects of Yu country. Thus, he understood the common strategies thoroughly, which gave him an advantage over the elite disciples who only focused on arduous cultivation without grasping tactical arrangements. Consequently, after several fruitless attempts to lie in wait, Wang Li quickly realized that his opponent possessed a spirit beast adept at sensing. To avoid detection, each time he returned, he chose hiding spots that were progressively farther from the previous battlefield, experimenting in all directions: southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast. Coupled with his confidence in reaching the central zone promptly, he exhibited remarkable patience. It was the other party who was anxious to enter the central area to gather medicinal herbs. Thus, when he returned for the 4th time, concealing himself beyond the sensory limits of the little black snake, the unfortunate disciple from Spirit Beast Mountain was doomed. With the dust brush ring, the arrowhead of a magical artifact, and a delicate cloth wrapped around the arrowhead, he struck true to the heart, leaving no time for reaction. By the time the sound of the sonic boom echoed, the man was already gone. A massive fireball sent him and his pets into eternal slumber, and Wang Li joyfully collected the contents of the storage bag. Next came the undeniable task of collecting his spoils. There were 10 storage bags in total, 3 from the pair of brothers from Qingshu sect, evidently involved in some murderous plunder, 3 from the brothers of the Blade Refinery, who were clearly no good. The 7th belonged to a passerby eliminated by the Qingshu brothers, a typical inconsequential character. The 8th and 9th came from an elder of the Giant Sword sect, yet Wang Li was certain that one of them did not belong to him. The final one belonged to the disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain. Wang Li even suspected this fellow was the first to discover the fire dragon grass and the 3-eyed firewolf. However, failing to eliminate this upper-tier demon beast in time inadvertently trapped him here, leaving him in a predicament that tragically unfolded. After a thorough organization, what a bunch of paupers. Ignoring the damaged magical artifacts, there were 49 remaining. For low-tier artifacts, 20 mid-tier artifacts, 23 high-tier artifacts, and 2 top-tier artifacts. Among them was a storage bag, so meager that the only usable high-tier artifact was a damaged one, while he was left with merely 1 low-tier and 1 mid-tier artifact for combat. Wang Li strongly suspected this individual had been one of the lucky victors from the Ascension Conference over 2 years ago, a loose cultivator, regrettably. His fortune had waned after entering the sect, forcing him to participate in this dreadful blood trial, thus squandering his life. The disparity between ordinary disciples and elite disciples is indeed staggering. One can glean much from the comparison of their possessions. After all, of the 2 top-tier artifacts, one was provided by the elder of the Qingshu brothers, a long sword. The other came from the elder of the giant sword sect, who wielded a cane. The remaining artifacts were simply unable to yield another top-tier item. Among the 23 high-tier artifacts, only 2 caught Wang Li's eye. One was a small knife brimming with spirit, and the other was a peculiar bottle. At that moment, he finally comprehended the hardships faced by loose cultivators and the plight of ordinary disciples. He grasped the reason why. Prior to the blood trial, 99% of disciples were so excited when confronted with the sect's offerings of high-tier artifacts and mid-grade spirit stones. He was merely pretending, while others were genuinely thrilled. On another note, Huangfeng Valley's generosity in presenting dozens of high-tier artifacts for the cannon fodder disciples to choose from was quite commendable, boosting morale significantly. Of course, aside from the magical artifacts, Wang Li had also reaped other rewards, such as talismans. The Qingshu brothers were indeed kind-hearted. He did not hesitate to take the golden sledgehammer talisman. Additionally, there were several talismans, mostly low-tier, over 100. 31 were of the initial mid-tier. 6 were of the initial high-tier, and only 1 mid-tier, which belonged to the control category. Otherwise, Wang Li wouldn't have acquired it so easily. As for medicinal pills, there were numerous common ones, but no precious items. In terms of spirit stones, Wang Li made quite a profit, 16 mid-grade spirit stones, 7 of which came from the Qingshu brothers, and 3 from the elder of the giant sword sect, over 300 low-grade spirit stones, with 1 bag containing a pitifully low sum of merely 10 low-grade spirit stones. Can you believe that? Furthermore, there were 2 spirit beast bags, but Wang Li did not keep any. Finally, there were spirit herbs, cultivation manuals, materials from demon beasts, and assorted clothing and miscellaneous items. The only thing that piqued his interest was a tome inscribed in ancient characters, a 20-page ancient booklet that he could not tear with his fingers, completely incomprehensible. He would study it after exiting. Now, at the southwestern entrance of the central zone, I have arrived. This time, I truly have come. The Five-Finger Lake is in close proximity to the High Wall's southwestern entrance. Within a quarter of an hour, Wang Li reached this outer edge of the central zone. Along the way, whether due to the intimidating aura of his 13th layer of chi refinement or sheer luck, he encountered no blockers, nor did he stumble upon any fighting parties. It felt as though the small fry had been thoroughly cleared away. Wang Li sensed that those who had slipped through the cracks were quite self-aware. Some chose not to seize the opportunity here, but instead huddled in the outermost areas. Others, realizing their chances of acquiring treasures were futile, sought hidden places to conceal themselves, adopting the demeanor of turtles retreating into their shells. This behavior exemplifies the survival tactics of the weaker participants in the blood-forbidden trial. Those at the chi refinement level, particularly those at the 10th or 11th stage, aside from those of notable status from distinguished immortal cultivation families, generally possess little of value. Many can manage to present 2 or 3 upper-tier magical artifacts, which is commendable. In contrast, the elite disciples of the sect, many of whom are at least at the 12th or 13th level, their crafted equipment starts from upper-tier artifacts, with those of favorable lineage often receiving top-tier artifacts from their elders or acquiring them through their own means. Above these elite disciples, there exist budding masters. Such individuals typically possess at least 1 top-tier artifact, with 2 or 3 being commonplace, along with a talisman or treasure, which is the norm. When ordinary disciples confront these formidable beings, even a group of 3 or 5 may struggle to contend with a single one. In battles among cultivators, the competition revolves around cultivation level, artifacts, talismans, treasures, pills, and experience. At the chi refinement stage, the significance of artifacts is paramount. Under reasonable tactical and strategic circumstances, the one with the superior artifact prevails. Wang Li's profound preference for talismans and top-tier artifacts stems from this notion. His repeated victories over opponents with resounding force can also be attributed to this reason. Upon entering the bronze door, he found himself in the central area. Taking a deep breath, he subtly heightened his vigilance. At this moment, Wang Li stood before a towering stone wall. Gazing beyond the wall, he observed that several hundred meters ahead lay enveloped in a misty haze. The wall bore an ancient and ornate bronze door, inscribed with peculiar patterns of archaic script. Unfortunately, Wang Li had only scratched the surface of ancient script during his initial studies at the Heavenly Knowledge Pavilion in Huangfeng Valley and could not decipher these cryptic symbols. There were 4 doors in total, positioned at the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the forbidden area, with the remaining space enclosed by the stone wall. In the early days of the blood-forbidden trial, disciples from various sects were unaware of the significance of the 4 doors. In the eyes of the arrogant, how could a modest stone wall possibly hinder cultivators? Consequently, many foolishly chose to leap over the wall. However, they failed to understand that as guests, one must observe etiquette and adhere to the rules set by the host. Unbeknownst to them, the host had inscribed ancient wind-based prohibitions upon the stone wall before departing. Thus, those who disregarded the rules and attempted to take shortcuts were not merely climbing a wall but charging headlong into peril. Ultimately, they fell into the observation area like dumplings, becoming mere fodder. In other words, the 4 doors were the sole passage into the central area of the Forbidden Zone, a coveted battleground. Now, with the bronze door ajar, it indicated that others had already entered. Considering that those who could reach this point were either elite disciples or seed-level individuals, Wang Li dared not let his guard down. With this knowledge in mind, he stepped through the door. On the surface, he remained composed, strolling leisurely as if in his own backyard. Yet, in reality, he was poised for action, ready to unleash a thunderous strike upon any unexpected intruder. Alas, there were no reckless individuals in sight. The hidden hunters at the 12th level of Qi refinement and above had overlooked him, a mere 13th level quarry. Damn it, another 13th level? In a nearby thicket, 3 members from Tiankei Fortress gnashed their teeth in frustration. Indeed, why were there so many 13th level experts participating in the trial this time? Counting the previous 3 arrivals, there were now 4 in the vicinity of the southwest door. Notably, this young man appeared quite different from the others. Given Wang Li's age, achieving such a cultivation level marked him as a prodigious talent. Ordinarily, he would be nurtured in a sheltered environment by the higher-ups of his sect and certainly not sent to the Forbidden Zone to endure trials and tribulations. He is from Huangfeng Valley. I have taken note of him before. Humph, Huangfeng Valley seems unconcerned about such young talents perishing here. Senior brother, it is prudent to exercise caution. He appears to have connections with the elder leading the Chun family. Best not to provoke him. The intimidation of a core formation cultivator is evident. Fear not. I have no desire to be caught off guard. The implication was clear. He did not fear Wang Li's 13th level prowess, as he possessed the confidence to counter it. However, he was wary of an ambush from behind, ultimately falling prey to opportunistic competitors. A quintessential example of being willing to sacrifice a person but never the battleground. Meanwhile, on Wang Li's side, as he entered the door, the air here invigorated him, and his previously tense nerves began to relax slightly. The first level of the central area, adjacent to the wall, was indeed a paradise filled with the sound of birds and fragrant flowers, a veritable garden of delights. To his astonishment, he discovered numerous spiritual herbs used in crafting facial enhancement pills. What a pleasant surprise indeed. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy in this realm far surpassed that of the outside world. It is worth noting that the forbidden area itself had been sealed by ancient prohibitions for thousands of years, and the spiritual energy outside the central region already exceeded that of the current southern heaven cultivation realm, rivaling even some celestial paradises. The spiritual energy in this central area was evidently even more concentrated, infused with the rich and refreshing fragrance of spiritual herbs. The aroma invigorated the spirit. What a splendid location! How wonderful it would be to transform this into his own backyard. The combination of the forbidden area with small containers was simply a match made in heaven. Yet, Wang Li remained oblivious to the dangers that might arise after the ancient prohibitions weakened over 5 days. He was unwilling to gamble his promising future. Moreover, the second level of the central area contained only a few types of spiritual herbs that would interest those in the early stages of core formation, making it unsuitable for Wang Li to seclude himself here for an extended period, unless he could acquire various pills suitable for the foundation establishment, core formation, and even nascent soul stages within 5 to 10 years. This was unrealistic. The first level spanned only about a mile, relatively small, serving as a buffer zone for disciples from various sections. The second level of the central area was composed of a massive ring-shaped mountain range interspersed with numerous basins. Within it existed natural spiritual lands such as caves, dense valleys, and cliffs, alongside artificial paradises like stone houses, stone halls, and underground palaces. Various celestial herbs and treasures thrived in these locations. However, at present, the few pathways discovered over the years that allowed safe entry into the ring-shaped mountain were obscured by impenetrable fog, rendering further exploration impossible. What is happening? Have the disciples from Huangfeng Valley at the southwest entrance perished? I've made my presence known, yet they do not appear to rendezvous with me? No. I sense that there are clearly 3 individuals nearby. Wang Li furrowed his brow, caught off guard. Had it not been for his desire to gather a few subordinates to assist him and the consideration that other disciples could not sense his presence, he would not have readily exposed his identity and whereabouts. Yet, unbeknownst to him, due to his late arrival by 2 hours, 2 disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement had already been recruited by a 13th level elite. This small group, consisting of 2 inconspicuous disciples, genuinely wished for Wang Li to join, but the 13th level elite harbored reservations about his inclusion. Or rather, he feared that Wang Li's joining would dilute his share of spiritual herbs, significantly diminishing his final gains. It was evident that those who had cultivated to such levels were quite astute. Don't you find something amiss? At such a close distance, the sensing technique our sect leader entrusted to us fails to detect the presence of others. If he claims to be from Huangfeng Valley, I, Jia, do not believe it. The leader's expression darkened. Without pointing it out, they were unaware, yet, once revealed, it would be startling. Indeed, at such proximity, how could we not sense this person's presence? Senior Brother Jia is correct. This individual is most likely a disciple disguised from his faction. We must not allow him to join us. Then, should we seek vengeance for our fellow sect brothers? The 2 individuals beside him turned, gazing at the one who broached the topic with a look of incredulity. How much confidence must one possess to harbor ill intentions toward an individual who has felled the elite disciples of their own sect? After sitting cross-legged for half an hour without anyone arriving to join him, Wang Li surmised some of the trio's thoughts. Oh well, a forced endeavor bears no sweetness. I wish you all good fortune. He was clear-minded and open-hearted, rising to depart. He resolutely abandoned the initially determined secondary plan and opted for the first among several alternative subplans, to trade intelligence with disciples from another sect. Coupling this with the information at his disposal, he meticulously charted a route that was the most relaxed, safe, reliable, and swift for harvesting before the 3rd day. This choice promised greater benefits, albeit with slightly elevated risks, which remained within an acceptable range. With ample time at his disposal, Wang Li sought a secluded spot to disguise himself, then took a moment to traverse another safe path leading up the mountain, boldly stepping into the mist. This scene left those covertly observing in a state of astonishment. Yet, once within the fog, Wang Li shed any semblance of bravado. He had equipped himself thoroughly, a vermilion bird ring hovering above his head, a meteorite shield encircling his form, the heavenly silkworm garment fitted snugly. Protected by a heart-reflecting mirror pieced together from a shard of a magical artifact, the gale boots primed for action, and a recovery elixir nestled in his mouth, while a mid-level talisman was poised at the corner of his mouth. Additionally, he had summoned a timid mouse and a chameleon lizard to eavesdrop on any unusual movements around him. He intended to manipulate the originally safe path, employing a set of miniature confusion array flags to secure the intersection. These were not the meager array flags worth a mere dozen spirit stones gifted to Han the old demon by the Clock Spirit sect. Rather, they were a product of the Stardust Pavilion, requiring over 200 low-grade spirit stones for acquisition. While insufficient against Foundation establishment experts, they were notably effective against the Qi refinement disciples of the 7 sects, who were clueless about formations. It was not too bold to say that ensnaring 5 or 6 Qi refinement disciples utilizing their top-tier magical artifacts for half an hour would pose no challenge. And half an hour was ample time for the disciples entering the array to become frantic. After several attempts at arrangement, Wang Li, still somewhat unskilled, finally managed to set up the first small confusion array. Without hesitation, he retraced his steps, his retreating figure evoking amusement among those hiding in the shadows. What a naive fool. Does he truly believe that a bit of higher cultivation and a powerful artifact can allow him to brazenly charge through this layer of mist? The dense fog obscuring vision, paired with unaffected beasts, would give even Foundation establishment cultivators pause. Thus, They paid little heed to the situation. Meanwhile, Wang Li, for the sake of caution, proceeded to the second nearby entrance of the mist and set up another small confusion array. In this manner, should fortune not smile upon him, and he encountered the bearer of the Moonlight Pearl, he could still leave behind a section of pioneers on one of the paths. Taking advantage of favorable daylight, Wang Li roamed the circular area, gathering ornamental flowers suitable for crafting the appearance-enhancing pill, all of which were thousands of years old. These flowers were strikingly vibrant. Though they might not catch the eye of disciples from the seven sects, they thrilled him to the point of cramping his hands. Subsequently, he sought a suitable resting place, ultimately choosing a secluded tree hollow far removed from the Copper Gate and the several safe entrances to the circular mountains, and made some arrangements. Thus, the second dusky night of the blood trial was spent in deep slumber, replenishing his energy. After all, the next morning, the disciples of the Great Sword Sect would utilize the Moonlight Pearl to break through the dense fog of the circular mountains, marking the moment for him to exert his strength. Restoring his previous vitality to ensure his spirit and energy remained at their peak was undoubtedly wise. Outside the Forbidden Ground, the sun rose and set, and then dawn broke anew. Old Fifth, do you think our considerable investment is worthwhile? Two disciples of the Chun family pondered. With several elite members from our sect, and a substantial investment of top-tier artifacts, spirit stones, talismans, and medicinal pills. If these disciples fail to bring back the 2 spirit herbs and the raw materials for crafting the Foundation Establishment pill, or if they meet a disastrous fate within the Forbidden Ground, the losses to our Chun family would indeed be immense. As they approached the crucial moment, Elder Chen found himself riddled with doubt. Have some confidence in your own judgment. Chubby Chun stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. We have dispatched 7 outstanding disciples at the Qi Refinement Level 13, and the latter 5 have all ranked among the top 10 in the 5-year sect examination. They are the cream of the crop among the thousands of Qi Refinement disciples, not inferior to those from the Hidden Moon sect. Moreover, they all received top-tier artifacts from our grandfather and talismans and pills from us before entering. Securing just 2 spirit herbs should be a piece of cake. You know those 2 spirit herbs pertain to my future achievements. The rest of the suitable auxiliary herbs have already been prepared by the Qin family. We only lack those 2. Rest assured, even if we fail to acquire those 2 precious herbs this time, Grandfather will find alternative spirit pills to assist you in reaching the mid-foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. Don't forget, you are the most talented of our Chun family's generation, having successfully established your foundation at 18, progressing to mid-foundation establishment at 32, and now at 48. You are not far from the advanced stage. Only you among the Chun family has the hope of achieving the core formation stage, and Grandfather will do everything in his power to support you. Chubby Chen reassured him. Maintaining a sufficient supply of pills for normal cultivation to transition from the early to mid-foundation establishment stage is a formidable task. Even those with exceptional talent require no less than 10 years of arduous training. For Elder Chen to ascend a level within 14 years is truly remarkable. He is not a cultivator with a heavenly or extraordinary root. Old Fifth, precisely because of this, I feel the weight of responsibility bearing down on me, Elder Chen lamented. The more the family invests, the less leeway Elder Chen has. Do not burden yourself too much. If the sky were to fall, Grandfather would be there to hold it up. I reckon that when you reach old age, Grandfather will still be around. If the course of time remains unchanged, Old Fifth's words may indeed come to fruition. Close your mouth. Grandfather is right here listening. I wish for Grandfather to live a long life. What is wrong with you sharing in that blessing? When did you learn to master the art of flattery like that young Wang? What do you mean by flattery? This is heartfelt sincerity. Their whispered conversation was captured word for word by Elder Chun, who merely smiled at the chattering of his 2 bloodline descendants. His thoughts were occupied with how to secure the arduous task of the next Forbidden Ground trial. Clearly, Wang Li's reminders had made him aware of deeper implications. By the way, 4th brother, hasn't the spirit root attribute of that girl from the 6th brother's family been determined? I heard it's a dual water and earth spirit root. The spirit root is indeed commendable, but she does not possess my unique constitution. Elder Chen expressed a hint of regret. If the family could produce another cultivator with an extraordinary spirit root or special constitution, he would not feel as pressured as he does now. His grandfather had established his core later in life. Thus his lifespan was not as extensive as one might hope. Although he still had over 100 years to live, that span is neither long nor short. If during this time the Chun family fails to produce new core formation cultivators, they might lose substantial interests in the state of Yu. However, if a new core formation cultivator arose within the family while their grandfather is still alive, the situation would be quite the opposite, and the Qin family would certainly advance further. In this generation of the Qin family, we find ourselves content with your presence, to lay a foundation before turning 20. Apart from a substantial supply of resources, innate talents such as bone structure and physical constitution are equally crucial, not to mention the relentless perseverance required. From these three aspects, it is evident that Master Chun possesses remarkable innate talent and is diligent in his cultivation, though he lacks sufficient resources for practice. Even with the Chun family's robust support, he often has to endure the slow grind like an ordinary foundation-building practitioner. Speaking of innate talent, one cannot overlook a particular gem, Li Huiyuan's future seventh disciple, Zhong Wenyang. This young woman managed to establish her foundation at the tender age of 16, showcasing extraordinary talent that once left even the formidable Han Laoma deeply impressed. Additionally, she has the support of the Zhong family, which can provide her with protective talismans, and she is shielded by the presence of Li Huiyuan, a golden core cultivator. Unfortunately, her lack of focus on cultivation, or perhaps her dismissive attitude towards the practice, has led her to squander her potential, even at over 30 years of age. She has yet to enter the mid-stage of foundation building, with no end in sight. Ironically, she was later surpassed by her eighth junior brother, Han Laoma. A classic case of abundant talent wasted through negligence. As time passed, Li Huiyuan fell, the eldest brother's qualifications proved limited, and the second brother failed to break through to the golden core stage. Both subsequently perished. The third brother, whom she admired, met his demise during the collective actions initiated by Han Laoma, while the remaining brothers proved inconsequential. Zhong Wenyang, seemingly carefree yet embodying a profound laziness, found herself abandoned in Huangfeng Valley. When Han Laoma, nearing 200 years of age and poised to break into the infant stage of golden core cultivation, returned from the Chaos Star Sea seeking to reconnect with old acquaintances, he found that this woman offered him no opportunity. Though it was said she had vanished for years, it is far more likely that she had become one with the earth during the large-scale invasion led by Master Milan. Returning to the topic at hand, while Master Chun is fraught with anxiety, so too is the floating cloud master from the Qingshu sect. What was once a nearly certain gamble has now become a challenge for the Qin family. As it stands, not only did they fail to win the wager, but they are also left with a substantial debt to pay. Acquiring mid-level low-grade talismans is manageable, with some effort. He can gather the necessary materials from nearby markets and produce the finished products within half a year. However, mid-level mid-grade talismans are far more elusive. Their raw materials exorbitantly priced and challenging to obtain, with a notably low success rate in crafting, which is his primary source of vexation. At the high-level mid-grade, he possesses only 3 talismans, all of which were generously gifted by senior brothers and sisters upon his successful breakthrough to Golden Core, and he has been reluctant to use them over the decades. In other words, in addition to needing to offer these 3, he must borrow 5 more from his senior colleagues. A grievous loss indeed. It appears that one can only gamble with the youth. These seasoned veterans have become adept at the game, leaving no room for losses. Unbeknownst to him, the floating cloud master began to scheme for a grand wager with Huiyuan in 5 years, intent on recouping his losses. However, if the Chun family had not equipped the disciples of Huangfeng Valley with quality gear, or if the disciples had been reckless in their ambitions, perhaps he would not be without opportunity. In Qingshu sect, apart from 3 elite disciples at the 13th layer of Qi refinement, there are also 2 promising newcomers. Seemingly struck by an idea, the floating cloud master beckoned a foundation-building steward from within the sect. "Hey, you there, come here for a moment." "Master, did you call for me?" A bewildered middle-aged man approached. "Enough chatter, hurry over." "All right." As the steward arrived, a soundproof barrier enveloped them. "Now, tell me about Lin Shixiang's 2 disciples and Lu Shiji's girl." Unbeknownst to them, the distant horizon transitioned from pale dawn to brilliant morning glow, ultimately revealing the radiant sun. Within, the elders of the 7 sects bore solemn expressions. The allocation of foundation-building pills was at stake, intricately tied to their respective gains, leaving them no choice but to entertain various thoughts. In the forbidden area, the sky brightened slightly, and Wang Li suddenly opened his eyes. From the southeast of the circular mountain range, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted, followed by a pillar of milky light shooting skyward, piercing through the clouds at a great distance, coalescing into a colossal luminous sphere over the misty sea. As the light column continuously fed energy to the sphere, it formed rapidly, soon transforming into a blinding new sun. Its brilliance was so intense that even the thick fog could not obscure its gaze. Once the light column retracted, the sphere erupted, scattering countless luminous points like the size of fists in all directions. Upon contact with the mist, a violent and unknown chemical reaction ensued, akin to the neutralization of acid and base. Consequently, as the luminous points produced by the moon's sun pearl dwindled and dimmed, the fog surrounding the circular mountain range dissipated, particularly quickly in the southeast, revealing the towering and treacherous contours of the mountain. A 1,000-foot peak, soaring into the clouds, grotesque cliffs and towering trees crowded the landscape. The perilous mountain ranges extended towards the horizon, with only the ridge facing the onlookers offering a semblance of benevolence, ingeniously forming a relatively gentle climbing path. In the forest, countless demonic beasts roared ferociously, while outside the woods, the hearts of the sect cultivators whispered in anticipation. The sound of rushing feet echoed as practitioners from various sects surged toward the entrance. Thus commenced the most brutal phase of the blood-forbidden trial. If previously there was a mere 20 to 30% casualty rate, from this moment on, only 2 or 3 out of 10 would emerge alive. The entrance was substantial. Ordinarily, disciples from various sects could choose different routes to explore the circular mountain range. However, at the entrance where Wuligou stood, as well as another entrance he had ensnared with a small maze formation further east, the air was filled with curses. This was due to a few unfortunate souls who rushed in too quickly and stumbled into the formation. Rest assured, Wuligou's intentions were not malicious. The small maze was not large enough to block the entire mountain's entrance. The number of trapped individuals was relatively limited, with no more than 5 at each location. In fact, at the entrance before him, only 3 solitary cultivators had fallen into the trap. If those unaffected outside helped to break the formation, they might manage to rescue their comrades in a quarter hour. But were there any kind-hearted souls present? Qingshu sect's lad, you better remove the formation immediately, or else, exclaimed a desperate disciple from the Huadao workshop, nearly in tears. Qingshu sect lad, can you spare my sister this time? I have important matters to attend to. Please show a bit of mercy, and I promise to meet with you privately after we escape, pleaded an elder from the Covering Moon sect, casting flirtatious glances into the air. Still calling yourself sister at your age? How ridiculous. Brother, we are also disciples of Qingshu sect. Please grant us some leniency. It's your Qingshu sect that's in trouble. If it were a young lad from Huangfeng Valley, it would be much harder to deal with. Rest assured, I, Lin, will hold the 3 of you. I merely wish to negotiate a deal. I harbor no ill intentions. Within the maze, the thick fog obscured all sight, and the senses were entirely disoriented by the formation's influence. Those trapped within often spiraled in confusion, unaware of their plight. The artifacts and spells they summoned would be diverted and diminished in effectiveness due to the formation's power, making escape exceedingly difficult. Though it could not compare to the might of the grand formations of each sect, it nonetheless possessed a substantial restraining force against chi refinement, disciples unskilled in formations. Deal? What deal? The hearts of the 3 tightened, their anticipation slightly piqued. There was no way out. They had attempted to break the formation, but with little success. And in their efforts, they had inadvertently harmed other trapped individuals, highlighting the complexity of the array. Moreover, if they were to delay in breaking the formation, what significance would their expedition into the Forbidden Land hold? They were even more apprehensive that if 3 days passed without breaching this elusive array, they would miss the critical hours when the blood-red portal would open. At that point, they would undoubtedly be trapped within the confines of the Forbidden Land, with no hope of escape until the portal reopened in 5 years, a feat that no one had achieved in countless years. I observed that the 3 individuals were a few years my seniors. They likely possessed a far greater understanding of this central area than I. A novice disciple of the Clearvoid sect. Perhaps one among them had participated in the last trial 5 years prior. What I sought was the information regarding the central area that lay in their hands. The scant intelligence provided by Huangfeng Valley and the Chen family was utterly insufficient. Wuligou did not wish to miss out on any rare spirit herbs that could not be found in the outside world. Friend Lin, this is rather unseemly. Do you intend for us to relinquish the information regarding the central area without any compensation? The Taoist from the Clear Void sect remained silent, while the expressions of the other two turned increasingly grim. Clear Void sect, by the surname Lin? Could it be that you hail from the Lin family? Very well. We shall see how this unfolds. In any transaction, fairness is paramount. The two were well aware that the maps of the blood-red forbidden land in the possession of the various sects were incomplete. Moreover, the locations marked on these maps differed. If the two would show me the maps provided by the Hidden Moon sect and the Blade Refining Workshop, I would share with them the map from the Clear Void sect. Everyone would benefit without incurring losses. Wouldn't you agree? Wang Li spoke calmly. Yet the three listened with bated breath. A clever maneuver indeed. It soon became clear to them that the other party was likely not from the Clear Void sect, but rather disguised members from one of the four sects: the Blade Refining Workshop, Spirit Beast Mountain, Skywatch Fortress, or Huangfeng Valley. Otherwise, why would they seek to seize their own central information? Very well, as long as after the transaction, you, Daoist Lin, can keep your promise and allow us to depart. Though the regulations forbidding the exchange of information between sects without permission were well known, many disciples had transgressed these rules. Thus, they were not particularly concerned about a few individuals. Indeed, you are quite shrewd. In that case, my junior brother, please hand over the information you possess to me, your senior brother. As the mist between the Clear Void sect's Taoist and the others began to dissipate, they could at least see each other within a distance of 20 zhang. Seizing this opportunity, the Taoist had initially considered making a bold move. However, upon sensing the cultivation aura and recognizing a familiar top-tier magical artifact with a superior grade 1, he hesitated and promptly extinguished any thoughts of confrontation, respectfully presenting a piece of information in the form of a jade slip. Subsequently, the mist surged once more, obscuring their vision and re-establishing the chaotic powers that disrupted their senses and consciousness throughout the area. The replication of the jade slip was not a daunting task. It merely required the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Thus, Wang Li quickly turned his attention to the other two individuals in the formation. Shall we proceed with the transaction? You are indeed a calculating friend, one remarked, with a hint of bitterness, yet their hands moved swiftly. It was evident that the Blade Refining Workshop and Hidden Moon sect were not foolish. After all, this was indeed a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, given that the other party held the advantage, it would be unwise to withhold information merely to adhere to their sect's stringent rules. Consequently, the transaction was swiftly concluded. Wang Li, a man of his word, released the individuals from the Blade Refining Workshop and Hidden Moon sect after acquiring the desired intelligence, leaving only the Taoist from the Clear Void sect for further conversation. Senior brother, why did you let those two go? With our combined strength and the aid of this formation, wouldn't it be easy to eliminate the two from the Hidden Moon sect and Blade Refining Workshop? Although the sentiment was sincere, with only the two of them remaining, why was he so tense, fully armed? Moreover, with so few individuals from each sect, as a disciple of the Clear Void sect, could he truly not discern whether Wang Li was an ally or an adversary? Here is the information regarding the central area provided by those two. Take it. Wang Li's actions genuinely took the Taoist from the Clear Void sect by surprise, and the two individuals from the Hidden Moon sect and Blade Refining Workshop, who had not strayed far but concealed themselves at an inconspicuous location at the foot of the mountain, felt their pupils constrict in unison as they watched the two members of the Clear Void sect split in different directions up the mountain. They quickly grasped the underlying scheme. Well played, Clear Void sect, they thought, gritting their teeth yet begrudgingly admiring the cleverness. The mountain entrance soon returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, having obtained the intelligence regarding the central area from the three sects, Wang Li was bound to spend some time organizing it, ideally comparing it with the information he had from Huangfeng Valley. Additionally, he needed to eliminate any potential traps hidden within. In the short term, it was impossible to forge false information, but it was not uncommon to deliberately omit crucial details during the copying process to set traps, an unspoken agreement among practitioners. Ultimately, there were only a few entrances and exits to ascend and descend the mountain, and two of them had already been tampered with by me. I believe most survivors would avoid those routes, so Wang Li retraced his steps, dismantled the elusive array at the exit, and then took a detour. He proceeded by flying close to the ground, taking nearly 2 hours to reach the nearby northern mountain entrance in the vicinity of the northwest Copper Gate, where he set up a small-scale elusive array at both locations, even without exploring the second layer of the circular mountain. 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. However, Wang Li believed it was worth it. As a contingency plan, These two arrays would undoubtedly yield unexpected rewards and prevent him from becoming overly focused on collecting seedlings, thereby neglecting the task of gathering mature spirit herbs. The reason he was 2 hours late in ascending the mountain without feeling any urgency was precisely because of this. What he sought were seedlings, not fully matured plants. 2 hours later, he sent the disciples from various factions ahead to scout the path and clear the areas where spirit herbs were guarded by beasts, while he would simply harvest the seedlings from behind, specifically choosing paths already traversed by others. What a peculiar strategy. He had no desire to engage in a fierce battle with a horde of beasts. Along the way, he encountered 6 dead beasts, including a particularly formidable upper-tier beast, the mountain slapping bear. It was evident that this place had witnessed significant combat. At least 2 individuals had teamed up to bring down this robust and powerful creature. At a fork in the road, Wang Li opted for the path he had previously determined. Shortly thereafter, he noticed numerous fallen colorful feathers scattered across the ground, causing his expression to shift. The flying feather peacock? This creature was notoriously troublesome, despite being merely a mid-tier beast. Any disciple in the Qi refinement stage without specific countermeasures would find themselves fleeing in disarray. Once the flying feather peacock fixated on a target, it would attack without hesitation. Its colorful feathers could detach and autonomously pursue and harm, showcasing considerable lethality. The only drawback was its relatively slow flight, which was somewhat embarrassing for a bird. Yet, if such a creature possessed extraordinary speed, disciples in the Qi refinement stage would have little hope of resistance upon encountering it. The one before him, however, had met a tragic end. Its precious feathers had been plucked clean, leaving it as bare as a plucked chicken, with only the used remnants of feathers remaining, devoid of any value. Who could it be? Clearly, they were quite skilled, as there were hardly any signs of struggle in the vicinity. This suggested that the individual ahead had swiftly and decisively concluded the confrontation, while the defeat of the mountain-slapping bear could be attributed to a collaborative effort. The demise of the flying feather peacock was a testament to personal prowess. This revelation made Wang Li more cautious. However, he quickly rationalized that, even disregarding the time lost in battle, the other party was at least an hour ahead of him, making an encounter highly unlikely. Furthermore, while they paved the way and feasted, he could merely sip the broth, perfectly balanced. Before long, Wang Li arrived at his first destination, a stone house of roughly an acre in size. Its gray-black exterior was surrounded by decaying, mottled trees, some even cloaked in moss, imparting an air of antiquity to the entire area. Shallow footprints on the steps indicated prior visitors. Wang Li refrained from rushing inside, instead meticulously scanning the surroundings with his eyes and spirit sense, supplemented by the perceptive instincts of his timid mouse. Once assured of safety, he released his color-changing lizard and lark into the nearby woods as sentinels, while he himself perched on his wind-chasing sword, fully armed and alert as he entered. Throughout his journey, he had traversed atop the wind-chasing sword, utilizing a modicum of magic to maintain his stamina at peak levels, thus leaving no trace of his passage. The interior of the stone house was straightforward. Aside from scattered seedlings of spirit herbs, there lay the corpse of a mid-tier beast, the split-mouthed beast. Wang Li, unceremonious, selected over 10 of the most mature specimens, carefully packing them along with their earth into a wooden box. One might wonder why he chose the finest. Naturally, a bit of the precious green liquid could be conserved. He felt he had exercised sufficient discretion by not uprooting the entire patch. His next destination was the warm sunflower cultivation site, a primary ingredient for crafting healing elixirs. Since it was en route, a brief detour would pose no issue and would not consume much of his time. Thus, Wang Li swiftly gathered 7 varieties of spirit herbs with distinct properties, all rare in the outside world, yet still available as seedlings within the forbidden grounds. As the third day approached the hour of the monkey, he had amassed a considerable collection of ordinary spirit herb seedlings. It was time to procure the 3 main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill. After traversing mountains and valleys for over half an hour, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, which was the nearest source of the heavenly spirit fruit. Following his pre-planned route, he had scavenged his way to the 8th site of spirit herbs, remarkably well hidden. According to the intel provided by Huangfeng Valley, an elite disciple had visited this site 30 years ago, harvesting the mature heavenly spirit fruits. This meant that this location had eluded the attention of various sect cultivators until now. However, this also diminished the site's value, as it would take another 400 years for new fruits to mature. 400 years was just enough time to indicate that the newly grown herbs would be under a century old. It is worth noting that the three primary ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill, jade essence mushroom, purple monkey flower, and heavenly spirit fruit, required 400 to 500 years to mature, while the external scent beasts were particularly attuned to spirit herbs over 100 years old. Thus, all the seedlings Wang Li collected had to be under a century old, else they would be difficult to conceal and trade. Particularly, such uprooting actions were intolerable to the seven sects, and he feared being torn apart if discovered. Suddenly, as his view was obstructed by the protruding mountains and numerous dead trees, Wang Li abruptly halted, carefully lowering his foot and squinting towards the side of the mountain wall. There, he spotted several gray moths that seemed almost to meld with the rock face. Someone was inside, and it appeared to be a member of the Spirit Beast Mountain. Although these moths were merely low-tier beasts with minimal combat ability, they could seamlessly blend into their environment, making them exceedingly difficult to detect with the naked eye. Their small size added to their deceptive nature, leading one to easily overlook their presence even if noticed. Their camouflage was superior to that of his color-changing lizard. Nevertheless, these small creatures exhibited two blatant flaws. Firstly, they could not endure slightly cooler environments. They would not survive in icy conditions. Secondly, they could not completely conceal their spiritual energy. A diligent cultivator employing a keen eye technique would easily discern the faint aura they carried, the hallmark of a beast. Unfortunately for Wang Li, upon entering the cave, he habitually scanned the area with his keen eye technique. The tiny moths were thus unable to escape his scrutiny. What frustrated him was that this supposedly concealed cave had indeed been discovered, and how could such a worthless location attract visitors? One could only wonder how desperate the individuals inside must be. Unless the other party possessed something of interest to him, he had no desire to engage prematurely. Therefore, he chose not to approach the cave any further, feigning regret as he turned and departed. Soon, only the sound of the wind whispering through the mountain gorge remained. A quarter of an hour later, a small snake, blending seamlessly with the earth, slithered leisurely out of the cave and meandered around the entrance. Finding nothing of note, it soon returned within. Moments later, a young man draped in animal skins emerged from the cave, nervously pressing against the mountain wall. Had he left? A soft-furred white wolf, standing beside him, sniffed the air before nodding its head, its gaze fixed in the direction Wang Li had previously taken. Phew! He was relieved to have avoided an encounter at the entrance. It was evident that the youth, sweating profusely, had genuinely been frightened. Let us not linger here. We must leave quickly, he urged, taking steps to depart. However, after only a few strides, he noticed that his white wolf had not followed. Turning back, he found it staring at him with a dazed expression, its once bright eyes now vacant. No, not now. The youth was genuinely anxious. The white wolf, his most formidable ally, faltering at a critical moment, could prove disastrous. Thankfully, the earlier individual had opted against confrontation, or he might have found himself in dire straits. With no other options, he could only store the spirit pet in the spirit beast pouch and swiftly set off in the opposite direction of where Wang Li had previously departed. Unbeknownst to the young man, had he chosen to follow the path Wang Li took, he would have already met his demise. A mound of earth gradually rose, and Wang Li, encased in a shimmering blue barrier, leapt forth, surrounded by two top-tier magical artifacts. He merely cast a glance at the direction from which the Spirit Beast Mountain youth had retreated before pocketing the initial-level ground-sinking talisman in his hand. This talisman, a type of basic rune, allowed the user to sink into the ground several feet, depending on geological conditions. The earth and stone effectively insulated one's aura and spiritual energy fluctuations, diminishing the probing strength of a cultivator's consciousness to a certain extent, making it highly practical. Furthermore, its affordable price rendered the ground-sinking talisman a favored choice among low-level cultivators. Wang Li was well prepared, having recently acquired a significant number of them, making their use in this instance unsurprising. After a brief moment, a lark returned, clutching a piece of someone's clothing, prompting Wang Li to retract his gaze and choose to investigate the cave. Thus, the apparent calm was merely a fade. Wang Li had never intended to bypass this spirit herb-producing region to harvest the seedlings of the heavenly spirit fruit elsewhere. He had no desire to disrupt his planned itinerary or gamble on fortune in unfamiliar territories. Indeed, the unpredictable nature of such detours often led to unforeseen complications. Thus, it was more prudent to act decisively and focus on the opportunity right before him. He could either wait for the individuals inside to leave or take decisive action to eliminate them, reaping dual rewards. Initially, he was prepared to bid farewell to the youth from Spirit Beast Mountain. However, upon reconsideration, he realized that the group had not ascended the mountain for long, and their gathered spirit herbs were likely quite limited, if not entirely absent. Slaying the opponent would yield at most a couple of top-tier artifacts, which held little value. It was far more beneficial to allow them to continue to distract or even eliminate some of the beasts, thus creating a mutually advantageous situation. Hence, he graciously offered them the opportunity to choose. Life or death hinged on a mere thought. Disappointingly, the youth from Spirit Beast Mountain did not choose to follow, but instead ventured in the opposite direction. This diminished Wang Li's interest, as he perceived him to be an honest yet impoverished individual. Yet Wang Li was oblivious to the opportunity he had forsaken. Inside the cave, there were several seedlings of heavenly spirit fruit. Without hesitation, he retained 2 for his own needs, packaging the rest. For the next several hours, Wang Li traversed various locations around the circular mountain range, seeking treasures. At a steep cliff, he spotted a nest guarded by high-tier avian beasts, which sheltered 2 unknown spirit herbs. After careful consideration, he opted against confrontation and quietly retreated. It was paramount to maintain his own state. His life was singular. Anything beyond his plan, regardless of its rarity, was merely a gamble for others. Even if he were to acquire these spirit herbs, they would not be for his use. There was no need for reckless endeavors. He was willing to assist the Qin family within the boundaries of his interests, but at present, expending his energy equated to self-sabotage. He chose to depart. By a small stream within a mountain gorge, several pristine white flowers, likely hundreds of years old, bloomed, exuding remarkable medicinal properties. Signs of a battle were evident. In a lush corner of the gorge, remnants of clothing, stained with blood yet still imbued with spiritual resonance, hung scattered. In a 10-foot-deep depression within the mountain, a severely damaged flying sword lay embedded, its spiritual light dimming. Additionally, fragments of pale golden metal were embedded in small depressions along the mountain wall, their surfaces exceptionally smooth. Upon closer inspection, aside from the battle robe, the other 2 items clearly belonged to the highest tier of magical artifacts. Wang Li recognized them. They were among the 5 top-tier artifacts casually discarded by old ancestor Chun to Uncle Chun during their time in Huangfeng Valley. However, now, they lay mostly destroyed here. This implied that even elite disciples from Huangfeng Valley, despite relying on 2 top-tier artifacts, had still met their end in this place. There was no doubt that great peril lurked within the gorge, likely with high-tier beasts lying in wait, perhaps more than one. Without hesitation, Wang Li resolved to leave once more. He had no interest in avenging his fellow disciples, nor did he wish to find himself wounded in such a precarious situation. Unbeknownst to him, moments after his departure, a footed fish lazily emerged from the water, peering at the spot where he had just concealed himself. Beneath it lay the remains of 4 human corpses, marred with teeth marks. Beside it, a larger, slightly injured footed fish rested on a dimly glowing artifact, sleeping soundly. In its dreams, its tail swatted at the smaller fish, nearly toppling it. Both were high-tier beasts, one newly initiated into the upper tier and the other on the verge of ascending into the second-tier realm. Near a stone house on a ridge of the circular mountain, 3 figures stood opposed to one another, fiercely battling over 4 mature spirit herbs within the water cellar of the stone house. One side consisted of a single individual, presumably from Tianke Fortress, while the opposing pair, a man and a woman clad in Inuit sect attire, employed a combined technique, augmented by several top-tier artifacts, to match the male cultivator from Tianke Fortress, who wielded 2 top-tier artifacts. At that moment, Wang Li happened to pass by. It was merely a coincidence. He had no intention of contending for the spirit herbs within the stone house. However, upon his arrival, the 3 combatants abruptly halted their skirmish. "How about we divide the 4 blue crystal lotuses between you and me?" suggested the female cultivator from Inuit sect, her smile radiant and beguiling. The male cultivator from Tianke Fortress's eyes flickered at her words. He glanced at Wang Li, who was swiftly approaching, visibly intrigued. But before he could respond, the male disciple from Inuit sect interjected vehemently. "Xiao Yao, we cannot allow this scoundrel to benefit. We still have our trump cards. No one shall take these 4 spirit herbs." "Silence. Did I permit you to speak?" The cold reprimand lacked any semblance of courtesy, resonating clearly even with Wang Li, who stood dozens of feet away. That single remark caused the male disciple, who had been trying to support his companion, to flush with embarrassment, yet he bit his lip and forced a smile. This was the nature of Inuit sect. The dynamic between genders was unequal, with female disciples typically holding a higher status than their male partners in dual cultivation. Furthermore, if there were any notable disparities in talent or family background, the difference in status became even more pronounced. Fellow cultivator, there has been a misunderstanding. The female cultivator from Inuit sect cast a disdainful glance at her male partner, who was only at the 12th level of chi refining, lacking support and nearly destitute. Yet when her gaze shifted to the younger male disciple from Tianke Fortress, who had reached the 13th level of chi refining and exuded an aura of confidence, she smiled brightly, showcasing her charms. It was unclear whether this woman was adept at playing both sides or merely ambitious, yet Wang Li was indifferent to such dynamics. As the conversation unfolded, he closed the distance to within 10 feet. The three, now aware of his presence, instantly grew vigilant and tense. As one person caught a glimpse of the unfolding scene, a faint smile crept across his lips, only to vanish moments later. He then assumed a completely oblivious demeanor, feigning ignorance of the subtle movements of the trio, and closed the distance between them. The atmosphere among the three parties was exceedingly peculiar. However, just as the three conversed in hushed tones to strategize against the unexpected interference from Wang Li, he gracefully brushed past them. His departure was remarkably swift, leaving the trio exchanging bewildered glances, uncertain of its meaning. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the meticulously prepared lethal strikes were aimed at whom? Who would have thought that merely passing by could defuse what seemed to be an impending deadly confrontation? Wang Li had never felt such a profound sense of purpose. Not long after his departure, the sound of clashing echoed as both sides abruptly tore apart their previous verbal agreements, unleashing the carefully cultivated lethal techniques. It turned out that everyone had been employing a delaying tactic, biding their time for a grand reveal. A quarter of an hour later, sensing the ebbing fluctuations of the battle, Wang Li returned stealthily. Upon witnessing the two lifeless bodies on the ground, particularly that of the female cultivator sprawled with wide-open eyes, he raised an eyebrow. Locking eyes with the male disciple of the Hidden Moon sect who had just staggered out from the stone chamber, a grin broke across his face. Indeed, this is what I envision in a practitioner of the way. He then burst into laughter. My friend, we bear no grudge. And now the evidence of my mistakenly slaying a member of your sect lies in your hands. No need for further words. Leave the spiritual herbs behind and depart. His straightforward response left the Hidden Moon disciple, who was prepared for a desperate struggle, momentarily speechless. What? Are you unwilling? Wang Li's tone turned frosty. Not at all. I am grateful for your kindness, and I shall remember it. A wave of relief washed over the Hidden Moon disciple, causing him to instinctively bow toward Wang Li. In that moment, both wore smiles. Suddenly, with a swift strike, Wang Li took the initiative. He had no interest in engaging in a distant confrontation, nor did he wish to nurture a potential adversary. He certainly could not allow the other to abscond with what rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, it was illogical not to seize the opportunity when one was vulnerable. If he were in the same position, how could he permit a lever to be held over him? Thus, to minimize unnecessary complications, he offered the other a glimmer of hope to induce relaxation before launching a fierce assault. Stealth was indeed the ultimate truth. The young man, glancing at the gaping wound in his chest, begrudgingly looked up at Wang Li, his right hand clenched into a white-knuckled fist. No need for that expression. Did you not intend to kill me as well? With that, Wang Li pried open the young man's tightly clenched fist to reveal a nearly inch-long upper-tier artifact. The sound needle, hidden within. Clearly, when it came to the speed of ambush, the young man was no match for Wang Li. Yet, compared to the youth from Heaven's Peak Fortress and the Hidden Moon sect's companion, he was just a fraction swifter. Rest easy now. A massive fireball was conjured, turning the three corpses to ash. Past grievances and entanglements were thus erased. Following this, he sought a discreet corner to assess his gains. It must be said that the youth from Heaven's Peak Fortress was indeed extravagant. The set of meridian swords, both long and short, were exceptional upper-tier artifacts. The twin swords were primarily offensive, with the long sword being exceptionally sharp, imbued with sword chi that could unleash twin radiant sword shadows upon the infusion of spiritual power, cleaving through stone as easily as cutting through tofu. The short sword resembled a stout nail, lacking a sharpened edge yet possessing a robust body, remarkably weighty. When struck with spiritual force, it could unleash an astonishing penetrating power. Among the treasures were 10 upper-tier artifacts and 5 mid-tier artifacts, of which only 4 upper-tier and 2 mid-tier artifacts remained intact. One of them, the sound needle stained with the blood of the youth from Heaven's Peak Fortress, was among the few that had survived unscathed. The others bore varying degrees of damage, rendering them largely ineffective. 7 spiritual herbs were acquired, 4 of which originated from the stone chamber, indicating the scarcity of such medicinal resources. A primary reason for the standoff between both parties. There were several spirit stones and talismans, but regrettably, Wang Li did not discover the talisman he sought. This time, he had done nothing but inadvertently reveal himself during a moment of restraint, which catalyzed a tacit understanding of biding their time and plotting against one another, leading to an uncontrollable escalation that birthed a werewolf. Yet, the werewolf was intent on its own destruction. Thus, adhering to the second phase of his plan, Wang Li chose to act in contradiction, targeting locations likely already visited or where others might linger. While others feasted, he merely sipped the broth. Of course, if he happened upon an opportunity, he would not hesitate to seize it. 2 hours later, within a cavern nestled in the mountains, Wang Li observed 2 luminous jade spirit mushrooms beside the inexplicably deceased cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley, his lips twitching. As a massive toad, its head adorned with a pair of pitch-black horns and sharp teeth bared, surfaced from the pool in the corner, his eyes widened. This aura, a top-tier demonic beast. Taking a deep breath, he allowed the fluctuations of his own cultivation at the 13th level to emanate freely, then slowly bent his knees to gather strength, his wind boots shimmering with spiritual light. Humph, do not think that because you are a top-tier demonic beast, I shall be intimidated. With that declaration, he turned and fled, acting entirely on instinct. Outside the forbidden area, among the congregation of 7 sect cultivators. Fourth brother, did you notice? Ever since 2 hours ago, the predecessor floating cloud from the pure void sect has ceased to be so anxious, displaying a newfound confidence. Isn't that peculiar? Chen Laowu furrowed his brow slightly. Perhaps he has relinquished his gamble with our grandfather. After all, we have dispatched 7 disciples at the 13th level of Qi refinement, each equipped with upper-tier artifacts and basic high-level talismans. If they exercise caution, knowing when to advance and retreat, they should manage to successfully procure a few spiritual herbs, Qin Shishu replied, his earlier indecision replaced with calm assurance. But fourth brother, what if those disciples, emboldened by their newly acquired upper-tier artifacts, act recklessly? Some special top-tier demonic beasts require considerable effort even for us to confront. Qin Fatty felt an ominous premonition. What are you so anxious about? Just a moment ago, you were comforting me, yet now you seem despondent. Fifth brother, I just realized that our 7 sects have completely divided the lands of Yu Kingdom over the years, and all the demonic beasts have been exterminated. However, because of this, it seems that the sect has seldom briefed the disciples on the nature of demonic beasts. What are you implying? Chen Shishu began to grasp the situation. I fear that those disciples, in a moment of fervor, will recklessly challenge certain top-tier demonic beasts with the upper-tier artifacts bestowed by our grandfather. Could that happen? Surely not. Historically, these disciples, whether at the 12th or 13th level of Qi refinement, prioritize their own safety, always choosing to circumvent top-tier demonic beasts. Surely they wouldn't become so foolish as to think that with a few ordinary upper-tier artifacts, they could confront top-tier demonic beasts head-on? It cannot be that Navi, can it? The classification of demonic beasts into lower, middle, upper, and top tiers exists for a reason. They are roughly equivalent to artifacts of corresponding tiers. In other words, the materials for ordinary upper-tier artifacts generally come from these top-tier demonic beasts. A Qi refinement cultivator attempting to dispatch those beasts, constructed from numerous top-tier materials, with just a couple of ordinary upper-tier artifacts, is simply commendable in spirit. Fifth brother, were the artifacts bestowed by grandfather truly ordinary upper-tier artifacts? What do you think? The ones we use are merely exquisite. Do you expect him to bestow rare treasures upon those disciples? Upon hearing the words, Fat Chin blinked, left speechless. High-tier magical artifacts come in various grades: ordinary, exquisite, rare, and supreme. Supreme artifacts have not graced the world for quite some time, as they require materials sourced from 5th grade or higher demon beasts, which are already sufficient for crafting treasures. Rare artifacts necessitate components from at least 3rd or even 4th grade beasts, with a price tag no less than 800 low-grade spirit stones. Exquisite artifacts are often forged from valuable items harvested from 2nd grade demon beasts. In the original narrative, the magical vessel of the old sorcerer Han, along with the treasures Yulong and King Huozang, were all exquisite high-tier artifacts. The godly wind vessel, in particular, is a rare sight among exquisite flying artifacts. Exquisite artifacts are already the most sought-after goods circulating in the market. Thus, even Chun the Ancestor would not be so generous as to bestow them upon disciples lacking his bloodline. Rest assured, my fifth brother, even if they are merely ordinary high-tier artifacts, it should not be too difficult to protect a few individuals from the clutches of high-tier demon beasts. The combined power of 2 or 3 ordinary high-tier artifacts should suffice to temporarily hold back a high-tier demon beast. In the original tale, the once formidable Nangong Wan, whose cultivation had fallen to the qi refining stage, relied heavily on her significantly weakened Zhuke ring to trap powerful high-tier demon beasts guarding the underground palace. Allowing pairs of young disciples to practice anatomy and witness blood, she swept through numerous perilous locations that other sect disciples dared not approach, slaying demon beasts and seizing spirit herbs, thereby enriching the Inues sect and indirectly aiding the old monster of the sky in winning a bet against Fuyunzi and Li Huayuan. Some speculated that Li Huayuan, a body of the three sons, fell to the hands of the mage Mulan 20 years later due to a lack of progress in cultivation. A significant reason being his defeat in the duel, leading him to squander years refining iron essence for the Inues sect and neglecting his practice. Truly, one misstep leads to another. Fifth brother, I can't shake the feeling that we are being reckless this time. What if those disciples encounter not just one, but 2 high-tier demon beasts? Or worse, what if they stumble upon a special kind that can contend with early Foundation establishment cultivators? Fat Chun was on the verge of despair. Take the Mo Jiao, for instance. Even before reaching 2nd grade, it could easily imprison other 1st-grade high-tier demon beasts, leaving Nangong Wan unable to hold it for long with her Zhuke ring. Once this creature ascended to 2nd grade, it became even more ferocious, rivaling mid-Foundation establishment cultivators. In response, Nangong Wan dismissed all assisting disciples to hold the line by herself. In such a vast forbidden zone, there would surely be more than just the Mo Jiao as an exception. Were the elite disciples he valued truly so foolish? Could they be that unfortunate? Was the mountain gate merely for show? Chun Tianya always held a positive outlook on the astuteness of his disciples. After all, those he favored were akin to Wang Li, individuals blessed with fortune, initially wandering cultivators who later encountered fortuitous events, ultimately standing out among tens of thousands of qi refining disciples in Huangfeng Valley. However, Chen Shishu overlooked one crucial detail. Not all impoverished individuals remain steadfast in their principles after attaining wealth. More often than not, they exhibit a brash confidence typical of newly affluent individuals. The larger the gathering, the more this ostentatious confidence becomes uncontainable, leading to a high likelihood of trouble. Unlike Wang Li, who always knew his strengths and would never be complacent over minor achievements, he consistently maintained a low profile, striving to avoid conflict and opting for intellect over brute force whenever possible. Now, one might wonder, is there a way for qi refining disciples to slay a treasure-laden 1st-tier demon beast? Certainly. One merely needs to achieve a normal attack strength equivalent to early Foundation establishment levels, easily harvesting these small treasure troves. This could involve fully activating lethal talismans, forming formations with fellow cultivators to amplify their attack power, or coordinating multiple high-tier artifacts to launch a concentrated assault on a single high-tier demon beast. Alternatively, utilizing high-grade materials, far superior to ordinary high-tier materials, to forge advanced equipment is also an option. Additionally, one could invest substantial amounts of money in numerous low to mid-grade talismans or even mid-grade ones. There are countless methods, but the prerequisite is substantial wealth or a powerful backing. As for Fuyunzi, the old Taoist had little hope of winning the wager. However, upon confirming the details of his trial team as 2 seed-level disciples from the Foundation establishment overseer, his confidence was rekindled. It was inescapable. The 2 Foundation establishment seniors in their sect were excessively generous, with one possessing a talisman and the other wielding a supreme magical artifact. Both equipped with numerous low to mid-grade talismans, they were well prepared. With a talisman and 2 rare high-tier artifacts for defense, alongside various talismans as backup, they could face off against solitary high-tier demon beasts and even defeat them, provided they did not engage in prolonged combat. Without obtaining at least 15 or 16 spirit herbs, They would not do justice to the expectations placed upon them by their elders, nor would they fulfill the hopes of Fuyunzi. Furthermore, if the 3 elite Qi refining disciples from the last forbidden trial could survive, they could potentially bring back 10 or so spirit herbs. With luck, if 1 or 2 of the other 10 disciples also emerged, gathering around 6 or 7 spirit herbs should not pose a challenge. 30 or more spirit herbs would ensure a top 3 finish among the 7 sects, while Huangfeng Valley has historically ranked 4th or 5th. Even if they exerted themselves this time, the odds of returning with 30 spirit herbs remained slim, as he recognized only 2 familiar faces among the disciples. What does this signify? It indicates that without sending experienced disciples from previous trials, and instead sending inexperienced newcomers, the chances of achieving good results are exceedingly low. He had learned this lesson from experience. Oh, and the last time Huangfeng Valley seemed to fare poorly, as they managed to form a team of 21. But only 6 emerged in the end. With such thoughts, Fuyunzi grew increasingly confident. The outcome of the competition between the Chun family and themselves remained to be seen. They would wait and observe. Within the Forbidden Zone, Wang Li found himself in dire straits. Fully aware of the prowess of high-tier demon beasts, he harbored no intention of confronting the massive toad head-on. The jade marrow fungus, one of the 3 main ingredients for the Foundation establishment pill? What was that to him? At this moment, he cared not for the jade or marrow. He sought only to quietly gather some seedlings. Wang Li's movements were swift. Thanks to the synergy of the wind control technique, top-tier lightness skill, and gale boots. Yet, astonishingly, the speed of the giant toad was equally formidable, darting forward like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, both man and beast had traversed over 10 zhang. Wang Li dashed out of the stone cavern, with the toad closely pursuing him. Considering that toads typically moved by jumping, which often limits their agility, he wasted no time and dove into the adjacent primordial forest, hoping the towering trees, requiring multiple people to embrace, would impede the creature's pursuit. However, Wang Li never anticipated that the toad could climb trees. Moreover, its speed navigating the branches surpassed that of a speeding arrow, swiftly closing the distance between them. This realization weighed heavily on his heart. With no other choice, he activated a high-level wind talisman, entering a state of heightened speed that rendered him nearly invisible to the naked eye. Wang Li sought to shake off the relentless toad, but it appeared to possess a stubborn temperament. It was unwilling to relent until it caught and devoured the insect ahead. As the prey, tantalizingly close, began to distance itself and slip away, the great toad swelled its throat in frustration. In the next moment, Wang Li gracefully leaped once more, concealing himself behind several towering trees, effectively entering a blind spot. Yet, at that very instant, his consciousness, ever vigilant and fixated on the toad, stirred with an unsettling dread, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. A chilling sensation coursed through him, leaving him utterly frozen in the air for a fleeting 0.1 seconds. He had to dodge. But how? With a swift motion, he struck his storage bag, summoning the wind chaser sword along with a small, high-grade artifact dagger that lay beside it. He kicked the wind chaser sword away, using the reaction force and the pull of his flight technique to barely alter his trajectory by a foot. Simultaneously, he hurled the small dagger-like artifact behind him, hoping to disrupt the imminent attack that the toad, hidden behind the trees, was likely to unleash. This was all he could manage. He didn't even have time to summon a defensive shield. Whoosh! A crimson beam of cold light grazed Wang Li's side, embedding itself into a nearby tree. The sharp sounds of impact echoed, accompanied by a chilling sensation that soon reached Wang Li's ears. Through his heightened perception, he discerned that the dagger he had thrown had collided violently with an extraordinarily tough iron surface, emitting a sharp cry as it cracked, suffering significant damage. Thankfully, it did not shatter completely. Otherwise, the bond between it and Wang Li would have left him at a severe disadvantage. What had transpired? Sword energy stretched across 30,000 miles, a single sword's light chilling 19 continents? Not quite so exaggerated. It was simply the toad's tongue that had been catapulted forth. In the Tianji Pavilion of Huangfeng Valley, there were vague records of such beasts, noting their proficiency with long tongues in combat. Yet, Wang Li never imagined that this creature could launch its tongue a full 20 yards. Fortunately, his innate strong consciousness slightly surpassed that of other chi refining practitioners, allowing him to maintain a constant watch on the toad's movements, swiftly sensing the danger and reacting accordingly. Otherwise, A moment's negligence could have resulted in him being pierced through like the three massive trees before him, each so thick it would take 5 or 6 men to encircle. What a treacherous beast! Wang Li felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Initially, he intended to utilize the cover of the trees to create a blind spot, hoping to increase the distance between them. However, he never anticipated that the toad, exceptionally intelligent, would swiftly deduce his intentions based on their previous encounters and target the very trees providing his concealment. With a puffed throat, it unleashed its tongue. In this relentless chase, both man and beast had unknowingly traversed over 2 miles, creating a noticeable gap between them. Yet, Wang Li's expression grew unusually solemn. After swiftly dispatching a lower-tier beast obstructing his path, he realized the gravity of the situation. The great toad had likely strayed far from its territory, yet it showed no signs of relenting its pursuit. No matter the reason, this could not continue. Trouble was bound to arise. If misfortune struck and he encountered a more formidable beast, he would find himself caught between 2 threats, further complicating his predicament. Moreover, the number of spiritual herbs in the Crimson Forbidden Zone, even accounting for seedlings, could hardly rival the beast population. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter any familiar faces from its ranks. Honestly, it would be better if they all shared the burden of being prey together. In the face of life and death, enduring hardships together could forge a genuine friendship, creating a tale that would be envied by future generations. Alas, the absence of even a ghostly shadow in his consciousness left him feeling regretful. His plan to divert disaster had come to naught. Thus, he would have to resort to some hidden cards. Buzz. Grasping a mid-grade spirit stone in his left hand, Wang Li acted decisively. With a swift motion of his right hand, he retrieved 3 mid-level initial stage talismans from his storage bag. Additionally, he swallowed a pill that he had been holding in his cheek. As the pill's potency was rapidly refined, it gradually replenished his depleted spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he infused magical power into the 3 mid-level talismans, unleashing their formidable capabilities. Caught off guard, the toad, not anticipating that its fleeing prey would suddenly turn to retaliate, collided headlong into the prison constructed by 2 of the talismans. Quack! It managed to emit a furious cry before becoming utterly immobilized. Among the 3 talismans, 2 were of the control type, while 1 served as a defensive measure. They consisted of a thorn talisman of the wood element, a mountain talisman of the earth element, and a golden shield talisman of the metal element. The thorn talisman could cause countless thick thorn vines to grow wildly within a range of dozens of yards, effectively restraining typical second-tier beasts for several breaths, while it could easily contain top-tier first-level beasts. To exercise caution against any peculiar abilities the toad might possess. Akin to the ink dragon, Wang Li additionally employed the mountain talisman, which could create 2 small hills that would exert immense pressure on the trapped creature. With the toad nearly ensnared like a rice dumpling, the added weight of a small hill rendered it nearly immobile. As for the golden shield talisman, it served as a precautionary measure against unforeseen circumstances. Enveloping himself in its protective barrier offered him some reassurance. While the basic high-level defensive talismans had decent efficacy, after having been caught off guard by the golden brick talismans that overturned the 2 Taoists from the Qingshu sect, he had become more vigilant and cautious. In critical moments, one must not skimp on safety. Basic high-level talismans could not withstand offensive talismans. Only mid-level initial stage defensive talismans could effectively shield against ordinary talismans activated by chi refining practitioners. As for why he did not use a top-tier artifact for defense, the spiritual energy consumed in using talismans was considerably less than that of artifacts, making it negligible over a short duration. To fully activate the flying sword talisman, Wang Li, seated in a shallow pit, even retracted the fallen iron shield and wind chaser's sword he had summoned earlier. After hastily swallowing another pill prepared for quick consumption, he exerted all his effort into the flying sword talisman. In that instant, a familiar sensation surged through him. His magical energy burst forth like a dam that had been breached, flowing uncontrollably. For a brief moment, the 3 mid-level talismans slightly trembled. This was Wang Li's most perilous moment. Unfortunately, no unexpected events transpired. The toad failed to seize the fleeting opportunity to escape the briefly loosened restraints, which Wang Li had anticipated. However, there were no observers outside the battlefield to launch an attack against him. This fact both relieved him and left him feeling a sense of regret. Why had he chosen to sit in that shallow pit? Was it not to conceal the first-level top-tier puppet he had acquired during the sex treasure extraction? In the Blood Red trial, this artifact could serve as a deadly trump card. Retrieving the Wind Chaser sword and fallen iron shield was a ruse to give potential hidden enemies the impression that he was defenseless apart from his talismans. Should anyone dare to strike, revealing their position, Wang Li would unleash a thunderous counterattack. The sword talisman bestowed by the radiant master Jing Guang swiftly transformed from a dull gray hue to a resplendent brilliance, its crystalline glow shimmering with vitality. It expanded dramatically from a mere palm-sized object to an impressive length of nearly 5 zhang, approximately 16 meters. Wisps of gray light swirled around the enormous sword, emanating an astonishing aura that left the Tianyo frog's eyes wide with alarm, prompting it to struggle desperately. Clearly, it had recognized the imminent danger. Even the beast would not wish for an excessively prolonged existence. Utilizing the object manipulation technique, the flying sword talisman was summoned to strike. When Wang Li had first acquired this talisman at the 6th level of Qi refining, his magical energy could barely manifest a blade of 6 feet. Before venturing into Huangfeng Valley to scour the market, with his cultivation at the 11th level, he estimated he could unleash its power to a range of 2 or 3 zhang. Now, having reached the 13th level of Qi refining and with a more adept command of the object manipulation technique, he could propel it to an impressive 4 zhang and 9 feet. Such might was sufficient to deal with ordinary top-tier demon beasts, rendered helpless like fish on a chopping board. However, one strike, well, it was insufficient to sever a head. It required 2 strikes. In terms of magical energy expenditure, it consumed about 15%, not insignificant, yet certainly not excessive. Compared to the magical energy drain brought by the golden brick talisman, it paled in comparison. With a sigh of relief, the great frog was vanquished. Wang Li was reluctant to waste the power of the flying sword talisman and 3 intermediate talismans. First, he retracted the talisman, then summoned an iron shield from his storage bag to protect himself, and finally withdrew the 3 intermediate talismans, each with varying levels of consumption. Though executed in sequence, it all transpired in but a second or two. He pondered how many more times this flying sword talisman could be utilized. Each invocation caused a pang of regret in his heart. Had he not acted before the old devil Han by over a decade? Knowing that this object could be used more than in the original narrative, he would have hesitated to employ such a treasure. Next, he set about collecting the valuable materials from the Tianyo frog. Undoubtedly, the most prized possession upon the great frog was its demon soul. Yet, despite possessing a specialized artifact for gathering demon souls, he lacked the requisite soul-binding technique. The soul-binding technique, or similar methods, could extract the souls of slain beasts and cultivators. When combined with the soul condensation and soul refining techniques, it formed the foundational process of crafting sentient puppets as recorded in the Thousand Bamboo Sect's true scripture. However, although the soul-binding technique is the most rudimentary of the 3 techniques, it poses significant risks without sufficient spiritual strength. When the old devil Han was still in the early stages of foundation establishment and had yet to master the first layer of the great transformation scripture, he found using this method quite exhausting. Thus, Wang Li could only watch helplessly as the great frog's demon soul dissipated into the ether. He resolved to return here again when the opportunity arose. The higher and even top-tier demon beasts within the blood-red forbidden ground were plentiful, and their souls served as excellent materials for crafting 2nd and 3rd-tier puppets. If he wished to produce high-quality puppets in bulk later, this locale would be a veritable treasure trove. Furthermore, combining them with another primary material, century-old ironwood, could yield a promising yield. Though he dared not make extravagant claims, he envisioned the potential of crafting 1 or 200 2nd and 3rd-tier puppets. If left in the capable hands of skilled artisans like Qi Yunxiao, Wang Li estimated he could gain several years of ascendancy. If memory served, Qi Yunxiao's grandfather had yet to pass away at this time. He was an elder of the Divine Weapon sect, at least a foundation-level cultivator. If he could establish a timely rapport with this elder post-foundation and gain introductions to other weapon-refining elders of the Divine Weapon sect, he could place an order for a dozen or 22nd and 3rd-tier beast-type puppets. With a stroke of luck, he might even procure a 4th-tier tiger beast puppet akin to that of the Huang family from the Thousand Bamboo sect, providing him with a semblance of security amidst the impending demonic invasion. Should he manage to acquire 2, he could directly dismantle the lair of the Yu Emperor. However, these were mere thoughts. The prerequisite remained. He must complete his foundation establishment within 10 years, acquire the golden pages of the Qing Yuan sword art, and subsequently revert to the 13th level of Qi refining to gather sufficient materials, all while befriending Qi Yunxiao and his grandfather. Could he accomplish this within a decade? But enough of that. Let us return to discussing the materials from the Tianyo frog. It is said that the bodies of top-tier demon beasts are treasure-laden, and indeed, the ancients spoke true. Dissection seemed too tedious and gruesome. Moreover, the creature was not much larger than a grinding stone, given that he had prepared 3 storage bags, each more spacious than the last. The smallest could accommodate 2 of these hefty beasts, each serving as a bespoke abode for the frog. Employing one of his own bags at this moment was perfectly suitable. As for the storage bags belonging to disciples from other sects, would Wang Li dare to use them? Setting aside a few exceptionally plump exceptions, the lower-tier storage bags could serve temporarily. The Huangfeng Valley's team would undoubtedly be the first to return to the mountain gate, so he could deal with these bags later. Yet, Wang Li was unwilling to take risks. He was uncertain whether the storage bags had been tampered with by various sects' core formation cultivators, though it was highly likely that no trickery existed. For instance, the old ancestor Chun had left no spiritual imprint on his own bags. Wang Li was disinclined to gamble on a mere hypothesis. Moreover, the risks and rewards were vastly disproportionate. To avoid attracting the attention of astute individuals from the various sects and to maintain a low profile, he would even opt to forego some of the benefits he had secured when departing the forbidden ground. Of course, when it came to his storage bags from Huangfeng Valley, he need not be overly cautious. For example, he felt no qualms about claiming the storage bag and belongings of the unfortunate Huangfeng Valley disciple who had perished at the hands of the Tianyo frog. Thus, having dealt with the frog, he promptly made his way back. He had gathered the 3 primary herbs for the foundation establishment pill, alongside the jade marrow fungus from the earlier cave, the previously obtained heavenly spirit fruit, and the violet monkey flower acquired at some point. Thus, he had successfully assembled the necessary components. The other 31 auxiliary materials, of which he had procured over a dozen from the outside world, had already begun cultivation. However, due to time constraints, the small vials of green liquid were limited, and the growth had yet to reach maturity. Initially, upon defeating the Tianyo frog, Wang Li felt quite pleased, despite having expended some energy he would rather not have. Yet, upon returning to the cave and encountering 2 familiar figures, a surge of indignation surged within him. 2 fellow disciples of Huangfeng Valley, entrusted alongside him by the esteemed Master Chun, were not only idly spectating, but had stealthily come to seize his hard-earned spoils. Was this not rather inappropriate? No wonder he had felt an incessant sense of being watched earlier, yet despite his efforts to scan for hidden observers with his spiritual sense, he could never detect them. Even the perception technique bestowed by the old ancestor Chun yielded no results. Little did he know they were merely waiting for him. "Oh, you managed to escape that Tianyo frog? Quite impressive," exclaimed one in surprise. "Escape? Not kill it." In other words, they had fled at that moment? Understood. Humph. Wang merely stumbled upon the disciples of their sect, who led that beast away. Nothing to be concerned about. "Well played," chuckled the other. "Let us discuss the jade marrow fungus and the fallen disciple of Huangfeng Valley. I risked my life to lure away the Tianyo frog, which ultimately led to his demise, and now I am on the verge of harvesting these 2 spiritual herbs." A note of inexplicable sorrow tinged his voice. "You were with Xiaozhong. That can't be right. Just an hour ago, we formed a team with him." The 2 were bewildered, while Wang Li felt even more perplexed. Damn, this is awkward. On another note, these 2 were utterly shameless, treating their companions as fodder to probe for danger, and now they sought to pilfer his gains. "Regardless of the circumstances, I lured away the Tianyo frog, so the jade marrow fungus ought to rightfully belong to me." Deep down, he already comprehended the futility of his assertion, yet he insisted vocally. Wang clearly intends to sell at a good price. Wang Li, is it? Such an audacious tone makes someone of higher cultivation feel quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he politely clasped his fists in greeting, saying, "I am but a humble individual." "Then you must know us," they chimed with playful grins. "Wan Xiao, Shui Pan, and Uncle Chin have entrusted us to look after each other." Wang Li's eyes flickered, and his brows furrowed. "That is precisely right. Uncle C has urged you to care for us, so naturally, it is your duty to part with these 2 Yutsue mushrooms for our benefit, is it not? Over 2 years ago, you graciously relinquished a foundation-building pill to assist my cousin in successfully establishing his foundation, which was commendable. Now, Parting with 2 spiritual herbs to support us brothers should not be too much to ask, I trust. As Shui Pan spoke, he moved closer to Wang Li, preparing to pat him on the shoulder in encouragement. It is uncertain whether this fellow is genuinely foolish or merely pretending, but he audaciously jokes with a senior brother whose cultivation surpasses his own. Give them to you? Wang Li's eyelids twitched twice, and he subtly shifted to the side, skillfully evading a hand that aimed for his shoulder, leaving Shui Pan's outstretched hand empty and his smile frozen. The jovial expression on Wang Zhao's face also stiffened. In that fleeting moment of probing, both parties gained a measure of insight into one another's intentions. Ahem, you two jest. We are within a forbidden area. And our purpose in coming here is precisely for that foundation-building pill, is it not? Initially, Wang Li would have been amenable to parting with it, or perhaps selling it at a low price to maintain a low profile. However, after being stirred by the two, he suddenly felt reluctant to concede at such a low cost. Surely, you both understand the significance of a foundation-building pill. To say it represents a person's path would not be an exaggeration. The two exchanged glances. The subsequent words and actions of the individual before them caused their eyelids to twitch and their expressions to darken. What did Wang Li say or do? To snatch my foundation-building pill is akin to severing my path, akin to killing my parents. While speaking, his hand had already rested on the storage bag at his waist, and the aura of his 13th layer of qi refinement spread forth unabashedly, exuding an air that suggested he was ready to fight at any moment. Brother Wang, you are being overly dramatic. Could this fellow truly be such a hothead? Both felt as if they had swallowed a fly. From their perspective, given their respective statuses and the disadvantage of facing 1 against 2 in terms of magical artifacts and equipment, as well as the necessity of maintaining cordial relations, this young man ought not to be so stubborn. Yet now, they found themselves in a predicament. These 2 Yutsue mushrooms are the primary ingredients for refining a foundation-building pill. Wang Li stood firm. Were it not for the possibility that the two might carry the spiritual imprint of old ancestor Chun, along with the support that Chun and Uncle Chun had provided them regarding magical artifacts and talismans, and considering the special care the Chun family had afforded him upon his entry into the valley, if not for these various factors, he would have relished the opportunity to unleash a round of 5 fireball technique upon the two. Are you defying the wishes of your elders in the sect? How could you spit out such a tempting morsel? Thus, in equal measure, the agitated pair began reaching for their respective storage bags. Gentlemen, there is a pond in the corner. What does that mean? It would be prudent to take a look first. I merely promised Uncle Chun to keep an eye out for a few special spiritual herbs. I did not agree to forsake the opportunities that rightfully belong to me. Rather, you two represent the elders of Huangfeng Valley. Is this truly acceptable? Wang Li's lips curled into a questioning smirk, causing a wave of frustration to wash over the two. Just as one was about to explode, the other suddenly turned the conversation sunny once more. However, if you bring forth some items for exchange, Wang would be amenable. Magical artifacts, spiritual stones, pills, talismans. Anything that might be of use to Wang could serve as currency. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere between the two parties shifted from a tense standoff to an oddly cordial exchange. This individual had inverted the situation, first escalating the conflict and then providing a way out. The result? It appeared quite effective. Yet we possessed no surplus items with which to barter. Wang Xiao and Shui Pan explained after exchanging glances. They were clearly intrigued. However, within the forbidden area, such items were of great importance to them, and they could not afford to weaken their own position at this moment. That would simply be foolish. None. Wang Li's expression grew cold again. Indeed, none. It is not that we do not wish to trade. It is simply that our pockets are rather light. They did not desire a confrontation with this individual, but they were even less inclined to sacrifice their own interests and resources. Then, shall we draft an IOU? Wang Li pondered aloud, but immediately shook his head to dismiss the idea. No, an IOU is worthless. What if you deny it once we leave? He shook his head, contemplating. However, upon hearing this muttering, Shui and Wang's eyes lit up. An IOU? A splendid idea. Brother Wang, I believe this proposition has merit. Once we exit, my brother and I will certainly fulfill our obligations on the IOU without delay. What do you think? You know, we are both members of the Chen family, and our credit is intact. You may rest assured. Once outside, should they succeed in establishing their foundations, that IOU would be nothing more than scrap paper. Moreover, even if luck were to fail them and they could not establish their foundations, as long as this Wang fellow also failed, how could he possibly come to their Chen family to demand repayment? Besides, spiritual herbs within the forbidden area are scarce. Should they acquire these too, it would mean that the opposing party is deprived of two as well. Thus, the final tally would likely prevent the gathering of the necessary herbs for a foundation-building pill. Without the foundation-building pill, hope for establishing foundations would vanish. Furthermore, should this young man venture into more perilous regions in search of spiritual herbs, and should misfortune befall him within the forbidden area, leaving no creditor behind, what good would an IU be then? Do not deceive me. Wang Li's expression turned serious. Rest assured, Brother Wang, my brother and I are men of our word. A potential conflict, which could have erupted, was thus diffused. What followed was a phase of bargaining, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement that left all parties satisfied. As for the disciple of Huangfeng Valley named Zhang, he lay quietly aside, his corpse accompanied by a conspicuously visible storage bag. By the way, Brother Wang, Brother Shui, how shall we divide Zhang's storage bag? Wang Li inquired with a beaming smile. In terms of cultivation rank, there can be no dispute, even if he is younger and entered the sect later. Strangely, when he entered this cavern, he had not noticed the storage bag on the corpse. The deeper implications of this are certainly worth pondering. Yet, fully aware that this could be a trap, and knowing that even if it were not a trap, these two might have already claimed the good fortune inside, Wang Li feigned ignorance, adopting an attitude that ensured no one would monopolize the spoils. Ahem, Brother Wang, since my brother and I have obtained the spiritual herbs, we shall not contend with you over Zhang's storage bag. Whatever is inside, consider it yours. You should know, we have yet to inspect its contents. You have truly struck a great deal this time. Really? Absolutely. Huh. I trust you like I trust a ghost. I sincerely thank you both for your kindness. And I shall not stand on ceremony. He wore a gleeful expression. Well then, Brother Wang, our business here is concluded. My brother and I must now attend to the spiritual herbs for Uncle C. Farewell. Safe travels. After clasping their fists in respect, they immediately began rubbing their hands together, their eyes lingering hungrily on the storage bag on the ground. How pathetic. As Wang Xiao and Shui Pan approached the entrance of the cave, they turned and exchanged a glance, both harboring the same thought. However, Wang Li, though lacking the ability to read minds, had never diverted his attention from the two and had observed numerous details, the scions of noble families. How superficial. Their smiles were genuine and abundant. Yet a chilling gaze lurked in the depths of their eyes, an icy demeanor that pierced to the bone. While he had not quarreled with these two, a thorn had already been embedded deep in his heart. The members of the immortal cultivation aristocracy are fundamentally different from a drifting soul like myself. Whether it be the esteemed Elder Qin or Uncle Qin, they are essentially indistinguishable. My temporary value or potential for alliance is the only reason for their interest. Ultimately, everything relies on oneself. The Qin family is not one to form close ties with. In my pursuit of a master, I must seek one detached from familial ties to avoid the incessant trivialities that accompany such relationships. Once the two had departed, he ignited a fire for junior brother Zhang and his storage bag. Dust to dust, I have avenged my junior brother by slaying the Tianyo frog. Now he may rest in peace. May the next life be less naive. After collecting the seedlings, he swiftly retreated. Time flew by, and soon the third day had passed, ushering in the dawn of the fourth. In a relatively concealed tree hollow, having rested for 2 hours and replenished his vitality, Wang Li slowly opened his eyes. I have scoured a considerable area of the outer ring of the mountain range and gathered all the spiritual herbs needed for the foundation establishment pill. It is time to venture into the inner basin. That is where the true treasures lie. Reluctant to engage in any severe conflict with high-tier demonic beasts and sect cultivators, he finally felt liberated to unleash his full potential. According to his plan, he aimed to explore the 8 stone palaces within the basin from the northwest to the southeast, ensuring he located the chamber where Nangong Wan and the old demon Han engaged in their scandalous rendezvous, thus unlocking that golden treasure chest. Should fortune smile upon him, and he find it upon arrival, he would have ample time to make a special trip for Uncle Chun. However, if luck were to abandon him and none of the 8 palaces contained what he sought, he would have to apologize to Uncle Chun regretfully. Presently, Wang Li found himself in the southeastern corner of a forbidden area. The optimal route for him to travel was in a clockwise direction, enclosed by towering, strange rocks that shielded it from the elements. There lay a massive, ancient stone hall constructed of blue stones. Despite its vastness, the entrance was small, allowing only 2 individuals to pass side by side. Before entering, Wang Li had attempted to attack the walls and entrance of the stone hall with his Zhuke ring, entwined in flames. To his astonishment, the full force of the Zhuke ring merely left shallow marks. It seemed there were protective formations at play. Furthermore, with his current level of spiritual awareness, it was challenging to delve deeper into the hall's interior. According to the intelligence provided by the three sects, Yinyu sect, Qingsu sect, and Huadao workshop, this area remained unexplored, and the spiritual herbs within had yet to be harvested. In other words, the palace was undoubtedly guarded by formidable demonic beasts. Each of the locations Wang Li intended to investigate was considered a perilous forbidden zone by the disciples of various sections. Indeed, they all conspired against me. The fellow from the Qingsu sect was not a fool. Upon arrival, he confirmed Wang Li's identity through their sect's secret sensing technique, yet still attempted to play his games. Unfortunately, although the sects took the forbidden area seriously, few were willing to invest resources. Otherwise, how could there have been only one case of Nangong One dispersing her power over centuries? The immortal cultivation realm possesses numerous techniques capable of dispersing power. If these high-level cultivators formed teams after dispersing their powers to enter the forbidden area, the secrets and treasures would have been unearthed long ago, allowing the dominant sects to rise to prominence. From this perspective, the 7 major sects of the Yu Kingdom have failed. If I had not discovered the small vial, and had instead entered the immortal cultivation realm 20 years earlier, with ample preparation time, perhaps I would have utilized the ascension order from the Qin family's Golden Light Master to pursue a different narrative. Otherwise, as a mere Qi refinement cultivator, how could I escape the calamity brought by the righteous and demonic paths invading various nations? Wang Li pondered this. He had the resolve. After all, the ensuing conflict would sweep across dozens of nations in the entire southern Tian region. Both the righteous and demonic factions instigated the war, with no fewer than 40 Yuanying stage cultivators participating, including the Yu Kingdom, the Zijing Kingdom, the Yuanwu Kingdom, the Tianlu Kingdom, the Cheqi Kingdom, Jiang Kingdom, and many others. This would culminate in a fierce tug-of-war involving over 100 Yuanying stage cultivators and thousands at the Jindan stage. When the demonic forces invaded, the mundane realms of Jiang Kingdom and Cheqi Kingdom were utterly reshuffled. As a loose cultivator, even if Wang Li could survive temporarily, how could he aspire to become a Yuanying stage deity? As a mere Qi refinement cultivator, where could he hide? Where would he acquire the resources for cultivation? Fortunately, this world does not dwell in hypotheticals. Since he had obtained the small vial, he must live a more splendid life. With a determined step, he ventured deep into the stone hall. The interior was exceedingly spacious, with nothing but a dark passageway encircled by a jade railing at the center of the hall. The entrance to the passage featured a set of stairs slanting downward. As he approached, he felt a chilling breeze wafting from within. Wang Li released 3 small creatures and sent a color-changing lizard to investigate. Upon confirming the absence of any cultivator traces, yet discovering numerous spiritual herbs flourishing within, he wasted no time. He swallowed a pill, grasped a handful of spiritual stones, and began to activate a flying sword talisman outside the passage. However, he did not unleash its full power. Instead, he limited the talisman's might. Once the talisman's power was manifested, he quickly enveloped himself in a mid-level protective shield and wielded the chasing wind sword, soaring into the passage with the speed of wind and thunder. This was to save time. When faced with true danger, the flying sword talisman would serve as a lifeline. If the beasts within were unworthy adversaries, he could retract the talisman and employ magical artifacts to slay the demons. The only cost of this endeavor would be a fraction of the talisman's usage time. Hundreds of steps later, he reached the limited end of the passage, which opened into a massive stalactite cave. The cave walls sparkled with luminous stones, illuminating the space far more brightly than anticipated, thus eliminating the need for Wang Li to light a lamp. Upon entering, he scanned the area with his spiritual awareness. Aside from a pavilion at the center and a floating 7-foot iron box suspended 3 feet above the ground, there were 7 or 8 rare spiritual herbs scattered along the edges of the cave. There was no sign of any demonic beasts guarding this place. That was evidently improbable. Without hesitation, he summoned 30 thunder pearls from his storage bag. Boom, boom, boom. The lowest tier thunder pearls lacked lethal power, yet they produced a significant commotion, especially in this semi-enclosed space, where even minor disturbances were enough to rouse the stalactite cave. Naturally, the lurking demonic beasts could no longer remain undisturbed in their slumber. Indeed, in a concealed cave obscured by weeds, a 3 to 4 meter long golden python, its scales gleaming, emerged without a hint of emotion, revealing its form. A first-tier top-grade demonic beast. The golden python. It was evident that this creature, disturbed from its peaceful slumber, was now quite irate. Ah, the aura is impressive. Then, let the battle commence. The snake hissed, its forked tongue flicking as its small eyes glimmered with a cold light, assessing Wang Li as prey. After Wang Li deftly evaded a probing strike with the chasing wind sword, the python lunged forward without a second thought, completely disregarding the sword hovering above Wang Li's head. Perhaps it believed that the current display of the flying sword talisman posed no threat to its golden armored form. Swish! A butterfly adorned with flowers flitted through the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow. 3 elementary advanced water prison talismans were cast forth, conjuring 3 massive spiraling water orbs that materialized before and beside Wang Li in a triangular formation. The golden-scaled python plunged headlong into the foremost orb. Given this creature's prowess, the water prison talismans would scarcely restrain it for even a mere 2 breaths. However, Wang Li sought precisely that brief interval. With a swift motion, he retracted the other 2 water prison talismans, intending to reserve them for subsequent use. Then, he activated an elementary advanced ice seal talisman, transforming the colossal water prison into an ice prison, causing the very air around to drop several degrees in temperature. The golden-scaled python, ensnared with its head and upper body encased in a thick ice sphere, appeared rather comical as it flailed its lower half upon the ground. The cave echoed with a cacophony of sound. Yet, high-level talismans are not easily breached, especially when 2 types of advanced talismans with synergistic effects are employed simultaneously. Even a single elementary advanced talisman typically costs 2 to 3 dozen spirit stones. After 7 or 8 breaths, as the giant loach seemed poised to shatter the several-meter-wide ice sphere, the flying sword talisman completed its charge, materializing at over 4 meters in length. With a flick of his fingers, an elementary advanced earth prison talisman illuminated, seeking but a moment's confinement. The once turbulent golden-scaled python suddenly felt its lower half sink. It was doomed. A massive sword, enveloped in grayish energy and radiating crystalline brilliance, descended from above. And with a flash of cold light, it cleaved through the python's neck, severing it along with the already cracked ice sphere. The cut of the ice sphere was as smooth as a mirror, while the python's neck gushed forth crimson blood. Upon utilizing the flying sword talisman, Wang Li immediately summoned it back, cherishing it dearly. Remembering that a snake's head, once severed, might reflexively bite, he recalled how, in his previous life in the countryside, he would simply bury them on the spot. Thus, Wang Li took precautions, wrapping the severed head in a talisman rope like a large dumpling before retrieving it. After this task, suppressing his excitement, he refrained from hastily opening the treasure chest and instead extended his consciousness towards the direction of the python's den to ensure there were no companions lurking nearby. To his delight, there was indeed another golden-scaled python within the cave. However, this one was considerably smaller, exuding only the aura of an upper-tier beast. Alongside it lay 7 snake eggs pulsating with life. Ah, the heavens show mercy. This little one shall be spared. Yet, as Wang Li extended his goodwill, the 2-meter-long python slithered from its lair, raising its head and flicking its tongue towards him, radiating hostility. Very well, let us send this family down to reunite. Without hesitation, he resolved to eliminate the snake and collect its remains. He had no desire for an unexpected encounter with a python while opening the chest. The iron chest bore a layer of formidable restrictions, the purpose of which remained unclear, yet undoubtedly served a protective function. To avoid damaging the items within, Wang Li diligently wore down this not overly complex restriction with his magical energy. The process of opening the chest surprisingly consumed nearly a quarter of an hour. The 6 harmonies true skill, a foundational cultivation method, and a significant portion of blank pages. The other nearby tomes were merely miscellaneous insights. What a disappointing assortment. He had aspirations for the Qingyuan sword art, not the inclination to cultivate such evidently pedestrian techniques. However, among the contents was a rather impressive artifact orb. Although Wang Li was no master of artifact crafting, he recognized the orb's exceptional quality at a glance. For this location had been sealed for thousands of years since ancient times. After such a prolonged period, even the finest artifacts would typically lose their spiritual essence, perhaps even decaying into worthless scraps. Yet the orb's spiritual energy remained remarkably potent. Upon infusing it with a strand of magical energy, the entire cave was illuminated as if it were midday. The darkness of the cavern retreated quietly, replaced by a gentle warmth that dispelled the initial chill. "Thank you for your generous gift, esteemed elder." He bowed respectfully to the empty pavilion. Following this, he began to harvest spiritual herbs. 8 plants, ranging from 200 to 500 years of age, included several that were exceedingly precious to foundational cultivators, each with varying effects, though regrettably, they did not include the 2 varieties required by Uncle Chun. At the entrance of the passage, Wang Li, ever patient and composed, took a half-hour to rest and restore his magical energy before finally rising to depart. Once outside, he promptly summoned back the lark that had been on alert. Next destination, a stone hall nestled within a basin to the south. Along the way, Wang Li discovered traces of cultivators, 2 disciples from the Yenmoon sect, a male and a female, both at the 13th level of Qi refinement. Together, they effortlessly dispatched an upper-tier beast known as the red-horned deer, showcasing considerable strength. Yet, whether due to overconfidence or naivety, they ventured into the stone hall relying solely on their artifacts. Soon after, the female disciple fled in a panic, her drenched and disheveled appearance evoking sympathy. Wang Li felt compelled to intervene. Just as she emerged in haste, a flaming vermilion phoenix ring descended upon her. "Who?" The Yenmoon sect's female disciple gasped in horror, her previously pallid face now devoid of color. Nonetheless, she did not relinquish her desire to survive. With a swift motion, she released a damaged sleeve arrow towards the ring. Simultaneously, she drew a shimmering long sword from her storage pouch, launching a streak of white sword light towards the phoenix ring. However, as Wang Li struck, he instantly shifted his hiding place, causing her arrow to miss its mark entirely. The 2-meter-long sword light, though seemingly formidable, was as pliable as overcooked noodles in the presence of the phoenix ring, shattering upon contact into shimmering motes. The female disciple, having narrowly evaded the ring's strike, felt a surge of dread. Was that not a replica of the Yenmoon sect's phoenix ring? It was rumored that a certain core formation master had crafted several replicas while experimenting with materials for the genuine artifact. The most successful was the true phoenix ring, while the others were said to have been lost during a trial in the Forbidden Lands. To encounter one here, now wielded by a member of her sect, was an unsettling twist. Who among her seniors was playing a cruel trick on her? She implored, "Please, esteemed seniors, spare me. I would be eternally grateful. And the 5 spiritual herbs in my storage pouch shall serve as my token of gratitude." With her consciousness locked onto Wang Li, she seemed to sense an unseen presence awakening within the stone hall behind her. In response, Wang Li silently unleashed a soundless illusion needle. Simultaneously, he manipulated the phoenix ring, significantly reducing its size and thereby enhancing its speed. The Yenmoon sect female disciple, in her desperation, bit her lip until it bled. Just as she retracted her sleeve arrow and summoned another long sword to confront the phoenix ring, she felt a sharp pain as blood blossomed on her left calf. Accompanied by a scream of anguish, Wang Li transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging at her with a swift punch and a grasp. His fist struck her back, sending her hurtling backward, blood spilling from her mouth. His other hand deftly seized her storage pouch at her waist. Without that treasure bag, an average cultivator's strength would plummet several tiers. The drawback of low-level cultivators lies in their reliance on these rudimentary storage pouches, which lack locking mechanisms. Once lost, their wealth could easily become someone else and Appo's fortune, leaving them destitute. Clang! The long sword clattered to the ground as the Yenmoon sect female disciple stumbled forward, rolling several times before struggling to rise, still intent on summoning her twin swords to continue the fight. However, Wang Li's movements were swifter still. He dashed to the spot where the twin swords had fallen, first stepping on one of the flying swords that was being summoned by a spell, forcefully shattering its magical essence. Following this, he seized the other sword, swiftly erasing the personal magical aura the female disciple had left upon it. This effectively cut off the foundation upon which the Yuan sect female cultivator could continue her resistance. As he stowed the twin swords away, he was about to inquire about the situation within the stone palace, to ascertain whether there was indeed a black-scaled python, Emojiao, within, and to confirm if this place was truly the lair of the old demon Han. Just then, he noticed the female cultivator on the ground struggling to rise. Her body suddenly froze, and upon looking at him, she trembled uncontrollably, her half-parted cherry lips revealing an expression of profound terror. Simultaneously, his ever-sweeping divine sense caught the unsettling gust of wind at the stone palace's entrance behind him. This was alarming. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt to the side. Swish. Puffed. Blood splattered. Accompanied by this scream, the Yuan sect female cultivator soared into the air. Meanwhile, Wang Li, having narrowly evaded a black spike, swiftly retreated about 20 paces, glancing back only to feel a chill run down his spine. That was close. There, blocking the entrance of the stone palace, was a black scorpion with a face reminiscent of a human's, adorned with a sinister smile, preventing any normal passage through the doorway. Its tail, a 6 or 7 foot long black barb, had pierced through the spot where he had just stood, striking the neck of the female cultivator, severing her carotid artery. As if that were not enough, the barb, after penetrating her neck, lifted her high as if she were a mere plaything, swinging her about as if she were an object of entertainment. In the midst of this, the barb quaked, shattering the once proud form of the Yuan sect female cultivator, her voluptuous figure now reduced to a scattered heap of remains. This gruesome scene, paired with the scorpion's eerie smile, evoked a visceral sense of repulsion. No wonder the female cultivator had run in terror. Was it not the fate of the male disciple from the Yuan sect to be similarly dismantled? You vile beast, he thought. Such a delicate flower should have been my prey, yet you dare to steal my quarry? Immediately, he summoned the vermilion bird ring. The ring, shrinking to the size of a basin, shot forth rapidly toward the scorpion's head, its speed and the intensity of its flames causing the air to ripple visibly. Yet, just as it was about to strike that sinister smile, a shadow appeared, intercepting the attack and striking the vermilion bird ring forcefully. So fast, the ring flew back, vibrating incessantly. The scorpion opened its twin mouths, emitting 2 strange, piercing cries of pain. Clearly, the attack of the vermilion bird ring had been effective, indirectly proving that this beast was not some otherworldly creature, as it was not entirely immune to the fire ring's assault. Undeterred by the failure of his first strike, Wang Li summoned a short shuttle, a higher-grade magical artifact. Infused with magic, the previously dull shuttle radiated a vibrant blue light, quickly releasing a series of sharp, icy gleams aimed directly at the scorpion. Wang Li intended to use the shuttle as bait, luring the beast into extending its tail, allowing him to deliver a decisive blow with the vermilion bird ring. Though the scorpion possessed a modicum of intelligence, its instincts as a beast were its true reliance in combat. Once again, a shadow darted forth at a speed nearly impossible to perceive, colliding heavily with the shuttle's blade. The chilling sound that followed caused Wang Li's pupils to contract. The barb of the scorpion, upon striking the shuttle's edge, left merely a faint white mark, having no significant impact. Conversely, the once formidable shuttle emitted a barely audible whimper, showing signs of cracking. Despite its earlier resilience against the long sword of a seasoned cultivator from the Qingshu sect. Yet, despite his astonishment, Wang Li did not halt his offensive. The vermilion bird ring surged forth once more, this time expanding to an immense 3 yards in diameter, encircled by blazing flames, aiming to crush the human-faced scorpion into the ground. However, just as the fiery ring was about to collide with the entrance, Wang Li suddenly sensed something amiss with the scorpion. This monstrous creature seemed stuck? Initially, he had not noticed, but now he discerned the peculiar nature of the passage leading deeper into the stone palace. How to describe it? It bore a resemblance to a garbage bin. The opening of the bin corresponded to the interior of the palace, while the bottom aligned with the entrance. The scorpion, having charged in too forcefully, found itself wedged tightly, especially as its formidable pincers had become deformed and immobile. Its smaller legs, however, were free to flail about, and the scorpion attempted to use them to destroy the walls and ground. Typically, it would have succeeded against ordinary soil and stone. Yet, the palace and Appo's walls were fortified with powerful restrictions set by a master, their efficacy undiminished over millennia. Though these restrictions were not particularly sophisticated, they were still quite effective against a Qi refinement-level beast. Now, the scorpion could only rely on its eerie smiling face and its tail, capable of launching several feet. What means the smiling face possessed remained unknown to Wang Li. The tail, through the slight space between its body and the entrance, held some deterrent force. Yet he could not gauge its effectiveness. One thing was certain. As long as Wang Li did not push the scorpion from outside, the creature would remain trapped at the entrance for the foreseeable future. In other words, he had ample time to concoct a plan against it. Relying solely on the vermilion bird ring to achieve a one-hit kill seemed overly ambitious. Even if the creature surrendered, achieving such a feat would be challenging. The Fuchin ring, combined with the artifact fragments, would certainly have greater power than the vermilion bird ring, but the likelihood of killing the massive scorpion in one blow was still low. More likely, it would deal a severe blow to the scorpion while allowing it to leverage that force to escape the narrow passage. The wind-pursuing sword was out of the question, unless a wind master invoked it. Its power would diminish by a third, rendering it merely a standard top-grade artifact, inferior even to the vermilion bird ring. Thus, without further hesitation, he stowed away the vermilion bird ring and the short shuttle to conserve some magic power. Subsequently, he retreated to a safer distance, drawing forth a defensive mid-level talisman that had yet to be significantly expended, just in case. Then, he fully channeled his energy into a more formidable flying sword talisman. For anything below the foundation establishment stage, there was nothing that a talisman left behind by a core formation stage cultivator could not handle. With a hum, he infused magic into the talisman, and a 3-foot golden light emerged, quickly swelling and transforming. Moments later, a crystalline giant sword over 4 yards long hung above his head. Die! With a sweep of his arm, the wind howled, and the sword sang with a tremor, charging directly at the entrance. Crackle! Crackle! The beast and Apos' instinct sent the human-faced scorpion into a furious frenzy. It lashed out with its tail, attempting to intercept the sword. However, the sword and Apos' momentum was sharp, and the scorpion's innate protective aura shattered like paper upon contact. The blade first severed the scorpion's tail, then cleaved its head in twain. Yet, at this juncture, the talisman sword encountered significant resistance. It is evident that the exoskeleton of the giant scorpion possesses considerable substance. Or perhaps one could say that a certain individual's magical prowess is still somewhat lacking. Wang Li, with commendable decisiveness, chose to withdraw, lest he ruin the exquisite materials at hand. Alas, the only lamentation lies in the splendid demon soul, which he could only allow to dissipate into the cosmos. Should fortune favor him with a fortunate turn of events, he would be overjoyed. Yet, upon further reflection, he began to question the intentions of the master of this forbidden ground, who had constructed various stone temples, left behind numerous treasure chests, and appointed guardian beasts. Simultaneously, he contemplated his prior negligence, silently reminding himself to never lower his guard when victory seems imminent, and even after achieving success, one must remain vigilant. Quickly, he packed away the corpse of the human-faced scorpion and proceeded directly to the subterranean caverns deep within the stone palace. However, he did not let his guard down simply because he had vanquished the local tyrant. Rather, he maintained a heightened state of alertness, the iron shield held firm in front, a protective barrier raised, talismans at the ready, and fully armed. Every fiber of his being was primed for immediate action. The recent brush with death left him devoid of any cheerful disposition. The tragic demise of the female cultivator lingered vividly in his mind. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the multitude of cases where individuals had stumbled at the very brink of success, and he had no desire to become one of them. Fortunately, the outcome was rather favorable. Within the underground chambers of the palace, no families emerged to confront him, sparing him the burden of sending anyone to join their departed kin. He beheld a small chest floating serenely within the stone pavilion. Curiously, he pondered why the formidable demon beasts residing here did not attempt to open the treasure chests themselves, instead leaving them for the cultivators who came to hunt them down. It seemed rather ungrateful to themselves. Thus, one might conclude that cultivators possess little of value. Let us observe a moment of silence for the demon beasts within the forbidden ground. Next came the moment of unboxing. Although he was well aware that the chest could not possibly contain a pass to the central area guarded by the ink serpent, Wang Li still felt a flicker of anticipation as he faced the treasure chest. Rubbing his hands together before the opening, he felt as if all the luck in the universe converged at that singular moment, prompting him to manipulate a puppet to assist him in the endeavor. As always, caution was paramount. The unfortunate South Palace Wan, despite her diminished cultivation, was not one to fear deception. He, however, held but a single life and had to tread carefully. Who could say whether the ancient predecessors might indulge in a moment of mischief at the expense of their youthful successors? Or perhaps the chest had already been opened, leaving behind a trap laid by the previous occupant? Thankfully, there were no unforeseen surprises. Inside, he found 2 jade slips and a small vial of viscous black liquid, still brimming with spiritual essence, which explained the modest size of the chest. Following the unboxing, he resumed his quest for spiritual herbs, restored his magical energy, and delved into the content of the jade slips, which piqued his interest. A wealth of knowledge regarding the myriad arts of cultivation. Alas, it was a pity. The jade slips contained a rough account of some of the celestial techniques from the glorious epics of the cultivation world, stretching back thousands, even millions, of years. This journey of cultivation is indeed a protracted one. Humans had existed in this realm thousands of years ago, and the slips elucidated various skills beyond the mainstream secret techniques, including armor crafting, inscription techniques, incantations, spirit awakening, celestial mechanics, evolution techniques, sound techniques, weapon forging, formations, talisman crafting, spirit communication, spirit control, puppet techniques, gold transmutation, true words, barrier techniques, spirit summoning, spirit seeking, sealing techniques, and alchemy. Some of these have vanished into the annals of time, others have gradually declined, while some remain prevalent in the current cultivation arts. The 100 Refinements Hall in Huangfeng Valley specializes in weapon forging, alchemy, formations, and talisman crafting, among the common celestial techniques. However, when compared to the flourishing celestial arts of antiquity, the techniques transmitted through the various sects today seem rather inadequate, even somewhat shabby. For instance, in the realm of formations, the contemporary teleportation arrays in Tian'an have been reduced to a rather lackluster 100-mile teleportation array. Most of the formidable ancient formations have been lost to time, and due to the increasingly thin spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. Later generations have invested their time in honing their magical prowess and enhancing their cultivation, relegating skills like formations and talismans to the sidelines. Take, for instance, the ancient wind-based Great Formation outside the blood-colored Forbidden Ground, which has baffled 99% of high-level cultivators. Xiang Ji and his junior brother are prime examples. It is not merely that he cannot wield the power of the Transformation God stage, forcing him to enter the Forbidden Ground accompanied by groups of Qi refinement disciples. Rather, it is his lack of understanding of formations and a limited depth of research on the subject. Consequently, he finds himself powerless against the wind-based Great Formation, unwilling to expend his lifespan significantly to unleash his full strength. Otherwise, with his insight at the Transformation God level and the magical power of the late nascent soul stage, he could have torn through the formation effortlessly. After all, how many 5-year spans can one afford in the Transformation God stage? Sacrificing 5 years of one's lifespan could potentially plunder several major sections. Beyond this wind-based Great Formation lies the Boundless Seas Sealing Formation, another ancient masterpiece. The vast Void Formation and Forbidden Array outside the plummeting Demon Valley stretch for millions of miles, remnants of ancient times. The spatial formations of the Void Sky Palace and the 3 halls of the Minor Extreme Palace are similarly remarkable. Furthermore, the seals of Kunlun Mountain involve various techniques, including formation, spirit sealing, and barrier arts. Regrettably, most of these have been lost to time, and what remains is often fragmented. The 2 jade slips Wang Li acquired contained one that recorded a celestial art known as inscription techniques, a rather obscure skill. In its early stages, it bears many similarities to the art of talismans, but as one delves deeper, the distinctions become pronounced. It is said that advanced inscription techniques can enhance a cultivator's ability to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. And they can also be practiced in conjunction with body refinement techniques, mutually promoting each other. The myriad applications are indeed fascinating. Yet, he only possessed the most rudimentary introductory section. What a pity. It is no wonder that South Palace One deemed such items worthless. If all treasure chests contained only these rudimentary techniques suitable for foundational cultivation, they would indeed be of no use to her. Within the blood-colored Forbidden Ground, the Stone Palace typically harbors a treasure chest and some rudimentary techniques, apart from a select few locations that have already been cleared. Of course, the value of the treasure chest and the contents within, such as texts, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials, must be assessed separately, for these chests themselves are remarkable treasures. For instance, the large iron chest he previously opened had retained its spiritual essence for millennia, which is nothing short of miraculous. Generally, magical artifacts, if not maintained by their owners, will lose their spiritual essence over the eons, becoming mundane objects. Even the treasures of core formation cultivators cannot withstand the ravages of time unless they possess unique qualities. Yet, The preservation of the magical artifact within the chest is indeed a marvel. Moreover, the viscous black liquid required for practicing the rudimentary inscription techniques, which he had just acquired, had also retained its spiritual essence, making it even more precious. This phenomenon is attributed to the chest and the enchantments it bears. Furthermore, it is primarily due to the chest itself. The treasure chests left in the depths of each stone palace possess the ability to isolate their contents from the outside world, preserving the items within. He had not realized this until he opened the chest and discovered the black liquid. This perfectly complements his fragment of the silk handkerchief and the mid-level talismans that can temporarily seal the loss of spiritual energy. Thus, there is no need to envelop the entire chest with the handkerchief. Simply sealing the opening will suffice. Combining the chest, the fragment of the magical artifact, and some low to mid-level spirit-sealing talismans effectively isolates the contents of the chest, shielding them not only from detection, but also from the scrutiny of cultivators' spiritual senses. Considering that even someone of South Palace Wan's spiritual strength could not easily bypass these chests and uncover their secrets, it stands to reason that old Ancestor Chun would have no chance of doing so either. Once the box was placed into the storage bag, an additional layer of security was ensured. Suddenly, Wang Li felt a surge of interest towards a particular matter. However, he was not prepared to take any risks until he had successfully experimented with multiple sniffing beasts. At least, this time around, there was no need for such recklessness. Yet, if his visit to the Qilin Pavilion proved successful, he would undoubtedly scour the second layer of the blood-forbidden land during his next expedition. In the next basin, after traversing a winding corridor, Wang Li entered a spacious hall. Similar to previous encounters, the hall contained only a passage leading underground, devoid of any other features. However, this passage appeared quite narrow, allowing at most two individuals to walk side by side. As he stood at the entrance, an oppressive wave of humid warmth engulfed him, starkly contrasting the chilly breezes he had previously experienced. Initially dismissive, he maintained his flying sword talisman while swiftly advancing with his wind-chasing sword, remaining vigilant. But upon witnessing the underground realm, which soared hundreds of meters high and stretched for miles, with the ground bubbling with black muck, surrounded by dark soil heaps and dozens of vividly colored exotic flowers, and spotting a small white jade pavilion with a golden chest floating within it, he abandoned all underestimations, deftly retracting the flying sword talisman and turning to flee without a second thought. Old Demon Han's lair was undoubtedly here. Only here could a treasure chest be golden. Just moments after his departure, the mud near the swamp began to churn violently, quickly forming a small mound. Soon, a serpentine beast, dark and covered in enormous scales, emerged with a slightly bewildered head, cautiously probing its surroundings. It gazed curiously at the passage entrance, sniffing the air in confusion. Had someone entered? But where had they gone? After fruitlessly searching left and right, it decided to extend its perception, yet found nothing, as if the recent surge of spiritual energy had been merely a coincidence. Consequently, it sank back into the swamp. Meanwhile, Wang Li stood behind a boulder outside the stone hall, his brow furrowed. Typically, the evolution of demon beasts is a slow process, but to have successfully shed its skin and reached the second level under Nangong Wan's suppression indicated a significant accumulation of strength. In other words, this creature was likely on the verge of a metamorphosis, teetering on the edge of transformation. With its racial advantages, this would likely prove formidable even against early-stage foundation-building practitioners. For prudence's sake, it was best to retrieve the treasure chest without disturbing this colossal beast. Wang Li contemplated. A restriction existed between the treasure chest and the white jade pavilion. To seize the golden chest, the barrier must first be dismantled. However, it was evident that either brazenly entering or breaking the barrier would inevitably alert the. Was it necessary to employ talismans to eliminate this creature? It wasn't fear of the or concern for Han Li. Rather, Wang Li possessed sufficient means to defeat it, albeit at a considerable risk and expense. Moreover, from a broader perspective, this, currently at a bottleneck, was exceedingly rare. If it were to evolve to the second level, the benefits he could reap would be tenfold or even dozens of times greater than at present. If a top-tier first level had a comprehensive value comparable to 3 or 5 ordinary first-level demon beasts, then a second level would be worth no less than 10 ordinary second-level demon beasts. The demon soul of a second level was exceptionally rare and possessed numerous applications. Even Nangong Wan, who had acquired this demon soul, found great joy in its value. The liquid essence from a second level was highly toxic, causing significant distress even to Wang Chan, the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect, who found it challenging to contend with. The claw-forged Wulong Jiao was impervious to the taint of ghostly threads and the blood-soaked practices of the Dark Path, easily dispatching minor spirits, a veritable treasure. With such an artifact, he would have an additional trump card against the impending dark incursions. The Divine Wind Boat and the White-Scaled Shield were also highly coveted treasures. The former boasted astonishing speed, while the latter offered commendable defense. Yet, the myriad manifestations of these artifacts were not their ultimate limits. They had perished too early and too pathetically, becoming the spoils of the Han couple before it could solidify its realm. Particularly, the horn atop its head, having formed too hastily, was only capable of being forged into a one-time consumable, an absolute waste of potential. Given time, this could have matured further, significantly enhancing the quality of the treasures refined from it, easily reaching the ranks of precious items. An 8th level was comparable to a 9th level demon beast. A newly ascended 2nd level could match a mid-level foundation building practitioner. The lineage of the was indeed blessed. Thus, Wang Li resolved not to slay it now. He intended to nurture thee and return later to harvest it. Of course, this was contingent upon successfully opening the golden treasure chest and obtaining what he desired. Speaking of which, the 3 transformations of the Qingyuan sword technique and the Siyun reincarnation technique of the Yinhua sect, both possessing dispersive effects to conceal one's true realm, were tailor-made for the blood-forbidden trials. The practicality of the former was evidently superior to the latter. The outer wind-based forbidden formation merely obstructed foundation-building practitioners and above from entering the forbidden area, but it could not hinder those with dissipated powers of higher realms. Coupled with the Qingyuan sword technique's assistance in forming the golden core, which inherently involved a process of power dispersion, it was perfectly suited for this scenario. If combined with the puppet techniques from the Qian Bamboo sect and 2nd and 3rd level puppets, Wang Li wondered how the fledgling cultivators of the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom would compete with him at that time. Even if Nangong Wan, who had experienced a decline in cultivation, were to encounter him, she would likely have to retreat to the shadows. 10 years. No, perhaps I won't need a decade. There exists a place with a significant opportunity. I merely need to quickly establish my foundation and devise a way to acquire it. The innate speed of cultivation derived from talent could soar. It could rival that of dual spirit roots without question. Chasing after or special physiques is not beyond possibility. The cultivation speed achieved with dual spirit roots plus minor elixirs is something even Wang Li dared not imagine. Thus, the must not be slain now. The decision was made. Nurture it. He would return to reap the rewards once it reached the 2nd level. But how could he silently retrieve the treasure chest without harming the answer lay in the intermediate stealth talisman. This talisman concealed the user's figure and aura. Once activated, even a mid-level foundation-building practitioner would struggle to pierce the veil of this talisman. A late-stage foundation-building practitioner, if not cautious, could easily overlook a hidden individual. Though this talisman may not be as sought after as the earth, wood, wind, or lightning escape talismans, it remained a rare find. Conventional concealment talismans allowed for immobility, while the stealth talisman significantly enhanced the concealment effect and enabled the user to move without revealing any traces of their aura. Wang Li had managed to acquire it, a testament to the thriving marketplace of the Tianxing sect in the Yuanwu Kingdom, a place brimming with exceptional individuals and natural resources. Without hesitation, he activated the talisman and adhered it to himself, causing him to vanish at the entrance of the passageway. Re-entering the underground swamp world, Wang Li did not rush to act, but first observed his surroundings. Upon noticing a slight alteration in the terrain of a particular area, he felt a shiver of caution. He promptly chose to circumvent that region, opting to proceed slowly along the mounds at the swamp's edge, striving to make not a sound. Whether it was the effectiveness of the stealth talisman or Wang Li's choice of path, he successfully reached the central white jade pavilion after a short while without rousing the. In the subsequent moments, Wang Li became increasingly cautious, his right hand pressed against the golden treasure chest, while the back of his hand covered the fragment of the magical artifact with a delicate cloth, concealing the surge of magical energy that arose from unraveling the restrictions. A quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, and finally an hour. The current restrictions were far more troublesome than those he had encountered previously. With his cultivation level, deciphering them proved to be exceedingly challenging. As the time for the stealth talisman dwindled, Only about 40% of the restriction on the golden chest had been unraveled, and a wave of irritation and urgency welled up within him. Yet, Wang Li managed to suppress this detrimental emotion that could disrupt his focus, diligently channeling his magical energy to patiently and steadily dismantle the restrictions on the chest. After 2 hours, a faint crack echoed. The golden radiance emanating from the chest gradually receded, and the previously unlocked yet unopenable golden box spontaneously revealed a narrow opening. However, before Wang Li could internally rejoice, the chest, measuring 12 feet in length and half a foot in width, suddenly lost its weight and fell towards the ground. Alarmed, he muttered a curse and quickly extended his hands to catch it. To his dismay, the chest and its contents were exceedingly heavy. Despite his mundane martial prowess capable of lifting 500 to 600 pounds with a single arm, he was unable to hold it up and had no choice but to resort to his magical power. However, doing so would inadvertently reveal his presence, causing the stealth talisman to falter. Indeed, the talisman still held some efficacy, allowing Wang Li to remain concealed for the time being. But the surge of magical energy in that instant would likely have alerted the Mo Jiao. This creature would undoubtedly be relentless upon discovering the theft of its treasure. If it managed to block his escape and force him to reveal himself, once the stealth talisman's duration expired, he would have to confront the Mo Jiao. Rather than passively bracing for impact, it was better to make a decisive escape. He tossed the golden chest into the storage bag with the most remaining space and carefully stowed the stealth talisman. Then, he summoned the chasing wind sword and activated the wind blast, a technique he had never used before. Following that, he propelled himself along the edge of the stone wall, unleashing his full speed in midair. Just as he neared the cave entrance, a shadow shot up from the marsh below, and a foul black water surged directly towards Wang Li. The Mo Jiao. It seemed that the large mudfish had the same intention, both vying for control of the cave's exit. This creature was cunning. However, this mudfish did not appear particularly formidable. It seemed to lack the necessary accumulation for advancement. The liquid expelled by the Mo Jiao was not something he could confront directly. Not only was it highly toxic, but it was also corrosive. Even the protective barrier formed by his upper-tier magical artifact could barely withstand it, and the artifact itself would not endure such powerful erosion. Though it was uncertain how effective top-tier defensive artifacts would be, Wang Li was not prepared to take the risk of facing it head-on. He swiftly redirected the chasing wind sword and retreated towards the depths of the marsh. Simultaneously, he quickly recited 2 incantations, activating 2 initial high-tier talismans, the Fire Rain technique and the Ice Rain technique. While these spells would not harm the Mo Jiao, they were sufficient to hinder the approach of the creature. As the flames and frost intertwined, a thick mist billowed forth. Seizing this opportunity, he took the liberty to gather several rare herbs that were difficult to find elsewhere. Emerging from the mist, the Mo Jiao, upon witnessing the scene of herbs in the distance, was filled with rage and, without a second thought, abandoned the cave entrance to lunge at the somewhat ethereal figure of Wang Li. Just as the Mo Jiao's jaws snapped towards the stunned figure that hadn't moved, Wang Li emerged from behind a mound of earth a short distance away in the marsh. The chasing wind sword surged forth once more, transforming into a streak of light that sped directly towards the exit, and he did not forget to wave goodbye to the Mo Jiao, which was left biting at thin air in confusion. The Mo Jiao let out a strange roar and turned to chase after Wang Li again. Unfortunately, due to the brief delay, it had already fallen behind. Furthermore, Wang Li had already entered his fastest speed, while the Mo Jiao needed to accelerate repeatedly to reach its own maximum velocity. Moreover, as Wang Li fully unleashed the wind blast within the chasing wind sword, his explosive speed clearly surpassed that of the creature. Thus, even if it wished to pursue, it was left wanting. In a fit of rage, it spat another mouthful of black water, but once again, its attack was thwarted by the 2 high-tier talismans, leaving it unable to catch up to the slippery figure. In the end, it could only watch helplessly as the insufferable humans scurried away with the important treasures, disappearing into the stairway passage in just a few blinks. Roaring, the Mo Jiao gazed at the narrow passageway that could barely accommodate 2 people side by side, then glanced at its own robust form that was thicker than a large water tank, and it wore an expression of utter helplessness. When had it become trapped here? It felt like an eternity. On Wang Li's side, as he burst out of the passage, he conjured a defensive barrier to guard against any potential ambush. Fortunately, no unexpected incidents occurred. However, it was not until the lark returned, confirming the safety of the surroundings of the stone hall, that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With no one outside and no hidden dangers within, he then had the leisure to investigate the legendary golden chest and its contents. The chest, measuring 12 feet in length and half a foot in width, surely contained something of value. Wang Li did not believe otherwise. As before, he decided to use a puppet to clear any potential traps. The golden radiance receded, yet faint golden threads occasionally emerged from the chest, which had only opened a narrow crack. The stone hall directly opposite this crack was bathed in a rich golden glow. Simultaneously, a surge of dense spiritual energy flowed forth, instantly refreshing Wang Li, who had been fatigued just moments before. As the golden mist dissipated, the items within the chest came into view, causing Wang Li's heart to race. There was a medallion for jade slips, a piece of animal hide, a scroll, a black stone, 3 golden talismans, and 4 jars sealed with advanced restrictions. 1. The medallion. Undoubtedly, it was the key to the restrictions surrounding the tall treasure tower in the core area of the Forbidden Zone. 2. The jade slips. The first contained a technique leading directly to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, along with a plethora of insights and taboos related to cultivation. A mere glance left Wang Li's mind buzzing, indicating the vast amount of information contained within and the significant drain on his spiritual consciousness. The second recorded over 20 ancient elixirs and their recipes, which could enhance cultivation and assist in breaking through bottlenecks, ranging from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. The spiritual herbs outside the Forbidden Zone were prepared for this purpose, while the special restrictions between the second and third layers of the core area housed abundant spiritual herbs suitable for the mid to late stages of core formation and the nascent soul period. It also detailed the characteristics of various spiritual herbs and immortal grasses within the Forbidden Zone, serving as a unique compendium of medicinal herbs. The third slip provided a detailed introduction to the Forbidden Zone, including information about the powerful restrictions on the outer layer and the legacy within the central tower. The last slip contained a secret technique for body refinement. It was far superior to the mundane body training technique passed down in his family. A body refinement technique effective even before reaching the nascent soul stage? Such a rarity. Moreover, several locations within the Forbidden Zone cultivated herbs that could enhance the effectiveness of this technique. Thus, this body refinement technique would undoubtedly become one of his essential practices. Wang Li was well aware of the benefits of dual cultivation of the body and spirit. 3. The animal hide. Nothing was written upon it, yet it was evidently significant. Upon probing with his spiritual consciousness, it felt as though he had plunged into a deep sea or gazed into an infinite void. Alarmed, Wang Li quickly withdrew his consciousness to avoid any potential mishaps. He would investigate it further at a later time. 4. The scroll. The depiction illustrates the layout of the forbidden area, excluding the towering spire, with meticulous records of the location of each spiritual herb and plant, notably highlighting the stone halls and subterranean chambers established specifically for these botanical entities. Wang Li directed his consciousness within, effortlessly pinpointing his current location. This scroll is not merely an artifact. It possesses the remarkable ability to not only ascertain one's position, but seemingly also to track all cultivators who have entered the Forbidden Realm. Aside from the golden dot representing Wang Li himself, over 60 red dots are in continuous motion. There are 13 surrounding the central area, while 48 are deeper within the second layer of the central zone. At the edge of this layer, 2 red dots remain stationary, seemingly trapped in place. This location feels eerily familiar. It is indeed where he had set up his first small maze formation. Thus, 2 unfortunate souls have fallen into a pit, unable to dismantle the formation even now. One might wonder whether they are fortunate or unfortunate. Another dot has extinguished. Does this signify that someone has just perished? 5. A black stone, dark, unyielding, and unfamiliar to Wang Li, yet it exudes an aura of the extraordinary. 6. 3 golden talismans, all of which are treasures. The first is a Guqin talisman, crafted for the 7-string zither of early-stage core formation cultivators. The second is a longbow talisman, fashioned for the 9-sun bow of mid-stage core formation cultivators. The third is a golden bell talisman, designed for the vast bell of late-stage core formation cultivators. Each item seems to pave the way for an heir. 7. 4 vials, the seals of which appear formidable. Wang Li dares not to tamper with them, intending to complete his foundation establishment after leaving the forbidden area before attempting to unlock them. 8. A peculiar large chest filled with treasures. How peculiar is it? On one hand, the restrictions that Wang Li had previously broken are gradually reconstituting over time. Remarkably, he has not provided any spiritual energy to this chest. Yet it continues to restore its integrity and closure, akin to a solar cell that autonomously absorbs the ambient spiritual energy to replenish its losses. On the other hand, the existence of this chest cannot be discerned through mere spiritual perception. One must rely on their eyes to discover it. Whether this phenomenon stems from the unique restrictions on the chest or the nature of its materials remains unclear. Even if Wang Li's consciousness penetrates the chest, he is unable to perceive its contents unless he directly observes it. Were it not for the undeniable evidence of his eyes, he might suspect he had fallen into an illusion. It is certain, however, that the restrictions on the chest are more formidable than those of this stone hall. Perhaps this is a small trick prepared by ancient cultivators for their successors. Thus, for Wang Li at present, the most practical items are undoubtedly the scroll and the talismans. Along with this chest, the former allows him to monitor the movements of various cultivators, leaving them no place to hide, while the talismans serve as lethal weapons, capable of taking lives with a mere invocation. 15 minutes later, in the circular mountain range, approximately 7 or 8 miles northwest, Wang Li gazed at the now dimmed flying sword talisman in his hand, his expression remarkably serene. The ground was a tapestry of devastation, adorned with a fire wolf, a giant python, a howling eagle, alongside a storage bag and several spirit beast bags, and the lifeless body of a mid-aged disciple from the spirit beast mountain, resting in peaceful repose. The opponent's spirit beasts, the fire wolf, the giant python, and the howling eagle, had all reached the upper echelon of demonic beasts, with the fire wolf nearly attaining the pinnacle level. Coupled with a top-tier magical artifact and several commendable upper-tier artifacts, their overall strength would undeniably place them among the top ranks of the 13th layer of Qi refinement. Wang Li set his sights on this individual, primarily because he was isolated, distanced from other cultivators of various sects, and in close proximity to Wang Li himself. Secondly, surviving alone to such a depth in the central zone indicated formidable prowess. In the forbidden area, killing and plundering treasures is but a natural order. If one were to blame, it would be for not being a disciple of the Yellow Maple Valley. With a wave of his hand, he ensnared the fire wolf, giant python, howling eagle, and their master into a discarded spirit beast bag. The storage bag was emptied, retaining only spirit stones and several appealing items. Subsequently, he circumvented the obstructive upper-tier demonic beasts and proceeded northward. An hour later, in a small basin 30 miles due north, Wang Li ambushed 2 disciples from the Giant Sword sect, simultaneously eliminating the guardian demonic beasts deep within the stone hall, claiming their treasures before departing. He targeted these 2 solely because they boasted their impressive strength and attempted to conquer the stone hall to seize its treasures. Thus, Wang Li felt it was his duty to capitalize on their mutual weakening and seize the opportunity, lest he feel unworthy of the advantages bestowed by the scroll. However, after this battle, the flying sword talisman was reduced to ashes, having fulfilled its purpose and met its end. For hours later, after meandering for an extended period, Wang Li arrived at a mountain gorge several dozen miles northeast, only to regretfully gather the remains of 4 individuals. The deceased turned out to be disciples of the Concealing Moon sect. Among them, a male and a female were 2 of the 8 elite disciples sent into the forbidden area for this expedition. The other 2 also possessed mid to high-tier levels of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Prior to entering, Wang Li had noted the names of these 2 elites in his notebook. However, at this moment, both had met their demise. Based on the observation from an hour prior, where only 5 red dots appeared and later increased by 1, it can be surmised that someone had engaged 4 opponents without faltering, until reinforcements arrived to counterattack the 4 members of the Concealing Moon sect. The undisturbed traces of combat at the scene suggested fierce exchanges involving top-tier artifacts, yet even so, the 4 disciples of the Concealing Moon sect were unable to best their adversaries. Were they seed-level cultivators? And not just any ordinary seed-level ones. Few are the individuals worthy of being noted in Wang Li's notebook. Nevertheless, a remarkable 600-year-old spiritual herb growing on the cliff within the gorge remained untouched by them. This small 6-foot-tall tree-like spiritual herb bore not only a few spiritual fruits, but also a fallen beehive. Occasionally, a few harmless-looking bees, no larger than a fingernail, ventured out for a stroll, yet the aura of lower-tier demonic beasts they exuded was quite unsettling. A swarm of over a dozen large bees returning to their hive displayed an aura that rivaled that of mid-tier demonic beasts. The Earth Origin Fruit and the Thousand-Star Bees. The former can be used to concoct pills suitable for enhancing cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, and consuming the fruits directly can yield improvements in one's physique. The latter, led by the strongest queen bee, are gregarious demonic beasts, often numbering in the thousands, with impressive collective combat prowess and the ability to produce a special honey. This honey, when used in pill concoction, can enhance the success rate and quality of the pills. Wang Li felt an intense desire for the Earth Origin Fruit. As for the Thousand-Star Bees, he was determined to acquire them. Without further ado, he readied himself to seize the moment. Given his prior resources, had he opted to utilize the golden brick talisman for a swift capture, the price to carry away this hive of Thousand-Star Bees would have been considerable. After all, it comprised a multitude of demonic beasts, including several sizable mid- and upper-tier ones. Even with numerous talismans in hand, capturing these industrious little bees would require the exhaustive use of low to mid-tier control talismans, potentially necessitating 2 mid-tier talismans as well. However, after opening the golden treasure chest and acquiring 3 special talismans, the situation had changed. Most talismans available in the outside world are direct attack types, dealing damage swiftly, but the Guqin talisman he obtained, aside from its attacking capabilities, also emphasizes controlling opponents, utilizing rare sound wave techniques for area-wide group casting. Thus, he could effectively manage the casualties among the Thousand-Star Bees. Indeed, as soon as the golden Guqin talisman was activated, a 3-foot-long 3-string zither floated above Wang Li's head. The air began to ripple, and not far off, the hive of the Thousand-Star Bees stirred into agitation. The large honeybees, which had been diligently gathering materials from the nearby flower clusters, returned to their hive in droves. Before long, hundreds of bees, both large and small, formed a dense cloud, buzzing ominously as they approached him, an intimidating sight indeed. Wang Li narrowed his eyes, channeling more of his magical energy into the ancient zither. The instrument, originally 3 feet long, grew to 5, as 2 additional strings swiftly regenerated alongside the existing 3. With a resonant twang, he ignited half of his internal magical energy and struck the first string, producing a sound akin to clashing swords. The haunting melody reverberated through the air, causing all the first-tier lower-level bees within 100 feet to abruptly stiffen their wings and plummet to the ground, unconscious. The middle-tier bees, roughly the size of a finger, at the forefront of the swarm, also staggered and descended unsteadily towards the earth. Not only were the smaller and larger bees affected, but even the leaders of the upper-tier small teams within the Thousand-Star Swarm experienced some degree of interference, their momentum immediately faltering. For a moment, it was as if an odd little rain had fallen directly in front of Wang Li. The once dense black cloud now appeared sparse, with only a few scattered twinkling points visible. Before the swarm could unleash its might, a significant portion had already succumbed. With another striking twang, he expended 10% of his magical energy. Simultaneously, about 100 middle-tier bees suspended in midair, along with 7 upper-tier team leaders. Nearly all fell like raindrops to the ground, leaving only 2 small leaders, 1 yellow and 1 red, still buzzing vigorously, retreating hastily to the hive. Speaking of the hive, it is a peculiar object within the realm of cultivation. This artifact possesses spatial attributes, capable of containing vast spaces within a seemingly small exterior. In simpler terms, a hive the size of a bowl may house a complex interior space measuring several feet in all dimensions. When Wang Li read this information from a jade slip discovered in the storage bag of an elite disciple at Spirit Beast Mountain, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. This also constituted one of the primary reasons he had set his sights on the Thousand-Star Bees. Moreover, the queen of the Thousand-Star Bees could evolve into second-tier, third-tier, or even higher-level beasts, and as the queen evolved, the second and third generation worker bees would gain enhanced capabilities, raising their potential. This would allow them to seek out superior raw materials, consequently constructing larger hives and producing higher quality honey with greater efficacy. Thus, a virtuous cycle would ensue. From the hive, more than 100,000 star bees emerged, but this time they were either diminutive, resembling juvenile soldiers, or bore signs of fatigue or disfigurement, their quality significantly inferior to the first batch. Desperate struggles ensued. With another twang, he continued to expend 10% of his magical energy, oscillating the second string once more. Wang Li refrained from touching the third string, as the power generated by each string varied significantly. He feared that an improper control might inadvertently harm these industrious little creatures. Furthermore, the queen resided within the hive, and if the zither's sound were too potent, it could potentially affect the non-soundproofed spatial area, endangering the queen inside. Once he had incapacitated all the bees outside, he extended his consciousness into the hive. Inexplicably, Wang Li felt as though his head had been pricked by a needle. The attack on his consciousness made him retract it immediately, and a sharp pain surged through his mind. It was an unbearable agony that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones and the depths of his soul. The pain was so intense that he found himself gaping in silence for an extended moment, unable to utter a sound. The thousand-star bee queen was capable of attacking the consciousness? No one had ever mentioned this to him. He had clearly suffered from a lack of knowledge. Fortunately, amidst the torment, Wang Li gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening as he bore the pain, and struck the third string of the ancient zither with determination. This time, he aimed a powerful blow directly at the hive. Having suffered such a significant setback, it would have been prudent to activate all three strings. However, his affection for the queen made it difficult for him to unleash such force. After all, if she could inflict harm on him now, could she not do the same to his enemies in the future? Moreover, what would it mean if she had many companions? If an opponent were caught off guard, could he not seize the opportunity for a decisive strike? The more he contemplated the pain, the more he hesitated to unleash his full strength. Nevertheless, while the power of the third string might not be sufficient to slay the queen, it was certainly enough to render her and any potential thousand-star bees hidden within the hive completely incapacitated. Although his consciousness had suffered only a trivial wound, akin to a mere pricking, Wang Li endured considerable hardship as a result. He spent an entire night, over 4 hours, recovering from the ordeal. The fifth day swiftly arrived. In the morning, the first breath Wang Li took was a sharp intake of cool air, filled with a sense of foreboding. The thought of the unconscious queen still nestled in his spirit beast bag filled him with trepidation. It had been a perilous moment, had the queen rushed out to attack him with a desperate assault immediately after pricking his consciousness, rather than hesitating within the hive. He might have met his end in that blood-soaked, forbidden ground. The onslaught of a top-tier beast, in Wang Li's then current state, would have left him utterly defenseless. One blow would suffice to tear his flesh into shreds. What a stroke of luck! But it also served as a stern reminder. Until the outcome was definitively settled, no, even if victory appeared assured, as long as there remained a sliver of uncertainty, he could not afford to let his guard down for an instant. The life and death lesson could not simply be brushed aside as if nothing had happened. Now, regarding the spoils from this hive of thousand-star bees, they were not insignificant. A 600-year-old Earth origin fruit tree, for Earth origin fruits over a century old, originally 5, but he had consumed one the previous night for a taste. Furthermore, a hive at least 300 years old, with an interior space measuring 3 feet in length, width, and height, stored enough honey to fill several small jade bottles. Additionally, there was 1 queen bee, 11 upper-tier small leaders, 137 middle-tier bees, and 882 lower-tier bees. Following that were over 400 larvae, though most perished due to the zither's resonance, leaving only the 3 strongest, albeit on the brink of death. Finally, there were over 70 eggs. Fortunately, although many of the eggs had also perished due to their protective membranes, more than 20 had survived, a pleasant surprise indeed. What should the 5th day entail? Until he acquired the items from the golden treasure chest, Wang Li planned to continue scouring the various stone halls, collecting rare herbs to increase his yield. He held a degree of wariness towards certain seed-level figures among the various sects, as everyone possessed talismans, and the competition was a matter of teamwork and speed. As a lone wolf, he was clearly at a disadvantage. However, with the map in hand, he could selectively target isolated individuals or those embroiled in chaotic skirmishes, employing talismans from a safe distance without direct confrontation. In this manner, even if the opponents had talismans or top-tier magical tools, how could they contend with him when he struck first? The activation of talismans also required time, and that time would be ample for him to wreak havoc. Each target he set his sights on had an over 80% chance of being instantaneously eliminated by a single blow from his golden hammer. The remaining 20% could be dealt with in a second strike if the first failed. The power of talismans activated by a 13th layer chi refinement cultivator could not be resisted unless countered by talismans of the same tier. Otherwise, imagine Han Li, a mere 11th layer chi refinement cultivator, attempting to compete with the 12th layer Lu Shixiang, using his top-tier magical tools against the Azure Flood Dragon banner. Talismans are the means by which lower-tier cultivators may triumph over their superiors. If the user possesses a higher cultivation level and holds the advantage. Bang! A superior magical artifact was shattered by a golden hammer, causing immense heartache to an elite cultivator of the 13th layer from the Blade Refinement Guild. However, an ensuing event plunged him into an even deeper despair. He witnessed another top-tier artifact, conjured by him, being repelled by the hammer's impact, sending it flying far away, while the golden radiance continued its relentless assault towards him. No, please. The middle-aged man's face bore the heavy lines of age, clearly indicating his years. Brothers of the Qingshu sect, have mercy. I will give you all the spirit herbs my junior has collected. Spare my life. Despite possessing peak cultivation at the 13th layer, he found himself at a disadvantage, unable to escape, forced to defend desperately while humbly pleading for mercy. He was even willing to relinquish all his gains just to preserve his life. Unfortunately, this was a blood-soaked forbidden zone, unlike the harmonious world outside. Wang Li was merely targeting the larger practitioners of the 13th layer, dismissing the impoverished cultivators of the 11th and 12th layers as beneath his notice, often allowing them to escape as a mere act of benevolence. In contrast, the more shameless ones would bully the junior disciples without hesitation and spend exorbitant amounts on high-tier spirit melding talismans. If they used such a talisman just before entering the forbidden zone, they could temporarily link their spiritual energies, giving them a 50-50 chance of being transported together to the same location by the external restrictions. Wang Li had long suspected that the Chun clan's 2 members might have utilized such tactics. How else could they have conveniently gathered together without harm? Such scoundrels did not covet the precious medicinal herbs that others guarded jealously. Rather, they sought to brazenly murder and seize treasures for a substantial profit. While others aimed for the central area, these individuals targeted passing ordinary cultivators of lower cultivation. As others battled ferociously with demonic beasts, these ruffians lay in wait, ambushing the weary and injured. Those returning from their arduous quests would inevitably cross paths with these lurking predators, suffering grievous defeats without any chance of retaliation. Oh, you little demon from the Qingshu sect, how I loathe you, lamented a disciple from the Lin family. Why do you spare no mercy for your own brothers? Aren't we all from the Qingshu sect? In a mere 4 hours, the number of red dots on the scroll dwindled from over 50 to just 44. In other words, including himself, only 45 cultivators remained in the blood-soaked forbidden zone. Wang Li had already eliminated several practitioners of the 13th layer from various sects, and even with several breaks to recover, his energy was beginning to wane. With approximately 3 hours left until the trial concluded, he left behind the bodies of a dozen spirit-powered practitioners at the Stone Hall's entrance and turned to depart. On the 5th afternoon after entering the forbidden zone, around the 2nd watch of the day, it was time to bring them out. After waiting for several days outside the forbidden zone, the cultivators from various sects finally sprang into action. 7 core formation practitioners collaborated to open the passageway. This time, they appeared considerably more at ease, managing to tear open a gap in the grand formation in just over an hour. After retracting their respective treasures, the passageway did not dissipate as it had previously. How many spirit herbs could these disciples bring out this time? The 7 core formation elders showed no concern for the fate of the lower-tier disciples. Behind them, over 20 Foundation establishment caretakers anxiously awaited, hoping that their disciples would emerge safely and bring back more spirit herbs, as this directly impacted the distribution of Foundation establishment pills and the interests of their respective families. Within the Forbidden Zone, Wang Li, now clad in the attire of Huangfeng Valley and having disposed of various unclean items, prepared to exit the circular mountain range towards the northwest and proceed directly to the exit. His purpose here was to gather the spoils. Damn it, why is there a formation here? I'll give you half of my spirit herbs. Just let me leave this cursed place. At the small maze formation at the northwest exit of the circular mountain, another unfortunate soul fell victim. Wang Li's intent was not to hunt, but merely to prevent any meddling. Are there any seniors from the Blade Refinement Guild passing by who could lend a hand from outside the formation? Hurry and break the formation. Perhaps we can still make it. The speaker's heart was icy, yet he encouraged his companions, clinging to a slim hope of reaching the exit before the formation sealed. However, someone extinguished even that faint glimmer of hope. There's no time. At the rate we're breaking the formation, we want to succeed in less than 2 hours. Another elite disciple from the Blade Refinement Guild turned pale. Why was he so confident? Simply because, it's all your fault. Instead of taking the southwest exit, you insisted on dragging us through this northwest entrance. Could he be blamed? I didn't want this either. But why did that person set up a formation at the southwest entrance and then come to lay another one at the northwest? Are they not gathering spirit herbs? They had deliberately avoided the route near the southwest, yet still fell into the trap, dragging their fellow sect members along with them. A family should stick together, right? It turned out that this person was none other than one of the trio from the Concealed Moon Sect, Qingshu Sect, and Blade Refinement Guild, specifically from the Blade Refinement Guild. Outside the formation, Wang Li, having lingered for half an hour, observed as two disciples from the 13th layer of the Spirit Beast Mountain left with expressions of schadenfreude after witnessing the plight of his fellows. Feeling the time was right, he quickly set up another maze formation outside before departing quietly. He was eager to know what circumstances awaited these three upon their next entry. Where had the disciples from various sects who had previously vanished gone? Would the formation protect them from misfortune? All of these questions fueled his curiosity. This experiment would significantly aid his understanding of this forbidden zone. He hoped for delightful surprises upon his next entry. Oh, another red dot has disappeared. Has the final bloody hour begun? On the scroll, at the high walls and four gates, red dots began to extinguish one after another. At the northwest high wall entrance, as Wang Li arrived, he was intercepted by four disciples from the Spirit Beast Mountain. A nearby disciple from the Qingshu sect, who could not be more dead, quietly recounted certain obvious matters. This must be the final test of the blood-soaked forbidden zone. With only four gates in the high wall, it implied that the more disciples who survived from each sect, the sooner they would gather. If they occupied a gate during the final moments, then regardless of whether passing individuals consented, they would inevitably be exploited, especially in this situation where the opposing side was numerous and he was alone. It was entirely normal for the Spirit Beast Mountain members to unite and slaughter for treasures. This was troublesome, with only about 50% of his energy remaining. That was one thing. However, facing the members of the Spirit Beast Mountain was another matter altogether. A disciple from the Spirit Beast Mountain, working in tandem with their spirit beasts, typically exhibited a combat strength of 1 to 3 or even 4, if 4 joined forces. They could command the aid of over 10 or even 20 mid-tier or upper-tier spirit beasts. Such power could not be underestimated by Wang Li. Even if he relied on the small maze formation he had set up nearby before entering the circular mountain, it might not suffice, as some spirit beasts specialized in breaking maze formations. If one among them possessed a beast like the dual-eyed rat, they could dismantle his small maze in mere moments. Moreover, he was surrounded by others, and he did not wish to give the two hidden observers an opportunity to act like a cunning bird. Of course, the primary concern was that if he revealed his hidden cards and still failed to capture all 4 of his opponents, he would face endless repercussions. What to do? Wang Li did not want to expose too much, whether it be several top-tier magical artifacts or a plethora of talismans. The treasures of talismans were particularly not to be revealed. Otherwise, he would be met with the intrigued gazes of the 7 factions core formation stage cultivators. Friends from Spirit Beast Mountain, could you extend a courtesy? If we could avoid conflict, I believe it would be best to promote harmony. The 4 from Spirit Beast Mountain, relying on their numerical superiority, displayed unparalleled arrogance. Yet Wang Li, upon recognizing a familiar face among them, seen recently at the northwestern mountain mouth of the Ring Mountain, felt no panic despite the presence of 3 strangers, all mere practitioners of the 12th level of Qi refinement, whom he had not paid much attention to upon entering the forbidden area. The composition of the opposing side did not unsettle him. How long were those in the grass prepared to watch the show? The solitary cultivator from Qingshu sect had already met a dire fate, which the onlookers had witnessed. Were they waiting for Wang to fall before they followed in his footsteps? The prior hints from the scroll indicated that there were indeed 2 more hidden figures present. With a ratio of 2-1 against 4, the disparity was hardly significant. Should Spirit Beast Mountain attempt to manipulate them, they would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. There truly was another hidden individual? The elite from Spirit Beast Mountain, at the 13th level of Qi refinement, smiled and narrowed his eyes upon hearing Wang Li's words, playfully stroking a small squirrel in his hand. Observing this, Wang Li felt an inexplicable chill as a sudden realization struck him. Gentlemen, do not rush out yet. There are still Spirit Beast Mountain members lurking in the shadows. Do not expose yourselves. As he shouted, he hurriedly retreated from the high wall's exit. What was happening? Quite simply, There existed a fifth member from Spirit Beast Mountain. Where did this fifth person come from? Previously, near the small maze formation at the mountain mouth of the Ring Mountain, he had seen two disciples from Spirit Beast Mountain passing by. One of them was the leader among the current four. But the question remained, where had the other gone? He had only glimpsed them briefly, yet they had made a lasting impression as a familiar face. But where were they now? The thought was alarming. The cunning and treacherous nature of these low-ranking disciples could ensnare one without warning. Imagine one of the two presumed allies stepping out first due to him, only to be ambushed and killed by the other Spirit Beast Mountain member who appeared later. Perhaps that ambusher might even take the opportunity to strike him, turning the situation into a most unfavorable 1-against-5. Wouldn't it be a tragedy to capsize in the gutter? That wretched fellow from Huangfeng Valley is quite cautious. The middle-aged leader of Spirit Beast Mountain barked angrily. Chin Shitty, Sun Shitty, you two pursue him. We must capture this scoundrel and utterly destroy him. This was purely thoughtless anger, and the other two took it lightly. Brother, time is short. Let us hold our ground a while longer. Once we regroup with the other two brothers, we should retreat. Are we really going to confront them? Don't be ridiculous. If you wish to go, why not go yourself? Humph. Brother, there is no need for such seriousness. With so little time left, if that person does not depart through this door, he will inevitably be trapped within the forbidden area. Ha ha ha. If traveling on foot, even without encountering any trouble, it would take at least an hour to reach from the high wall to the perimeter of the restrictive barrier. In their view, if the disciple from Huangfeng Valley took a longer route through another exit, he would surely miss the final opportunity to leave the blood-soaked forbidden zone. However, sometimes, unexpected events occur. Just as Wang Li was preparing to return to the mountain mouth to release the three from the sword transformation depot, the three disciples from Huangfeng Valley appeared not far from the high wall, coincidentally including the two from the Qin family. Three brothers, the path ahead is blocked. It would be wise to choose another exit. A figure quietly emerged from the trees by the roadside. Wang Li, Wang Xiao, and Xue Pan still maintained their lofty demeanor. Or rather, these two always believed that the Qin family had taken care of Wang Li, hence branding him as a subordinate of the Qin family. Brother Wang? The Huangfeng Valley disciple beside him was quite considerate, greeting him with a bow. Li Shidi. Wang Li returned the gesture. The individual was from an inconspicuous family among the many cultivating clans under Huangfeng Valley. Wang Li, what do you mean? What is the situation ahead? Surely, no family is blocking the road to collect a toll? Xue Pan frowned. Indeed. However, it seems they are not merely collecting tolls. They are likely to kill and plunder from those who are isolated, given their numerical advantage. The reason for my delay was to wait for the two brothers from the sect to join. How many of them are there? To force Brother Wang to this extent, there must be at least 3, right? Wang Xiao narrowed his eyes, inquiring further. Correct, they are 4 in total. He did not elaborate on the hidden members. As long as the visible number was accurate, that sufficed. If he revealed too much, it might raise suspicion about the hidden individuals. Are they from Spirit Beast Mountain or the Sword Transformation Depot? How can you be so certain? They are from Spirit Beast Mountain. By the way, Xue Shidi, is there any explanation for this? Wang Li raised an eyebrow and inquired. What explanation could there be? TCH. Only that pack of dogs from Spirit Beast Mountain can depend on their beasts to quickly locate their own, while the rascals from the Sword Transformation Depot rely on some sensing artifacts to converge swiftly. Otherwise, the forbidden area is so vast. And with everyone dispersing to search for various spiritual herbs, if they did not agree on a gathering point in advance, after several days of fighting, how could they easily gather for people? The clan of the Hidden Moon, for instance, abandoned the area around the Ring Mountain right from the start, focusing instead on the benefits deeper within the Stone Palace, clearly premeditated, which is why they gathered so early. Yet the other 6 factions lack such decisiveness. Those disciples who enter with their lives on the line, especially the seasoned ones, cannot be expected to follow the higher-ups' orders completely. This is bad, brothers. We must act quickly. The Huangfeng Valley disciple, nearly ignored until now, exclaimed urgently. What is it, Li Shidi? Wang Li inquired, puzzled. The 2 from the Qin family have realized that 2 more from Spirit Beast Mountain are approaching this way. What? 2 more from Spirit Beast Mountain are coming this way? Wang Li kept this thought to himself, fearing it would raise the curiosity of the 3 beside him. Nonetheless, it must be said, Spirit Beast Mountain was indeed ruthless, clearly intent on sealing off the northwestern high wall exit. Quickly, let's go. The group began to move. Wait. At that moment, Wang Xiao suddenly called out to the bewildered trio. Brother Wang, Since we are helping you leave this place, shouldn't you express your gratitude? This was something Wang Li had never anticipated. The remark left the disciple from the Li family momentarily stunned. If the outsiders from Spirit Beast Mountain were ruthless, Wang Zhao's actions at this moment were nothing short of shamelessly vicious. To take advantage of one's own comrades during a crisis was undoubtedly akin to betrayal. Brother Wang, you jest, surely? This is no jest at all. Suppressing his fury, Wang Li offered a way out for the other. Truth be told, had it not been for the presence of Li Shidi and the nearby members of Spirit Beast Mountain, he was certain he would have summoned his treasure to obliterate these two. After all, there were indeed other means for him to leave this place. One option involves 3 individuals utilizing the power of the transformation knife dock. Another entails the discreet use of a residual stealth talisman to slip away unnoticed. The third is to unleash all available talismans in a single breath, eliminating the 4 adversaries across the way. However, it must be noted that the third option is rather resource-intensive and could be deemed excessive for the situation, with potential long-term repercussions. Furthermore, he remained uncertain if the opponents possessed any hidden threats, which is why this choice was relegated to the end of his considerations. Brother Wang, do not be so petty. We only require 2 spirit herbs. By the way, as usual, my brother and I can write you an IOU. How does that sound? Wang Xiao maintained his cheerful demeanor, unaware that his name had been added to a death list in someone's little notebook. This individual was not foolish. On the contrary, he exemplified cunning, adeptly seizing opportunities. If he were in the mundane world, he would undoubtedly thrive as a successful schemer due to his shamelessness, which was so pronounced that it rendered others speechless. Were it another sect member, they would undoubtedly find themselves firmly under his control, complying willingly. Time was of the essence. Others had no options left. For anyone else, the window for choices was rapidly closing. Should they miss this opportunity with the first 3 individuals, they would be trapped. Ultimately, whether they could reach the exit of the Forbidden Ground before the Spirit Beast Mountain personnel departed was left to fate, as the circumstances on the road were unpredictable. A stroke of bad luck could lead to an encounter with a beast or 2, and even a brief entanglement could spell doom for any Qi refinement stage cultivator. Once the Forbidden Ground closed, the changes within remained a mystery, even to the Golden Core and nascent soul elders of the 7 sects, let alone these Qi refinement novices. Who knows what remnants would remain after 5 years? Indeed, Brother Wang, merely 2 spirit herbs, which will ultimately be surrendered to the sect anyway. This was the duo's overt scheme. Shui Pan emphasized the term sect, as if fearing someone was oblivious to the fact that the team was comprised entirely of members from the Qin family. Taking a deep breath, he noted another name had been added to the list of those doomed. He turned to the Li family cultivator. Junior Brother Li, what about you? Do you plan to accompany Brother Wang and Brother Shui? Clearly, Wang Li was not one to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Wang and Shui immediately stiffened, while Junior Brother Li's face paled, feeling the intensity of 2 piercing gazes directed at him, making his scalp tingle. His significance was perfectly highlighted at that moment. Though Junior Brother Li felt dissatisfaction towards Wang and Shui, he dared not truly offend the 2 members of the Qin family. He had to consider the interests of the Li family as well, didn't he? Brother Wang, too. 2 spirit herbs, very well. He spoke, his face flushed with embarrassment, eventually bowing his head in silence. Observing this, Wang Xiao and Shui Pan exchanged a glance, their expressions brimming with satisfaction. To them, the outcome seemed predetermined. Regrettably, Wang Li bore no animosity towards Junior Brother Li. He merely felt a tinge of disappointment. Ah, did you think you had me cornered? Not to mention the 3 who had transformed the knife dock. Once they regrouped with the 1 concealed behind the high wall and copper gate, our numbers would swell to 5. Even without relying on those 3, I could manage a relatively effortless escape. 5 against 7 may seem like a disadvantage. But as long as the Spirit Beast Mountain personnel are not foolish, they would avoid a mutually destructive conflict. Moreover, should unforeseen circumstances arise, I could still rely on the remnants of the stealth talismans to ensure my escape. Best wishes to the 3 of you on your journey. I hope you avoid suffering severe injuries. There are certainly more than 4 individuals from the Spirit Beast Mountain. With that, he swiftly vanished into the nearby forest, heading towards the entrance of the ring-shaped mountain range in the northwest, showing no intention of further conversation. Today's humiliation would be repaid once he reached the foundation establishment stage. Wang Li's movements were swift and decisive, and only after his figure disappeared did the trio regain their senses. He left? He actually walked away? Wang Xiao and Shui Pan's faces darkened, barely restraining their urge to curse. Is this Wang fellow out of his mind, sulking like this? It's just 2 spirit herbs. We even offered an IOU. Is this really worth such a fuss? Wang Xiao fumed. They had pressured Wang Li under the assumption that he would prioritize the greater good and accept the situation. However, when that minuscule probability turned against them, they could not help but feel a surge of anger, believing Wang Li was being ungrateful. Forget it. If he doesn't want to live, let him perish in there. It's better than having him around. Shui Pan cared little for the life or death of his fellow sect members. His focus was solely on his own and his family's interests. Let us go. Our elders and 4th young master are likely waiting outside impatiently. We've made significant gains this trip, and we even found one of the 2 treasure herbs for 4th young master. Surely, we will receive considerable rewards and favors. Once he confirmed Wang Li's departure through his secret technique, Shui Pan smirked derisively. Indeed. Once we obtain the Foundation Establishment pill, our own Foundation Establishment will soon follow. Wang Xiao considered this and agreed, choosing not to argue with a man on the brink of death. Just as they were reveling in their triumph, Junior Brother Li interjected, Brother Wang, Brother Shui, without the highest-ranking Brother Wang. Will the Spirit Beast Mountain personnel still take us seriously? 4 against 4 and 3 against 4 may only differ by 1 person, yet it was a world of difference. The 3 exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Oh no, we forgot to inquire about the cultivation levels of those 4 from the Spirit Beast Mountain. The Li family cultivator felt some regret. In truth, this was a trivial concern, as anyone capable of entering the central area's second layer and surviving until now would certainly be at least Qi Refinement Stage 12. Encountering 2 or 3 Qi Refinement Stage 13 elites would not be unusual. Furthermore, each of the remaining individuals would undoubtedly possess unique trump cards. Let us go. What is there to fear? As long as they are not 4 Qi Refinement Stage 13 experts, we should have no pressure facing 3 of them. The remaining 1 can be dealt with by Junior Brotherly, correct? Junior Brotherly managed a rare smile. Brothers, even if I am lacking, I can certainly hold 1 at bay. His forced smile pleased the 2. Junior Brotherly, you appear to be struggling. Very well. If we are truly detained by the 4 of them, offering a few spirit herbs as a toll is certainly not out of the question. Wang Xiao had no intention of burning bridges. Considering their numerical disadvantage against 4, should they find themselves at odds, they might be caught in a drawn-out confrontation, a dire predicament they wished to avoid. The Spirit Beast Mountain personnel were particularly adept at stalling for time. Firstly, they had reinforcements from Spirit Beast Mountain. Secondly, these violators typically had 3 or 4 combat-type spirit beasts at their disposal. Once angered, they might even sacrifice 1 or 2 beasts to entangle their opponents, preventing them from escaping in a timely manner. Thus, when the Forbidden Ground passage closed, those ensnared would find themselves trapped, even if they destroyed the troublesome beasts. Historically, those caught in such circumstances had always faced dire fates. After all, why have the demon beasts within the Forbidden Ground remained a constant threat for centuries? At least 2/10 of the blame lay with Spirit Beast Mountain. When their disciples fell, the spirit beasts they had brought were not entirely slain, and without restraint. They reverted to their savage nature. Brother, what do you mean by this? The Li family cultivator was both surprised and delighted, astonished that these 2 were somewhat adaptable and not overly obstinate, and pleased that he wouldn't have to fight directly, thus reducing the likelihood of his demise. Junior Brotherly, we are not unreasonable individuals. You have witnessed the foul temper of that fellow Wang Li. We merely jested with him. Yet he disregarded the larger picture and reacted with unwarranted indignation, even turning his back on us. Indeed, he has greatly benefited from the protection of the Chen family. And for him to demand the offering of a few spirit herbs while treating us with contempt is utterly outrageous. Who does he think he is? The more I ponder this, the more irate I become. If we are indeed compelled to surrender our spirit herbs, it will undoubtedly be the fault of that insufferable Wang. Once we are outside, I shall ensure that our ancestors and 4th uncle are informed of his treachery against us. We cannot suffer such an indignity in silence. Should he manage to escape, he must compensate us for our losses. There must be limits to his shamelessness. The Li cultivator harbored these thoughts in silence. Oh, Junior Brotherly, he remarked, when the time comes, I trust you will know how to articulate our grievances without requiring the counsel of your brothers? The Chen family does not wish for discord among its members. Hearing this, the Li cultivator felt a shiver of apprehension, and after a moment of contemplation, He offered a vague yet amiable suggestion. Brother Wang, Brother Shui, that individual will surely meet his demise within the forbidden grounds if he does not depart through this gate. Why should we concern ourselves with a dead man? Furthermore, should either of you appear undignified in front of our elders over a doomed individual? It would leave a regrettable impression, which is truly not worth the trouble. Wang and Shui exchanged glances, their steps unceasing. Junior brotherly, we merely speak in jest. Such trivial matters do not weigh upon our minds. How could we possibly irritate our own elders over this? In truth, it is more a test of your resolve. As anticipated by the trio, they soon found their path obstructed by 4 individuals from Spirit Beast Mountain, who demanded the surrender of 4 spirit herbs. Ordinarily, had they paid the toll, they would have been allowed to pass without incident. Nobody desired a confrontation that would lead to mutual destruction. However, the trio was resolute. Noticing that there were indeed only 4 obstructing their path, and that the number of herbs demanded matched, their spirits lifted. They were only asking for 4 herbs. It was clearly 4 against 3. That Wang Li had not deceived them. 1 at the 13th level of Qi refinement and 2 at the 12th. If the Li family member faltered, the 2 of them could surely break through. How could they possibly yield? The herbs they had painstakingly gathered were not simply blown in by the wind. With a shared glance, their minds communicated silently. Was it truly 3 against 4? What had they to fear? Once this notion took root, it became impossible to suppress. Thus, they boldly declared, "Gentlemen of Spirit Beast Mountain, do not delude yourselves. We are not to be trifled with." They stood their ground, unafraid in the face of the 4. What? Do you doubt us? If you do, come forth and test your strength. The individuals from Spirit Beast Mountain were not to be underestimated. They possessed their own tempers and were not mere novices. Moreover, while they appeared to be only 4, they concealed 1 in the shadows, with 2 more hastening to join them, thus holding a numerical advantage. The earlier decision to let the spirit herbs pass was influenced by the recent escape of a cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley, as well as a desire to prevent potential ambushes from hidden adversaries. The 4 herbs requested were primarily intended to mislead any lurking foes. Their true target was the solitary one. However, this did not imply that the trio from Yellow Maple Valley could boldly assert themselves without consequence. They must not hold back. After a silent exchange of thoughts, Wang Xiao, Shui Pan, and the Li cultivator resolutely struck out. In an unexpected turn of events, the confrontation escalated dramatically. The formidable 4 from Ling Beast Mountain unleashed their top-tier artifacts, while each of the 2 opponents, Shui Wang and Shui Pan, retaliated with a pair of intermediate attack talismans, creating a staggering offensive display. The Qin family, known for their resilience against threats, had evidently placed considerable stakes on their ancestors and seasoned members in the encounter with Wang Xiao and Shui Pan. This did not even account for the presence of a purple sword talisman. The 4 from Ling Beast Mountain, witnessing the intensity of the conflict, were incensed. They simultaneously released their combat-type spirit beasts from their spirit beast bags, majestic creatures soaring through the skies, swift beasts racing upon the ground, sturdy meat shields, and agile attackers, an impressive lineup of 11 beasts, each at the pinnacle of the intermediate level or higher. 2 soaring eagles descended, unleashing torrents of flames and bolts of lightning upon their foes. Meanwhile, the ground was plagued by toxic mist from crawling creatures, while others charged forward to unleash a barrage of wind blades, ice arrows, and energy blasts. Simultaneously, the 4 unleashed their own top-tier artifacts and intermediate talismans, showing no fear toward Shui Wang and his companions. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions and the clashing of iron. The 3 were taken aback by the overwhelming strength of their adversaries. What should we do, Xiaogu? Shui Pan realized the gravity of the situation. The 4 from Ling Beast Mountain were not mere disciples. Despite their inferiority in artifacts, the multitude of spirit beasts leveled the playing field. The confined copper passage proved difficult to breach, and if they could not subdue their opponents quickly, they risked being trapped and surrounded by reinforcements from Ling Beast Mountain. Meanwhile, the Li clan cultivator, feeling increasingly desperate, lamented his predicament. Unlike Shui Wang and Shui Pan, who hailed from prominent families, the Li family lacked foundational cultivators and could not afford superior artifacts. The few artifacts he possessed were hard-earned over the years, yet they proved inadequate against the onslaught of top-tier artifacts. One of his artifacts, a bowl, transformed into a flickering yellow light, engaging in a brief struggle with a small green war spear, only to return significantly diminished, with cracks appearing at its edges, an agonizing sight. Elders, we cannot delay any longer. If we choose to engage, we must reveal our trump cards. Sacrifice is essential. The two exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's intentions. The intermediate talismans they possessed were too valuable to waste in such a skirmish. After another round of clashes, they decisively activated a high-level wind talisman, casting 4 top-tier artifacts as a diversion, sacrificing them along with the Li clan cultivator, and swiftly evading the spirit beasts to escape through the copper door. They fled without a backward glance, demonstrating their considerable strength, which explained the expectations placed upon them by the Qin family. However, this left the Li cultivator in a dire situation. "Brother Wang, Brother Shui," he cried out, his voice filled with despair, akin to the mournful call of a cuckoo. In that moment, he felt a chilling realization. He had been abandoned. "No, I cannot perish here. As the head of the Li family, what would happen to them if I fell? And my 3-year-old son, what would become of him?" He resolved to escape. Turning, he dashed away, hoping to reunite with Wang Li, believing there might still be a glimmer of hope. Even if he faced further confinement, he could at least gain an ally. Those two certainly know how to flee quickly. 4 top-tier artifacts are quite the sacrifice, he mused. As he made his escape, he was suddenly ambushed from the underbrush by a shadow, a 3-eyed fire wolf. Its presence concealed by an intermediate talisman. Unlike the wild top-tier fire wolves within the blood-red forbidden area, this one was merely of upper-tier caliber. Raised by a middle-aged cultivator from Ling Beast Mountain, who had nurtured it from a young pup. The reason the 4 had released only 11 spirit beasts instead of 12 or 16 lay in this very circumstance. As he attempted to flee, blood erupted as the wolf seized him, its ferocity evident. "Ah, if your hatred is insatiable, direct it toward those who abandoned you. Brother Zhong, look, 7 spirit herbs. Oh, the Huafeng Valley is quite prosperous. Had they simply shared 4 herbs, it could have been a win-win situation. Why must it come to this?" The Li cultivator lamented. But Wang Xiao and Shui Pan were indifferent to his plight, consumed by their own selfish desires. "By the way, Xiao Shidi, why did you hold back against those 2? If you had thrown the Thunderbolt talisman gifted by Master Xiao, surely both Huangfeng Valley cultivators would have been compelled to stay." Nearby, a figure cloaked in a mask and hat, preparing to stealthily depart through the high-wall copper door, froze upon hearing this. He was relieved he hadn't charged in recklessly, for that would have spelled disaster. Do not mistake the situation. Those 2 are disciples of the Qin family, likely bearing significant responsibilities and perhaps even treasures bestowed by their elders. The Thunderbolt talisman, while powerful, has a limited radius. If it fails to strike both at once, the consequences could be dire. I have no desire to provoke a formidable enemy for myself or my family. As the group from Ling Beast Mountain laughed and lowered their defenses, Wang Li, poised to depart, halted, his eyes brightening with opportunity. Qin family members? Are they associated with the nascent soul elder from Huangfeng Valley? The others exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were fortunate that Xiao Shidi had exercised restraint. Provoking a nascent soul elder would be disastrous. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted. Blood spurted as 3 individuals, including the youth with the Thunderbolt talisman and a middle-aged man of the 13th level of Qi refinement, were ambushed, their necks torn open. The storage bags of the 3 vanished without a trace, while the one who had maintained a simple protective barrier was spared due to his vigilance. In the chaos, the 3, now gravely injured, instinctively clutched their wounds, but the assailant had struck mercilessly. Within moments, their strength waned, and they collapsed to the ground, feeling the encroaching darkness. Who did this? The Ling Beast Mountain cultivators, witnessing the scene, were initially struck with horror, soon replaced by unease. Where could there be any thought of hiding? Summoning the spirit beast, they boldly charged out. Could it be? Such a formidable opponent exists? To dare to kill even the direct descendants of the golden core ancestor of Spirit Beast Mountain? The other hidden figure widened his eyes in disbelief. Damn it! The fortunate one, who had been half kneeling on the ground and happily rummaging through the corpse, was startled, instinctively rolling away to evade a claw strike. He quickly slapped a high-level defensive talisman onto himself and summoned his spirit pet, preparing his magical artifact, turning back with a posture of grave confrontation. His expression was a mixture of shock, fear, and anger, accompanied by profound dread and a slight sense of luck. Unfortunately, Wang Li sighed inwardly. The stealth talisman indeed rendered him incapable of using magical power, otherwise, it would automatically become ineffective. However, This did not imply that he could not employ ordinary attacks devoid of magical power during the duration of this intermediate-level talisman. Stealth Talisman Butterfly Hand Mundane Martial Arts Techniques Artifact Gloves. Even without magical power, he could still kill and seize treasures. The drawback was that without magical enhancement, his speed was halved. This directly led to him eliminating only 3 individuals with a single strike, while the one rummaging through the corpse did not manage to deal with him before revealing his presence. Of course, this was not the end. In the grass, a disciple of Spirit Beast Mountain, shielded, swiftly approached the bodies of 3 fellow disciples, noticing a pair of discarded, blood-stained artifact gloves. Preparing to toss them to his spirit beast for a sniff, hoping to lock onto the assailant's aura before commencing a pursuit. Suddenly, Wang Li, having quickly dashed into the high-walled entrance a short distance away, discarded an item and then turned back with a swift strike, producing 9 talismans. 3 were intermediate level and 6 were advanced level, all rare offensive types. Among them, the 3 intermediate talismans were some of the few he possessed. His actions were impressively bold. Infusing magical power into them, they were activated in succession. The 2 intermediate and 4 advanced level talismans were hurled towards the scene where the 2 disciples of Spirit Beast Mountain had gathered. Simultaneously, the stealth talisman completely failed, and Wang Li, donned in a conical hat, with his face obscured by 3 layers of masks and dressed in black stealth attire, quickly shed his invisible disguise, revealing himself from a corner. His appearance undoubtedly provided the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples with a target for their ire. However, the 2 incoming intermediate-level talismans sent a chill down their spines. Intermediate-level offensive talismans generally equate to a full-force strike from a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. The simultaneous activation of 2 implied the descending pressure of 2 mid-stage cultivators. For them to withstand even 1 was commendable, 2 was decidedly beyond their means. Not to mention, following these 2 intermediate talismans, there were 4 strikes akin to those from ordinary early-stage cultivators proficient in elemental magic, and a top-tier artifact fire ring poised to deliver a finishing blow. Before long, the 2 spirit beasts at the forefront were instantly shredded into countless fragments by dozens of piercing golden rays. The initial defensive light barrier barely withstood the assault for half a breath before it shattered. Without the chance to evade, a subsequent fire dragon and several fire pythons engulfed their forms in flames. No, they intended to continue using the spirit beasts as shields. But spirit beasts too possess emotions and fears. A mere moment of hesitation led to their demise. Within the fiery tempest, they were swiftly reduced to ash. Intermediate talismans were ineffective against second-tier ink serpents, yet they were more than sufficient to deal with 2 cultivators relying predominantly on spirit beasts with lackluster defensive capabilities. Witnessing such a dramatic turn of events, the concealed disciple of Tianke Fortress could no longer harbor any illusions of safety and promptly prepared to flee. Now he thinks to escape? Too late. Wang Li sneered. He hurled his 3rd intermediate-level Ice Spike Rain talisman along with the other 2 advanced-level talismans, blanketing a vast area in a deluge of ice. Yet, this individual from Tianke Fortress, possessing significant worth, surprisingly had an intermediate talisman in hand. And with a familiar shield rising behind him, Wang Li's expression changed drastically. The King of Hell Shield. The collision of Ice Rain and Fire Rain created a truly spectacular scene, and combined with the 6 smaller shields of the King of Hell Shield bracing behind him, the opponent withstood the onslaught. Thank you for eliminating the scum of Spirit Beast Mountain. We shall meet again. He did not forget to tease Wang Li with a jest. However, as he approached the high wall and copper gate, we shall meet again? No, it is more accurate to say we shall never meet again. Wang Li smiled coldly. As the disciple of Tianke Fortress remained focused on the rear, he was oblivious to the ambush ahead. By the time he heard the sound slicing through the air, it was already too late. The flaw in the King of Hell Shield, lacking a core shield, was exposed. It could not protect its master in a timely manner. With a dull thud, a gaping hole appeared in his chest. He staggered a few steps. Clatter, clatter, the dark shield behind him fell to the ground, and he collapsed. His eyes were filled with disbelief, silently questioning. How could this happen? At this point, Wang Li finally exhaled in relief. Yet, he did not intend to linger here. The map indicated that 2 red dots were rapidly approaching. With their strength unknown, he was unwilling to complicate matters further. Moreover, he had to pursue the 2 individuals quickly. Thus, he hurriedly gathered the storage bags and the color-changing lizard, which had been left during the effective period of the stealth talisman. Then, using the corpse of the Tianke fortress disciple, he arranged it in a way that suggested a mutual destruction with the people of Spirit Beast Mountain. To this end, he even sacrificed the storage bags of 2 Spirit Beast Mountain disciples, destroying the storage bag of the Tianke fortress individual. He took the 2 rare spiritual herbs that would be useful to him after Foundation establishment, while selectively leaving most other spiritual herbs and many other good items behind, to confuse the arriving individuals or as a means of silencing them. With the matter settled, he departed, concealing his accomplishments and fame. Let the 2 from Spirit Beast Mountain relish in sharing this bounty. As for the subsequent tales they would weave upon returning, Wang Li would not concern himself with them. After all, everything that transpired in this forbidden land had no further connection to him. Changing his attire, he consumed medicinal pills while absorbing mid-quality spirit stones. With his feet pressing the wind-chasing sword to its maximum power, his gaze fixed directly ahead. Wang Xiao Shuepan, right? Wang Li, as always, distinguished between gratitude and enmity. Initially considering the occasional kindness from Uncle Chun and the Chen family over the years, he had endured and spared these 2. Yet, after this incident, truly, one does not harbor ill will towards a tiger, yet the tiger harbors malice. If these 2 were to leave the forbidden land, who knows how much trouble they would bring him later. Furthermore, with their intellect, they might very well deduce that he was responsible for leaving the Spirit Beast Mountain disciples behind. It would undoubtedly lead to another significant hassle. After all, these 2 knew he took the route to the northwest corner. Moreover, only they knew. Thus, these 2 must die. Otherwise, if they ever harbored malicious thoughts and leaked the events of the Forbidden Land, he would inevitably incur the wrath of the Golden Core Ancestor of Spirit Beast Mountain. Additionally, they could potentially use this to blackmail him, leading to who knows what complications. He did not wish to gamble on their mercy. Therefore, even if he currently had only 30% of his magical power remaining, he would find a way to ensure their demise at the last moment. In the blood-red Forbidden Land, the sky was dim. There was no sunrise, no moonlight, only an eternally unyielding hue of yellow. In a grove near the northwest corner, 2 figures, nimble and swift, navigated through the trees. It was Wang Xiao and Shuepan. Almost there, the exit is within reach. Yes, soon we will escape this cursed place. And with our gains from this venture, Foundation establishment is just around the corner. With dreams of tomorrow, the 2 felt invigorated and spirited. Before long, they leapt out of the thicket and into a vast meadow. Amidst the swirling mists that shrouded the horizon, a spatial portal, marking the edge of a forbidden realm, came into view. At that moment, Wang Xiao, rushing forward, suddenly raised an eyebrow, his senses extending to the side and rear. A radiant streak, gliding just above the ground, swiftly approached from afar. Old Shui, be cautious, someone is tailing us, he warned. Upon hearing this, Shuepan's eyes gleamed with clarity as he turned to take a closer look. Hey, isn't that fellow named Wang? But how is that possible? Wasn't he trapped within the high walls? The figure in pursuit was none other than Wang Li, wielding the wind-chasing sword and relentlessly unleashing bursts of wind energy to accelerate, to catch up with the 2 ahead. He had maintained his speed at the sword's maximum capacity, even consuming 2 mid-grade wind attribute spirit stones. At last, he managed to close the distance just before they exited the forbidden zone. In his current state, he was undeniably disheveled, his face smeared with dirt, his attire from Huangfeng Valley tattered and ragged, almost resembling a beggar's patchwork. Additionally, the left side of his eyebrow had been singed away. How on earth did he escape? Wang Xiao pondered. A single person breaching the defenses of several guards at the Copper Gate seems implausible, yet it appears he is grievously injured. Wang Xiao had barely finished this thought when Wang Li, standing atop the wind-chasing sword, dimmed in brilliance and subsequently collapsed onto the grass, creating a comical scene. The 2, witnessing the entire spectacle, exchanged glances and halted their hurried steps. Brother Xiao, what did 4th Master and 5th Master instruct us before entering the Forbidden Zone? Shuepan inquired with a sly smile. When a fellow disciple is in peril, we must offer our aid. Mutual assistance leads to shared progress, Wang Xiao replied with earnestness. The Chen family, particularly Uncle Chun and Chun Laowu, had always been shrewd, adept at forging beneficial alliances and establishing goodwill within the sect. For instance, the Li family, a small clan lacking even a Foundation establishment steward, was still willing to send a hopeful cultivator from their ranks to seize an opportunity, owing to this very reason. The intention behind the Chun family's encouragement was for Shui and Wang to cultivate relationships with the daring disciples within the sect, excluding those merely seeking respite. The majority of disciples who could survive the blood-soaked Forbidden Zone were undoubtedly powerful or fortunate individuals. Forming bonds with such people and rescuing even a couple could yield invaluable assistance in the future, should those saved successfully establish their foundations. The Chun family would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards, enabling them to recruit these individuals as family guests at minimal cost, thus fostering a mutually beneficial arrangement. History had repeatedly proven the high feasibility of this strategy. After all, how could the blood of the Chun family flow through the veins of two outsiders like Wang Xiao and Shui Pan? Yet, in their case, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Indeed, Brother Wang is severely injured. We must lend a hand. They agreed with a silent exchange of glances, their eyes momentarily flashing with resolve. Wait, could this be a ruse? Wang Zhao's astute mind raised a caution. However, before they could reach a consensus, Wang Li clumsily rose again. Upon spotting the duo, his expression morphed from joy to astonishment, quickly replaced by deep suspicion, followed by a feigned smile, as he instinctively recoiled several steps, only to lose his footing and tumble once more to the ground, revealing his frail state. Would he dare to deceive us alone? That would be tantamount to courting death. Furthermore, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy do not seem contrived. He is indeed heavily drained. Wang Xiao mused. Wait, Brother Xiao, why does that fellow have several bulging storage bags at his waist? Could he have stumbled upon some treasure? A glimmer of greed flashed across his face. No wonder he appears this way. With that thought, hesitation vanished. It was 2 against 1, with the opponent in a weakened state. Brother Wang, fear not. With both of us here, you're safe, Wang Xiao declared, a grim smile tugging at his lips despite the half-burnt eyebrow. The Chun duo felt reassured as they approached. Within moments, the three converged. Brother Wang, do not come any closer, Wang Li cautioned, clutching a high-grade talisman in one hand while reaching for his storage bag with the other, his demeanor brimming with wariness. Brother Wang, please do not misunderstand. We are merely here to assist you in your time of need. They insisted, one playing the role of the amiable interlocutor while the other maintained a stern facade, completely disregarding his warning. Please, do not approach. I possess numerous high-grade talismans, he exclaimed, attempting to assert his position but only succeeding in being perceived as a braggart. After all, those who could still boast of possessing several high-grade talismans at this stage of the blood trial were undoubtedly affluent individuals. Yet Wang Li, a solitary cultivator without any foundational backing, had only received a mere 10 such talismans from his uncle years ago. Even if he had doubled that amount through serendipity over the past 2 years, after 5 days of consumption within the Forbidden Zone, he should have exhausted most of them. The duo snickered inwardly at his plight. Wang Li, on the other hand, sighed, severing any lingering hopes of assistance from the Qin family. Externally, he feigned bravado, downplaying his injuries. My wounds are nothing to worry about. It's merely a fleeting discomfort, he coughed, feigning nonchalance. Wang Xiao and Shui Pan, observing his act, quickly affirmed that they bore no misconceptions. Thus, Wang Li was left with no choice but to retreat step by step, while the two pressed forward, closing the distance between them. Unbeknownst to Wang Li, he had unwittingly moved away from the spot where he had collapsed, while the others advanced closer to that very location. Shouldn't we, as fellow disciples, look out for one another? Given that I once transferred a foundation establishment pill to your Qin family over 2 years ago, do you really need to make this so extreme? Wang Li pleaded, desperation creeping into his voice. The distance continued to shrink, drawing them nearer. Please, do not come any closer, he nearly wailed, his face flushed with fear and frustration, tears brimming in his eyes. In a moment of sheer desperation, he bit his tongue, allowing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth, filling the air with a tantalizing scent. Brother Wang, how could you say such things? We are certainly not the sort to disregard the bonds of brotherhood, they professed, nearly baring their hearts to prove their sincerity. It was worth noting that the Chun family had invested considerable effort in nurturing their bloodline descendants. Both Wang Xiao and Shui Pan had hidden talismans at the ready, with Wang Xiao holding a mid-level Earth Escape talisman for emergencies, while Shui Pan possessed a mid-level Gold Line talisman capable of restraining beasts of significant power for brief durations. Such rare talismans were worth several hundred spirit stones each, comparable to a fine high-grade magical artifact. The price is indeed steep, yet often there is no market for it. This reflects their apprehension towards Wang Li, as well as their resolute determination to kill and seize treasure. What is truly commendable is that both maintain a vigilant heart throughout, surviving until now and reaping considerable rewards. Wang Xiao and Xue Pan are certainly not relying on mere luck. Gentlemen, why must you press so hard? Wang Li gradually retreated 3 paces. Are we forcing you in any way? We are merely concerned for your well-being. Do not be ungrateful. If it weren't for just a slight margin, we could have dealt a severe blow to the Wang, perhaps even eliminating this young man before us in one strike. The 2 figures advanced steadily another 5 paces. It is indeed difficult to counsel the damned, observing the 2 opposite him falling into a trap, unknowingly entangled. Wang Li slowed his pace, quietly shedding all traces of despair, his gaze deepening. He could no longer maintain the act. It seemed that Brother Wang harbored profound misunderstandings towards us. Alas, it has truly wounded our hearts. 30 paces, 28 paces, 25 paces. The 2 sides quickly approached their respective optimal striking distance. By the way, Wang Li, what of that top-tier puppet comparable to a supreme artifact? Will you not bring it out for us to see? Could it be that you have destroyed it in the forbidden area? No longer addressing him as Brother Wang, they now called him by name. And what of the vermilion bird ring and the 10 high-tier talismans bestowed upon you by your 4th uncle? Do not hide the vermilion bird ring. You cannot conceal it from us. How many talismans do you still possess? Indeed, this pair of brothers seemed to be well informed about his many secrets. With a keener perception, he could discern their provocative words and subtle movements with utmost clarity. Consequently, he felt no lingering affection for the Qin family. To most members of the Qin family, he was merely an outsider, just a dog. Let it perish. With a swift motion, he retrieved over 30 mid to high-tier talismans from his storage pouch, locking onto every subtle action of the 2 with his spiritual sense, and boldly launched an assault, tossing out several mid-tier fire snake talismans and nearly 10 high-tier firebird talismans. This maneuver instantly had the fire talismans in his hands, unleashing a barrage that scattered hundreds of spirit stones. In the next moment, a deluge of firebirds accompanied by fire snakes surged forth, overwhelming in their density. Hiss! The sheer might startled Xue Pan, who held a golden line talisman in one hand and a small azure cone in the other. Every hair on his body stood on end. Instinctively, he stowed the cone, switched to a defensive artifact, and swiftly retreated a few steps. Wang shouted the same. It was evident that both cherished their lives. Yet, a mere 20 paces was far too close. The sweeping onslaught arrived in the blink of an eye, far beyond the reach of simple evasion. Even a mid to late foundation establishment cultivator would find it difficult to avoid injury with mere agility. For the Qi refining stage, the battlefield was limited to such a small area. This disparity illustrates the difference between the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. In the Qi refining stage, 200 meters is nearly the maximum range, while combat within 100 meters is the norm. As for the foundation establishment stage, optimal strikes can be made within 100 paces, and effective strikes can reach 2 to 3 miles. The vast difference between the 2 realms is evident. Do not panic. Let us defend together. This is nothing. Wang Xiao was quite confident about it. With both of their skills combined, even 3 mid-tier basic attack talismans could withstand the assault. Thus, regaining composure, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and while suspended in mid-air, he cast 2 high-tier ice talismans as a buffer. Upon landing, he and his companion each summoned a top-tier defensive artifact and a mid-tier defensive artifact to brace for impact, while double layers of high-tier defensive talismans created 2 gentle water barriers, protecting them within a span of 10 feet, their bodies also enveloped in defensive spells. Impeccable. Furthermore, possessing mid-tier earth escape talismans for protection, even if they were to falter, they could still make a retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The sky filled with firebirds and the ground swarmed with fire snakes. Following the clash with the icy rain, they erupted with a deafening roar. Ice crystals shattered. Flames swirled, creating a dazzling spectacle. The 2 layers of ice barriers held for a moment, but were soon overwhelmed by the flames, which continued to surge forward, crashing against the 4 artifacts and the 2 gentle water barriers forming their combined defense. Both sides were acutely aware that the 10-foot-high sea of flames could easily breach the 4 artifacts and the 2 water barriers. But leveraging the residual force for further success would be exceedingly difficult. Buzz. The top-tier puppet drew its bow, releasing a robust energy beam, akin to a strike from a supreme artifact. The longbow formed by the dust brush ring was fully drawn, and with a whoosh, the arrowhead of the artifact fragment was launched. delivering yet another powerful blow comparable to a strike from a supreme artifact. Two beams of light struck with lightning speed. Alas, the tortoise shell was simply too hard to break. Just how many people has this Wong killed to possess so many supreme artifacts? The vermilion bird ring, a flying sword, a ring, and a puppet. At least 4. No, surely more. The bulging storage pouches at his waist were proof. Xiaogu, something feels amiss. His injuries don't seem that severe. Just to be safe, we should employ talismans. Talismans combined with control-type talismans are the correct method for utilizing consumable equipment. Saying this, they activated 2 high-tier water dragon talismans along with 2 gale talismans, allowing the wind to bolster the water as the 2 water dragons faced the wall of fire, instantly weakening the flames by more than half. Looking again, there was no need to rush. In their view, the fiercer the assault now, the quicker it would tire later. After all, activating talismans also consumes spiritual energy. Whoosh! On Wang Li's side, the offensive was unrelenting. With a flourish of his hand, he pulled out a high-tier Divine Wind talisman along with dozens of mid to high-tier Earth Spike and Earth Spear talismans, unleashing a rapid barrage around the two. So fast, the combination of Wind Boots, Divine Wind talisman, Light Body technique, and Light Skill had become impossible to track with the naked eye. Moreover, within a radius of 20 to 30 paces, he triggered a few Earth Spike and Earth Spear talismans at intervals of 70 to 80 degrees, shooting 2 energy arrows, resting on the puppet's shoulder, causing the 2 to spin in place. The ground trembled as sharp stone spears surged forth, transforming the area into the spiny back of a hedgehog. With the mobility gained from the initiative, Wang Li kept the Qin pair from locking onto him for an effective counterattack. That despicable Wang. I shall see just how many talismans you possess. Wang Xiao and Shui Pan were naturally furious. Within the brief skirmish, they had both gritted their teeth and replaced their mid-tier defensive talismans several times, fearful of leaving an opening for their opponent. Now, their faces turned pale. Those were all spirit stones. Moreover, they faintly sensed something was off. However, thinking of the bulging storage pouches at someone's waist, and knowing each still held their trump cards, they felt a bit reassured. They were currently at a loss, but surely they could earn it back. And Wang Li, after swiftly circling 4.5 times, he suddenly changed direction, retracting his assault and turning towards the exit to make his escape. Escape? What is happening? The two, momentarily taken aback, felt as if they were sitting on wax. Not good. Don't let him go. Though their reaction was a beat slow, it was still quick enough. They began to realize that the Wang might be out of tricks, running out of options. How could they allow him to escape? This was a prime opportunity. Old Shui, quickly, use the wind fierce cone bestowed by our ancestor to cut off his retreat. The two individuals hastily removed their double-layered shields, then simultaneously planted their feet firmly on the ground to propel themselves forward, transforming into arrows shot from a bow, pursuing relentlessly. Among them, the slightly more skilled and quicker Wang Xiao prepared to summon his flying sword for flight. In contrast, Shui Pan, in a flurry, patted his storage bag, intending to deploy a previously retrieved disposable magical artifact. However, at that very moment, a tattered silk handkerchief was lifted by a color-changing lizard from a previously empty space a few meters away from where they had stood. The creature then raised its small head and, with its beastly might, hurled a blue orb pulsating with hidden arcs of lightning towards the direction ahead. What lay ahead of the color-changing lizard? Nothing but 2 living beings charging directly towards it. It was too close. So close that neither Shui nor Wang could discern what was approaching before their body's inertia rendered them unable to dodge in time. The orb, imbued with Wang Li's magical imprint, detonated upon impact with Wang Zhao's face. Boom. In that instant, a blinding white light burst forth, aptly embodying the saying about driving too fast and rushing toward one's demise. The Thunderball was undoubtedly one of the most lethal weapons below the Golden Core stage. Against those in the middle to late stages of Foundation establishment, if it struck true, it could eradicate them in one fell swoop, let alone when used against someone in the Qi refining stage. Upon striking Wang Xiao, the Thunderball immediately exploded into a massive silver-white orb of light, engulfing him in an instant. Shui Pan, who was closely pursuing him, narrowly avoided the light, only to emit a piercing scream thereafter. As the silver light faded, Wang Xiao had utterly vanished, leaving nothing in the air. Shui Pan, who had lost an arm and half a leg, miraculously survived, thanks to a talisman in his hand that temporarily shielded him. The Golden Thread Talisman, a mid-tier control talisman, had originally been intended to restrain opponents. Yet, in his panic, he instinctively activated it, wrapping himself tightly in golden threads. He employed this golden cocoon to withstand the residual force of the thunderball. One must admit, it was a clever move, showcasing his combat acumen. Unfortunately, though his reaction was swift, the explosion of the thunderball was even faster. Before the cocoon could fully form, he was grazed by a sliver of white light, which subsequently seeped through the gaps in the threads, inflicting further damage. That Wong, you wretched creature. Shui Pan lamented, despair overwhelming him. It's over. It's all over. I am done for, and I shall die here. Despite his dire situation, he retained some spirit. For safety's sake, Wang Li did not approach, but rather directed a puppet to advance gradually. He then used the puppet's hands to destroy Shui Pan's meridians and sever the tendons in his hands and feet. Wang Li, you shall die? You treat my brother and me this way. You will not escape a bad end once outside. The ancestor will not spare you. The Qin family will not let you go. The excruciating pain and despair caused Shui Pan to lose his grip on reason, hurling a stream of baseless threats. Wang Li, however, paid no heed to this worthless fool, instead opening a spacious internal storage bag to retrieve all the spiritual herbs from the blood-colored forbidden land. He incinerated all other items without hesitation. Naturally, he would not forget the fasting pills for his junior brother. After all, what would it be if he starved to death? Come, indulge in a few more. Let Wang test the rules of the forbidden land. You, ugh, choking on the fasting pills. Shui Pan felt his heart sink. Wang, are you not afraid that someone might choose this exit and stumble upon your treachery against your own sect? He sensed the impending actions of the individual before him and, in his last moments, sought a glimmer of hope in vain. Fear gripped him. He yearned for a swift end. Possessing the scroll was akin to having the entire map at one's fingertips. Wang Li would not permit the existence of any lurking threats. Having chosen to strike, he had meticulously considered all factors, ensuring no risks remained. Come, have a few more. Gagging, coughing. After completing these actions, Wang Li began meditating to restore his magical energy and reorganize his acquisitions. For instance, he discarded ordinary trees from several bulging storage bags to make them smaller. Meanwhile, leaning against a small tree, Shui Pan, on the brink of death, witnessed this scene. His chest constricted with rage. Wang, you actually plotted against my brother from the very beginning? Blood dripped from his corner of his mouth, and his eyes burned with fury. Only then did he realize that he and his brother had been gradually ensnared in the machinations of the individual before them. The multiple storage bags displayed earlier had merely been bait to incite their greed. Now, revealing his intentions before Shui Pan was not merely to clarify, but rather to strike at his heart. As he faced death, he would have preferred to remain ignorant of the pit they had unwittingly jumped into. He could not accept being betrayed by a mere lapdog. Wang Li, you are but a dog raised by the Qin family. How dare you bite the hand that feeds you? You ungrateful wretch! My brother and I only sought to help you. How could you conspire against us? If we perish, you shall not live either. My father, my uncle, they will uncover the truth, and they will avenge us. Shui Pan sought to vent his indignation and resentment. Little did he know. His words pierced deep into someone's heart. Connections. Uncovering the truth? You are correct. In the eyes of most of your Chun family members, I, Wang Li, am merely a sycophant, a dog used to curry favor for your benefit. In the eyes of you elite cultivators from major families, someone like me, without backing, is unworthy of standing alongside you. My achievements, you all shamelessly claim most of them, even seizing my chances for transcendence. I must sever all ties with the Chun family of cultivators. I shall never rely on any high-ranking cultivator supported by such families. I cannot be hindered in my progress by scum like Shui or Wang. Thank you, junior brother Shui. Determined, Wang Li smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. You. The changes in Wang Li evoked a moment of clarity in the dying Shui Pan, leading him to a fleeting realization of the profound foolishness of their actions. A chill seeping into his heart. Just before the forbidden passage closed, Wang Li summoned 3 talismans, all of which had been used once or twice and still retained considerable potency. He activated them, forming a protective layer around Shui Pan. Since we have shared a bond, I, Wang, shall not let you fall prey to the beasts within the forbidden land. Behold, mid-tier talismans. No need for thanks. So persevere, and strive to create a miracle unseen in a millennium. With that, he patted his backside, leaving behind not a trace of threat. In a blur, He leaped into the dark portal just before its closure, emerging anew from this passage. Awaiting Wang Li was a fresh beginning. For Shui Pan, however, the vast darkness, solitude, and unknown loomed ahead. The agony of watching his life slowly wither away while feeling utterly powerless consumed him. No, you cannot do this, no. Have you left behind a future threat? First, let us attempt to breach this ancient ceiling formation, which even late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators would find perilous. Outside the Forbidden Zone. What is happening? Why have Wang Xiao and that rascal Shui Pan yet to emerge? This is unexpected. Qin Fati firmly believes that the disciples he has meticulously nurtured would not fall silently within the confines of the Forbidden Land. With the premium spirit fusion talisman in hand, those two had a considerable chance of entering as a duo, even if they did not arrive at the same location, given their wealth, intellect, and strength. They are undeniably formidable, far surpassing the average elite disciples. Coupled with the life-preserving artifacts bestowed by his grandfather, they would at least have the means to escape if they could not prevail in combat. Yet, why have they not shown any signs of life? Only half a quarter of an hour remains, damn it. Clearly, the passage of the ceiling formation opened not long ago, and already, disciples from 7 sects have emerged from the Forbidden Land, with the remaining ones gradually exiting ahead of schedule. Few chose to time their exit like Wang Li, Wang Xiao. What are you plotting this time? Uncle Qin's fists were clenched tightly, his head bowed, and his bright eyes flickered with a dangerous glint of discontent. Beside him, the expression on Elder Qin's face was similarly grim. As for Huangfeng Valley, only 5 individuals had emerged thus far. Out of 23 who entered, 7 were at the 13th level of Qi refinement, and most of the rest were at the 12th level, yet only 2 at the 13th level. 2 at the 12th level, and 1 at the 11th level had returned. Moreover, more than 10 pieces of chess set by the Qin family had yielded only 2 of any significance. The losses were undeniably severe. It appears that Brother Qin's luck has not been favorable this time. Fu Yunzi wore a radiant smile, basking in the glory of success. Indeed, the Clearvoid sect, which had invested significantly less manpower and effort, also managed to bring back 5 disciples. Furthermore, they had triumphantly acquired 23 spirit herbs, surpassing Huangfeng Valley by 1. In other words, barring unforeseen circumstances, this additional spirit herb would earn Fu Yunzi a substantial reward from the elder of the Qin family. A small gamble, netting him almost 10,000 spirit stones without effort. He was not the only one secretly reveling in this outcome. Others, including the severely affected Blade Workshop and Spirit Beast Mountain, shared in the sentiment. The Shadow Moon sect had sent 24 disciples, with 8 returning. The Great Sword sect had sent 17, with 5 returning. The Clear Void sect had sent 20, with 5 returning. Huangfeng Valley had sent 23, with 5 returning. Tian K Fortress had sent 16, with 4 returning. Blade Workshop had sent 19, with 3 returning. And Spirit Beast Mountain had sent 22, with only 2 returning. Indeed, the leaders of Spirit Beast Mountain and Blade Workshop were visibly agitated. However, considering the elite disciples of Huangfeng Valley, they found some solace. It is not over yet. Do not celebrate too early. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the passage of time, though unchanged, felt insufferably swift to the 3 from the Qin family. Alas, as they watched the entrance gradually constrict, threatening to close entirely within moments, Elder Qin could not help but sigh in despair. They were all prepared to retrieve the iron essence to settle their wager. Suddenly, a shadow shot forth from the entrance. The passage closed with a hiss. The blood-red trial had come to an end. Wang Li landed with a painful gasp. What on earth happened? Unlike others who gracefully landed or descended with their swords, Wang Li's arrival was uniquely disastrous. He fell unceremoniously to the ground, rolling several times before finally managing to rise. His clumsiness, without a doubt, drew laughter from numerous Qi refinement disciples from various sections. Kid, what happened to you? Uncle Chun's voice was stern, yet the joy on his face was unmistakable. At least he had emerged. This meant that the elder's wager was not lost. It could be considered a partial salvation from bloodshed. Indeed, Wang Xiao, how did you manage to look so disheveled? Realizing the implications of the wager, it was not just Uncle Chun who reacted quickly. Qin Laowu also responded promptly. However, the elders of the Qin family had not bothered to inquire about Wang Xiao and Shui Pan, who were presumably dead. This peculiar phenomenon left Wang Li deeply shaken, awakening a sense of sorrow akin to a rabbit mourning a lost fox. What are you dawdling about? Come over and show us what you have obtained. While Uncle Chun and Chin Fatty reacted swiftly, the first to comprehend the situation were, without a doubt, Elder Chun and Fu Yunzi, the parties involved in the wager. Brother Fu Yunzi, what did I just say? Do not celebrate too soon. The reversal of fortunes brought immense joy to Elder Chun, while Fu Yunzi's mood soured significantly. Your valley is rich in talent, and with Brother Chen's adept guidance, I cannot claim my loss is unjust. His gaze toward Wang Li momentarily turned ominous. Fu Yunzi was self-aware. He initially recognized that he had been outmaneuvered by the Chen family. If not for his own promising disciples, and having previously led Huangfeng Valley, he would not have dared to hope for victory. However, the cruel disappointment of having his hopes raised only to be dashed at the last moment truly frustrated him. Why did he have to emerge at the moment when the old man was most pleased? The internal roar of frustration echoed within him. Consequently, Wang Li found himself in a dire situation before the core formation cultivator. Already exhausted and weak, he was unexpectedly pressured by the oppressive aura of the core formation. Suffering an unforeseen setback, his nostrils flared with heat, and he involuntarily gasped, nearly collapsing to his knees. What is your intent, friend? Are you truly going to bully a junior of the Qi refinement stage? Fortunately, Elder Chen stepped forward just in time, blocking Fu Yunzi's dangerous gaze and coldly dismissing the surrounding oppressive atmosphere, allowing Wang Li to catch his breath. In that instant, his back was once again drenched, beads of sweat trickling down his face, leaving him feeling as though he had just emerged from the water. Bewilderment engulfed him. Why was he being targeted? He merely wished to cultivate in peace. In the presence of a core formation cultivator, was someone like him at the 13th level of Qi refinement not even worthy of being considered an ant? I must establish my foundation. Upon returning, I shall seek out Li Huayuan, whether through indirect means or direct apprenticeship. I must acquire that golden page swiftly. He despised this feeling of being a bug, vulnerable to being crushed by high-level cultivators. It's a misunderstanding. I was merely curious why this promising young friend appears so weak. Fu Yunzi was also a proud individual. After being called out by Elder Chun, he quickly reined in his emotions. It was inappropriate to pressure a disciple at the Qi refinement stage with the might of a core formation cultivator. If others misinterpreted his intentions as revenge against a junior, it would tarnish his reputation. Matters concerning juniors within the Forbidden Land are not our concern. As for how they gathered spirit herbs and secured their escape, we, as elders, have never placed undue blame. What, my friend, are you planning to carry the grievances from within the Forbidden Land to the outside world, setting a dangerous precedent? Elder Chen's voice was not loud, yet it struck Fu Yunzi like thunder, causing his expression to shift drastically. Brother, this is serious. I absolutely have no such intention. He would not take the fall for this. Now, young friend, please swiftly reveal your harvest. I wish to settle our wager clearly. It is a rare sight to witness a core formation cultivator smile kindly at a junior in the Qi refinement stage. Only one. Such is the extent of Master Floating Cloud's goodwill. He merely seeks a draw, hoping the world might show him a little kindness. Indeed, Senior Brother Chun. Let us behold the final outcome of your wager. Even the onlookers from various sects could hardly contain their anticipation. Very well, young Wang, present your offerings. Since the esteemed elders have spoken, what more can I, Wang, say? He patted his waist pouch. 2 mature blood orchid plants, 2 cold smoke herbs, 2 heavenly spirit fruits aged over 300 years, 1 jade spirit mushroom of 400 years, 1 purple monkey flower of 400 years, and warm sunflowers. Fire dragon grass, among others. What is that? A rare 800-year purple tang immortal. Such age and rarity in medicinal herbs. These would be effective not only for those in the late stages of foundation establishment, but even for those in the mid-phase of core formation. In total, 13 spirit herbs drew envious glances from all the Qi refinement disciples present, also drawing the attention of core formation cultivators from various sects towards Master Chun, a fortunate fellow indeed. Master Chun had been stuck at the initial bottleneck for decades, always a step away from the mid-phase. However, with such celestial herbs as the primary ingredient, supplemented by a few more aged spirit herbs, he might concoct a precious elixir and advance further with the aid of its potency. Splendid. The surprise was overwhelming, and the reserved Master Chen nearly laughed thrice. Friend Floating Cloud, what more is there to say? The old Taoist took a deep breath. Within 2 years, the talismans you require shall be delivered by my disciples. You are most gracious. Off they went. Regardless, The old Taoist was reluctant to linger in this sorrowful place for long. The various sects departed in succession, with Huangfeng Valley, as a semi-host, being the last to leave, once the other sects had moved far away. Congratulations, grandfather. Although Uncle Chun felt regret for his fruitless efforts, having not obtained the spirit herbs he sought, he was nonetheless delighted for his grandfather's advancement. Master Chin V also wore a cheerful expression. All right, we shall discuss this further upon our return. Master Chun, however, remained composed. Young Wang Li, you have made significant contributions to our sect and secured this wager for me. Out of both sentiment and propriety, I must reward you handsomely. Would you care to become my registered disciple? The precedent set by Li Huayuan was evidently not an anomaly. This could be considered a form of compensation for the burdensome tasks undertaken by core formation cultivators within the sect. For both parties, it was a win-win situation. Master Ordinarily, a Qi refinement disciple would never decline such a favorable offer, but unexpectedly, Wang Li appeared hesitant and quite troubled. You are unwilling? Master Chen raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, is he about to cut off his path of cultivation? Young Wang, what folly is this? Uncle Chen's expression shifted sharply, and Master Chen V's gaze grew stern. No, Master and Uncle Chen, have you perhaps misunderstood something? What do you mean? Where is your sensing spirit beast? I never said I surrendered all my spirit herbs. The crowd. Don't look at me like that. I fear being the tall tree that attracts the wind, worried that those high-ranked cultivators from several sects might take an interest in me. Thus, I had no choice but to keep a few for myself. Here, Uncle Chun, see if this is what you desire. Presenting 2 varieties of spirit herbs, each with an approximate age of 600 years, specifically meant for crafting mid-phase foundation establishment elixirs. The finished elixirs would be far superior to the common foundation establishment pills like the harmonizing Qi pill. Splendid, splendid. Receiving the 4 spirit herbs, Uncle Chin gently caressed the intricate leaf veins, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. This ebb and flow of emotion was quite overwhelming for the middle-aged man. Strangely enough, Wang Li felt as though his modesty had been observed by those around him, their expressions growing increasingly peculiar. By the way, how many spirit herbs did the various sects harvest this time? Wang Li casually inquired, yet his question left his fellow Qi refinement companions in an awkward silence. Blade Carving Workshop, 13. Heavenly Cave Fortress, 18. Spirit Beast Mountain, 21. Clear Void Sect, 23. Great Sword Sect, 23. Moon Concealment Sect, 34. And our Huangfeng Valley. The most at 35. No, wait, 39. Wang Li. Now he understood why he had received such hostility from Floating Cloud. It was entirely due to his teammates' lackluster performance. He had presented 17 herbs, a result of several reductions in quantity. Yet even so, his individual tally nearly matched that of a 5-member Huangfeng Valley team. Was this not a blatant trap? No wonder the disciples from various sects looked at him with envy, wishing they could consume him whole. The gazes of core formation cultivators towards Master Chun were filled with envy, yet when they turned their attention to Wang, their expressions took on a more profound significance. 17 herbs, no, even just 13, still made him the most conspicuous presence. Can you believe it? A group of incompetents. Uncle, how did these 5 manage to gather only 22 spirit herbs? What were their circumstances? Surely, each could not have brought back fewer than 5. Wang Li inquired telepathically, as raising the matter openly would embarrass him and offend the group. It was unnecessary to offend all 5 individuals. You want to know the situation? I would like to know as well. Uncle Chun and Appo's tone revealed his dissatisfaction over the earlier substantial investment yielding insufficient returns. And there was a hint of resentment toward Wang Li's earlier alarming statements prior to the trials. The first 2 were decent. One brought back 8 herbs, and the other 7. As for the remaining 3, best left unmentioned. All right, that makes sense. If Wang Li had not misled the 2 groups from Spirit Beast Mountain and Blade Carving Workshop, leaving a certain unfortunate soul from Heavenly Cave Fortress behind, Huangfeng Valley, having invested the most in the trials, would have been on track for the bottom. But wait, if one counts Shui and Wang, they still rank firmly in first place, as these 2 had managed to acquire 17 herbs. Master, esteemed uncles and elders, with a clear understanding in mind, Wang Li bowed to the 4 foundation establishment managers and Master Chun. I dare to inquire, is there a rule within our Huangfeng Valley that prohibits participants in the trials from exchanging the spirit herbs obtained from the Forbidden Grounds? He wished to decline the Chun family's invitation and refused to become Master Chen's registered disciple. His experiences within the Forbidden Grounds had instilled a profound aversion toward the great cultivating families. His inclination to apprentice with the Chun family had shifted to favoring Li Huayuan, who bore no familial burdens. However, to decline required a suitable reason and a universally acceptable rationale, for he must not disparage the Qin family's reputation. It is worth noting that directly rejecting a core formation cultivator was akin to courting death. The crux lay with the spirit herbs brought forth from the Forbidden Grounds. For these herbs did not belong to the Qi refinement disciples who participated in the trials, nor to Master Chun and the Qin family. They were considered tributes unconditionally submitted to the sect by those disciples involved in the blood-forbidden trials. They belonged to the sect. In due course, the sect would also reward each disciple based on the quantity, variety, and quality of the spirit herbs they retrieved with foundation establishment pills or other rewards. Oh, Master Chen lacks even the authority to allocate a few spirit herbs? The truth was, he did not. Should Master Chen wish to intercept and accept Wang Li as a registered disciple, it would be the simplest, quickest, and most effective means of doing so. For Huangfeng Valley had an unwritten rule. Any clearly defined master-disciple relationship grants the master the right to claim half of the disciple's tributes to the sect. Thus, Elder Chen merely needed to relinquish a registered disciple position, and the spiritual herbs that Wang Li collected from the forbidden area could serve as offerings, allowing the Chun family to seize half of them. Furthermore, it was entirely justifiable to select only the high-quality spiritual herbs they required. In essence, the arrangement was simple. By accepting Wang Li, they would be rewarded with a token of gratitude. Conversely, if Wang Li wished to extricate himself from such fortuitous circumstances and embark on a path that had not been trodden in a millennium, he would need to negotiate a trade of spiritual herbs, providing the Qin family with the precious herbs they sought in exchange for the placement of their own kin. This would enable Wang Li to escape the peculiar cycle of apprenticeship. However, such a proposition could only be made before returning to the sect. Otherwise, it would take on a different narrative upon re-entry. Thus, it was imperative to present this notion while the Chun family was still in high spirits from his accomplishments. Though it might be somewhat disheartening, it would not incite immediate wrath from them. After all, what did it matter from whom he procured the spiritual herbs? For them, it held little consequence. The notion of exchanging acquired spiritual herbs raised a brow from Uncle Chun, who narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it permissible for disciples to trade spiritual herbs? This is of paramount importance to me, and indeed to the Chun family and yourself, Wang Li conveyed through a mental transmission. Having previously diverted the topic of Elder Chun's desire to accept a registered disciple, he dared not feign disinterest again. Seizing the moment before the Chun family could react, he hastily posed this crucial question. Well, there is no explicit prohibition against it within the sect. What? Do you wish to trade with someone? Uncle Chun replied, though he dismissed the notion. Most of the spiritual herbs you have obtained are of a remarkably rare variety, qualifying you for 2 foundation establishment pills. Even if you were to trade lesser herbs for more valuable ones, the number of pills would not increase. He chuckled and shook his head. Then, if I were to exchange the spiritual herbs required by Elder Chun and yourself for those belonging to the Chun family's disciples? Where are brothers Wang and Shui? Why have they not emerged? Without a doubt, they were the best candidates for such a trade. Regrettably, fate had conspired against him, as they had been dispatched. Wait, what of the IOUs they left for me? As he spoke, Wang Li, trembling slightly, extracted a jade slip from his storage bag, one of the 2 IOUs left by the duo after they had usurped him 2 days prior in the forbidden area. Uncle, does this still hold any value? His distressed expression was a lament that would evoke sympathy from onlookers. IOU? What IOU? Uncle Chun, quick to react, snatched the jade slip from Wang Li's grasp and pressed it to his forehead, probing with his divine sense. The next moment, his expression soured, turning a deep shade of green, accompanied by a mess of black lines. What is the matter? Let me see. Elder Chun, equally curious about the contents of the small jade slip, swiftly intervened. Before long, it was in his hands. After a brief examination, his face contorted in a series of grimaces, nearly losing control over his emotions as he nearly shattered the jade slip in his grip. What a disgraceful item. He did not need to guess the events that had transpired in the forbidden area. It was clear that the 2 had been motivated by greed. Using the Chun family's name to seize the spiritual herbs from this young lad, herbs which were not only abundant, but of considerable quality. The issue was, If they had stolen them, they should have at least managed to take them out of the area. Otherwise, what was the point of the theft? The elder's frustration grew. These incompetent fools were more trouble than they were worth. When he looked at Wang Li, a flicker of complexity and understanding passed through him. The young fellow had clearly been wronged. Cough, cough. May I ask the names of the two esteemed brothers? Additionally, could you enlighten me on the quality of your spiritual roots? Those whom Wang Li referred to as brothers were undoubtedly the two at the pinnacle of the 13th level of qi refinement, and this question indeed bordered on impertinence. Unsurprisingly, one of them revealed signs of displeasure, particularly the one who possessed the most spiritual herbs. The other, with one less herb, seemed unfazed by the inquiry. Responding with a smile, I am Su De, possessing the roots of wood, fire, and earth. This is Brother Zhang, with roots of gold, water, and earth. It appeared these two were acquainted. Then, Brother Su, would you be willing to exchange a few spiritual herbs with me? Wang Li asked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Da's demeanor shifted abruptly, his expression tightening with anxiety. He instinctively feared that the two precious herbs in his possession would be seized by the young man before him. Meanwhile, the originally displeased Zhang displayed a smirk, revealing an underlying irony in their relationship. Young lad, Uncle Chun seemed poised to issue a warning. Elder Chun, however, was keenly interested, while the others adopted a detached demeanor, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Yet, Wang Li's next words left the assembly in utter astonishment. Elder Uncle, I wish to exchange several quality celestial herbs in my possession with Brother Su. I humbly request your permission. What was happening? Celestial herbs for spiritual herbs? The 5 qi refinement disciples were utterly baffled by this maneuver, while Elder Chun and the 4 Foundation establishment overseers exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions varying in complexity. Young lad, do you realize what you are sacrificing by doing this? Uncle Chun, who understood Wang Li best, delivered a stern admonition through their mental connection. Is it truly the case that your lineage and your grandfather are unworthy of your esteem? The thought of the repercussions if word got out, paired with the sacrifices he had made, ignited a simmering rage within him. Uncle, I am aware, but I also have my own hidden troubles. I may have developed feelings for someone. What? Uncle Chen's anger momentarily faltered, leaving him speechless. Elder Chun, who had inadvertently eavesdropped on their mental exchange, wore a peculiar expression. Which young lady has captured your fancy? No, wait. How does this relate to your willingness to become my grandfather's registered disciple? Do not evade the issue. His anger flared once more. This topic regarding his willingness to become Elder Chen's registered disciple was a crucial matter that required careful navigation. Wang Li, however, clearly intended to deflect with talk of a romantic partner. Uncle, it is indeed relevant. I have learned that the girl has been accepted as a registered disciple by Elder Li, and once she establishes her foundation, she will become an official disciple. Given her talent, she is likely to achieve this soon. If I wish to win her favor and ultimately become her dual cultivation partner, I must first make myself known. Elder Li? You mean Li Huayuan? Indeed, he has only recently accepted one registered disciple, the young lady from the Zhong family? Uncle Chun inquired, uncertainty creeping into his tone. Precisely, she is Zhong Wenyang, who joined the sect 2 years ago during the grand recruitment event, just after I did. You see, the moment I laid eyes on her, she captured my heart entirely. No other woman could take her place. His gaze burned with fervor, despite his casual demeanor. Without waiting for Uncle Chun to interject, Wang Li continued, however, with my cultivation talent, I cannot guarantee success in establishing my foundation on the first attempt. Therefore, I must resort to a more roundabout strategy, which is to make my presence known, thus allowing me to catch her attention. This way, we will cross paths frequently, leaving a lasting impression without significantly impeding my cultivation time. He inhaled deeply before proceeding. On the contrary, if I were to abandon Master Li and distance myself from that girl, it is likely that in this lifetime I would be forever estranged from her. Uncle Sure, you cannot fathom the essence of unrequited love. Master Chun, Old Ancestor Chun, what is this melodious rhyme? Moreover, I cannot bear the sight of her being led by another man, engaging in dual cultivation together. It is utterly intolerable. Though the communication was subtle, my eyes were already bloodshot, revealing the veins of anguish within. To helplessly watch the one I cherish become another's beloved is a trial no man can endure. As cultivators, we may be deemed beyond the ordinary, yet there are times when we feel more human than ever. Oh, once the situation devolves into such a dismal state, Even if I eventually establish my foundation, I fear this obsession will cloud my thoughts, and the resulting inner demons may impede my progress in cultivation. Wang Li possesses skill and performance. When it comes to excuses, he articulates them with clarity. And the Qin family must consider the intricate nuances involved. After all, matters concerning partners and paths cannot be treated lightly. Humph, just because you are my grandfather's disciple, does that mean you cannot win the affection of that girl from the Zhong family? Spare me your excuses. Furthermore, if it truly comes to that, my grandfather could intervene to facilitate matters. Master Li would surely give some consideration, thereby increasing the chances of success. Uncle Chun is not easily deceived. The prerequisite is that she does not fall for someone else too soon. At this moment, Wang Li appeared stubborn and resolute, unwilling to heed any advice. He presented a mutually beneficial opportunity, and I suspect the Chun family would not refuse it. Wang Li, as merely a trifling three-element root, does not qualify among the sought-after dual-element and extraordinary element roots of the Golden Core stage. Although a three-element root poses no issue for foundation establishment, aspiring for the Golden Core without exceptional opportunities is a mere fantasy, perhaps a 1 in 100 chance. Thus, he exchanged with Suda, ensuring his own loss was minimal while others bore no detriment. As for why he did not choose the Zhang surname, it stemmed from the other party's earlier attitude. How could he possibly wish to curry favor with someone so devoid of integrity and politeness, merely a self-serving opportunist? In contrast, Suda displayed a commendable attitude. Consequently, this also served as a filtering mechanism for the Qin family. If I recall correctly, when you entered the valley, that young girl from the Zhong family was merely 12 years old, right? At this moment, the rotund Qin stroked his chin, mumbling. Upon hearing this, the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Wang Li, feeling a surge of panic, quickly interjected, "Ahem, hasn't she grown up by now? If not, we can wait a couple more years." What a beast. Have you thought this through? Uncle Chun's gaze turned complex. He perceived that Wang Li was deliberately distancing himself from the Qin family, but chose not to voice it. Regardless of the debts left by Wang Xiao and Xue Pan, or Wang Li's strategic retreat, the Qin family, as the party in the wrong, had no justification to cling on. I hope my uncle can assist me in securing the heart of my beloved. This is a perilous gamble. One Wang Li pondered over for an extended period before deciding to take the plunge. Initially, he did not resist becoming old ancestor Qin's named disciple. But fate intervened with the incidents involving Wang Xiao and Xue Pan. The Qin family was no longer a viable option. Not to mention, those affiliated with Wang Xiao and Xue Pan would inevitably come seeking answers about the forbidden grounds and the whereabouts of the two. How could he respond? Or rather, would he even entertain them? Could he continue his cultivation in peace? These were all pressing concerns. Furthermore, would there be anyone maliciously speculating that he was responsible for their misfortune? Otherwise, why had those two not emerged, while he alone had? It was unwise to gamble on the potential existence of such loathsome individuals. He could not afford to lose. Thus, seeking refuge under another Golden Core cultivator was a prudent choice, allowing him to mitigate these repercussions. You made your decision. Just ensure you do not regret it later. With that, he closed his eyes, saying no more. Thank you, uncle. I sincerely appreciate the care you have extended to me. Even if there exists a mutual exploitation, it does not diminish the steadfast goodwill between us. The Qin family has come to an understanding, and now it is time for Suda, who remains blissfully unaware of the bargain he is about to enter. Senior brother Su, I offer these 200-year-old blood orchids and this purple peach immortal, along with the 4 spiritual herbs esteemed by Uncle Chun, in exchange for the 5 best spiritual herbs in your possession and 3 opportunities for foundation establishment. Would you be willing? At first, hearing about the blood orchid, a common spiritual herb, Suda felt a twinge of annoyance. However, upon learning of the purple peach immortal and the other 4 herbs being of greater value than the likes of the purple monkey flower and celestial fruit, he was immediately invigorated. The sudden fortune left Suda momentarily speechless. 7 spiritual herbs traded for 5? And not just any 5, but those of exceptional quality? Master Zhang's previously serene smile faltered, replaced by incredulity and deep-seated envy. Not for any other reason than because he had managed to acquire 8 fairly decent spiritual herbs, ensuring a reward of a foundation establishment pill. Meanwhile, his old acquaintance Suda, having initially collected only 7 herbs of lesser quality, would likely miss out on the same reward, potentially receiving something lesser instead. But now, with the count rising to 9 and the quality surpassing his own, A foundation establishment pill was assured. Could he not feel envy? Let us not even mention that the price was merely 3 opportunities post-foundation establishment. Even if it were 10 or 20, he would accept. Junior brother Wang, are you jesting with me? Suda was no fool. Otherwise, he would not have emerged from the blood-forbidden ground with commendable achievements. His excitement had simply momentarily clouded his judgment. If you feel 3 opportunities are excessive, 2 will suffice. This was, in essence, a strategic move. Presenting an initially inflated offer often yields better results when gradually reduced, a tactic mastered by market vendors. 3 is perfectly fine. Thank you, junior brother, for your generosity. For Wang Li, Suda's heartfelt gratitude resonated deeply, and his response was sincere. Now then, my 3 junior brothers, would you care to engage in a transaction with me? Disregarding Master Zhang, Wang Li shifted his focus to the other 3. Brother Wang, are you suggesting? The 3 junior brothers understood that these spiritual herbs were to be submitted. Each would submit their share, and the rewards from the sect would amount to a meager spiritual herb and a handful of spirit stones. Meanwhile, I offer each of you a price of 200 spirit stones per herb, hoping you will trade your spiritual herbs to me. What do you think? For the 3, this was undoubtedly a windfall. It would not harm the sect's interests in the slightest, at least on the surface. However, among the Chun family members, the unspoken agreement was palpable. The 2 foundation stage overseers, witnessing this, discreetly stared at their toes, recognizing the delicacy of the situation. Has any disciple ever acted in such a manner before? Please consult with the leading Golden Core ancestor before proceeding. Wang Li's actions fell under an extraordinary confluence of timing, circumstance, and personal acumen, rendering them nearly impossible to replicate. Regrettably, I have a tinge of remorse. Chun Tianya's whispered communication was audible only to 2. To navigate the rules so astutely, Wang Li is the first beneath the Golden Core to achieve such a feat, at least thus far. Master Uncle, in the future, I shall come to guard the mountain gate for you when I have the time. He. Wang Li's transmission was overheard by 7 individuals, each experiencing a myriad of emotions, provoking deep contemplation. Very well, this is for the best. A forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. Enough of that. Even if the Chun family bears the initial guilt, this lad harbors no grievances and remains on good terms with Shaoxi. If exchanging spirit herbs is what it comes to, then so be it. Young Su, would you be willing to become my named disciple? With the matter of the spirit herbs settled, old ancestor Chun must certainly seize this opportunity to acquire the badge intended for submission to the sect. Yes, disciple pays respects to the master. Suda initially thought he had misheard, but upon the sound of a gentle cough, he regained his senses, his face instantly flushed with excitement. The other 4 Qi refinement disciples looked on with envy, particularly the cultivator surnamed Zhang, who appeared particularly disheartened. Very well, this extreme flame blade and this silver-armored shield shall serve as your welcoming gifts from your master. To present 2 exceptional magical artifacts at once is indeed a display of generosity from old ancestor Chun, which moved Wang Li and made the other 2 foundation establishment administrators envious, let alone the Qi refinement disciples nearby. Simultaneously, Master Chen cast a sympathetic glance towards Wang Li, as if to say, do you see, lad? This is the benefit of becoming a disciple. You have missed out. Wang Li could only manage an awkward smile in response. Of course, I shall not take advantage of you. I must inform you clearly that the sect will not bestow a foundation establishment pill upon you this time. Upon hearing this, Suda's expression darkened considerably. However, I shall grant you the privilege of participating in the sect's grand competition. Should you fail to achieve commendable results and secure a foundation establishment pill, I will additionally bestow one upon you. My disciples shall not be treated unfairly. This statement bore deeper implications. Wang Li felt even more embarrassed, though inwardly, he remained unfazed. By the way, young Zhang, I offer you 200 spirit stones to acquire a common 100-year spirit herb from you for my disciple. Are you willing? Rest assured, it will not affect your chance of obtaining a foundation establishment pill. You'll even make a small profit. With old ancestor Chun's words, what could brother Zhang say? He could only bitterly gnash his teeth in silence. Ultimately, he found himself with the least gain due to his earlier arrogance towards Wang Li. One must wonder, why did old ancestor Chen wish to purchase this spirit herb for Suda? Because Suda possessed 9 herbs. Dividing them would leave him with a half, which is not a complete solution. Thus, by acquiring a total of 10, the issue would be effortlessly resolved. Meanwhile, Wang Li fortuitously held exactly 20 herbs. making the intention all too clear. Therefore, it appears the disciple's surname Zhang must bear the brunt of this arrangement.